It has been a long time since the devastating large-scale nuclear war, and the world has become a desolate wasteland. The once prosperous city is now left with only broken walls and ruins, like piles of bones eaten away by time and disaster. The residual power of the nuclear explosion is like a devil's curse, giving rise to all kinds of horrific nuclear blast mutant creatures. They quietly crawled out from the dark corners of the world and attacked weak humans unscrupulously. The surviving humans, like a lone boat drifting in a storm, are struggling to survive in this wasteland without civilization. In this desperate apocalypse, civilization and order are like a flash in the pan. Although some human organizations have tried to rebuild civilization, they are often vulnerable to the cruel environment and ferocious monsters. In desperation, humans can only hide underground to build survival fortresses. I was an ordinary adventurer who should have died in the nuclear explosion, but unexpectedly woke up in this chaotic, dead city. What's even more shocking is that I have acquired a mysterious and unknown level of garbled code bug talent. As long as I think about it, I can use this strange power to cut it easily. It is not a physical cut in the traditional sense, but it ignores the material and structure of the object and directly cuts it off at its essence. I don't need to swing hard. I just need to concentrate my strength, and the object will be cut neatly into two pieces, as if by an invisible sharp blade. Secondly, the garbled code bug talent can help me transform various items. I can use this power to transform it into something useful to me, such as turning a pile of broken metal into material that can repair weapons. With this strange power, I have enough strength to fight even the existence of gods. Since I unfortunately died in my last life, I will definitely not die in obscurity in this life. I want to be an explorer with extraordinary abilities, and use this powerful force to explore the remains of collapsed civilizations. My goal is not only to survive, but also to rekindle the fire of hope for mankind to rebuild civilization. Because I firmly believe that only by drawing strength from the relics of the past can we open up a path for mankind to survive in the future. By chance, I met the Overseer. On this day, he was inviting me to practice sparring with him. With an order, the actual combat officially began. My eyes were once again shrouded in darkness, and a heavy sense of oppression filled the air. At this moment, I clearly felt the approaching force in front of me. The Commander-in-Chief's heavy fist came straight at me with an arc of electricity. My reaction at this moment was almost instinctive, the instinct of a demon swordsman. As I slightly tilted my body, my right hand drew an arc in the air, as if the air was vibrating with my movement. The wind from the fist passed by my ears, bringing up a gust of wind, and I reached out and grasped the governor's mechanical arm that was blasting out with all its strength. Electric arcs jumped wildly between my palms and arms, as if they were going to burn me to death. However, the power of the demon body instantly flowed through my body, and the cold demonic aura covered my muscles and bones, swallowing up the invading electric current. The governor seemed to be stunned for a moment, and his smile looked a little stiff under the electric light. "You're really not simple to be able to catch my punch." There was a hint of surprise and praise in his voice, but I could feel that he had not completely let his guard down. After all, in the Dead City, survival of the strong is the only rule. And I have obviously just stepped into this world and have not yet really figured out the boundaries of the rules. "She's with me," I said lightly, my voice as cold as a knife in the darkness. The warlord slowly withdrew his arm, and the blue-purple arc gradually went out. He exhaled a puff of smoke, and the smoke merged with the darkness, covering the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. "It seems that this girl really survived." He waved his hand, and the bald men behind him let go of Lin Yin. Lin Yin fell to the ground in a mess, his eyes full of shock. I walked step by step to Lin Yin and helped her up. Her hands trembled slightly and her face was pale, but she was stubborn and didn't say a word. She knew that in the underground world of this city, the weak had no right to appeal for justice and could only accept the mercy of fate. "General, have you agreed on the price?" I tried not to make my tone too harsh and stayed calm. The Overseer lit a new cigarette, threw me an old badge stained with blood, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Take this badge and go find Thorn on the black market. She will tell you the ransom for this girl." He paused and said meaningfully, "However, I advise you to do it as soon as possible, otherwise her price will get higher and higher." After saying that, the Commander-in-Chief turned around and left with his men. The sound of iron shutters was heard, and the group of people completely disappeared into the night. Lin Yin's breathing gradually calmed down, but she still held my sleeve tightly, as if she was afraid of being dragged away again. "Thank you." Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. I looked at her, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. This is not just for her, but more for myself. In this strange world, I must survive, find out the truth, and find myself. Inside the dark shop, the smell of cheap cigarettes still lingered in the air. I looked down at the badge in my hand, wondering what to do next. The abandoned city of the dead is full of dangers and opportunities. Everyone is trying their best to survive, and I, who have just been awarded the title of Demon Swordsman, am no exception. Let's go, Linine. I said to her, first find the thorn, and then we can discuss the next step. She nodded. Although she still looked tired, the light in her eyes gradually returned. She understood that relying on me might be her only way out at the moment. As we walked out of this dilapidated little shop step by step, I knew in my heart, the story of the dead city has just begun. Chaos. This was my most profound feeling when I stepped into this underground city. Everything here conveys to me the despair of this world. The dim lights flickered on the walls, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of chemicals, rotten garbage, and motor oil, making it almost impossible to breathe. The beggars who had been transformed into old mechanical prostheses huddled against the wall like abandoned robots. Their broken limbs and rough metal parts were unbearable to look at. I pulled up my hood to hide my face as much as possible and walked slowly towards the noisiest neighborhood. There is a bar in front, with attractive words written on the blackboard at the door, "Free today." The handwriting is sloppy, but in this city, free things are undoubtedly the strongest temptation. As soon as I stepped into the bar, the deafening electronic music hit my chest like a hammer, and the crazy rhythm was beating in disorder. I swept away the broken bottles and discarded syringes from under my feet. The crowd seemed to twist to the music unconsciously, as if controlled by some invisible force. Men and women ignored everything around them and squandered their hormones. Someone fell to the ground due to excessive excitement, but no one came to help, and instead he was stepped on by others and continued to dance. This scene made me feel a deep disgust involuntarily. I squeezed into a corner of the bar, trying to find someone who was slightly normal to talk to, but the bar was filled with empty and lifeless faces. They indulged in this chaotic atmosphere like zombies. The bartender's voice rang in my ears as he handed me a glass of scarlet whiskey, barely over the background music. His attire was out of place in this environment, with a neatly slicked back hair, a slim-fitting vest, and a clean white shirt, which made him look extremely professional. He seemed to be the only person who still maintained a shred of order. I took the cup and nodded to him. "Thank you." The bartender looked back at me with a little surprise, as if it was a little strange to hear "thank you" in this environment. I looked at the scarlet liquid in the cup, but didn't drink it immediately. My thoughts returned to the pit number 1, mentioned by the governor. Are those chaotic scenes really related to these people? On the battlefield, such an undisciplined and unrestrained crowd will only become cannon fodder. Just as I was about to push the wine back, the bartender appeared in front of me again, this time with an unopened bottle of wine in his hand and a white towel wiping the bottle, as if to show the preciousness of the wine. "You don't seem to be interested in our morphine whiskey," he said, his voice a little mocking. "This old wine has no passion. It can only moisten the throat." With a pop sound, the cork was pulled out and the rich fruity aroma spread instantly. I took the poured red wine, took a sip, and it tasted unexpectedly good. "It's just crap that no one drinks." The bartender shook his head disapprovingly. I smiled, picked up the wine glass and took a sip and asked, "Are you going to pit number 1 too?" "Of course, what else?" He responded indifferently with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. "Do you think you can survive?" I asked, my voice low. The bartender shrugged. "Are you sure?" I didn't answer. After a moment of silence, I asked the question in my mind, "What exactly is pit number 1? The bartender put down his glass and said in a cold voice, "It's a mine. We are not going there to mine. That is the job of people in the lower city. We are just fertilizer." Fertilizer? I was stunned. My throat was dry, and these 2 words made me shudder. "Yes, fertilizer." He said it lightly, but it revealed extreme helplessness. Those miners need sandworms to dig the ore, and we are the food for the worms. I felt my stomach churning in my hand, tightly gripping the wine glass, trembled slightly. The noise in the bar seemed to fade away from my ears, leaving only the cold and cruel reality. "Then, is there no way to survive?" I asked in a low voice, with an imperceptible urgency in my voice. "Yes." He looked up at me with a complicated expression. "As long as you can survive a miner's mission in the dark rainy season and follow the miners into the field, you may be able to become a miner and return to the lower city, if you are lucky enough." The bartender paused and smiled. "But in this city, No one over 30 has ever survived. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and I picked up the glass and drank the rest of the wine in one gulp, hoping to relieve the anxiety surging in my chest. Finally, I asked another question. Why did you buy me a drink? He smiled, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. You are different from the others. Etiquette and restraint. These are qualities that only exist in the upper city. You don't belong here, do you? I stared at him and didn't deny it. He pushed the bottle towards me, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. This bottle of red wine from the Eagle Manor may be worth a fortune in the upper city, but here, it can only be exchanged for a chance to survive. I took the bottle and smiled. You are also an outlier for maintaining order in a chaotic world. He didn't say anything else. I stood up and waved at him. See you tomorrow morning. I walked out of the bar. The cold night wind blew in my face. The night in the dead city still made people feel depressed and dangerous. But now I understand more clearly. The rules of the game here are much more complicated than I imagined. My journey back to the store was surprisingly smooth. Even in this chaotic underground city, no one seemed to want to cause trouble today. Everyone treats today as a day of enjoyment, indulging in brief pleasure and forgetting the terror and despair of tomorrow. When I returned to the shop, I looked around and finally decided to remove a few round pipes from the shelf and flatten them with a hammer to make a barely suitable scabbard. I sheathed the Meow Dao slowly, and when I drew it out, a cold light flashed across the store, cold and deadly. I was reflected in the blade, with a focused expression. Fertilizer, I whispered to myself, the word lingering in my mind. This world is so cruel and merciless. People here don't even have the qualifications to be human beings. They can only be fertilizer to feed insects. I began to practice the cold weapon combat skills from my previous life in the shop, repeating the movements of slashing and stabbing with one sword after another, until I felt hunger signals from my stomach and gradually felt tired. I then stopped what I was doing, uncorked the red wine, and took a sip. The warmth of the liquor gave me a sense of comfort. After a while, I fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. I don't know how long I slept. When I woke up, I still felt not fully recovered, but I knew that time was running out. I must prepare for the upcoming pit number 1. That place is definitely not a good place. At the same time, a turmoil was brewing in the lower city, several kilometers away from the dead city where I was. Wang Ming, the commander-in-chief, was exercising frantically in the gym at this time. His strong body and fierce aura came to my mind. He was obviously not an easy person to deal with. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps at the door interrupted my thoughts about tomorrow. Captain, the Patrol Security Bureau is holding an emergency meeting, requiring all the governors of the dead cities to attend. A bald man ran in, his voice full of anxiety. I was sitting in the corner and vaguely heard the news. Wang Ming stopped what he was doing and was obviously a little impatient. Why hold an emergency meeting so late at night? Did they say anything? The bald man shook his head. He didn't say anything specific, but if you don't go, you'll just become a minor. Hearing this, I couldn't help but frown. Who could be so bold? How dare he threaten all the governors of the lost city, especially someone in a high position like Wang Ming? Wang Ming snorted coldly and dropped the weight in his hand. The weight hit the ground with a loud noise. He raised his hand and threw the sweaty vest to Lin Yin, who was standing beside him, then walked towards the shower room. I didn't say anything. I just watched it all silently. Lin Yin lowered his head and took it silently. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. The nights in the dark rainy season are always full of depression, but the streets tonight seem particularly lively. The lights of cars crisscrossed on the dim street, and the rusty and dilapidated cars were speeding towards the patrol office as if in a chase. I am still watching from the sidelines, waiting for the opportunity. Outside the patrol security office, Wang Ming's car slowly stopped. When the door opened, rain poured down on his face. On the street, another short, fat middle-aged man was walking towards him with an umbrella. The guy seemed to know Wang Ming. After exchanging a few casual greetings, the two walked into the building side by side. Have you heard anything? I heard Zhou Yang, the fat man, ask. Wang Ming shook his head. I only know that something important was lost, but I don't know anything else. When I pushed open the door of the conference room, the sound coming from inside was as deafening as thunder. You filthy bugs. Useless garbage. Where's the stuff? Find it for me. I looked up and saw a young man in a casual suit standing in front of the conference table. His face was pale and his eyes were full of anger and anxiety. It is obvious that this guy is the protagonist who caused all this commotion. Masterly, we are already working hard to dig the tunnel, but it will take some time to dig it in the dark rainy season. The city lord Zhou Xinyang's voice was calm and cautious. Although he spoke carefully, the sense of oppression hidden behind it was obvious. Dig. Young Master Li was furious, his eyes almost spitting fire. My things were stolen. I didn't ask you to dig them out. What I want now is for you to catch the person. Hearing this, I immediately understood a little bit. It seemed that someone had stolen the important items of this so-called young master, and now the entire overlord of the Dead City was summoned to deal with this matter. Things are obviously more complicated than they seem. But I knew in my heart that the so-called lost thing was most likely the professional emblem that Lin Ho had stolen at the cost of his life. This thought made my heart beat faster, and it seemed like everything was heading in a dangerous direction. The one-eyed man from the Patrol Security Bureau stepped forward and tried to ease the situation. Master Li, there is no evidence at the scene to indicate that there are other accomplices. As for the person who escaped, he has already escaped through the underground sewer. Give me 3 days. No matter what method you use, I want my things. Young Master Li roared, his voice full of an undisguised threat. 3 days is not enough for me. The meeting was filled with tension. I watched as Master Li's anger gradually turned into doubts about the Lord of Lower City. The confrontation between the two made the atmosphere increasingly tense. I sat in a dark corner and watched it all quietly. I realized that I had to find a way out faster, otherwise, death might be waiting for me. The chaotic situation made me feel an unprecedented sense of oppression in the carriage. The air was almost stagnant, sweat dripped from everyone's forehead, and the atmosphere was suffocating. People in the carriage pushed each other, and more people became impatient, scrambling for a little space. This feeling of oppression is like a powder keg about to explode, and it will be completely ignited with just a spark. I leaned in the corner of the car and quietly observed everything around me. My position is relatively safe. The triangular position is supported by a thick steel frame. If any accident occurs, it should be easier to deal with than other places. I tried my best to stay calm, breathing in the turbid air, the scanning sound of the scavenger still echoing in my mind. Suddenly, I raised my eyebrows and felt an unusual breath. Evil thoughts and strong malice were rising rapidly. I quickly locked my eyes on a hooded, tattooed man in the crowd. His lips moved slightly, as if he was muttering something in a low voice. In the next second, the 6 people around them covered their throats at the same time. Their faces turned red, and they struggled in pain, as if some invisible force was strangling their trachea. I watched them gradually lose consciousness and fall to the ground, while the tattooed man slowly revealed a sinister smile. Is this some kind of deadly ability? I was shocked, but didn't act rashly. In a world like this, people with special abilities are apparently not uncommon, and the tattooed man's powers look quite dangerous. 6 bodies fell, forming an empty circle, and the tattooed man stood in the circle as if he was enjoying himself. Just as he showed a smug smile, a sharp alarm sounded outside the car, breaking the brief silence. What followed was the sound of hurried footsteps and an increasingly tense atmosphere. The iron wall outside the carriage collapsed with a loud bang. The sound on the platform suddenly became extremely clear, and roars rang out from all directions. Don't move! A large number of patrolmen rushed into the carriage, pointing their guns at everyone inside without hesitation. The patrolmen were fully armed, their rifles pointed at us, and there was an indescribable tension in the air. Everyone held their breath, and fear and despair quickly spread in the carriage. On the platform, Li Hongyu slowly appeared. He was wearing a neat suit as always, which was out of place in this filthy environment. His anxious expression seemed to ease a lot. The attendant behind him quickly brought a chair. He sat down slowly, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and took a light puff. I lost a treasure in the lower city yesterday. Li Hongyu's voice sounded particularly harsh in the silence. Whoever took it can hand it over now. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. The entire carriage fell silent in an instant, and no one dared to move, for fear of becoming the one to offend him. I looked at Li Hongyu, and countless thoughts flashed through my mind. He was obviously looking for the lost professional emblem, and all of this seemed to be directed at the innocent people in the Dead City. In this situation, I know I can't act rashly. I must be careful hiding in the dark, otherwise, I will most likely be drawn into this complicated vortex. And the presence of that hooded tattooed man also made me feel uneasy. As time passed, the people in the carriage became more and more uneasy. The patrolmen's rifles were still aimed at us, ready to pull the trigger at any time. Li Hongyu didn't seem to have much patience. His eyes swept around the carriage, as if looking for the sinner who was bothering him. Suddenly, the hooded tattooed man took a step forward, still with that weird smile on his face. My nerves tensed up instantly, and I secretly tightened the handle of the Miao Dao, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Li Hongyu's gaze finally fell on the hooded man. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. "You, come here." The hooded man showed no fear at all. Instead, he had a provocative look on his face. He gently pushed away the person next to him and walked towards Li Hongyu. I can feel the dangerous aura emanating from him. This guy is definitely not someone to be trifled with. "Do you know where my things are?" Li Hongyu asked in a low voice, with a threatening tone in his voice. The hooded man smiled and slowly pulled out a small badge from his pocket, which gleamed in the light. My heart skipped a beat. That badge, was it my professional emblem? The atmosphere in the car froze instantly. Li Hongyu's eyes turned cold. He stood up, shook off the ashes from his cigarette, and walked towards the hooded man. "It seems that you are really not afraid of death." His voice was as cold as ice, and his murderous intent was revealed without any concealment. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, but I remained silent, watching how things developed. At this moment, a clear idea came into my mind. I must find a suitable opportunity to get out of this situation completely before things get out of control. Outside the carriage, the guards' pace became increasingly rapid. Their actions made me feel a little uneasy. It was not just a search for the emblem. There was a bigger conspiracy quietly unfolding here. The whispers in the carriage gradually became suppressed, and my mood became tense. The danger revealed in Li Hongyu's words became increasingly obvious. But I am almost certain that what he is looking for is the professional emblem that Lin Ho stole. For a moment I doubted whether the emblem that had merged into my body would be discovered. After waiting for a while, no one responded. Li Hongyu raised his lips slightly and sneered. "Interesting." He held a cigarette between his legs and said with a ferocious expression, "One of you remember, it will be difficult to die." As his voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. He ordered everyone to stand next to the spider-shaped detector and check it. My heart suddenly rose up, and I felt like I was in the center of the storm. Wang Ming spoke at this time. He pointed at me casually and said, "You start first, go horizontally." I was originally standing in the corner for safety, but I didn't expect that when the box wall collapsed, I would be the first one to fall. Standing outside the carriage, facing a row of black gun muzzles, I had no choice but to step forward. His eyes swept over Li Hongyu, who was leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, fingers tapping lightly on the armrests, as if everything was under his control. I knew I had to stay calm. Regardless of whether the professional emblem would be discovered or not, I couldn't reveal any flaws. I walked up to the spider-like machine, my heart seemingly hanging in midair. The detector emitted a green light and scanned across my body. The brief silence made me feel as if time was stretched out. My fingers lightly touched the hilt of the knife, and I prepared myself for the worst. Beep. With a soft sound, my heart suddenly tensed up, and my body subconsciously began to enter a fighting state. However, when the word "none" appeared on the detector's eyes, I felt relieved. My professional emblem was not discovered. I tried to control my emotions, stay calm, nodded to Wang Ming, and prepared to turn around and leave. "Wait." Li Hongyu's voice sounded again. I turned around and saw that he was looking at the canteen in my hand instead of the weapon. I immediately realized that he suspected I had hidden something in the kettle. I unscrewed the kettle and handed it over. Li Hongyu glanced at the dirty military kettle. A look of disgust appeared on his face and waved his hand. What a waste of resources. I breathed a sigh of relief again, walked to the area outside the yellow line, and finally got rid of the crisis temporarily. In the next few minutes, more people were called in for testing. The detector made a mechanical humming sound, and everyone was waiting for the verdict of fate. I watched it all from the sidelines, trying to keep a low profile and try not to draw any attention to myself. Just when I thought all this was about to end peacefully, the detector made a sound completely different from before. Ding, ding, ding. A rapid alarm sounded suddenly, accompanied by an electronic synthesized voice. Psychic power detected. Li Hongyu jumped up from the chair instantly, shook his right hand. A purple light flashed, and a glowing line appeared on his wrist. Then, a silver-white sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Poochie. He stabbed the sword into the body of the person standing in front of the detector without hesitation, and the sharp sword nailed him directly to the ground. I watched in amazement as the guy pinned down turned out to be the hooded tattooed man who had killed 6 people. He struggled in pain, trying to pull out the sword that had pierced his abdomen, but the sword seemed to be welded to the ground and he could not pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Finally found you. Li Hongyu squatted down and patted the tattooed man's face, with a cruel smile in his tone. Where's the stuff? The hooded man was pale, and he endured the severe pain and begged in a low voice. Master, I didn't steal your things, really not. You're so stubborn? Li Hongyu sneered, and without further ado, he reached into his arms and took out a small object. It was a red crystal. Cursed crystal. Li Hongyu took a look at it. His face darkened instantly, and he threw the crystal to the ground in anger and crushed it with one foot. Then, he suddenly drew out his long sword. Sweep it again, he ordered. The detector flashed green again, sweeping across the hooded man's body. This time there was no warning sound. Li Hongyu's face was terribly gloomy. He kicked the hooded man hard on the head. The hooded man's head instantly exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brains splattered on the ground. The scene was bloody. Next car. Li Hongyu roared, and the mechanical spider slowly moved to the next car. Wang Meng glanced at the bodies on the ground calmly, pointed at the others and said, Hang the bodies outside the carriage and continue to get on the train. Everyone in the car was silent. It was obvious that the violent scene just now had frightened them. The train started again. A cool breeze blew from above. The carriage began to vibrate, and I could feel the faint vibrations passing to my feet. I was silent all the way. I could only watch the rock tunnel passing by above my head, and my heart grew heavier. For hours passed, and the depressing atmosphere in the carriage gradually spread. Finally, the gray tunnel was replaced by a dark red light. The commotion in the carriage started again, and I saw some strong guys jumping onto the edge of the carriage without hesitation, then jumping out directly and quickly disappearing in the dark red light. I stopped the big man who was about to jump off the train and asked, The train hasn't stopped yet. Why are you jumping off now? The big man glanced at me and seemed to want to leave impatiently, but there was a sense of oppression in my eyes, and he obviously felt it. I applied a little force on my hands, and the power brought by the demon body instantly made his bones crack. His face turned pale, and he finally spoke. The red light is coming, which means we have entered pit number 1. The patrol guards have all jumped out of the car and left. No one is watching us now. The car leads directly to the heart of the mine. The deeper you go, the more monsters there are. After hearing his explanation, I let go of my hand, and he quickly climbed onto the edge of the carriage and jumped out. I looked up at the top of the cave. It didn't look like the mine I had imagined, but more like an underground world. Crystals emitting red light hung on the rock wall, and water drops dripped from them, making slight sounds. The surrounding rocks are crisscrossed like a jungle, like another desolate world. As more and more people jumped off the train, I finally decided to follow them. I jumped slightly, jumped onto the edge of the carriage, and then jumped into the red world. The footsteps landed on the hard ground, and the red light gave people a sense of unreality. I was surrounded by an endless rocky forest. The strange landforms and gloomy atmosphere gave me a chill. This is pit number 1, a place full of unknown dangers. The people around me gradually dispersed. They were more experienced than me and obviously knew how to survive in this dangerous area. I walked forward slowly, looking around vigilantly. I know that entering here means that I not only have to survive here, but also find the legendary Qingyuan flower. I clenched the Miao Dao in my hand, and my mind became clear. The train roared away, leaving me alone with the red rock jungle around me and the silence and the sound of the wind in my ears. I stood by the railroad tracks, mentally weighing my next course of action. There is no information. It seems I still need a guide. I muttered to myself. My eyes swept towards the abrupt stone pillar in the distance, and then I quickly jumped forward on the rocks. Every step I took was accurately placed on the protruding rocks, and my body was flexible and agile. Just as I was moving forward at full speed, suddenly, I felt a strange magical fluctuation emanating from the stone pillar in front of me. Almost at the same moment, a stone spike suddenly emerged from the ground under my feet and stabbed towards me. I didn't panic, but instead raised my lips slightly. The guide is coming, I whispered, stomped on the ground, and flew into the air. I flipped in the air, cleverly dodged the stone spikes, and flew to the side of the stone pillar. I saw a curly-haired man standing next to the stone pillar, his eyes wide open. He obviously didn't expect me to react so quickly and avoid the attack. He quickly began to chant a spell, trying to attack again. However, I didn't give him much time. A long knife, covered with welding marks, had pierced through the stone wall and gently rested on his shoulder. "Let's talk?" I asked calmly. As the knife flashed, The stone wall slid to the ground like tofu with a loud bang. The curly-haired man swallowed his saliva, raised his hands high, and said in fear, "Sir, please don't kill me. I'm just hungry." "Name?" I asked coldly without withdrawing the blade. "Chung Xiao." His face was already covered with sweat, and he replied tremblingly, "What's your occupation?" I continued to ask. "Mage, my lord, I am a mage," he answered carefully, obviously afraid of angering me. "Why ambush me?" I continued to ask. Chung Xiao's lips trembled slightly, and he hesitated for a moment. Finally, under the pressure of my blade, he whispered, "I'm hungry, and there's nothing to eat." His voice was helpless. "How did you become a professional?" I asked. According to the scale of the citywide search this morning, professional emblems should be extremely rare. I've been to other mines before, and sometimes if I'm lucky, I can pick up those ordinary professional emblems discarded by the young masters in the upper city. Chung Zhao's tone was a little unnatural, obviously recalling an unpleasant experience. It's also possible to drop it when killing monsters, but the chance is very small. Are those young masters you mentioned from the upper city? I frowned and continued to ask. Chung Xiao nodded and added with a wry smile, "Yes, the young masters and young ladies from the upper city will come here to play. They use us as bait to catch monsters. This is their cultural tourism project. Sometimes we can pick up things they don't want, but not many people survive." This made me frown. The rules of this world were obviously more cruel and ridiculous than I had imagined. So is there any way to survive in this mine? I asked him, with no sign of relaxation in my eyes. Chung Xiao shook his head, his face showing despair. "There is no way. I heard today that some big shots came to the upper city to investigate some thieves. Many people lost everything. I even lost my staff. The bugs in this pit are too strong. The lowest level is 11. Small characters like us are just sitting ducks." When he mentioned level, I was a little confused, so I continued to ask, "How do you improve your level?" "Killing bugs will level you up, but the bugs in this pit are too powerful. There's no way we can survive." Chung Zhao's face was filled with dejection. "This is pit number 1. The bugs here are at least level 11, and we are just fertilizer." Just before he finished speaking, I felt a dangerous pricking sensation on my back. It was my dark insight sending a warning. Without any hesitation, I jumped into the air in an instant, stepped hard on the rock, flipped over and jumped away from the spot. Just as I left, Chung Xiao still had a look of confusion on his face. The next second, a black shadow fell from the sky with a buzz sound. Chung Xiao looked down and found that his chest had been pierced by a sharp mouthpart and blood was flowing out rapidly. "No!" Chung Xiao screamed in despair. A huge red mosquito as big as a motorcycle was suspended in front of him, its abdomen bulging and as blood was drawn. Chung Xiao's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Red blood mosquito level 19, order 1. The information fed back by dark insight made my pupils shrink. What a fast speed. I was secretly alert in my heart. This monster is very fast and has wings, which makes it very difficult to deal with. What's worse is that its level is much higher than mine. I quickly hid behind the rock and continued forward along the crevice, trying to avoid a head-on confrontation with it. I had just entered pit 1, but I had unexpectedly encountered a level 19 monster. It seemed that the density of monsters here was much higher than expected. I quickly entered a tunnel, intending to use the terrain to avoid these enemies who had air superiority. However, after walking a few steps, I suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from deep in the tunnel. A giant beetle slowly approached on the gravel. Its body was covered with a thick crystal shell, which shimmered with a faint luster. Its sharp mouthparts gleamed like two scimitars. The system displayed its crystal mine bug level 15, order 1. I smiled slightly. This is the opponent I can deal with. I drew my sword and positioned myself in the tunnel, ready to fight. The beetle was obviously also enraged. It kicked its 6 legs quickly, splashing sand and gravel, and rushed towards me at a high speed. The dark flame statue instantly condensed into an illusory figure behind me. Blue flames danced on my body, and my strength and defense increased instantly. I didn't dodge, but faced the charge of the crystal mine worm, kicked the ground hard, and rushed towards the other side like a blue stream of light. Just as the crystal mine worm was about to hit me, I dodged to the side and swung the long sword in my hand. Gray particle light attached to the blade, drawing an arc. Puff! The knife flashed, and the body of the crystal mine worm was instantly split in half. Its upper body fell to the ground, and the emerald green liquid spilled all over the tunnel, making a sticky sound. Its lower body remained in a sprinting posture, sliding for several meters before slowly stopping. I sheathed my sword and took a long breath. This heavy and bulky monster with high defense was no threat to me. However, just as I was about to leave, I suddenly felt a huge force surging into my body. My bones and muscles crackled, and my body grew rapidly, with my height increasing from 175 centimeters to 180 centimeters. System voice prompt: you kill, Crystal Miner, 15 levels higher than the previous one, and the efficiency accounts for 100%. When I looked at the panel, I found that my level had instantly increased to level 6. The rules of this world are really like an online game. I sighed in a low voice, but I couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. If I continue like this, my strength will improve even faster. I walked towards the crystal mineworm that I had cut in half and found that a green glowing emblem was slowly condensing on its abdomen. I reached out and touched the pattern, and the emblem slowly peeled off, condensing into a green hexagonal professional emblem, lying quietly in the palm of my hand. It seems that the secrets of this mine are far more than this. I looked at the equipment emblem in my hand. The back of the metal emblem was engraved with the image of a crystal mineworm, and the front was a piece of armor. Dark Insight instantly gave the following information. Equipment emblem: crystal heavy armor, green. Equipment level: first order, fortitude, 3 stars, beetle power. Increases the wearer's melee attack power. Solid shell: when attacked by normal attacks, there is a certain chance to reduce the damage taken. It's not a job emblem, it's an equipment emblem. I said to myself, how do I use this thing? Recalling the scene when Lin Ying pressed the professional emblem on my forehead, I tried to press the crystal or heavy armor emblem on my chest. Sure enough, a string of words appeared in front of me. Not high enough level to wear. I am now level 6, and this equipment emblem requires level 1 to be used. Reluctantly stuffing it into my pocket, I looked around the mines and realized that my level was not high enough to wear this equipment. My stomach growled, and I cut off a leg of the crystal worm and split it vertically, revealing the tender and crystal white worm meat. There is no firewood here, so I'll just eat it raw, I thought, dipped the insect legs in a few drops of red wine, and put them into my mouth. I didn't expect the taste to be so good, with a flavor of marinated seafood. It actually resembles the raw pickled seafood from Chaos Han. My eyes lit up as I chewed. Chang Xiao had said before that if they couldn't even defeat the bugs, they would starve to death here. It seemed that the insect meat was edible. I ate 6 insect legs in a row, dipped in wine, and the meat was tender and elastic. Although eating raw food is always a little imperfect, at least it is much better than life in the Dead City. There is plenty of food here, and I even think this place is more suitable for living than the City of the Dead. After eating and drinking, I felt full of energy and my whole body was filled with explosive power. I stretched my body, feeling the changes in it, and thought to myself, if I continue to swipe these crystal or bugs, my level will increase very quickly. Picking up the long knife, I continued to walk deeper into the mine. I observed that the patterns on the tunnels matched the mouth parts of the crystal worms, so it seemed that these tunnels were dug by them. As I went deeper, I suddenly saw a faint fluorescent light ahead. I slowed down my pace and quietly poked my head out. What came into view was a nest with more than a dozen crystal mineworms gnawing on green Oregon. The ground in the middle of the nest seemed to have been swept and was unusually clean. Several young crystal or bugs were rolling and playing in the nest. This was obviously their nest. I knew that rushing in directly would be a death wish. Even though my strength has increased a lot now, facing so many bugs, I can't guarantee that I can withstand too many attacks. So I silently took a few steps back and began to think about countermeasures. After observing the surrounding tunnels, I found that the width here is roughly enough for 2 crystal mineworms to pass through side by side. I pulled out my long knife and, using the nuclear energy gift attached to the knife, began to cut at the tunnel wall. After a while, I had cut a hole just big enough for me to get in. Then I picked up a fist-sized stone and returned to the entrance of the nest. Without any disguise, I walked in swaggeringly, and my footsteps were clearly audible. The mineral crystal worms immediately became alert. I twisted my waist and threw the stone out with force. The stone hit one of the larvae hard on the head, and gravel flew everywhere. The larvae was tumbled several times by the impact. However, the cub shook its head and stood up as if nothing had happened. This defense is really abnormal. I cursed inwardly, turned around and ran away. The tunnel was filled with continuous hissing sounds, and 3 mineral crystal worms chased after them angrily. They were much faster than I had imagined, but I had calculated the distance and quickly got into the hole I had dug in advance, holding the knife at the entrance and waiting. The first crystal mineworm rushed too fast and couldn't be stopped at all, so I chopped it in half with one sword. Although it was not completely cut in half, it was still a fatal injury to it. The insect struggled for only a moment before falling to the ground and dying. The second crystal mineworm followed closely behind, and I stabbed it through the head with the knife again. However, due to the narrow entrance of the cave, the third crystal mineworm could not enter. It could only put its mouth and head into the cave, but its body was stuck outside. Good opportunity. I sneered, slashed its mouthparts with my knife, and then stabbed it with my knife, piercing its brain. With a dull whine, the crystal worm fell down. A series of kill prompts flashed before my eyes. The higher your level is, the more effective you will be for killing a crystal mine bug. The higher your level is, the more effective you will be for killing a crystal mine bug. The higher your level is, the more effective you will be for killing a crystal mine bug. The higher your level is, the more effective you will be for killing a crystal mine bug. A surge of energy surged from my body again, and I could feel my body growing rapidly, my muscles tensing, and my bones crackling. I was surprised to find that my height is now close to 185 centimeters, and I look more muscular than before. How tall can I grow with this devilish body? I smiled bitterly, thinking that if I continued like this, I would become a giant sooner or later. However, the improvement in strength is obvious. I can feel that the explosive power and speed in my body have reached a new level. I looked down at the panel. Name, 5th Jin Quan. Occupation, Demon Swordsman level, level 10, level 0. Advanced conditions, Sword Emblem, 100 effectiveness to kill first-level monsters, Monster Lords. Swordsmanship emblem? I frowned in confusion. It seems that this is one of the necessary conditions for advancement, and I have never seen this kind of emblem before. After cleaning up the corpses at the entrance of the cave, I continued to search the 3 crystal mineworm corpses, and finally found a green circular emblem on the abdomen of the first worm. This is the occupational emblem. My eyes lit up, and dark insight gave me information again. Occupational emblem, Beetle Knight, green. A knight who rides a beetle, possessing high defense and survivability. Beetle Knight? An image of a man riding a giant beetle flashed through my mind. I couldn't help but frown and put the emblem into my pocket. There are equipment emblems and professional emblems. It looks like the swordsmanship emblem should also drop. I breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. If these items were not monopolized by the upper city, then I would still have hope of advancing. After dealing with the entrance of the cave, I picked up another basketball-sized stone and walked to the entrance of the crystal worm's nest. This time I was stronger, almost double my strength, and I twisted my waist and swung the stone with all my strength, aiming at the cub. The rubble was accompanied by green brain matter splashing, and the cub's head was instantly shattered by the stone, directly exploding in the head. Chapter 11 Big Explosion. You really think you're so awesome, little brat? After complaining, Jin Quan started running for his life, this time chasing out 6 crystal worms. There were exactly 3 pairs of them, with the same formula. When the mineral crystal worm was approaching the golden spring, he quickly slipped sideways and then stretched out a long knife wrapped in gray particles. 3 of the mineral crystal worms were cut neatly from head to tail, and the remaining 3 screamed wildly and hit the entrance of the cave where Jin Quan was hiding. He stabbed them on the forehead one by one, and they all fell to the ground, twitching. After everything stopped moving, Jin Quan came out and searched through their bodies. None of the 6 exploded. I flipped through it several times before I was sure that there was no emblem at all. The first one dropped equipment, the second one dropped a profession, the third one didn't, and these 6 ones didn't either. Jin Quan thought of the prompt subtitles for killing opponents above their level. Could it be that this explosion rate is related to the level of the cross-level kill? The higher the level of the cross-level kill, the higher the explosion rate? Jin Quan once again cleared the bodies on the ground to the corner as usual. There should be 5 more. Let's try to clear them all in one go. Inside the den, the remaining cub was circling around the cub that had been shot in the head in confusion, seemingly wondering why it couldn't get up and continue playing with it. The next moment, the righteous Jin Quan used a stone nearly as big as a bucket to help him find his friend again. Just when he was feeling somewhat proud, a 6th mineral crystal worm emerged behind the 5 mineral crystal worms. This mineral crystal worm was a circle larger than the other 5, and there were blue lines flashing on its body. What is this? Jin Quan's expression changed slightly, and he looked over with insight. Crystal Mine Bug King level 25, 2nd stage. Then he quickly rushed into the tunnel, but the mineral crystal worm king uttered a strange syllable from his mouth. Under Jean Quan's dark perception, his entire crotch and buttocks gave off a tingling warning. Without any hesitation, he tightened his legs and jumped up quickly. The next moment, a large number of stone spikes appeared on the ground. He flipped in the air, swiped his sword, and instantly cut off one of the stone spikes, then landed steadily on the smooth surface of the stone spikes. Looking at the stone thorns all over the ground, Jean Quan's forehead was covered with sweat. This is trouble. Looking back, I saw that the entire passage was blocked by dense stone spikes. At this moment, the 5 mineral crystal worms launched a fatal attack on the Golden Springs position. He was standing with his back against the wall of the nest, with crystal worms rushing towards him from the front, left, and right. It looked like a complete dead end. After a brief observation, Jean Quan suddenly leaped up, drew out his long sword, and stabbed it into the wall. His nuclear energy talent was instantly retracted and wrapped around the scabbard in his left hand again. The scabbard instantly turned into the sharpest weapon in the world and pierced into the wall without any hindrance. Just like that, he quickly climbed up the wall with a knife and a sheath in his left and right hands. Boom! The 5 bugs hit the cave like 5 trucks at once. The walls of the cave began to shake and rubble fell everywhere. Jean Quan looked down. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. The 5 mineral crystal insects collided into a ball, and several of their antennae were broken. 2 of them were even knocked over with their 6 legs facing the sky. Without any hesitation, Jean Quan quickly drew out his long sword and fell vertically from the wall. They landed directly on the back of a crystal worm. The 3 of them huddled together, jumped continuously, and swung out 3 swords, each of which easily cut open their brains. At this time, the overturned mineral crystal worm was still shaking its body like a tumbler, trying to turn over. Stepping on the broken stone spikes, Jean Quan rushed forward, and with 2 flashes of his sword, the insect immediately stopped shaking. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his dark perception sent out a stinging alert, and he quickly rolled under the 3 crystal worm corpses that were colliding together. Blue flames condensed on his body, and a majestic blue figure wrapped around him. Swoosh, swoosh, search, 3 stone spears directly pierced through the 3 corpses of mineral crystal worms. With a loud bang, Jean Quan, who was hiding behind the corpses of mineral crystal worms, was pushed directly against the wall. He swung his knife and directly cut off the stone spike, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person quickly jumped onto the belly of the corpse lying on the ground. The ground trembled, and a large number of stone spikes emerged from the ground again. The corpse and the golden spring were directly lifted into the air. Jean Quan wiped the corner of his mouth and looked down at the mineral crystal worm king in the distance. My little brother is a tank, and this insect king is actually a mage. You have to get close. Jean Quan looked around and then looked down at the mineral crystal worms under his feet. This spike didn't even penetrate the carapace of the crystal worm. That is, the ground spike has a large range but low damage, while the stone spear has high damage but a small range. He swung his knife quickly at the insect corpse at his feet, directly cutting a circle around its belly. He stepped hard on the edge of the insect corpse, and the corpse rolled down quickly, and the internal organs inside immediately fell out. The body felt much lighter without its internal organs. He held the pot-like corpse in one hand and a knife in the other, and rushed towards the insect king quickly. With his mind extremely concentrated, he rushed into the 50-meter range of the mineral crystal insect king. The insect king's carapace flashed blue light. Jean Quan immediately became alert, and 3 stone spears quickly condensed in the air. The stone spear was extremely fast, but Jean Quan was prepared and quickly rolled sideways to avoid the attack. The ground shook violently, and Jean Quan quickly pounced forward and threw himself into the beetle corpse that was like a cauldron. Countless stone spikes emerged from the ground, but with the protection of the mineral crystal worm's shell, he was simply pushed into the air again. Looking at the dim blue lines on the back of the crystal worm king, Jean Quan laughed. Haha, you've used so many skills in a row, can you still use them? The golden spring is close to 20 meters. Sure enough, the next moment, the mineral crystal bug king's carapace opened, and 2 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings popped out. With a whoosh, the bug king jumped directly towards the golden spring. Its front legs emitted a blue light, like 2 charged swords, ready to chop the golden spring into pieces. When Jean Quan saw this, he was not surprised but happy. So you can also fight in close combat, haha. Just as its front legs fell, Jean Quan directly slashed upwards, cutting the entire leg in half like cutting sugarcane. Without slowing down, the knife slid directly across the insect king's jaw. He suddenly screamed miserably and frantically tried to stab Jean Quan to death with his other feet. But Jean Quan's knife flashed, and the broken limbs flew everywhere. The beetle's wings could only stay in the air for a short time. The insect king fell. Jean Quan retreated and chopped vertically with both hands. The head of the mineral crystal worm king suddenly split into two halves. Huh, Jean Quan panted violently and touched his chest. The previous blow shook his internal organs, and now his lungs felt a slight pain when he breathed. After slightly straightening his sword with his hand, he looked at the body of the crystal worm king. This sight immediately shocked Jean Quan. Then two blue and one purple lines slowly appeared on the insect king's carapace. Two hexagonal emblems and one triangular emblem. Jean Quan was the first to pick up the purple triangular emblem. Skill emblem, Earthshatter, purple. Occupation, swordsman. Skill level, level 1. Skill description. The swordsman leaps high and smashes the ground with his weapon, causing a strong shock wave, causing heavy damage to enemies in the fan-shaped area in front and causing the enemies to fall into a short deceleration state. The heavier the weapon, the higher the damage. Chapter 12 Advanced. The unique skills of demon swordsmanship allowed him to learn swordsmanship skills across levels without any obstacles. A unique knowledge of swordsmanship poured into his mind, and all the knowledge gathered together and turned into an inexplicable muscle memory. Jean Quan raised his hand. He felt that he only needed to move his muscles slightly to jump out 20 meters and swing out a slash. As soon as he learned this skill, all his advancement requirements were met. Advance, he muttered silently. In an instant, he felt as if his whole body was evolving. He grew taller again, and green inscriptions flashed on the surface of his body, quickly penetrating into his body. His pupils flickered, and the darkness in the cave began to become clearer. Jean Quan clenched his fist, felt the exploding power in his fist, and looked at the panel. Name, 5th Jean Quan. Occupation, Demon Swordsman. Level, Level 11, First Level. Exclusive skills. Demonic Swordsmanship. You are proficient in the use of various sword weapons. You can learn swordsmanship beyond your level and transform your swordsmanship into demonic swordsmanship that is one level higher. Dark Insight. Your vision ignores darkness and possesses a keen sense of perception that allows you to distinguish evil thoughts and observe the target's basic information. Demonic Body. You have a strong demonic physique and a certain resistance to negative states. Your body functions will recover faster. Professional skills. Troll Earthshatter, orange. Skill level, level 1. Skill description. The demon swordsman leaps high, and with the power of the troll, he smashes the sword into the ground, causing a strong shock wave, causing heavy damage to enemies in the surrounding circular area and causing the enemies to become temporarily stiff. The heavier the weapon, the higher the damage. Epic. Domination. True Soul Talent. True Soul Talent 1. Dark Flame Statue, level, dot. True Soul Talent 2. Nuclear Field Solution, level, unknown. After looking at the panel, Jean Quan was even more surprised. He didn't expect that after advancing, the exclusive skills would be direct. The original purple earth-shattering slash, under the evolution of the demon sword technique, directly turned into the orange giant demon earth-shattering slash, which is much more powerful. The fan-shaped attack range has become a circular range, and the deceleration has become stiffness. I touched my skin, which was as tight as cowhide. My defense and strength were greatly enhanced. I felt like I could kill myself with one punch without any advancement. I don't know what level of profession this demon swordsman is, but judging by these 3 exclusive skills that can be advanced, this profession should be quite advanced. After adjusting to the body, he looked at the Miao Dao in his hand, which seemed to be shorter, and swung it. It's a little short. This sword was made according to a body shape of 175 centimeters tall. Now his height has reached 195 centimeters tall, and his arm span has also become much longer. The original two-handed sword now looks a bit small for one-handed use. I don't know if tying a scabbard to the handle still counts as a sword. Because his exclusive skill demonic swordsmanship has attack speed and skill bonuses for opponents with sword weapons, it would be a pity to abandon this passive skill. Then he looked at the other 2 hexagonal emblems. Equipment emblem. Crystal Staff, purple. Equipment level, Tier 2. Intelligence, 8 stars. Energy Storage Crystal. The staff can store some mana. Mana reflow. When releasing a skill, there is a chance to return the mana consumed by the skill. After reading the attributes of this emblem, Jean Quan sighed. No wonder this Crystal Worm King can use his skills so many times in a row. This equipment should be a top-grade item. It can deal sustained damage and burst damage. Unfortunately, it's not a sword type. Put the emblem away and pick up the last blue equipment emblem. Equipment emblem. Beetle Leap, blue. Equipment level, tier 2. Equipment type, shoes. Agility, 5 stars. Beetle tenacity, takes less slowing effects. Agile jump. When you jump again in the air, you can glide forward an additional distance. What a pity. It's actually the second level. If he could wear this emblem now, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the red-blooded mosquitoes outside. Agile jumps allow you to turn in the air, and combined with dark perception, you can dodge and attack very well. Jin Quan then went to look through the corpses of several other mineral crystal worms, but he couldn't see a single emblem. Perhaps this explosion rate is really related to the level of the monster killed. Kill this one by level 11, and 3 of them will be killed. Then Jin Quan began to clean the nest. The nest was very large, probably about the size of 2 indoor basketball courts. All the edible parts of the crystal worm corpses were removed, and the corpses were piled in a corner. Only then did they begin to clean the tunnel entrance. It was very easy to cut through the stone spikes, but it was a bit difficult to move them away. Fortunately, now that he has been promoted to the first level, his physical fitness and strength are far beyond that of ordinary people. In less than half an hour, the tunnel exit was cleared. There were 9 corpses in the tunnel. He cleaned them up one by one and dragged them all back into the cave. Then he lay down and took a rest while chewing the insect legs. The miners will come in 15 days. You can follow them to work. After completing the task, you will have the opportunity to go to the lower city. This was inferred based on what Cheng Xiao and Wang Ming said. I now have this nest, food, and if I can find some water, I can survive for 15 days if nothing else happens. Just to redeem Lin Yin. Lin Ho's death was more or less related to him, and Lin Yin saved his life by making him a professional. Any one of them is enough to make him go all out to complete this redemption mission. After stuffing the last piece of insect leg meat into his mouth, Jin Quan stood up with a somersault. He kicked the long sword in his hand and pressed the green professional emblem against his chest. The green emblem merged directly into his chest, and an illusory armor appeared on his body. Then the armor disappeared and turned into a tattoo engraved on his chest. As the equipment entered his body, Jin Quan felt his entire skin begin to toughen. This is the equipment emblem. The 3-star fortitude attribute makes my defense significantly stronger. He pounded his chest hard, and the illusory armor instantly appeared with a dull thud. This world is not digitized. There are only these star levels, 3 stars. I don't know how much damage it can block. The next moment his whole body was covered in flames, and a tall blue flame giant appeared on his body. Jin Quan took a look and immediately smiled. The fire giant was already 3 meters tall, the flames on his body emitting scorching heat, and his originally naked upper body was now wearing a piece of armor, which looked exactly like the crystal-heavy armor. The power of my talent is only now beginning to show itself. One piece of equipment can be worn twice. One is his main body, and the other is his nether flame statue. With his upgraded demon body, the innate nether flame statue, and double crystal-heavy armor, at least he doesn't have to worry about being killed instantly. After he finished speaking, a gray light flashed in his hand, and countless gray particles entangled it, but it still looked the same as before. Hasn't this talent become stronger? He was a little confused because what he showed was still the same as before. After swinging his sword twice, Jin Quan walked out of the nest and came outside. The red blood mosquito had disappeared, and there were repeated stone pillars all around. He looked for the caves here, but did not find any other mineral crystal worms. Follow the railroad tracks all the way into the mine. We found several groups of people along the way. They were on guard in all directions, building fortifications, trenches, and stone castles with stones, looking like they had a tight defense. Jin Quan looked at it and shook his head. If the bugs were all mineral crystal bugs, then doing all these construction would be a sheer waste of energy. As we moved forward, the red light in the mine became brighter and brighter, covering the entire cave with a layer of blood. Hualala. With a sound, Jin Quan reacted quickly, turned around and chopped down with a knife. Killing a level 11 vampire bat, the effectiveness is 100%. Jin Quan looked down at the fist-sized body split in half on the ground. Level 11. He looked up above his head and saw 3 vampire bats hanging on a stone pillar. He put the knife back into the scabbard, stretched out his hand and whistled at the 3 vampire bats in a provocative manner. The 3 blood bats suddenly screamed and rushed towards the golden spring together. In the blink of an eye, it approaches, its rat-like mouth opens, and its dagger-like fangs are about to pierce. Jin Quan folded his hands across his chest without any attacking gesture. Blue flames gathered, and an armored giant over 3 meters tall emerged. Bang, 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 3 times. The 3 vampire bats seemed to have hit a layer of hard bulletproof glass and instantly rolled to the ground with blood in their mouths. When he was on the ground, blue flames ignited on his body, and he rolled on the ground screaming in an instant. Jean Quan glanced at his advanced dark flame statue. It's 3 meters high, and the flames can cause damage. He stepped on the 3 vampire bats, extinguished the flames on their bodies, kicked them and said, "Let's go. Let your whole family gather together a set of first-level equipment for me." Chapter 13. Cheers and Meeting Acquaintances. The vampire bat didn't understand, but his instinct told him to escape quickly. It fled in panic, flapping its dirt-covered wings. Jean Quan was hanging behind them, and when they were resting, they would rush over and give him a few scare. About 20 minutes later, the bat flew into a long and narrow rock crevice. After climbing up, he found that the gap was very small, so Jean Quan put his head in it. His head could fit in, but his now muscular chest couldn't fit in at all. In the end, all we could do was enlarge the hole by cutting out little by little with a knife, just like clearing a tunnel. He slowly moved his body in, and just when he was about to enter and exit the inner nest, he slowly stopped. He heard a chaotic thumping of the walls, a sound that was not at all like a nest of comfort and rest. With more delicate movements, he slowly peeled off the last piece of rock slab and looked inside. The vampire bat's nest was in great chaos at this time, with vampire bats flying around the cave. From time to time, it would accelerate and crash into a rock wall in the corner. Suddenly, there were a few muffled bangs, and a vampire bat was seen falling quickly to the ground. Jean Quan looked at it and found that the bat smelled burnt. It was one of the 3 bats he had just tortured. Is this a silencer? His past life made him all too familiar with the sounds of guns. Quickly judging the position, Dark Insight's field of vision gradually narrowed, and finally in a corner he found a gun barrel sticking out of the rock wall. There are still smart people out there. It's really a good position. There turned out to be a completely solid rock wall, with only a hole in the middle, just enough for the gun barrel to come out. No, how can he aim like this? With only one gun barrel exposed, there was no sight at all. Jean Quan was trying to figure out how he could hit the injured bat among so many bats with only one gun barrel exposed. He looked around at the entrance of the gap where he was, and then thought to himself, that's amazing. The gap where the golden spring is located is long and narrow, hundreds of meters long, as if someone has cut a hole in the cliff. About 70 meters away from the golden spring, there is a small camera pointing into the cave. Looking east and hitting west still requires some skills. Looking at the pile of corpses lying on the ground, Jean Quan deduced that this person was probably about to reach a higher level. Just when I was thinking about destroying the camera and robbing the monster, 2 large bats with a wingspan of more than 3 meters rushed out from the group of bats, one blue and one red in color. Insight flashed through his mind, and the messages from the 2 bats suddenly popped out. Vampire Green Bat King, level 19, First Order. Vampire Red Bat King, level 19, First Order. 2. Jean Quan was a little surprised. The Green Bat King flew quickly to the stone wall, with blue light flashing on its body like its breath. It opened its mouth wide and a sharp sound wave gushed out of its mouth wildly. A large number of cracks spread across the stone wall, and even Jean Quan couldn't help but cover his ears. After that, another Red Bat King was seen flying by quickly, with its wings spread out. A red light flashed on its wings, drawing a crescent in the cave, and then chopped down the rock wall that hid the cave entrance. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound on the rock wall, and a large hole several meters long was directly split out, and the hole behind the wall was suddenly revealed. A young man in a suit was sitting and lying in the cave, but he looked a little disheveled at this moment. His head kept shaking and blood was flowing from all his orifices. It seemed that the sonic attack from the Green Bat King just now had caused him quite a bit of damage. The Red Bat King continued to fly upwards, bringing up a gust of wind and grabbing the people inside with his claws. At the critical moment, the man came to his senses, raised the extremely strange-shaped sniper rifle, and fired without even aiming. Bang! When the gun fired, Jean Quan was slightly startled, because what flew out was not a bullet, but an ice arrow. The spiral arrow carried snowflakes and hit the Red Bat King's claws, suddenly exploding into countless ice chips. The Red Bat King's whole body was instantly covered with frost and fell along the wall. The man wanted to retreat, but a large rock that the Red Bat King had just chopped off actually crushed one of his legs. He tried his best to slowly lift the stone, but at this moment, the Green Bat King flew over again. The green light on his body flickered and his mouth opened wide. This is the prelude to a sonic attack. Seeing this scene, the man turned pale, took out an emblem in his hand, and his eyes flashed with painful struggle and unwillingness. Just as he was about to press the emblem between his eyebrows, bang! The sound of a huge slap echoed throughout the cave. A tattered scabbard was thrown directly at the bat's face, and the huge force blew the green bat king onto the rock wall. The man put down the emblem and looked down with some suspicion. Then a tall figure patted the sand off his body, took out the wine jug from his waist, and said to him, "They say free is the most expensive. Cheers." The person on the rock wall was Ji Ran, the bartender in the bar, who gave Jean Quan a bottle of delicious red wine when he was in the most difficult time. Ji Ran smiled after hearing his words and pointed with his pale face to the top of the rock wall, where there were densely packed red eyes hanging upside down. Even though we fired guns before, we didn't find any enemies, and there were still many of them hanging upside down and resting. At this time, as Jean Quan walked into the cave, all the vampire bats woke up. He quickly waved his hand away, signaling Jean Quan to go back. But Jean Quan seemed to be confused and looked up at the bat hanging upside down on the cave ceiling. With so many of them, even if the drop rate is low, there should be something. He kicked his legs and rushed towards the frozen red blood Bat King that had fallen to the ground like an arrow. But as the green Bat King reacted after being hit, he let out an extremely angry scream. Following the scream, the vampire bats hanging upside down above his head rushed towards the golden spring like a rainstorm. But Jean Quan completely ignored it. Ji Ran above also had a look of confusion on his face, and his eyes were trembling. Some people treat you wholeheartedly but end up being schemed against you, while others risk their lives to save you after just a chance encounter, a clink of glasses, or a bottle of wine. He knocked on his chest, and his heart, which had already fallen into the dead city, seemed to be rekindled at this moment. He took out the emblem again. It was a circular professional emblem with mysterious patterns on it, and a big gun was breathing and flashing golden light. It's really hard to accept a career that doesn't match my talent. He smiled towards the golden spring below. Let me rescue you, my friend. The next moment, Jean Quan's body below was seen emitting yellow light. Drink! His leg muscles bulged and he stomped the ground suddenly, leaping into the air, with yellow light outlining his body. This is a tyrant body. How can you release a domineering skill if you are not at the 4th level? Ji Ran's eyes showed shock. Chapter 14. The Wall of Empire. With this jump, Jean Quan directly jumped over half of the nest, and a ferocious demon shadow appeared entangled on the blade at the highest point in the air. The Red Bat King finally broke free from the freeze, flapped his wings and was about to take off, but the golden spring fell like a meteor and hit him on the back. Boom! The ground cracked open, and a terrifying gust of air spread out. The vampire bats within the gust of air instantly stiffened, while the vampire bats outside the gust of air were blown away and fell from the sky like raindrops. Even the Green Bat King was knocked down by the impact. Jean Quan took 2 deep breaths. Why does this skill consume so much energy? After using this skill, he felt more tired than clearing the entire mineral crystal cave. Before he could rest, the group of vampire bats that had just jumped away to dodge rushed towards him, like dense gray arrows, ready to tear the villain in front of them to pieces. Jean Quan swung his sword slowly, and the falling Green Bat King instantly followed the Red Bat King and was split into 2. When the group of blood bats rushed over, blue flames burst out from his body. The flames quickly condensed, and an armored figure more than 3 meters tall protected him in the middle. The dense group of bats collided in an instant, making crackling sounds, like eggs hitting stones, and blood splattered everywhere. Even those that were not injured were covered in blue flames. The blood bats, stained by the flames, rolled around in pain. In an instant, the bats turned into fireflies, flying around in the cave. No wonder. Didn't the Apocalypse Empire's army surround and kill this family, leaving only the women? Are there any descendants? Ji Ran frowned as he looked at the blue-armored giant who was protecting Jean Quan. He understood everything instantly but was still a little confused. Next comes the time to harvest the individual Jean Quan. In less than half an hour, there was no intact vampire bat left in the entire cave. A quick glance at the panel. Level 15, 1st level. The upgrade seems to be starting to slow down. It took 2 heads and several hundred bats to reach level 4. Then he looked up at Ji Ran and said, "Can you come down?" After he asked, as a large rock rolled down from the cliff, Ji Ran panted and laughed. "No problem." Then I saw a climbing rope thrown down from above and slowly sliding down from the top of the cave. As soon as he landed, his legs couldn't stand and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Jin Quan stepped forward and took a look at his left leg, then touched it and frowned. My kneecap is broken. I'm going to be crippled. Ha ha ha. Jiran laughed twice without taking it seriously. As long as he's alive, it doesn't matter if he's lame or not. Jin Quan stood up and glanced at Jiran lying on the ground with insight and asked in confusion, "You are actually an ordinary person?" "Well, I used to be a professional, but after being tricked, I became an ordinary person." Jiran was frank and spoke with a relaxed smile. "It can actually turn professionals into ordinary people? There is such a method. Then it is invincible." This time it was Jin Quan's turn to be a little surprised. "It's not as easy as you think, haha. I may be the only one who has achieved this achievement alive." "What do you mean?" Jin Quan also became interested. Powerful professionals usually have very high resistance, and there are other healing professionals, so it's difficult for poison to kill people instantly. Jiran narrowed his eyes slightly. "But there is a poison in the abyss called the death flower. Its deadly method is to pollute the professional emblem of the professional, causing their strength to decline to that of an ordinary person, and then the abyss poison will erupt. It's difficult to poison a professional with high resistance instantly, but it's too easy to poison an ordinary person instantly. No matter how powerful the healing profession is, there is no way to save someone who dies instantly." At this he laughed again. "I am the only one in my family who does not have an awakened talent, but I am the eldest son. According to the ancestral system, I inherited a very powerful professional emblem, so I'm doing okay with that profession. It's just that the human heart is hard to predict." Jin Quan looked at his increasingly lonely eyes and said jokingly, "Just from listening to your few words, I can imagine a drama of 9 princes competing for the throne, and you are the prince who was driven out." Sure enough, after Jin Quan finished speaking, Jiran touched his hair and smiled indifferently. "You're still blaming me. You don't even have a chance to win the throne. We are just the same kind of people." He sat up with his teeth bared and said, "I thought your family was extinct, but I didn't expect you to be the only one left. I can imagine what it will be like to see you in the future of the Apocalypse Empire, haha." Jin Quan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and asked with some doubt, "Do you know me?" To be honest, when he came into this world, he didn't even recognize himself. Talent can be passed down through blood when it reaches level 9. More than 1,000 years ago, during the wasteland pioneering period, a pioneer awakened an extremely rare talent. At the same time, he also obtained the legendary class Holy Light Knight, which had extremely high defense and strength bonuses, as well as continuous flame burning. Cooperate with the Holy Light Knight who focuses on super healing and defense. Jiran shook his head and sighed. Whether it's a professional or a monster, it would be a headache if they encountered him. He is one of the founding fathers of the Apocalypse Empire, known as the Wall of the Empire. Having said this, he looked at Jin Quan and said, "That person's name is Diwu Qingxian, and the talent he awakened is called Dark Flame Statue." Jin Quan was silent for a while. This was the first time he heard about his identity. He didn't expect that he had such a prominent background, but when he thought about his embarrassed appearance lying on the street, he still asked in confusion, "What do you mean extinct?" "You don't know?" Jiran, who was taking out 2 pieces of plywood from his backpack, turned his head in surprise. Jin Quan touched his nose helplessly. "Now that we've talked, I agree with you that we are the same kind of people. I didn't die either. You lost your career, and I seem to have lost a lot of memories." Jiran looked Jin Quan up and down. "I won't talk about the Apocalypse Empire. It's because your family is not doing well. For hundreds of years, you haven't been able to awaken even a level 1 statue. The clan leader is only a level 1 statue." He shook his head. "Weakness in this world is the original sin. There are still weaklings with such a high status and consuming so many resources." He put the splint on his knee and bandaged it up little by little. "There should still be some people helping from within, leaving behind many female relatives and escaping to the holy city of elements." Jin Quan didn't make much comment. He knew nothing about this family in his memory and didn't know whether they were good or evil. He would find out if he had the chance to meet them. With a hint of inexplicable emotion, Jin Quan walked up to the 2 Bat Kings that he had split apart. When killed at level 8, each of the 2 Bat Kings will have a blue pattern on its body. He reached out and touched it, and 2 blue equipment emblems condensed. Equipment emblem. Bat King blade embroidered knife, blue. Equipment level, level 1. Equipment type, weapon. Strength, 5 stars. Shadow speed, movement and attack speed increased while in shadow areas. Fury of the Bat King. There is a chance to trigger it when attacking, increasing the damage caused by the next attack. When Jin Quan saw the emblem, his eyes suddenly lit up. Swordsman's equipment. Without any hesitation, he pressed on his right wrist. Instantly, a blue light flashed and it turned into a tattoo, hidden under the skin. Chapter 16. Abyssal Scythe. As his mind moved, a blue light flashed in his hand, and a red long sword appeared in his hand. Jin Quan held the knife horizontally in his hand and looked at it. There was a bat carving on the end of the handle, and the red blade was extremely cold, as if it had been tempered in blood. This embroidery knife feels similar to the embroidery spring knife, but it's a little longer, with a blade that's 1.2 meters long. The wind whistles when you swing it, and in the shadow area, the attack speed is increased by 20%, making you as agile as a bat. It doesn't matter if it hurts or not, it either hurts hard or it hurts fast. Heavy is paired with its troll Earth Shatter. The higher the weight, the higher the damage. Then he picked up another emblem, which was a triangular emblem. Skill emblem. Soul-shaking sound wave, blue. Occupation, mage. Skill level, level 1. Skill description. The mage concentrates his mind and releases powerful sonic energy, causing damage and knocking back enemies in the fan-shaped area in front. Which Green Bat King skill is this? It has both damage and control, which feels good. Unfortunately, it's a mage skill. The 2 drops, including a long sword with increased attack speed, were beyond his expectations. He straightened the bent scabbard, put the knife back into the scabbard, and then began to search for the little bats. I have to admit that the explosion rate of emblems in this world's rules is really low. I searched through everything before I found 2 equipment emblems. Worn leather armor, white. Equipment level, level 1. Equipment type, top. Effect, can provide some basic protection. This concise introduction made Jin Quan shake his head. He put the coin in his trouser pocket and looked at the other one. Speed belt, green. Equipment level, level 1. Equipment quality, green. Equipment type, belt. Constitution, 2 stars. Effect, movement speed, attack speed. Hey, this is a good thing. For a person with nuclear energy talent that can cut through anything, attack speed is the primary choice. He puts the emblem on his waist, and with a flash of green light, it penetrates into his body. At this time, Jiran had finished bandaging his leg and stood up. After looking at the 2 split Bat King corpses, he said to Jin Quan, "There is a pit further inside the cave. There is a monster called a big-mouthed worm there. It has a chance to drop space equipment. We can take these corpse materials away and sell them for a lot of money." Jin Quan kicked the little bats, nodded, and then took out 3 emblems and said, "Do you want these things? Here is a professional emblem for the Beetle Knight. If you become a professional, your legs may get better faster. Everyone has ambitions. You have it, and so do I." Jiran smiled and shook his head. "You won't live long like this," Jin Quan said bluntly. Jiran limped 2 steps towards him and said seriously, "So I want to make a deal with you." "What?" Jin Quan glanced at him, waiting for his next words. Children in the upper city usually start using awakening stones to awaken their talents at the age of 12. Once you have awakened your talent, you can choose your career emblem based on the effect of your talent. I didn't awaken my talent when I was 12 years old, so I had no choice but to choose a profession, thinking that the professional emblem could awaken my talent, but unfortunately it didn't work either. I was not poisoned to death by the death god flower because when I was transformed back into an ordinary person, I awakened my talent and became immune to the poison of the abyss. After saying this, he took out the golden professional emblem from his pocket and said, "This is a legendary class emblem, Heavy Artillery Master. It is also a very rare ultra-long-range, large-scale sniper profession. If you want to form a legion in the future to explore the vast wasteland world, the most indispensable thing in the team is long-range sniping. This profession is the best in both firepower coverage and single-point sniping." Looking at the emblem in front of him, which was more gorgeous and noble than any other emblem on his body, Jin Quan was a little shocked. "Legend?" Jiran nodded. According to current records, all emblems have 8 levels, corresponding to white inferior, gray ordinary, green good, blue excellent, purple excellent, orange epic, gold legendary, and red mythical. I'll give you this legendary professional emblem in exchange for a favor. Jin Quan looked into his eyes and did not rush to confirm. Instead, he smiled and said, "Don't be afraid that I will steal yours. As long as I draw my sword now, your head will be torn apart immediately." Jiran did not avoid the question and looked directly into Jin Quan's eyes. "I told you, we are one kind of people." He took out a piece of brown paper from his arms and unfolded it to reveal a very detailed map. If there is anyone who knows more about pit number 1, it should be me. This mine was pioneered by our family, and then it was sold to the Flying Eagle Legion. With my guidance, I can help you reach level 3 with the least risk in this mine. With the strength of the 3rd level, you don't have to be afraid of anyone when you go to the lower city. This time, Jin Quan was somewhat tempted by what he said. The monsters in this mine were diverse and their skills were unknown. He could only try them out little by little. As the level got higher, the improvement speed would definitely become slower and slower. Tell me about it. He finally spoke. Hearing Jin Quan's reply, he seemed to relax a lot, staggered to sit down, and spread the map on the ground. According to family records, a deep scythe rat was once seen in pit number 1. This type of deep scythe rat is extremely rare and weak, and is not good at attacking. However, weak creatures can still survive in the cruel abyss. The abilities they have evolved are nothing more than 2 directions. One is special eating skills, and the other is extraordinary escape skills. The abyss scythe rat possesses extraordinary escaping abilities, including concealment and teleportation. And he is born with the ability to sense and open cracks in the abyss so as to travel between the abyss and the real world. As long as it can open the crack in the abyss, the deal will be done. After thinking for a while, Jin Quan asked, "Then how can we make it open the space crack?" Jiran did not directly answer the question, but began to narrate some basic knowledge of the profession. There are limits to the learning of skills. Low-level professionals cannot learn skills that exceed their physical or mental strength. For most professionals, white skills can be learned at level 0, gray skills at level 1, green skills at level 2, blue skills at level 3, and so on. The higher the level of the skill, the higher the physical or intellectual requirements. Of course, those with strong professions and strong talents can learn across levels. But in all the research, no professional breakthrough has been made below the 4th level, and the most extreme state can learn purple skills. Jin Quan's eyelids twitched. He had no idea about these rules. He just happened to get a purple swordsman skill book, so he learned it. Because of the demonic swordsmanship, the Earth Shatter turned into the Troll Earth Shatter, and the color changed from purple to orange. It seemed to be beyond all their research. See that red light in the mine outside? This is the aurora produced by the overlapping of spaces. We call this special space produced by the overlapping a dimension. Because it's not a complete world, there are often many restrictions. Pit number 1 will exclude high-level professionals, so that the monsters or professionals who can enter this pit are no more than level 4. He looked at the shockwave that was spreading cracks on the ground and said, "Hegemony is an attribute that can only be achieved with epic skills. If you reach the 3rd level, you can use this skill to warn the abyss scythe rat of danger, thus opening the way for escaping from the abyss space." Chapter 17. Big Mouth. Jin Quan pondered over his words and found that he had nothing to lose in this deal. The purpose is to upgrade the level and then return to the lower city to redeem Linin. Ji Rant's actions were nothing more than trying to get a ride, and he seemed to be an all-knowing navigator. Thinking of this, he suddenly asked, "Do you know where this number 1 pit blame spider queen is?" "The queen spider? What are you looking for this thing for?" Jiran was a little surprised. "I need a Qingyuan flower." "Has anyone ever been cursed?" Jin Quan shook his head and said nothing more. "Do you know why our family wants to sell this pit number 1? First, the red blood or here is extremely difficult to collect without the help of sandworms. Second, because of the existence of this resentful spider queen, this pit number 1 has become a semi-open wasteland." Jiran pointed to a corner of the map on the ground, where a huge cross was drawn, and said, "See this mining distribution? It's forbidden here. The Redstone Cultural Tourism Bureau prohibits children from the upper city from entering here to play. A level 39 overlord of the 3rd order. No matter how many people there are below the 4th order, they are just feeding it." Jin Quan frowned. When he heard that the queen spider was actually the overlord, he couldn't help but wonder whether Wang Ming really wanted to clear the resentful flowers or was playing a trick on him. Does a warlord of a lost city need such a thing? "Whether you really want this Qingyuan flower or not, I will fulfill my promise. If you don't fulfill it..." Then a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the murderous aura on the battlefield disappeared from his body. "I just turned the whole lower city upside down." Then he looked at Jiran and nodded. "I can promise to help you find the abyss scythe rat. But I also need all the information about the Spider Queen, as well as your map." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiran handed him the map without any hesitation. "I have seen this picture countless times." He watched Jin Quan take the map and repeatedly look at the distribution of the queen spider's nest. "Then we will suffer a great loss. If you can kill this resentful spider queen, It means that the development of this dimension is complete. There is resentful spirit sand in that area. Having said this, he shook his head and smiled, as if he had just remembered that he was no longer the prince of the family. If I'm lucky enough to get a dimensional crystal and a legion order, I'll be rich. Jin Quan put down the map. Is there a limit to the number of skills? Jiran said as he packed his bag. Do you know why the upper city can rule so many lower cities for so long? Because each level can only learn 2 skills. People in the lower city consider survival, so they usually have to learn skills at level 1 to cope with survival and upgrade. At that time, their physique is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people, so the skills they learn can only be white ordinary and gray inferior skills, and they are randomly matched. But the people in the upper city don't need to do that. They have all kinds of resources and can practice without any skills until they reach level 10 and then upgrade. That way, their physique will be higher and they can learn green and even blue skills. They have already defeated countless low-level professionals since the beginning. So don't just learn skills randomly, it's best to learn them in a systematic way. He stood up again. Come on, I need some herbs to treat the pain in my leg. Ignoring the dead bats, he crawled out along the same path he had taken to get to Jin Quan. It's still quiet outside. Jiran pointed in a direction and said, we can go to the pit from here, which is where the giant mouthworms are distributed. Can you walk? Jin Quan looked at his legs. Just barely. Jin Quan smiled, grabbed his collar, lifted him up, threw him on his shoulder, and then ran quickly in the direction he pointed. Compared to the huge rocks and stalagmites in the previous section, the terrain here begins to flatten out, like a deserted plain. It feels soft when you step on it, and there is a layer of gray sand. Scattered across this small plain were a few half-buried human skeletons. Watch your step. There's a steel-tailed scorpion here. It's a level 18 monster that can burrow underground and is good at using its tail to launch sneak attacks. Almost as soon as Jiran finished speaking, sand on the ground splashed and a silver scorpion tail, like a chain, shot out from the ground and pierced Jin Quan's back. Behind! Jiran shouted. Jin Quan didn't even look back. A blue light flashed on his hand, and the Bat King's blade instantly appeared in his hand, with gray particle light entwined around it for an instant. A knife backwards. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A miserable cry was heard, followed by a scorpion tail rolling to the side. Jiran looked at the rolling scorpion tail, and then looked at Jin Quan's long sword. The long sword is still the blue quality long sword. His eyes were filled with shock that a blue quality long sword could so easily cut off the scorpion's tail, which was famous for its hardness. He opened his mouth slightly but didn't ask. Just like Jin Quan didn't ask what to do when he agreed to help him find the Abysside rat. Instead, he quickly said, this kind of burrowing monster is hard to fight. Get out of this gray sandy land. Jin Quan just glanced at the raised sand and quickly sprinted away. It was a waste of time not being able to kill these steel-tailed scorpions. Along the way, the steel-tailed scorpions were like lurking hunters, attacking from all directions with their tails. However, with their perception of darkness and Jiran's reminder, they all eventually turned into tailless scorpions. After passing this sandy area, the terrain went down and there was a sunken sand pit. Jin Quan's eyes lit up. This was the first time he found plants in this cave. Below began to appear damp, small, irregular clusters of dull-colored lichens, interwoven together to form a mottled carpet. Above them are man-sized ferns, their curled leaves emitting fluorescent light, one of the few signs of life in this desolate pit. Okay, put me down. I'll mix some medicine. Is there no danger here? Jin Quan hesitated. The contrast between desolation and life was a warning that it was not dangerous. See those lichens and mosses on the ground? They are giant mouthworms. Level 21. Although they are second order, they are parasitic monsters with fragile lives. Activate your talent, and they can't parasitize you. You can kill a large group of people with your skills, which is very suitable for you to increase your level. It has to be said that Jiran was indeed a senior professional. After only seeing Jin Quan take action once in the bloodbat's nest, he instantly customized the most suitable strategy for killing monsters for him. Jin Quan doesn't have to rely on his feelings or grope around randomly. Putting Jiran down and looking at the pit in front of him that looked like an oasis, Jin Quan suddenly exerted force with his legs and jumped high. Blue flames gathered on his body, and a 3-meter-tall giant in flame armor appeared behind him. It works. This was the first time he released a skill and used his talent. The blue flame giant was seen with a hint of yellow light all over his body. Like Jin Quan, he raised the longer blue flame sword in his hand and smashed it down with a tremendous force. Troll earth shatter. Boom. The entire pit began to tremble, and a circle of air waves with blue flames spread in all directions, and the lichens and mosses instantly caught fire and flew away. The area within a radius of 30 meters was cleared, and cracks in the ground spread in all directions. You killed 8 big mouth bug, 7 levels higher, and the effectiveness accounted for 100%. Almost at the same time as this prompt popped up, a burst of energy rose up from his body, and his originally tired body instantly recovered after he released this skill. It's level 15 now, and this second-level monster is so easy to kill. He was once again glad that he had brought Ji-Ran with him. Ji-Ran, who was sitting on the edge of the pit, was also shocked by the commotion caused by the golden spring. Is this still a first-level professional? Even if an ordinary swordsman has a top-level talent, his physique is definitely not enough to use such a powerful skill. Chapter 18 Storage Equipment Emblem. And at the moment his physical strength recovered, Jin Quan jumped and slashed again, and the mighty blue giant once again fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! There was another loud bang, and a piece of moss on the ground turned into a ball of fire again, and a kill prompt flashed before my eyes. This time, there was no upgrade. Jin Quan's chest heaved violently. Just using this skill once would consume most of his physical energy. If he used it again, he would probably fall down. The mosses in other corners began to slowly curl and blend, finally forming green bugs with big morning glory mouths. Okay, they've given up on parasitizing us. Just fight them normally. Watch out for the green thorns that come out of their mouths. Almost as soon as Ji-Ran finished speaking, the spike shot towards Jin Quan. A second-order attack. Jin Quan suddenly stopped, and the next moment 7 or 8 green thorns hit him instantly. Haha, that's all. At this time, the green thorns were stuck tightly on the armor of the nether flame statue. You can't even break my first layer of defense. The next moment Jin Quan quickly rushed to the front of those big-mouthed worms, turned around and made a crescent-shaped cut, cutting the big-mouthed worms in half instantly. Jin Quan shook off the green blood on the knife and turned back to say, "Anything else?" Ji-Ran pinched his brows, feeling a little confused. Is it really just one kill with one strike? How did you do that? But still reminded. Those ferns behind you are level 25 lords. They have strong recovery abilities. Even if their bodies are chopped off, they can still recover. You need to hit the amethyst on their backs. Jin Quan looked back and saw the ferns twisting and gathering like vines. In the blink of an eye, a grasshopper-like insect over 2 meters long appeared. Almost instantly, the big grasshopper jumped directly onto Jin Quan's head with its legs. Its head bloomed like a flower bud, and its mouth full of sharp teeth opened like a blooming flower. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow the golden spring whole. Jin Quan subconsciously jumped back and pulled away while poking upwards. With a ripping sound, the big grasshopper was instantly split in half from head to back, leaving only the purple crystal at the tail, which was still shining. Half of the grasshopper's body was cut open, like a pair of scissors spread out on the ground, but it just pupated for a while and then gradually became silent. Until he saw the words, "You killed the flower mouthbug king," by 9 levels higher, and the efficiency accounted for 100%. 2 energies suddenly surged in his body and reached level 17. Jin Quan then said with some doubt, "Won't this also not recover?" Ji-Ran was also a little confused. According to his records, this grasshopper had rapid regeneration ability and could recover quickly even if its head was chopped off. If those monsters were not eliminated, it would be like an immortal existence. He pushed himself forward, but accidentally rolled down. Fortunately, this pit was surrounded by sand just like Crescent Lake. Enduring the severe pain, he crawled forward 2 steps and looked at the cut wound of the flower beetle. Thick green juice was flowing around it, and the tissue inside the wound was melted and glued together like cheese. Is this a mutilation? He had been following Jin Quan all the way and was already somewhat shocked and numb, but when he saw the attribute of destruction, he still had the illusion that he had seen a ghost. What kind of injury? Jin Quan also squatted down and looked at the wound. No, destruction has spiritual attributes. He turned his head to look at Jin Quan, as if he was looking at a monster. Seeing the wound that looked like melted cheese, Jin Quan frowned. The wounds he had inflicted with the knife before didn't seem to be like this. He stood up, walked to a rock and swung his knife, then took a closer look and found that the rock was smooth and flat, with nothing else unusual. Looking at Jin Quan like this, he said, "Mutilation is an effect on living organisms. In short, it suppresses healing and recovery." However, Jin Quan suddenly reacted. His first talent, the dark flame statue, became even bigger when it entered the first stage, and it also had the burning effect of flames. On the contrary, the garbled nuclear energy talent did not change the next day, and now he was suddenly startled. If my talent came from that nuclear explosion, then why does this extra ability look so much like radiation failure? The penetration of rays and the damage caused by radiation. Jin Quan looked at his sword and began to fear the magic change that the rules of this world would make to his talent. What if the sword he swung was a hydrogen bomb with the yield of tens of millions? Who would die first, the enemy or himself? Scratching his head, he walked to the back of the flower-mouthed insect and condensed two emblems, one blue and one purple, on the amethyst at the tail. Equipment emblem. Flower mouth ring, purple. Equipment level, tier 2. Equipment type, ring. Physical fitness, 8 stars. Intelligence, 8 stars. Improved treatment effect. Special properties. Flower healing, an active skill that immediately heals the target and leaves healing seeds in the target's body. Next, it continues to recover from injuries. The stomach pouch of the flower beetle has 10 storage spaces. As Ji Ran said, this is a storage equipment. It seems that upgrading it to the second level can heal your legs. Jin Quan tossed the emblem and said. Ji Ran just took a look and continued to dig some blue moss on the ground. If you were a priest, it would be fine. But as a swordsman, you can't release your intelligence and spirit twice, and the healing effect won't be good. Jin Quan looked at it and asked with some doubt, how can I know my other attributes and values? I have only seen them on the emblems of my equipment, but not on my own panel. Do you think these are games developed by Uptown Entertainment? Jin Quan paused when he heard this. After knowing that he could increase his level and get equipment by killing monsters, he treated the rules of this world as an online game and speculated on them. Have you ever tried removing the emblem from your equipment? Jin Quan shook his head. When you remove the emblem from your equipment, it will dissipate into the world. It cannot be traded or transferred. Only when you die can you condense the emblem. The old man in my family once told me, don't think of the emblem as equipment. It is part of your physical strength and part of your practice. Strength, agility, intelligence, spirit, fortitude, physique. When you become a professional, these star levels represent your growth in the wasteland. You will continue to innovate, become stronger, and see the vastness of this world more clearly. Try to feel the increase in power within you when you put on the gear. Jin Quan was a little confused, but he still nodded and looked at the other emblem in his hand. Skill emblem, spell, holy radiance, blue, occupation, pastor, skill level, level 2, skill description. The priest guides the divine power to cast a brilliant glow on the target area. Friendly units within the glow's range are immediately healed. At the same time, the target unit enveloped by the glow gains the holy protection effect, reducing the damage it receives. A priest's skill. It was of little use, so Jin Quan immediately put it in his pocket. Then he started looking for those big-mouthed bug monsters, but only got 2 gray emblems. Is the probability of getting the emblem by killing these monsters so low? Ji Ran crushed the blue moss and scattered fern leaves on a stone slab and shook his head helplessly. One lord dropped 1 excellent item and 1 fine item. Is this considered low? If you hadn't surpassed so many levels and had 100% efficiency in killing, having nothing is the norm. Chapter 19. One knife. He spread the herbs on his broken kneecap, then gritted his teeth as he bandaged it tight. Then he let out a long breath and asked, what level are you now? Level 17. Have you always been able to do this? What? Jin Quan asked in confusion. Ji Ran looked at his knife and said, it's that sharp. It seems like it can cut through anything. Jin Quan hesitated for a while, but still replied conservatively, when necessary. Then there's no need to be in this area. Go directly to the north, which is the lava lake on the map. There is a single 3rd-level lava beast lord there. It has an extremely high defense and great strength. Besides, it usually sleeps. If you can use your sharpness on it, that's like picking up a 3rd-level domain lord for free. I also need the lava fruit there. It is the favorite food of the abyss scythe rat. The prepared medicine seemed to be effective. He was only tied up for a short while, and when he stood up again he looked much more stable than before. Jin Quan took out the map and looked at it. After confirming the direction, he moved forward along the pit. The terrain gradually descends. The original gray sand gradually turns into brown-red rock, and the temperature becomes higher and higher. Maybe it's because of the temperature here. There are very few scattered monsters, and in the end this area is like a death place. When magma was all over the ground, Jin Quan stopped. A hot breath hit me in the face. The entire cave was shrouded in a dark red light, and the magma was flowing slowly and dangerously like a rolling red river. From time to time, huge bubbles emerged, making puff sounds, and then exploded, splashing countless sparks. There are a few protruding black boulders here and there that can be used as a place to stay. In the center of the cave is a huge island made of black rock, which is shining due to the high temperature. On the island was a huge rock monster sitting curled up with its legs hugged. Its body was pitch black with a metallic luster, and it was unaware of magma splashing on it from time to time. The crackling of flames and a snoring rhythmically echoed throughout the space. Although this monster is not an overlord, its level is also as high as 39. It is the strongest domain lord besides the overlord level Spider Queen. Because of its special geographical location, professionals from level 1 to level 3 simply cannot endure the heat of the lava. Even the pioneers at that time were helpless against this monster. We eventually gave up because there were no mineral veins that could produce sustained output in this area. If you can kill this lava beast, you can directly reach the second level. After hearing Ji Ran's words, Jin Quan looked at the lava beast in the distance and said, "This monster seems to be sleeping. How is its spiritual sense?" Ji Ran smiled and said, "That's why I brought you here. This lava beast has such high defense that ordinary professionals can't even break its defense, so it is extremely inert. If you want to wake it up, you have to break its defense." After looking around, Jin Quan raised his knife and went to the rock next to him. A stone the size of a basketball rolled down. He reached out to pick it up and twisted his body to throw the stone out like a cannonball. The stone hit the head of the lava monster with great impact, and the stone exploded instantly, breaking into countless fragments and shooting into the lava lake. Despite the loud attack, the lava beast seemed not to notice and continued snoring loudly. After confirming this, Jin Quan stepped on the ground and quickly jumped on the black lava stone to approach. When he was almost close to the central island, his leg muscles burst into a domineering light. The rocks under his feet collapsed, and he jumped high into the air. The Redback King blade in his hand was instantly wrapped in a circle of gray particles, and the statue of the underworld flame god also appeared instantly at this moment. The powerful wind pressure carried the golden spring down in the air, and it landed on the head of the lava beast like a meteorite. There was no sound of metal colliding, but instead a sound like rags being torn apart. With the power of nuclear energy, the entire head and body of the lava monster were cut in half from top to bottom in an instant. The blade continued to move forward until it pierced through the body of the lava beast and landed on the island. A deafening roar was heard, and the entire island shook. The huge impact slowly pushed the lava beast away. Boom boom. Two sounds fell. The giant lava beast that was originally sleeping soundly suddenly split into two halves, and dark red hot magma flowed out from its body. You killed the lava behemoth domain lord, 22 levels higher, and the efficiency accounted for 100%. This invincible lava beast that had stopped countless professionals was cut in half in its sleep. Ji Ran sat on the shore of the lava lake, staring blankly at this shocking scene. I really did it. A level 17 player killed a level 39 domain lord in one blow. Call. He let out a long breath, and a light flashed in his eyes. Pit number 1 has been opened every 20 years since its discovery, which means it is 300 years old. Only this lava beast and the queen spider are original species, and the others are all derivative species. And he was killed by someone who was 22 levels higher than him. He looked at the lava beast's corpse that was split into two halves in the distance, and saw purple light patterns gathering above it, forming a total of 3 purple patterns. 3 excellences? He frowned but continued to watch. Then he took a breath suddenly, and saw the inscription flashing again on the lava beast, and this time the light was a deep orange. A 3rd-level epic equipment emblem. There really is such a thing. Jiran found it a little hard to believe. The orange epic equipment meant that it would have epic attributes at a low level, which would be an absolute crushing blow to the enemy. Jin Quan just rested for a while, and then quickly walked towards the patterns condensed on the corpse of the lava beast. He raised his hand and flicked it, and all 4 emblems appeared in his hand. The first thing he looked at was the gorgeous orange hexagonal emblem. Equipment emblem. Lava Judgment, orange. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment type, Weapon Heavy Sword. Strength, 45 stars. Physical Fitness, 35 stars. Lava Roar. There is a chance to trigger Flame Roar when attacking, causing fire damage to enemies in the fan-shaped area in front, and causing them to fall into a burning state. Lava Power. Each time you successfully hit an enemy, you gain the Lava Power effect, increasing your strength by 10, which can be stacked up to 10 times. The next hit will cause a lava shock. Lava shock. Transform into a meteorite and hit the specified direction, causing an explosion and causing massive damage. Lava resonance. If combined with Lava Series equipment, additional attribute bonuses can be obtained. Strength Star, Constitution Star, Fortitude Star. Epic. Hegemony. When in hegemony state, you are immune to control effects and the damage you receive is reduced. With a 45-star strength and a 35-star physique, it completely crushes the 5-star Bat King blade in my hand. And it also has an epic Overlord attribute. It's a pity that it's only level 3. This heavy sword is very suitable for my skills. His Troll Earthshatter has a property that the heavier the weapon, the higher the damage, and this heavy sword seems to be more suitable for it. But it's somewhat inconsistent with my nuclear energy talent. He didn't know what to choose for a moment. The embroidered sword had a faster attack speed, while the heavy sword had a wider attack range. He put the emblem away and looked at the other 3 purple emblems. Then a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. This is actually a suit. Chapter 20 Occupational Schools. Equipment emblem. Equipment name, Lava Breastplate Heavy Armor. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, breastplate. Physical fitness, 18 stars. Fortitude, 15 stars. Lava shield. When attacked, there is a chance to trigger Lava Shield, gaining a shield that can absorb damage. During the existence of the shield, it will cause fire damage to surrounding enemies. Lava Swamp. There is a chance to trigger Lava Swamp when attacking, causing a slowing effect on the enemy. Equipment emblem. Equipment name, Lava Helmet Heavy Armor. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, helmet. Physical fitness, 15 stars. Fortitude, 12 stars. Lava Insight. Improves your own hit rate. Lava Dodge. When the enemy dodges, trigger the Lava Shield. Equipment emblem. Equipment name, Lava Shoulder Heavy Armor. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, shoulder pads. Physical fitness, 16 stars. Fortitude, 13 stars. Lava Rebound. When attacked, there is a chance to trigger Lava Rebound, which will rebound the damage to the attacker and cause fire damage to him. Lava Charge. Each time you successfully hit an enemy, you store a layer of lava power. After 3 layers, you gain a shield that can absorb damage. Lava Set. Obtain the title of Lava Lord, fire resistance, and all attributes improved. Triggering Lava Shield Enhancement. The shield absorption amount is increased to times the original amount, and the damage received by the character is reduced. Attack Speed. This suit. Jin Quan couldn't help but be shocked. Even though he only had a vague understanding of the rules of this world, he still knew that this suit was absolutely invincible within the 4th level. A purely defensive suit. Attack to create a shield. Be attacked to create a shield. Dodge to create a shield. As long as you are lucky, it is possible to charge back and forth among thousands of enemies. It's a pity that the attack speed has been reduced by 15. Jin Quan clenched his fists, feeling the power that had just surged up in his body, and looked at the panel. Name, 5th Jin Quan. Occupation, Demon Swordsman. Level 20, Level 1. Advanced conditions, Sword Emblem, 100 effectiveness to kill a Level 2 monster, Level 2 Monster Lord. He frowned slightly. Another Sword Emblem is needed. Compared to killing monsters, this Sword Emblem is definitely extremely rare. Ever since he got the Mage's Soul-Shaking Soundwave and the Priest's Holy Glow skill emblem, he knew that any profession could have a skill emblem. He was definitely lucky to get the Sword Emblem of the Earth-Shattering Slash before. He turned his head to look at the corpse of the lava monster. There was a red fruit growing on the place where he had been curled up before. The fruit had no flowers or leaves, just a branch hanging alone. He took 2 steps forward and picked it off, then quickly jumped between the rocks and returned to the shore of the lava lake. He threw the fruit in his hand and said, "See if it's this one." Jiran quickly raised his hand to catch it, glanced at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Lava fruit is formed by the condensation of burning flames. The surface has lines like flowing magma. The lines are raised and emit yellow light. Indeed, thank you. Then Jin Quan asked him, "Did you know that there are swordsmanship emblems dropped in pit number 1? I'm already level 20, and I need swordsmanship emblems to advance, otherwise I can't level up." Jiran put away the lava fruit and looked at Jin Quan. He found that he seemed to have grown taller, and his bulging muscles made the clothes he wore extremely ill-fitting. There are quite a lot of monsters that drop sword emblems, but the drop rate is too low. The chance of killing them will be higher if they are at least 5 levels higher. What kind of sword skills do you prefer? Jean Quan asked doubtfully. What's the difference? Shouldn't it be enough to just meet the requirements of advancement? Jiran smiled and said, skill emblems cannot be removed. The moment you learn it, it will stay with you for the rest of your life. The same profession can show different professional effects with different skills and equipment. The current swordsman schools are nothing more than agility, strength, and intelligence. The former stacks agility skills, has a fast attack speed and is good at dodging and raiding, while the strength school is aggressive and has high burst, and the intelligence school practices sword formations and can fight and assist. Jean Quan pinched his eyebrows and thought for a while, and finally decided to go with his previous idea. Then I choose the agility flow. How should I match the skills? Does this pit one have agility sword skills? After listening to Jean Quan's words, Jiran looked at the giant beast that was split apart on the island in the lava lake in the distance, and said hesitantly, are you sure you want to go the agile swordsman route? Following his gaze, Jean Quan also glanced at the lava beast and said, what else? Is there a better choice? The temperature here was extremely high, and Jiran was already drenched in sweat. He said hello and limped outside. In fact, after the 5th Qingxian, many talented professionals appeared one after another, but there are only a few who can establish an empire on this wasteland. The main reason is that he lived long enough. The others either died from profit calculations or from monster floods. The Holy Light Knight's body can block an endless torrent of monsters. The only thing that's lacking is the means of attack. But there is also the Storm Mage Russell. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, use their absolute strength to open up a place for survival, which is the Apocalypse Empire. He limped back and asked, what do you think is the most perfect career attribute? Without waiting for Jean Quan to answer, Jiran answered himself. In the wasteland, being alive is the best attribute for eternity. How to live longer is the way to choose, but there is no perfect balance. To reach the extreme, you have to be extreme. This is the truth that the wasteland has explored for thousands of years. Professionals who try to achieve perfect balance and learn a little bit of everything will eventually disappear in the wasteland. So the concept of the Legion was eventually derived, learning from others' strengths to make up for one's own weaknesses. He stopped and looked at Jean Quan. I think you might be able to go with a swordsman of the Physical Fortitude School, a school that has been proven to be a failure. A failed school? Jean Quan was a little surprised. Other professions rely on mental power to release skills, but swordsmen, knights, and warriors are different. They rely on physical strength. A physical swordsman has a lower defense than a knight equipped with a shield, and a lower output than an assassin with high agility and damage. Even if he can use skills frequently with his high physical fitness, his damage is still pitifully low. He is useless. But you are different. A profession that can learn epic skills at the first level means that it must be a person with super high physical growth, the double armor defense of the level 1 talent Nether Flame statue, and that weird attack method. So as long as you choose a sword skill that allows for quick attacks, you can make up for the lack of agility. In this way, you have a nearly perfect career. Chapter 21 Skill Emblem Route. Jean Quan thought about it carefully, then looked at the lava armor in his hand. In this way, this set of equipment is really suitable for him. He originally thought that the attack speed would be slow, and he would not be able to bring out his nuclear energy talent. But now after listening to Jiran's words, he found that the world was far from as simple as he thought. If his future opponents were to fight him one-on-one, then the agile swordsman might be the most efficient, but what if it was a group, like the group of vampire bats that he had wiped out before? The main credit should be given to the defense of the Dark Flame statue. If it didn't have the double armor defense, even if his nuclear energy knife could do all kinds of damage, he would eventually be drowned in the swarm of bats. Jean Quan looked at Jiran. It was obvious that this guy's understanding of the profession was far greater than his own. So, how should I choose? You already have epic skills at the first level. The most perfect way is to make every skill thereafter an epic sword emblem. He shook his head. It's a pity that this number 1 pit can only produce purple outstanding skills at best. Jean Quan was slightly startled. His epic skill was granted by his professional talent, demon swordsmanship, and it transformed directly from purple to orange. He did not intend to reveal any thoughts about his career, but said, without the skill emblem, I can't level up, and I'm afraid I can't help you find the Abyss Scythe Rat. Jiran said seriously, although we have known each other for a short time, it is still comfortable. I am just telling you that your current strength is enough to survive until the miners come in, and then get out. The requirements for physical fitness and intelligence of the lower 3-tier epic skills are too high, exceeding the limits of all professions. Although it's rare, it's also very tasteless. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. The fifth family should still have some background. Go out and find your family. They will definitely spare no effort to train you. If so, your future will be much better than if you chose the purple superior skill. What about you? Even if you are the deposed prince, you should still be a camel that is bigger than a horse. You have been plotting this far as an ordinary person. Are you going to give up? Jin Quan said with a joking smile. Ji Ran shrugged indifferently, then took out the lava fruit and weighed it. With this, my chances of success will increase by at least 20%. If I succeed, I can escape my fate. If I fail, I will accept it as fate. The two walked out of the underground lava lake. The temperature gradually cooled down, which was particularly comfortable. Jin Quan simply found a rock to sit down and said, "In fact, I have only known two people since I lost my memory. One of them saved my life when I was about to die, but was detained by someone. I need the Qingyuan flower to redeem him. The other one is you. I have chosen that person, so I must get the Qingyuan flower. As for you, I'm not familiar with you yet, but I don't mind giving you a ride." Ji then leaned back and propped himself up on the stone, looking at the cave ceiling that was emitting red light. He was silent for a while and said, "I don't know what I was thinking about." "Then you're at a big loss. Others won't be able to learn it, but you're giving up the opportunity to gain 6 epic skill emblems. You have to know that even for 9th level warriors, the highest skill emblems they have in the first 3 levels are only purple. If you have 6 epic skill emblems, you may be able to take a path to the highest level that has never been taken before." Jin Quan stretched himself, and the thin clothes on his body rustled. "Okay, tell me, where's the next location?" "The purple sword emblem." Ji Ran pinched his brows, casually drew a square on the stone wall, and then tapped 3 places. "From the map I gave you, there is a group of rhinoceros horn insects at the broken water mine. A broken army blade emblem once dropped there. A brutal and rapid charge with a greatsword upraised can cause high damage and knock the enemy away. Ghostwood Valley, cracked blade mantis, there is an emblem called 3-section slash. It slides in the target direction and slashes the enemy, moving a certain distance and causing damage. At the terminal of the train is the entrance to the sand-devouring motherworm's lair. There are a large number of sand-devouring motherworms there. A skill emblem of swordsmanship fury was once dropped there. It consumes a lot of physical strength and increases your burst, movement speed, and attack speed. To upgrade a profession, you only need 1 skill emblem of the profession. If you use all 3 of these, it will be enough to upgrade to the 3rd level. As for the 4th level, it requires a career breakthrough, which cannot be achieved in pit number 1. Having said that, he hesitated for a while and looked at Jin Quan and said, "Can you let me see the equipment emblem you got from the lava beast? If you want to get the emblem by killing the sandworms, with your current equipment, you will probably be buried in the sandworms very soon." Jin Quan threw the 4 emblems over without saying a word. Ji Ran took it and placed the emblem on his strange gun. After a moment, his eyelids jumped. "I see. No wonder I couldn't get past the Spider Queen no matter what I did. So that's how it is. Low-level orange weapon, with epic attribute dominance." Then he looked at the 3 purple lava suits, took a deep breath, and returned the emblem to Jin Quan, saying with some emotion, "There is always someone better than you. Originally, I didn't believe you could kill the queen spider, but now I do." The report from that year recorded that everyone was killed by the dense spider web attacks. There was almost no solution. But you have an orange weapon with built-in hegemony, every attack cannot be interrupted, and this lava suit with a triple chance of refreshing the shield. To be honest, I can't understand how you could fail. In the lower city, a flying teacup hit the ground hard, and broken porcelain fragments flew everywhere. "No, no. If you all in Redstone City say no again, you will all be buried with me." Li Hongyu's almost roaring voice rang out in the conference room. "The Eagle Legion only cares about the red blood mine in the number 1 pit dimension. As for this Redstone City, what does it count for? Who are you?" "The Pioneer Consortium can still ensure the normal production of the red blood mine after taking over this place. After this opening, it will take 20 years for Pit 1 to reopen." He pulled out an exquisite cigar from his jacket pocket. With a crisp ding, a yellow and blue flame shot out from the metal lighter. The unique fragrance instantly overwhelms the smell of cheap tobacco in the downtown area. What this world lacks the least is refugees. Every day, countless people outside the city are trying their best to get into the lower city. It's too easy to gather 10 million people in 20 years to build a new dead city. His face flushed a little. He loosened his collar and said coldly, "There are always desperate people who are not afraid of death and think they are hiding well. I want to replace all the people in the dead city, and then let the scavengers clean it up inch by inch. No one would believe that the substitution Li Hongyu mentioned would be a real substitution. What he wanted was to kill as many people as possible and not let anyone go. When Li Biao, the one-eyed man from the patrol security office, was about to say something, he met the gaze of the city lord Zhou Xinyang. The two have worked together for so many years, and this look instantly made Li Biao sigh slightly. Chapter 22. A visitor from the city. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xinyang cleared his throat. Master Li, the plan is acceptable. If it was normal, everything would be fine. But the inertia of other pits with short cycles and low difficulty made us a little careless. This number 1 pit is opened once every 20 years, and it is a dimension that produces lower-level purple skills. I received several calls on the way here just now. It is said that a group of young masters from the upper city want to enter early. Someone should have gone to the dead city to pick up bait by now. Li Hongyu was furious when he heard this. He pointed at Zhou Xinyang with his eyes wide open and a cigar between his fingers. No one can go in. No one can go in without my order. His eyes trembled a little, because he knew that these people going in meant that the thief was very likely to come into contact with them. In that case, if he continued to investigate, his identity as the young master of Shangqing would be completely useless. Once that group of people returned to Shangqing, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Seeing Li Hongyu's panicked roar, Zhou Xinyang said helplessly, Mr. Li, I am just a small city lord in the lower city. Li Hongyu paced twice and said somewhat irrationally, no matter what method you use, whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, drive them all out. Wait until I clean the dead city, then I'll let them go into pit number 1. Zhou Xinyang smiled bitterly and repeated the previous sentence to him. Master Li, I am just a small city lord in the lower city. Why don't you come forward, Mr. Li? I believe that with your status as the Pioneer Consortium, they will be better able to negotiate with you. Li Hongyu's face became even gloomier. He now controls the leaders of the lower city by threatening the Pioneer Financial Group, but once the young masters and young ladies from the upper city come over, these people will fall down like fence-sitters at any time. Zhou Xinyang's words directly blocked him into a corner. Cleansing now would undoubtedly show that there was something wrong with this dead city. If they knew that there was an unknown emblem in the dead city below, it would be equivalent to everyone in the upper city knowing it, and then the Eagle Legion would directly close pit number 1 and clear the area. He let out a sigh of relief. For a moment he had no other choice. At this moment, a crisp ring rang. He looked at the number on it. His face suddenly turned pale, and he quickly left the meeting room and walked into a separate bathroom. Hey, uncle. Where's the stuff? A deep voice came from the phone. Li Hongyu patted his chest and pretended to be fine. Uncle, it's in my arms. A friend of mine has a birthday these 2 days, so he dragged me over to play for 2 days. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. But just as Li Hehe finished speaking, he heard the sound of a lighter, but there was no response on the phone. The entire call was extremely quiet. Li Hongyu's forced smile slowly faded away, and he swallowed in fear. If you don't find it, you don't have to come back. Just these few words were spoken lightly before the receiver was disconnected with a beep. Li Hongyu felt as if all his strength was drained away in an instant. He grabbed the sink next to him, his knuckles turning white. He turned on the faucet and quickly washed his face, looking at his pale face. He took out his phone again and dialed a number. Lao Fong, help me stop those people from going up to the city. What are you thinking about? Do you think this Flying Eagle Empire is ours? There are 3 descendants of Flying Eagle Corps members here, and there are also people from the Mechanical Corps, as well as several financial groups. Pit number 1, which is opened only once every 20 years, has been watched for a long time. The voice on the phone sounded a little serious. Lao Fong, although we are childhood friends and I trust you very much, this thing was lost on the way you invited me. I will feel bad when I go back, so I can only put the blame on you for the loss. Li Hongyu was obviously a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. There was silence on the phone again. Li Hongyu, if I explain myself, it will only make me look cowardly. I am upright. If you or the Pioneer Group want to investigate me, please do as you wish. Go to Cross Street and take a look. I dug 70 meters for you. Thousands of people have been rotted into dry bones by the dark rain. The explosion channel is still below, and there are no passages on the left and right sides. It can be basically concluded that the people are in the dead city. Li Hongyu took 2 tissues from the sink and wiped the water off his face. Could your scavengers be fake? I have checked the entire dead city. Scavengers can only detect psychic items, but what if that person has a storage emblem? The emblem will enter the body and become equipment, and scavengers will not be able to detect it. Impossible. You and I both know that the rarity of the lower third-level storage attribute emblems requires not only that they must be accessories, but also that they must be of excellent grade to open up space. Even I don't have it. How could the refugees and criminals in the Dead City have it? Li Hongyu's face flushed, and he was obviously unwilling to believe this reason. Ha ha, Li Hongyu. If you still believe that the thief is a refugee from a destroyed city, then you deserve to go home and die. As Fang Huai spoke, Li Hongyu's mind was shaken. What do you mean? It's nothing. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Something was stolen, pit number 1 was opened, someone came from the upper city, the training ended, the person left, and the things changed hands. This is obviously a sophisticated plan, and the most important part is the person responsible for the theft. Do you still think he is a migrant miner? Li Hongyu let out a long sigh and said, the thing is in pit 1? Almost 100% correct. Fang Huai answered on the phone. And I believe that person will soon get in touch with the group in Upper Town, and then you won't even have the last chance. So you know what to do? Fang Huai helped Li Hongyu sort out his thoughts, and he seemed to have a glimmer of hope again, despite being in a dead end. There's not much I can do for you, but I still have some people in this lower city. The bait they selected in the Dead City has my people. It's considered that we have done our best as friends. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Looking at the off-screen of his mobile phone, Li Hongyu showed a trace of struggle, but in the end, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In that case, then all of you should disappear into pit number 1. Fang Huai casually threw his phone on the sofa, stood in front of the large glass window on the roof, looked at the glass wet by the rain and said, Mr. Zhou, do you think the things can be recovered? As he finished his question, the light in the shadows of the room distorted, and a figure in a black cloak emerged. The man was a little hunched over, and his face was completely hidden in the darkness. The master always says that if you do it, it will work. Since master is trying his best, it will eventually work out. But judging from the current situation, the chances are pitifully small. Ayin may not be able to wait that long. Mr. Zhou was silent for a while. The head of the family has already gone to the holy city of elements and said that there is also an unknown emblem there. Young Master Yin, good fortune will come to you. Chapter 23. The Blade of the Broken Army. On the platform outside the number 1 pit of the Dead City, there is a brand new train. It is clean and tidy inside, and the light scent of oolong water seems to bring summer sunshine here. The seats were arranged in pairs facing each other, like the booths in a restaurant, and the table in front was filled with fruits and pastries. It is like a noble tourist train. Wasn't pit 1 opened very early yesterday? Why are we being allowed in now? A young man with a slicked back hair said this impatiently. Haha, what else can I do? It's just to stop the swarm of sandworms. You don't think you can conquer the wasteland with your level 21 strength, do you? Zhao Lubai turned around to look at the person who had spoken, and immediately said with a snort, Isn't this Master Li who had his leg broken? I thought it was someone else. I heard that Ji Linger will be here this time too. Why don't you give it a try? Ha ha ha. Li Hongbin's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. The matter of him molesting Ji Linger and having his leg broken by his brother had originally been suppressed, but now it was brought up again, showing no respect for him at all. Humph, you are a Zhao family idiot, a piece of trash with a level of talent. What else can you do except talking nonsense? Zhao Lubai crossed his legs with an indifferent look on his face, touched his temples and said, I am also the prince of Tianhe Group with a top talent. Where are you, a top talent, doing scraps now? It is your honor to sit in the same carriage with me. You can brag more in the future. Li Hongbin's face turned cold, and the apple in his hand was crushed with juice splashing everywhere. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Other consortiums have more or less engaged in open and covert fighting, but the Zhao family of the Tianhe Consortium has been a single-line successor for 3 generations and has firmly established the position of heir, so no one dares to offend them at all. Just when there was silence in the room, the train door opened and 3 people got on. 2 of them were middle-aged men wearing black clothes and sunglasses. They had sturdy builds and thick, powerful hands. As soon as they got in the car, they looked around and their bodies were always protecting the girl in the middle. They were obviously professional security guards with plenty of combat experience. The girl was very delicate, with a beautiful nose, willow-shaped eyebrows, and tight jeans showing off her long, beautiful legs. She looked around and saw Li Hongbin frowning slightly, then she slowly turned around and walked to the booth next to Zhao Lubai. Zhao Lubai looked at the girl coming over, picked up the goblet with an expressionless face, looked out the window, and took a sip of red wine. When the girl got on the bus, the whole car was quiet for a while. When they sat down, people gradually began to whisper. Mechanical core, Ji Linger, a mechanic with superb mechanical empowerment talent. So beautiful. Hey, this is a rose with thorns. His brother is the prince of the Ji family. After saying this, the man glanced at Li Hongbin, who was also looking out the window, and whispered, Did you see that? The third child of the Li family wanted to tease him, but his legs were broken by his brother, and he still had nothing to say after that. Several people were cracking melon seeds inside. The Ji family is really full of talented people. His brother seems to have a top-level talent. I heard that he has already followed the Legion to open up the wasteland. He must be at the 4th level. At this time, the coxcomb-haired boy sitting in the corner came closer, covered his mouth, and said, My family is a logistics escort. Let me tell you a secret. The one who broke the third son's leg was not his current brother. What do you mean? As soon as the guy with the rooster comb opened his mouth, the people in the corner immediately became interested. As one of the 2 major legions of the Flying Eagle Empire, the Ji family is an existence that is out of reach for small consortiums like theirs. Ji Xiaoyao has 3 wives, 5 sons, and 2 daughters. The one who saved Ji Linger was the eldest wife's son and half-brother, but it seems that this man is dead. I think I've heard about this too. I heard that after his first wife died, his eldest son died right after that. It's been several years. Everyone in the upper city seems to know that Feng Baowang was also a great woman of her generation. It's a pity that she died. However, I haven't heard of her son's death. It seems that the news has been hidden. The prince of the Jixia army is Ji Linger's biological brother. There are so many tricks in these big families. Just as the young man with the coxcomb haircut was about to continue speaking, someone suddenly tugged at his sleeve. They all looked up and saw a group of people walking up in the carriage. They all wore black sunglasses and masks on their faces. They were tall and burly, with bulging muscles, and their bodies seemed to be filled with explosive power. The leader was a young man with a crew cut and a hideous scar running from the corner of his mouth to the back of his ear. He glanced around and gave a cold look at the couple in the middle. The couple immediately turned pale, stood up silently, and walked to the back of the car. The pioneers of the Eagle and Gigi Empire, a 1,000-year-old authoritative family, walked slowly in the middle of the carriage, looked around and said, Almost everyone is here. I, Zhu Jianxiong, represent the Flying Eagle Corps and say that anyone who wants to play with the monkey can get off the bus now. For 300 years, pit number 1 has never belonged to the weak. It is a continuation of pioneering and a certification of the strong. Anyone who enters pit number 1 must work hard for pioneering. It is still determined according to the Legion's pioneering rules. All drops are distributed according to the efficiency ratio. When he said this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed across them. Of course, you can be weak, but if someone wants to make a move behind the scenes, then ask your family whether they can withstand the battle axe of the Flying Eagle Legion. After saying that, he nodded to a uniformed staff member outside the car. The next moment, the uniformed staff member blew a whistle and called twice on the walkie-talkie. The doors closed and the train started slowly. You killed the rhinoceros horned insect king, 9 levels higher, and the effectiveness accounted for 100%. With a mournful cry, the 8-legged beetle, which looked like a giant rhinoceros, broke into 2 pieces. If you don't want this rhino horn, you can give it to me. With this, my legs should recover quickly. Jiran shouted to Jin Quan in the cave in the distance. Jin Quan smiled and turned around to make a gesture to him. Then he looked at the body of the rhinoceros horn insect king. A purple line slowly condensed and a triangular emblem emerged. Skill emblem, sword skill, blade of the broken army, purple. Skill level, level 2. Skill effect, use savage momentum to launch a rapid charge, rushing towards the target enemy like a purple lightning in an instant. After approaching the target, strike upward with powerful force. The greatsword releases powerful sword energy, causing extremely high damage to the target enemy. The enemy hit will be knocked away by the powerful impact force and lose the ability to move briefly in the air. Without saying a word, Jin Quan pressed the skill emblem directly on his forehead. The demon swordsmanship could allow him to learn skills 1 level higher. In an instant, a purple light flashed and turned into lines that drilled into his mind. Chapter 24 Tour Group. He raised the sword in his hand and felt an inexplicable muscle memory appearing. As long as he exerted a little strength, he could activate this skill of breaking the army. After searching several other rhinoceros horn monsters, he only found a green equipment emblem, which was a wizard's staff. He raised his hand and cut off the horn of the rhinoceros horned insect king, threw it to Ji Ran, who was walking over, and said casually, I'm looking for a 2nd-level monster, and then I'll advance. Upon hearing this, Ji Ran looked at Jin Quan in astonishment. You didn't advance? How? It's not difficult to advance to the next 3 levels. For general professions to advance, you only need to kill a monster of the same level with an efficiency of 100. For priests, you only need to kill 50 monsters with an auxiliary efficiency. Isn't it enough for you to kill 10 monsters? One of the same level? Jin Quan also looked at his own advancement conditions on the panel with confusion. Advanced conditions, Sword Emblem. Kill a level 2 monster with 100 effectiveness. Level 2 Monster Lord. Jiran looked at his figure, as if trying to determine his occupation by his appearance. Logically speaking, the higher the profession level, the more demanding the advancement conditions are, and the higher the percentage of efficiency required to kill monsters will be. The Golden Legend job requires you to independently kill 5 monsters of higher levels with 100 effectiveness. Jiran's words instantly gave Jin Quan a strong contrast in his own profession. This demon swordsman profession actually requires 100 efficiency to kill 10 level 2 monsters, and even has to kill a monster lord alone. He was suddenly surprised. He didn't expect that the preciousness of the professional emblem given by Lin Yin was far beyond his imagination. Wei Wei came back to his senses and said, "One more missing." He didn't want to talk much about his profession. After all, it was stolen by Lin Ho. If someone who knew the origin of the professional emblem knew it, Lin Yin would not be able to walk out of the lower city alive. Jiran did not ask any more questions. The two of them seemed to always tacitly avoid discussing their own privacy. Instead, he pointed to the underground river below. There is a monster called the bone-eating fish in here. It is difficult to kill because it is in the water. However, you should be able to lure 1 or 2 of them here by fishing with the meat of the rhinoceros hornworm king. After saying that, he opened his backpack again, took out a bundle of climbing ropes and handed it to Jin Quan. Jin Quan skillfully shaved off several legs of the rhinoceros horn insect king, peeled off its shell, tied the pale yellow insect meat to a climbing rope, and threw it into the river. After all, it was the Lord's beast meat. Soon after the insect meat was put down, ripples began to appear in the deep pool of water, and Jin Quan narrowed his eyes. The moment the water waves below surged, the rope was pulled instantly. With the sound of rapid water breaking, a large fish with dark blue scales jumped out of the water. It was as big as an adult, with its mouth wide open, and its pointed, barbed teeth bit down hard on the flesh. Almost at the same time, the knife in Jin Quan's hand flashed, and the whole fish was cut off at the head. The body fell back into the water, but the fish head was still tightly biting the ball of worm meat. You kill bone-eating fish 5 levels higher, and the efficiency accounts for 100%. As words flashed before his eyes, Jin Quan's whole body crackled and his height suddenly increased, instantly bursting his clothes. Every muscle was clearly defined and had strong lines, as if they were the most exquisite sculptures. Level 2. Looking at the shirt on his body that looked like a piece of cloth. You should be about 2 meters tall now. Name, 5th Jin Quan. Occupation, Demon Swordsman. Level 21, Level 2. Then Jin Quan took a look at the panel and found that except for the change in level, the profession-specific skills had not changed and remained the same. When entering the first stage from the 0th stage, the professional skills appeared, but not in the second stage. It seems that the professional skills do not evolve in each stage. Tearing off the rags on his body, Jin Quan clenched his fists slightly, his muscles bulging, shining with a bronze glow, exuding a strong sense of power. This new skill has enhanced it a lot. Skill emblem, Sword Art, Blade of Destruction, orange. Skill level, Level 2. Skill effect. Lock on the target, use the tyrannical momentum to launch a rapid charge, and rush towards the target enemy like a purple lightning, causing certain impact damage to the enemies on the path and knocking them back. After approaching the target, strike upward with a powerful force. The greatsword releases a powerful destructive sword energy, causing extremely high damage to the target enemy. The enemy hit will be knocked away by the powerful impact force and lose the ability to move briefly in the air. Epic, Shattered. It transformed from a purple skill into an orange skill, adding locking, as well as causing damage and knockback to people on the path, and also adding a destruction attribute. Destruction is a high damage attribute, and it is also a relative attribute of hegemony. If the strength is greater than that of the hegemon, destruction will interrupt the hegemony. Jin Quan took off the head of the bone-eating fish, tied the welded Miao Dao on his body to the climbing rope, and swung it with force, inserting the lower half of the body in the underground river like a javelin. After pulling it up, he said to Ji-Ran, "Take a break and make a meal." Ji-Ran was scraping off the rhino horn powder bit by bit with a knife. Hearing this, he smiled happily and put the rhino horn away. Jin Quan pressed the two equipment emblems, the flower mouth ring and the beetle leap, into his body at the same time. Instantly, he felt a surge of power in his body. His 5-star agility made him feel lighter, his 8-star physique made him stronger, and his 8-star intelligence made his mind clearer. This equipment is truly magical. There was a flash of light in Jin Quan's hand, and the adult-sized fish body disappeared directly on the ground. The next moment, Jin Quan waved his hand, and the fish reappeared on the ground. The flowermouth ring has 2 special effects. The stomach of the flowermouth bug has 10 storage spaces. When Ji-Ran walked over, Jin Quan's right hand flashed purple light, and then a ray of light shot into his broken leg. Flower healing, an active skill that immediately heals the target and leaves healing seeds in the target's body. Next, it continues to recover from injuries. Ji-Ran immediately showed an expression of enjoyment, then he let out a long breath, felt the injury on his leg, and stepped carefully on the spot for a while. Does this piece of equipment of yours actually increase intelligence? Apparently, the treatment effect far exceeded his expectations. Yes, it adds 8 stars of intelligence. After saying that, he cast flower healing on Ji-Ran again. However, just after he finished casting the spell, he yawned for no reason and felt a little sleepy. Based on your current size, your intelligence and spiritual growth as a swordsman should be quite low. Your equipment does not have spiritual attributes. Use this skill less, otherwise you will fall asleep soon. Jin Quan glanced at the half-naked body, and the pattern of the ring on his fingers slowly sank under the skin. I have to go find 2 sets of clothes, or even my pants will break. Hee, there is a profession emblem called tailor. The clothes they make can avoid this situation. However, people with this profession are generally quite wealthy and live in the upper city. Speaking of this, he thought for a while and said, people from the upper city should be here soon. Find a warrior and steal a set from them. Because most warriors have the unique skill of beast transformation, almost everyone has a set of tailor's outerwear. Jin Quan nodded and took out the internal organs of the fish in his hand. The statue of Hades' flame instantly appeared, and he flipped the fish over in his palm twice. The blazing flames of the statue instantly made 4 crackling sounds. Immediately, the fragrance overflowed. Jin Quan found a stone slab, wiped it twice with torn rags, and placed the fish on it. Looking at the roasted golden bone-eating fish with scales turned outward, he called Ji-Ran and said, "There's no seasoning, but it looks good. Come and try it." After the medicine he prepared and Jin Quan's treatment, Ji-Ran's legs can now walk normally. He sat aside without hesitation and tore off a piece of fish. This carnivorous fish is similar to tuna and has no other small bones except the main bone. When you put it in your mouth, the meat is very elastic and releases a rich and delicious taste to the tip of your tongue. It's really good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. If you lead a tour group, you should have good business. Jin Quan also stuffed 2 large mouthfuls of food into his mouth and said with a laugh, "What do you mean? Compared to the wasteland outside where there are monsters of all levels, this dimension is most suitable for young people to gain experience. There are often special tour groups responsible for explanations and security. You are basically invincible in the low-level secret realms now, and you also know how to cook well, ensuring safety and satisfying curiosity." Jin Quan shrugged. "Without you, I would probably still be wandering in circles in some corner. If I want to run a tour group, I can't do it without you as a commentator." Ji-Ran paused for a moment while holding the meat and looked at Jin Quan. "If I make it out alive, it would be nice to organize a tour group together." Chapter 25. Flesh Mechanic. Jin Quan was also silent. The word travel was very unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, he had traveled to many places and seen many magnificent scenery in the world, but he always had a quick glance at them. Until he was torn to pieces, he never gave himself a quarter of an hour to enjoy himself. "Is the world big?" he asked. "It's huge. It can be said that humans have been pioneering the new world. No one knows what the end of the world is like. After losing my memory, I have no purpose. After saving that person, if there is a good order to survive, it would be nice for me to be a worker." Perhaps because of the rush of his previous life, Jin Quan, who started over, did not have much ambition. Ji-Ran spat out a piece of fish bone, looked at Jin Quan in confusion and said, "Good order survival, what do you mean? Are all people equal?" Then he sneered. "When professionals appear, the world is doomed to be a world where the strong prey on the weak. It is ridiculous to expect strong people who have gone through countless hardships to use their conscience to protect a bunch of ordinary people with low productivity to enjoy life. Ordinary people who do not generate any benefits are parasites. They consume resources every moment, and resources come from the protection of the strong. The dead city you see is the best conscience. At least I can live to 30, and at least have a slight chance of becoming a professional miner in the downtown area. In our land of Hangsha, 3 superpowers were born: the Eagle Empire, the Apocalypse Empire, and the Holy City of Elements. They all rule the strong. Jin Quan chewed a few mouthfuls of fish meat, then touched the wine flask at his waist. There were only a few sips left in it. He took a sip and handed it to Jiran. It's hard to survive here. Jiran took it, shook it twice, took a sip and said, "Those with a strong background are very cool." He burped and said with determination in his eyes, "Jin Quan, in this world, only when you become strong can you be free. All others are dependent on others." Jin Quan frowned, but he also understood something. The values of this world are completely different from those in his previous life. Without supernatural powers, the regime can be overthrown, so ordinary people must be taken into consideration. But here, the strong will always be the strong, and ordinary people, no matter how many of them there are, will never be able to touch their rights. So, an ordinary person like you has lost all your value in your family? Jiran smiled awkwardly and did not answer, but he also agreed. I don't know much about the Flying Eagle Empire. If my guess is correct, the Flying Eagle Empire when it was founded should be different from the Flying Eagle Empire today. Jin Quan continued. Jin Quan's words made Jiran silent for a while. Just when he wanted to pick up the wine jug to take another sip, he found that there was only enough left in it. He then returned the wine jug to Jin Quan. Times have changed. Today's empire is no longer what it used to be. There are conflicts of interest everywhere, and its strength has been gradually wasted in internal strife. The wasteland that has been opened up needs to be guarded by people. The legions on the border have perished one by one, and the people in the upper city continue to fight for fame and fortune, living a life of debauchery. The Empire's territory has gradually been repopulated by monsters. It's not just the Flying Eagle Empire, it's the same in the other 2 places. Jin Quan laughed. It seems that it is the same no matter which world you are in. If we leave aside ordinary people and the entire Flying Eagle Empire is filled with professionals, then it will eventually return to the logic of an ordinary empire. The long 5,000-year history of his previous life told him that as long as human nature still existed and was strong but not dominant, such a model was doomed to destruction. So what if they were powerful? When the Eastern Han dynasty fell, it still had millions of armored soldiers. In the end, it split into 3 kingdoms that fought against each other. Then he suddenly remembered that he was still a refugee at the bottom of society. Once the empire collapsed, people like them would be the first to be crushed to death. He then quickly asked, "Then how long do you think the current Flying Eagle Empire can last?" Jiran shook his head and smiled helplessly. Even when I still had some power, there were signs of a surge in the beast tide at the border. His eyes gradually became cold. I don't think the 3 major forces can resist this beast tide. They only make accusations in the parliament, but no one has thought of supporting the border. Those border armies are now isolated islands in the beast tide. So eventually we will return to the era of wandering with monster nests everywhere. Thousands of years of hard work are finally being put into practice in our generation. Well, this sigh seemed full of regret for the empire. Jin Quan slowly stopped chewing. He didn't expect it to have come to this. From his description, it seemed like the situation was about to collapse. What would happen if we went back to our wandering days? What else can we do? Hiding and hiding, nomadic tribes gathering together. Just as he said this, a triangular venomous snake suddenly shot out from the water and headed straight for the back of his head. In an instant, a blue light flashed in Jin Quan's hand, and the knife slashed, and the poisonous snake was instantly cut into 2 pieces. Jiran just glanced back and continued, like this, living on guard all the time. After the 2 men had eaten and rested for a while, they boiled a pot of water and left the water-free mine. With Jiran's guidance, we encountered fewer monsters, and the journey was basically smooth. Ghostwood Valley is a valley where huge carbonized plants gather. They still retain the appearance of the plants, but are pitch black and lifeless. Jiran stopped and took out the strange gun from his back. The blade-splitting mantis is an agile monster, level 25, but the Overlord has reached level 31 of the 3rd stage. You have the talent of wearing double armor, and no one except the Overlord can break your defense. He handed Jin Quan a grenade-like device and said, "My previous profession was called Flesh and Blood Mechanic, a profession that combines mystery and technology. This thing is called a blood sprout blast bomb. When it explodes, blood threads will grow in the air. The blood threads are sticky and can greatly slow down the enemy's ability to move. You have the Overlord skill so you can break free and kill the Overlord quickly. Then he touched the strange rifle in his hand and said, "After the mantis dies, a large number of wire parasites will emerge from its body. The parasites have low defense and are easy to kill. I hope I can kill them alone. I want to upgrade this gun." Jean Quan took a look at the gun that seemed to be wrapped with blood vessels and muscles and said clearly, "No wonder you, an ordinary person, kill those vampire bats. It turns out that weapons can also be upgraded by killing monsters?" Ji Rand shook his head. "He is not a weapon. He was once my bodyguard and died because of me. I refined him into this ghost blood spear. To be precise, he is still a professional. Professionals can gain psychic power advancement by killing monsters." Jean Quan's eyes widened, recalling the ice arrow shot from the barrel of the gun in the Bloodbat Cave, refining the professional into a weapon and inheriting the professional's abilities. You, a flesh and blood mechanic, should be a top-level profession. Judging from this skill alone, this profession should be extremely abnormal. With a weapon like this in hand, it would be equivalent to 2 professionals combined. If there are 3 or 4 weapons, or an entire legion is built and all equipped in this way, they will be basically invincible. Ji Rand did not deny it, nodded, and said casually, "That is a red mythical-level professional emblem. I am not talented but can still sit firmly as the eldest son of the family because I have integrated a professional emblem that no one has ever matched in hundreds of years." He sneered. Sadly, power eventually blinded some people, causing them to lose this legendary profession forever. Chapter 26, Blade-Splitting Mantis King. Looking at his expression, Jean Quan turned around and walked into Guemu Valley. "You can kill this thing if you want. I only need 100% of the Lord's effectiveness to kill it. That way, the chances of its skill exploding will be very high." Shortly after entering, a shadowy blade flashed and slashed towards his throat. In an instant, blue flames rose from Jean Quan's body, and the statue of the underworld flame god appeared. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and a purple-black mantis knife slashed on the armor of the nether flame statue, and flames burst out in an instant. Almost at the same time, Jean Quan raised his hand, and the mantis's blade-like feet, like fine steel, were instantly cut into 2 sections. A painful hissing sound came from the mouth of the blade-splitting mantis. The next moment, a long knife covered with gray particles slashed across his head, and dark green juice splashed everywhere. You killed a splitting mantis, 4 levels higher than the target, and its effectiveness accounted for 100%. What a powerful attack! The dark flame statue was actually cut open. Jean Quan looked at the crack on the statue's armor, and the flames quickly spread and healed it. "It's still a little bit off." Then Jean Quan quickly retreated and heard the abdomen of the mantis, whose head had been cut off, swell rapidly. With a bang, a large number of wireworms as thick as toothpicks covered the entire ground. The scene was extremely disgusting, as if countless hairs were twisted. But then Jean Quan heard a gunshot, and an ice bullet hit the swarm of iron wire worms, exploding instantly, and countless ice and frost began to freeze in the blink of an eye. The wireworms that were originally twisting and jumping suddenly froze and stopped like rime in winter. Then there was another gunshot. This time it was a shotgun, and a large number of tiny steel balls slammed into the frozen wire worms. In an instant, ice chips and broken iron wire worms flew everywhere. Jean Quan looked back and saw Ji Rand holding a rifle in the distance. The blood vessels on the gun were glowing red and the muscles were wriggling non-stop as if they had come alive. After he killed one, according to his experience with other monsters, they would all rush forward, but this was not the case with these mantises. They were very similar to assassins. Each of them concealed their auras, sinking into the darkness. Jean Quan frowned and thought for a while, then quickly rushed into Guemu Valley. He used himself as bait and shuttled through all the shadows. Such an action was undoubtedly full of flaws. Sure enough, the next moment, 3 mantis blades came slashing at him from different positions. Jean Quan followed suit, using the dark flame statue on his body to forcibly resist. Although he was able to resist, the power of the triple mantis swords made him stagger. Just as he was about to fall, he twisted his waist, pulled out both swords, and slashed in circles. Suddenly there was a hissing sound, and the 3 mantises were cut in half in an instant. At the same time, he quickly rolled sideways and dodged. The 3 mantises exploded in an instant, and a large number of wire worms poured out. He ignored these parasites and once again sped through every corner of the Ghost Valley. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his vision gradually became clearer as he looked into the darkness. The blade mantis was not completely invisible, but was hiding in the shadows of the environment. He drew his knife quickly and slashed directly at the trunk of the carbonized plant. The plant, which had already transformed into coal ore, was cut through by the knife as quickly as tofu and went all the way to the back. There was another puffing sound, and the split-blade mantis that was hiding in the back and trying to launch a sneak attack was instantly beheaded. Jin Quan stepped on the fallen coal and stone branches and jumped forward, his whole body glowing with domineering yellow light. Troll Earth Shatter. Boom. The earth collapsed, the air waves dispersed, and a mantis was split in half on the spot, while several other mantises around it were all shocked and stood stiff on the spot. The two swords in his hands danced quickly, and with the sound of air tearing, 5 mantises fell to the ground in an instant. Any melee monster that cannot break through his defense is a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Jin Quan. The nuclear energy talent that was activated gave him unlimited cutting damage. One blow from the sword would either kill or cripple the person, and there was no way to even block it. He kept repeating the massacres in Guemu Valley, while behind him, Ji Rant's gunshots continued to clear the parasitic iron wire worms crawling and twisting all over the ground. Suddenly, there was a surge of strength in his body, causing his body to pause slightly. Upgraded. Jin Quan glanced at the panel that was already level 22. But as he paused, he felt a sharp tingling sensation on his back and he fell forward in an instant. But it was still a little too late. A sickle-like front leg that was several times larger than that of an ordinary mantis slashed on its back like lightning. The front foot of the sickle was glowing red, and the invincible dark flame statue was actually cut directly in half and fell heavily on him. Green light flashed on his body, and the clear and complete crystal or heavy armor actually appeared in its true form. Dang! A spark flashed. Jin Quan was chopped and flew away. A blue light flashed on his legs, and a pair of shoes appeared. He took a step in the air and jumped into the second section, turning around in the air. The equipment emblem of Beetle Leap, Nimble Jump. When you jump again in the air, you can glide forward an additional distance. The moment he turned around, Huang Guang covered his body, jumped on the ground, and the troll earth-splitting slash drew a parabola and fell towards the mantis that had just attacked him. But almost at the same time as him, the scarlet mantis flashed red light and slid past him like a stream of light. This red light was extremely fast and instantly appeared where Jin Quan had been standing before, and violently slashed out with a mantis knife, while Jin Quan fell like a meteor and chopped at the original mantis position. There was another explosion, and dense cracks spread around the golden spring. He actually hid. Both parties had the same idea, but they passed each other and changed positions. Jin Quan was suddenly startled and felt a cool breeze blowing from behind him. Thunder! Just then, Ji Rant's voice sounded from a distance. Almost instantly, Jin Quan pressed the blood sprout stun bomb. Boom! A thunderstorm sounded, and instantly a red air wave was launched from all directions, and Jin Quan was directly blown away. And in an instant he saw the red mantis swung down fiercely towards where he was standing. Swish! A crack several meters long suddenly appeared on the stone wall. This blood sprout stun bomb is extremely powerful. Only his statue has double armor. If it was Ji Ran who detonated it, he would probably be shattered to pieces first. The red light flashed on the mantis body again, and the whole person turned into a red line and rushed towards Jin Quan again. The 3 consecutive flash slashes were completed almost in an instant, but this time, the blood sprout shock bomb left behind blood threads like spider webs, which instantly entangled its body, so that the speed was far less sudden than the previous 2 times. It was his deceleration that gave Jin Quan the opportunity to catch his breath and lock him. He dragged his sword on the ground, and a red light of destruction emerged from his body. The next moment, his figure disappeared in an instant, and his speed increased several times. He also turned into a red line and rushed towards the red mantis like lightning. Blade of Destruction. In this dim Ghostwood Valley, 2 red streams of light collided head-on and separated in an instant. If you kill a splitting mantis king, 10 levels higher than yours, the effectiveness will be 100%. Chapter 27 Demon Wing 3 Section Slash. Jin Quan looked at the nether flame statue with its chest cut open and the crystal or heavy armor that had fully revealed its entity. There was also a slanted cut on the chest of the heavy armor. He touched his chest, which was bleeding, and let out a sigh of relief. This assassin monster actually does such high damage. I broke through his 2 layers of defense. If I had advanced an inch further, he would probably have died here. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive shots, the red mantis's body was broken into several pieces, and the iron wire worms that emerged were instantly frozen. There was another burst of intensive gunfire, and the wriggling wireworms on the ground disappeared. Looking at the wound on his chest, he saw that the cut skin was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was almost healed without even needing the ring's flower healing power. The demon body is really good. He smiled lightly and slowly walked towards the red corpse still covered with white frost. A purple triangular emblem condensed above it. Jinquan reached out and grabbed it. Skill emblem. Sword skill. Wing 3 section / purple. Skill level. Level 2. Skill effect. The user rushes forward at a very fast speed, launching 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash is as fast as the wind, causing strong damage to the enemy. The second slash is more powerful, and the slash range is slightly expanded. The third slash is the most violent, with a shining light, and then rushing forward with a thunderous force and launching a powerful slash. If the equipment level of the person hit is lower than the user, there is a chance that the defense will be broken. This is the skill that Mantis just used. Extremely fast change of direction, and each strike is stronger than the last. This skill can be used for escape, surprise attack, and harassment. It is considered to be top-notch. Jinquan pressed the emblem between his eyebrows and began to study it on the spot. From his conversation with Jiran, he knew that in order to advance, one must have a professional skill at each level. If he wants to be promoted to the 3rd level, he just needs to make sure he has 3 swordsman skills when he is promoted. The demonic swordsmanship on the panel flashed, and the originally purple skill suddenly turned into orange. Skill emblem. Sword skill. Demon Wing 3 section / orange. Skill level. Level 2. Skill effect. Wings grow from the user's back, and the user flies at a very fast speed at low altitude, launching 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash is as fast as the wind, causing strong damage to the enemies in the straight line ahead. The second slash is even more powerful, causing a lot of damage to the enemies in the fan-shaped area ahead. The third slash is the most violent, with a glowing light on the user's body, and then rushing forward with a thunderous force, launching a powerful penetrating slash at the enemy and the one behind him. If the equipment level of the person being hit is lower than that of the user, there is a chance that the person will enter a broken defense state. Epic. Silence. It actually turned into a sky-sweeping slash. This means more speed and the ability to fly. All 3 single target slashes turned into area damage. As expected, higher level skills are more abnormal. He took another look at the epic attributes below. Dominant, destruction, silence. Relatively speaking, he needs uninterruptible dominance rather than interrupting the opponent's silence. Silence needs to be triggered by a hit, and according to his talent, a hit basically kills him. So what's the point of silencing him? I looked through the other mantises and found that I only killed them above level 4, with a pitifully low drop rate. The only 2 gray equipment were from other professions. At this time, Jiran also slowly walked over, took a look at the gun in his hand, and found that the blood vessels had been wrapped in muscles, and a thin film had grown outside the muscles, like skin. Is this an advancement? Jinquan asked. Yeah. Jiran nodded. It's considered the 1st level. He looked around, and after making sure there was nothing there, he said, I have enough skills, and now I just need to level up. What do you think? Jinquan put the broken sword back into the scabbard and said, High level, slow melee combat is best. Then he thought for a moment and said, Forget it, anything is fine. He suddenly realized that he now had 3 charge skills, and the monsters with long-range attacks didn't seem so scary anymore. Jiran nodded. Try to stay away from the 3rd level monsters with high stealth and high burst. He pointed at Jinquan's heavy armor and said, The equipment has manifested itself in a physical form and cannot be transformed back into an emblem. This means that the equipment has reached the limit of damage. If it's not repaired, it will simply dissipate after a few more attacks. Jinquan touched the tear on his breastplate. No wonder he couldn't retract this piece of equipment into his body, no matter how hard he tried. Without the blacksmith profession, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. He spread his hands helplessly. Jinquan didn't care. This piece of equipment was the first emblem dropped by him. As his level increased and he frequently fought against opponents of higher levels, it was obviously a bit outdated. I looked at my panel and found that after killing the Mantis Lord, my level increased again to level 23. Upgrade to level 3 as soon as possible, so that you can wear the lava suit. It's obviously unwise for you to attack the sandworms now that you have no defense. Jiran put the gun behind his back and said, After the 1st level, my gun has 2 more skills. It can help you set up the gun to lure monsters, but it will reduce your killing efficiency. As his leg injury gradually improved, the two began to move forward faster. The dimensional space of pit number 1 is very large, just like an underground world, and there are many kinds of monsters. After going around in a big circle, we came to a plane full of fluorescence. The fluorescence is a crystal-like pointed mineral that tilts left and right. At a glance, it looks like a huge grassland, and those crystal minerals are green grass. Looking from afar, there were a large number of cow-like monsters on the plane, with long and sharp horns pointing to the sky. They lowered their heads and bit a hole in the crystal or on the ground, and then chewed it slowly. The spike bull is considered to be a relatively mild type of monster. As long as you don't attack them, the entire third-level tribe will not have a strong desire to attack them. However, if you actively attack them, it will trigger a war-trampling impact. Any army below the third tier cannot withstand the impact of this group's skill. He glanced at the cliff next to him and said, "To deal with this kind of external force, it is best to use geographical advantages and fortifications." Jin Quan looked at the group of spiked crystal cows, then looked at the cliff wall of the underground cave, and immediately understood. Isn't this the same operation he used to kill the crystal worms? Back then, the pioneers used earth mages to dig a large number of trench traps and used ground-sinking skills to slow down the momentum of the cattle. We don't have the conditions, so we can only dig a hole in the rock wall. However, this spire-line bull has a skill called Earth Prison, which can instantly close and seal the rock. So we used the caves in the rock wall to avoid being trampled by the cattle during the war, and we had to get out immediately. Otherwise, a large number of cattle will cast spells, and you will be trapped and die. Jin Quan nodded to show that he understood, and quickly started digging a hole in the rock. The rocks were removed one by one like cutting tofu, and soon a tunnel was dug out in the rock wall, with several exits. This is so that if one way out is blocked, there are still other ways out. Jiran used his gun to shoot the climbing rope directly to the top of the rock wall. He quickly climbed up and found a protruding rock to stand on and set up his gun. With a loud bang, the bullet drew a parabola and accurately hit the eye of the sharp crystal bull that was gnawing on the crystal or in the distance. Blood splattered everywhere, and the bull raised its head and roared in pain. Chapter 28 Bloody Massacre. It quickly turned its head, its only eye towards the direction of the gunshot, where Jin Quan was standing alone. The spire bull's horns suddenly glowed blue, and it raised its head and roared. In an instant, the entire plain was filled with the roar of countless cows, and an oppressive aura suddenly enveloped the entire plain. The earth was shaking, gravel was bouncing on the ground at a high frequency, dust was rolling high, and a large group of terrifying cattle, numbering hundreds, came rolling in with an extremely oppressive momentum. Jin Quan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. This is a united force, and if you confront it head-on, you'll probably be torn apart in a second. Just as the herd of cattle was about to hit the golden spring, he quickly retreated and dived into a tunnel dug into the cliff. Boom! Like a violent bomb impact, the entire cliff was squeezed into a biscuit like a cake, and the originally dug tunnel was directly twisted and countless pieces of rubble fell. There were constant gunshots outside, and from time to time the eyes of the cattle would suddenly pop open, and the cattle would turn their heads around to look for something. It was while Ji Ran's harassment that the cattle were not paying attention to the golden spring in the tunnel. He quickly swung his knife, split the blocked cave, and quickly moved forward along the tunnel that was somewhat twisted by the impact. Soon Jin Quan came out from the side cave where the herd of cattle was charging, without any hesitation. His body was covered with the statue of nether flame, and his golden body shone with shining light. Troll Earthshatter. This leap and slash directly smashed into the herd of cattle, and the cow at the bottom was split in half on the spot. The powerful earth wave shocked more than 10 cows around it and made them stiff for a moment. The two knives were swung quickly, and the dozen or so bull heads around them fell down in an instant. At this moment, the eyes of the cattle behind flashed yellow, and a large number of stone pillars suddenly appeared and closed at the feet of Jin Quan, like a stone prison. If they cannot leave, they will be shattered into pieces along with the dungeon in the next wave of attack. Blade of Destruction. Jin Quan carried a destructive sword energy on his body. With a slash of his sword, the entire stone prison was cut in half in an instant. He also flashed into the herd of cattle like a stream of light and chopped off 2 bull heads with 2 consecutive strikes. The soil on the ground rolled again. The next moment, an illusory pair of devil wings suddenly grew out from behind Jin Quan, and the whole person floated in the air, looking down at the herd of cattle below. Demon Wing 3-section slash. The first slash was as fast as the wind, and the golden spring floated in the air and swept across the bull's back, splitting all the crystal bull enemies in a straight line into two halves. The second slash turned and cut another straight line with the flashing of the knife. He slashed with all his might. The fan-shaped area in front was suddenly filled with knife energy, and blood flowers bloomed on the bodies of all the cows. The epic attribute silence took effect instantly, and all the spire bulls that wanted to cast stone prison suddenly stopped working and were unable to release their skills. For the third strike, he dodged to the end of the herd, held the knife with both hands. The knife glowed with light and gathered strength. Then he chopped it down with a force as powerful as thunder. A huge blade energy flashed across the front, plowing a deep gully on the ground. All the crystal bulls that were splashed by the blade energy were put into silence. I underestimated this silence attribute. Jin Quan couldn't help but admire it. He originally thought that the domineering body was better, but he was slapped in the face at this moment. All the monsters touched by the sword energy fell silent. The golden spring fell quickly and rushed directly into the herd of cattle. The cowhide that shone like crystal was cut in half by his Bat King's blade, which was wrapped in gray particles. Blood was gushing out, and with the help of the beetle leap, which allowed him to jump and glide twice in the air, he was able to move around in the herd of cattle, killing them one by one. Killing a level 31, stage 3 spire bull across levels provided a lot of spiritual energy, and he was able to level up almost instantly after using a wave of skills. His physical strength instantly surged and returned to its peak. The red light of destruction appeared again, like a bulldozer, ignoring all obstacles. The light of the blade of destruction chopped all the cattle in a straight line into pieces. All the bodies were thrown high into the air. When the cattle rushed again, a troll earthbreaker quickly jumped away and slashed towards the back of the team, and slashed again in the moment of shock and stiffness. The earth's veins surged, and it was time for the cattle to cast spells. A pair of devil wings instantly grew out of Jinchuan's back, and he swept across the sky in 3 sections. The floating slash scattered the remains in an instant, and a large herd of cattle was shrouded in silence. When landing, the spiritual energy in the body surges, the physical strength is restored, and it is upgraded again. Ji-Ran held the gun and watched the scene with trembling pupils. The herd of spindly cattle that originally required more than a dozen system legions to conquer was slaughtered crazily by one person. Epic, epic, epic. All 3 skills are epic skills. How did you do that? He felt that all the professional knowledge passed down by his 1,000-year-old family was being shattered one by one in Jin Quan's body. The terrifying defense of the Spireline Bull was as brittle as paper in front of the strange long sword, and its terrifying physique allowed it to perform 3 epic skills in succession. Even when pioneering, it took more than a dozen legions to divide and conquer the enemy by using pit traps and slowly eat away at them. However, Jin Quan dodged the first wave of attack and chose to fight head-on. 3 skills, a total of 5 displacements, floating and flashing among the herd of cattle, leaving behind a pile of broken corpses wherever they flash. Ji-Ran just watched, made a quick deduction in his mind, and then muttered to himself in shock. You can't win. Even if I count my family's intermediate talent as mine, and add the mythical profession of flesh mechanic, I still can't win. What a freak. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Time passed quickly in the killing, and hundreds of crystal bulls fell one by one. Jinchuan's level has already risen to level 29. Without the cross-level reward, his spiritual energy has been greatly reduced, and he can no longer rise to level 30. He couldn't rely on upgrading to recover his strength, so he could only turn off the nether flame statue and keep moving closer while holding his breath. With Jin Quan's last chopped blow, the bull's head fell to the ground, and he sat on the bull's corpse. Looking at his naked upper body, the crystal or heavy armor just turned into fluorescence and dissipated, indicating that the emblem of this equipment was completely scrapped. He felt the handle of the knife in his hand was extremely slippery. His body was soaked in blood and coagulated into lumps. The stench filled his whole body, and his lungs were gasping violently. The power in his body surged even more, and after eating this wave of spiky bulls, he reached a full 6 levels. The sound of the zipline came from behind him, and Ji-Ran landed gently on the ground. I couldn't help but sigh as I stepped on the sticky ground. I've really finished the killing. I originally thought of using guns to pull away half of the herd, but I didn't expect to use it at all. Don't the Spireline cattle herd have a lord? Jin Quan asked breathlessly. Ji-Ran found a cow whose belly had been cut open, reached in and dug around while saying, No, if there is, it would be another queen spider. After saying that, he pulled his hand outward with force, and a golden egg-shaped object appeared in his bloody hand, delicate and shiny. This is Bezoar, a very good detoxification material. Jean Quan took a look at it and wasn't very interested. It seemed to be not much different from the Bezoar in his previous life. Ji Ran smiled and said, "It's quite valuable." Looking at the hundreds of fallen corpses, Jean Quan's eyes lit up. "Isn't that a post?" Chapter 29, Train Arrival. Ji ran through the Bezoar to him and said, "You can sell it to the Tianhe Financial Group. They mainly deal in pharmaceuticals. These Spinel Bezoars alone are enough to give you a decent living." Jean Quan was suddenly happy. Money is the courage of a hero. Since coming to this world, he has never touched the currency here. His physical strength had recovered a lot. He quickly cut open the corpses one by one, turned out the gallbladders, and took out the Bezoars one by one and put them into the storage ring. "We need to hurry up. The smell of blood here is too strong. I guess a lot of monsters will be coming soon." He was also helping to clean up and search for the Bezoars. "I'm only one level away from advancing, and the monster is here just in time." When Ji Ran heard this, he frowned and said, "The monsters coming here are not the same kind. They may be several different groups of monsters. Experienced professionals have a profound experience, which is not to fight with different monsters. The reason why humans can build such a large empire is that they can combine their professions to form a legion, but ordinary monsters cannot do that." Jean Quan thought about it for a moment and realized that if there were a few blade-splitting mantis kings hiding in the herd of spire crystal bulls, he might have been dead. "Let's go to the center. Level 1 experience. Killing people along the way should be enough." After quickly packing up, Jean Quan left the plane while looking at the dozen or so emblems in his hand. The emblem drop rate is not very high. There is not a single purple emblem, only blue and green. Huh? What kind of emblem is this? He took out a blue emblem in the shape of a leaf with intricate patterns and a bottle of potion. Hearing Jean Quan's doubts, Ji Ran turned his head and raised his eyebrows. "I'm lucky. I actually got a blue potion formula. Keep it. The potion formulas are basically monopolized by the upper city now. You can't sell it. If you go to the wasteland in the future, you can train a pharmacist." Jean Quan took a look with insight. Drawing emblem. Poison removal potion, blue. Using this recipe, you will learn how to make a detoxifying potion. After taking this detoxifying potion, you can remove various toxin states from the target in a short period of time, restore a certain physical condition, and increase the target's resistance to toxins for a period of time, reducing the chance of being poisoned again. It can heal and remove poison. It looks good. Then he looked again at the only emblem in his hand that he could use. Equipment emblem. Equipment name. Bison leggings, blue. Equipment level, level 31. Equipment quality, blue. Equipment type, leggings. Physical fitness, 7 stars. Bison charge. There is a chance to trigger Bison charge, which quickly moves forward a short distance, knocks enemies away, and increases your own movement speed. Bison toughness. Improves your fortitude and resistance to bleeding. It's not bad equipment. The effect of Bison charge is very strong, but it depends on the probability and is a bit uncontrollable. After equipping it, Jean Quan feels that his physique has become much stronger again. The area where the two were located was relatively remote. After finding an underground river, they fetched water to wash the blood off their bodies and headed back to the center. When the railroad tracks reappeared in sight, human skeletons gradually appeared. Most of these skeletons were incomplete, showing signs of having been eaten. Even the intact corpses had bloated stomachs. When the abdomen was cut open, dense and sticky insect eggs fell out in a pool. The further along the track you go, the denser the fallen bodies become, almost radiating from the center. There are a lot of mutilated bodies, faces filled with fear and despair. These are people who died parasitically, so you can still see flesh and blood. If we go any further in, there will probably be nothing but bones. Ji Ran stepped on the insect eggs on the ground with an expressionless face, and mucus splattered everywhere. Nearly 1 million people just died like that? Even though he had participated in many wars in his previous life, he had never seen 1 million people die in such a short period of time. What else? They were given more than 10 years to climb from the dead city to the lower city, but they didn't get out. So this is destined to be their mission and destination. Jean Quan shook his head, not wanting to use his past life's values to refute the values of this world. He exhaled and said, "Then continue to go inside?" He had already seen the shadows of insects crawling everywhere and the dense and sticky chewing sounds. The central area is where monsters are most densely populated, and the territory changes frequently, so it is very unwise to go in directly. To a safe haven. A refuge nest? Jean Quan tilted his head and asked in confusion. Jiran picked up a piece of soil and rubbed it in his hands for a while. Let's go across the railway. The two crossed the railway, and Jin Quan grabbed a handful of soil and rubbed it again. There is a kind of insect called the silver silkworm, which lives in caves in the red soil. They have the habit of storing food. They will weave a huge cocoon underground as a food nest, and the food they hunt will be kept in the food nest. So as long as we enter the food nest, we should be able to kill a lot of monsters easily. Because of this habit, many people would hide in the nest until the miners came in later. Not far after passing the railway tracks, we saw that the geology had changed significantly. The rocks became scarce and were replaced by yellow mud. Jiran bent down and searched for something on the ground. He pulled out a clump of foxtail grass-like plants and turned over the back of the leaves. A crystal-clear silk thread was stuck on the top. At this moment, Jin Quan's ears moved and he looked back at the railroad tracks. There was an obvious vibration frequency coming from the railroad tracks, and the sound of steel colliding could be heard in the distance. Isn't it 15 days later? Why is there a train coming now? Jiran pulled up the silk thread and looked back to see a luxurious train painted with shiny paint slowly approaching. Seeing the train, he sneered. Ignorance is truly fearless. The extravagance and flattery of the upper city have caused these people to lose their most basic judgment and rationality. On the train, people were toasting each other. This train is an important social occasion for small and large conglomerates, and compliments were heard continuously. Mr. Zhu, I'm honored to be in the same car with you. Thank you for leading our team to Pit 1. I'm Lu Shi from Jianshui Group. You can just call me Xiao Lu. My family is in the construction industry. I'll drink this cup. You can feel free to do as you please. A young man in a black suit had a flattering smile on his face. He held the cup in both hands, bowed and smiled at Zhu Jianxiong. After he finished speaking, he immediately raised the cup and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he tilted the cup to show that there was not a drop left. Zhu Jianxiong glanced at him and also raised his glass, but did not drink it. Instead, he patted his shoulder. Our main mission this time is to open up new land. Once we finish this, everything will be fine. Yes, it's just a half-open mind dimension. With Master Zhu leading the team, it will be a piece of cake. We are just here to cheer for Master Zhu to show his prowess. Lu Shi's face immediately flushed, and he agreed with great honor. Zhu Jianxiong's face suddenly turned serious when he heard this, and he patted his stomach and said, "Oh, don't say that. Everyone who comes here is the genius of our Flying Eagle Empire. There is no such thing as a cheerleading team. We all have to work hard and conquer this dimension together. Let them know that the Flying Eagle Empire still depends on our generation of young people." Yes, Master Zhu is right. You are our leader, and we young people are the future of the empire. These words seemed to touch Zhu Jianxiong's heart. He is the leader of the youth, and the youth are the future of the empire. Doesn't that mean he is the future leader of the empire? Zhu Jianxiong suddenly burst into laughter and patted his shoulder heavily. Not bad. You are from Jinshui Group, right? I've got it in mind. The city wall in the north is being rebuilt. I'll try to squeeze you in when the time comes. Lu Shi's lips trembled a little. The reconstruction of the 1,000-year-old giant city wall was the largest project in the entire empire. Even if they did just a little bit of it, it would be a huge fortune. He quickly refilled the wine and toasted again, with the flattery on his face never stopping. The entire carriage was filled with people coming and going, just like a dance hall. The families with the largest number of people gathered were the Zhu family from the Flying Eagle Corps and the Ji family from the Ji Machinery Corps. Everyone's face was beaming, fully demonstrating the social nature of this tourist train. Chapter 30 Dark Priest. Only in a corner near the window, Zhao Lubai, the eldest son of the Tianhe group, propped up his head and looked out the window. As the most useless one among all the young masters and young ladies, fewer people came to flatter him. Even if there were, they were blocked outside by the two bodyguards beside him. He saw the corpses piled up outside, heard the extravagant laughter in his ears, and sneered. I picked up a banana, peeled it, and took a bite. The scenery passed by outside the window, and the searchlight on the train illuminated the surroundings. Two figures appeared outside the window, one tall and one short. The taller man was shirtless, with shoulders as broad as shields, thick and powerful, with bulging muscles and hard lines. From the front, he looked like a perfect and majestic sculpture. The other one seemed shorter, with messy hair and dust on his face. The shabby suit he wore seemed to tell everyone that the man in front of him was once equally elegant. He looked a little disheveled, but his eyes were as bright as stars. Both of them were staring at the car window, their eyes meeting Zhao Lubai's. The moment he saw that gaze, Zhao Lubai stood up abruptly. and the quick movement of standing up overturned the cakes and fruits on the table, but he was unaware of it. He placed his hands on the window glass and tried his best to look out. But the train was moving very fast and whizzed past, and the two people disappeared from his sight in an instant. Zhao Liubai's action instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the carriage. The originally lively carriage suddenly became quiet. Looking at the food spilled on the floor, Zhu Jianxiong immediately frowned. "Zhao Liubai, what do you mean?" But Zhao Liubai seemed not to hear what he said. He pressed his face against the glass and muttered to himself, "He's not dead? That look is so similar. Is it him?" Zhu Jianxiong's face darkened when he ignored her. "We are all working together to conquer pit number 1. What do you mean by this? Are you showing off? I am only giving face to your father by letting you, a level 21 loser, join the team. Don't be so shameless. Is he faking his death? Why is he in pit number 1? And it looks like he got in before us." Zhao Liubai withdrew his gaze, turned his head to look at Zhu Jianxiong, who was holding a wine glass and looking domineering, and slowly raised his leg. A purple light flashed on his feet, and a pair of brocade boots embroidered with flying cranes and shining purple light appeared, and he kicked forward suddenly. Bang! The train glass shattered in an instant, and a strong wind blew into the carriage in an instant. The curtains in the entire carriage flew, and wine glasses and bottles fell everywhere. "Idiot!" He uttered a sarcastic remark and jumped out of the carriage. As he jumped out, his two bodyguards in black also jumped out as well. The only sound left in the carriage was the whistling wind. Zhu Jianxiong crushed the wine glass in his hand fiercely, and veins bulged on his forehead. Zhao Liubai ran back quickly as soon as he landed. Instead of guessing, he would rather verify it in person. He wanted to find those two people again. But when he arrived at the place where the two men had stayed, it was empty. He looked around quickly, but there was no trace of them at all. "Master Zhao, what's wrong?" The black-clad bodyguard who followed asked with some confusion. He did not answer, but squatted down, looked carefully at the footprints on the ground, and wiped the soil with his hand. The soil was fresh. "I didn't see it wrongly. There was indeed someone standing here. He's not dead. Why doesn't he go back to the upper city?" "Hey, the guy in the carriage just now seemed to know you," Jin Quan said, shaking his head. "Well, you can sell him the spiked bezoar, a rich man. He is the person from the Tianhe financial group you mentioned." "Well, the young master of Tianhe group, a dark priest pretending to be a priest." Jiran sneered. "There are only two mythical profession emblems in the entire upper city. One is the flesh and blood mechanic I used to have, and the other is the Thunder Beast Berserker of the Flying Eagle Legion. The Tianhe Consortium manages a large number of pharmacists and formulas, and its transactions cover the three major forces. Zhao Songming is the most secretive one, and the same is true for his son. No one knew that their family had a third mythical profession, and it was actually matched by a member of their family." Jin Quan swayed his body and said with interest, "Is his mythical profession powerful?" He only knew that his profession was a demon swordsman, but he never knew what rank he was at. It would be nice to have a comparison. It can heal and fight, very comprehensive. After saying that, he swayed his body and said, "Why are you still chatting like this? Hurry up and cut open this cocoon." The two of them were now wrapped in white silk threads into a large cocoon, with only their heads exposed, hanging upside down in an underground cave. He was fine, but Ji Ran, as an ordinary person, started to have flushed face. Jin Quan smiled awkwardly when he heard this. His arms were instantly wrapped in a layer of gray particles. When he cut them outward, a large gap appeared in the cocoon that wrapped him, and his body quickly fell through the gap. "Twist your waist and stand firmly." Then a blue light flashed in his hand, and the long sword slashed towards the cocoon that wrapped Jiran. "This thread is so fast that it was pulled into the hole before I could react." Jiran brushed off the dirt on his body, got up from the ground, and looked at the entire cave. The silver silkworm's special ability is that it has no combat power itself, but its silk is extremely tough and can set traps very quickly. If you are trapped, it is almost impossible to break free without a strength of level 35. After saying this, he pointed to the top of his head and said, "Have you seen those big cocoons? They are the food stored by the silver silkworms. If you take care of them and the silver silkworm, you will probably be able to reach level 30. On the top of the cave, silk cocoons are hung in the air like densely packed lanterns, and the silvery white silk threads reflect the glittering and translucent light. These lanterns were big and small. Some were monsters and some were humans, but most of them had stopped moving. When the silver silkworm returns to the nest, it will inject a hibernation toxin into its prey, allowing it to stay alive with minimal energy consumption. This way the silkworms can eat fresh food for a longer period of time. Jinquan walked towards the center of the cave, and after a brief analysis, he said, "There are more people than monsters." Then he stepped on the ground and flew into the air. A pair of devil wings spread out behind him, and his whole body turned into a stream of light. He flashed 3 times quickly in the air of the cave, and then glided gracefully to the ground. You killed Stinging Beetle, 6 levels higher, and the effectiveness accounted for 100%. You kill Slime Worms, 5 levels higher than the previous one, and the effectiveness accounts for 100%. You killed a Drilling Scorpion, 6 levels higher, and the efficiency accounted for 100%. The cocoons wrapped around the monsters were cut open one by one, and a series of killing prompts flashed before his eyes. Then Jinquan used the beetle leap to bounce twice and cut off the cocoons wrapped around people. There were hundreds of them. Jinquan got close and tried to tear the cocoon with his hands, but found it was extremely tough and he couldn't tear it apart even with all his strength. Just as he was about to cut them open with a knife, Ji-Rant's voice came from afar. "If you want them to live, you'd better not destroy the cocoons on their bodies." Jinquan's hand holding the knife suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at him and said, "Why?" "The reason why this place is called the Refuge Nest is because the intact silver silk is a very good material for tailoring. The value of this material will be greatly reduced if it is exposed to blood and decay. Therefore, if miners find a nest, they often sell the living people and the cocoons together. If you destroy the cocoons, the people will be worthless and you can't protect them, so they will eventually die in pit number 1. Chapter 31 Silk Ring. Jinquan was slightly stunned when he heard this, but finally he slowly straightened up. "So they should be placed here?" Ji-Rant shook his head and said, "If you want to save them, just kill the silver silkworm. Otherwise, once it returns to its nest and sees this, it will eat all of them and move to another cave." "How long will it take?" Ji-Rant did not answer, but walked to a hole in the cave where there were some thin silk threads. He stretched out his hands and plucked the silk threads one by one, then said, "These are its warning silks, which are used to prevent people from invading its nest. If you sneak in and accidentally touch these, it will come back soon." Sure enough, not long after he said that, Jinquan heard a gurgling sound in the soil, like a catfish crawling in the swamp. Ji-Rant reacted quickly and jumped away immediately. Suddenly, a large amount of silver-white silk threads emerged from under Jinquan's feet, instantly wrapping him into a big ball. The next moment, a giant white silkworm over 5 meters long rushed out from the ground like a fish leaping out of the water. Any lust that the giant silkworm's body encounters will liquefy and turn into mud, but it can swim in the mud without getting itself stained at all. The huge body suddenly curled up and wrapped around the cocoon that was wrapped around the golden spring. A long black needle stretched out of its mouth, flashing a dark purple light. "You have to hit the cocoon hard. I've been waiting for you." Jinquan's voice came from the cocoon. In an instant, a destructive upward sword energy burst out from the cocoon, and the huge body of the silver silkworm instantly broke open in the center. The golden spring burst out like a flash of lightning from the broken cocoon, penetrating the body of the silver silkworm. With a wave of his hand, the Bat King's blade disappeared in his hand. You killed the silver silkworm lord 8 levels higher, and the efficiency accounted for 100%. "It's actually the lord?" Jinquan was a little surprised. Feeling the vigorous spiritual energy bursting out of his body, his level directly rushed to level 30. Advanced conditions: kill level 3 monsters and level 3 monster lords with 100 effectiveness. I already have 3 swordsman skills. Now I can directly advance to level 3 by killing monsters. Jinquan turned around and walked towards the body of the silver silkworm, avoiding the sticky green liquid, and lifted up its drooping head with his scabbard. A purple hexagonal emblem appeared on his forehead. Jinquan grabbed it, and the attributes of the emblem immediately appeared before his eyes. Equipment emblem. Silk ring, purple. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, ring. Intelligence, 12 stars. Spirit, 10 stars. Special properties. Silk swing. Shoot out silk in the specified direction, quickly pulling yourself to the target location. Silk entanglement. Consume mental power to actively release silk entanglement, so that the target enemy is bound by silk. Seeing the skill of flying silk, Jinquan's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this Spider-Man's skill? It's a pity that this seems to be another ring that is more inclined towards the mage profession. The 2 attributes it adds are intelligence and spirit. However, the mere fact of a flying silk thread has greatly enhanced his mobility. After confirming that there was nothing, Jinquan looked at the panel stuck at level 30 and said, Tell me about your plan. I'm almost there. I just need another third-level nest to advance. Jiran smiled upon hearing this and took out the lava fruit again and said, the Abyss Kama Weasel has extremely keen perception and can detect changes in the surrounding environment through sound, smell, and vibration. They can accurately locate the position of their prey in the dark, and even if the prey remains motionless, it is difficult to escape their perception. So if you want to injure a deep weasel, it's best to attack it from both sides and surround it from all sides. The most ideal place is the lair of the sand-eating worm swarm and the spider queen. Both of these monsters have a large number of appendages. If they are alarmed, they will surely come out in droves. With your help, it should be possible to make it open the passage to the abyss. He approached the body of the silver silkworm that had been cut open by Jin Quan. If we wrap the skin of this silver silkworm around our body and bury it in the soil, it will be extremely concealed and can make the abyss weasel relax its vigilance. Jin Quan watched him tearing the skin of the silver silkworm with great effort, walked forward, took out the Bat King's blade, and quickly helped him cut it. After the entire skin was peeled off, Jiran smiled and said to Jin Quan, the people on that train just now were all the second generation of Kunquan, but they were all inferior members of the family, unable to rise to the top, but with some strength. They came in so early, probably to gain some fame. After all, this pit one is 300 years old and has not yet been developed. If they can accomplish this feat, they can use the fame to hype it up and win a lot of resources from their respective families. So their goal is very clear, which is the last two native species, the lava beast and the spider queen. He picked up a strand of silk and went down vertically. He stood in the middle of the cave, watching the silk slowly drifting. He pointed to a corner covered with silk nets in front of him and said as he walked, the lava beast is gone, so they will go find the spider queen. Although your strength is not that great, you should have some means to save your life. If you can't wipe out this group of people completely, it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the Flying Eagle Empire in the future. He walked to the silk screen, stretched out his hand and felt it. The cave's vent is here. After saying that, he stepped aside, and Jin Quan swung his knife without saying a word. The silk screen that was blocking the view instantly shattered to the ground, and a hole large enough for a person to crawl through appeared in front of them. Let's go directly to the swarm of sandworms. Those who claim to be noble will not go to an area where corpses are everywhere. The passage was relatively blocked, so the two of them crawled almost the entire way out. They were pulled in by the silk trap and instantly burrowed into the ground like swimming in the mud. It took them nearly an hour to crawl out. As soon as they got out of the cave, both of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's really complicated. Jin Quan sat down on the ground, took a sip of water, and threw the kettle to Jiran. Jiran took a sip and said with some regret, if it works, we'll go our separate ways. I don't know if I can survive in the abyss. He reached into his pocket and tossed the legendary professional emblem that was shining with golden light. It drew an arc and was caught in Jin Quan's hand. Promise to you. Jin Quan touched the smooth and mysterious emblem, looked up and said with a smile, it seems like the mission hasn't been completed yet, but you gave me the commission? Jiran spread his hands indifferently. If you go into the abyss smoothly, you won't need this thing. If you don't go into the abyss smoothly, you won't need this thing either. I'll just give it to you. Jin Quan didn't hesitate to rub the emblem on his leg and put it into the storage ring. After getting along with you, I found that you were a smart person. I don't believe that a smart person who has planned for so long would die so easily. He stood up and twisted his neck. Let's go. I'll destroy one more nest and then send you into the abyss. Chapter 32 Soul Link. Zhao Lubai looked around and didn't find anyone, so he left with his two bodyguards. He had no intention of traveling with that group of people when he came to pit number 1. If he did some further investigation, he would definitely know what a level 39 overlord represented. It was simply a pipe dream for a group of professionals who were less than level 4 to want to kill such an overlord. The road was extremely quiet along the way, and I didn't see any sneak attacks or hidden monsters in the information. Why isn't there a single monster along the way? A middle-aged man next to him looked around. Perhaps the miners have already fed them enough, and they are too lazy to come out to look for food. Zhao Lubai frowned and looked at another middle-aged man next to him and said, Oldly, you're a level 39 hunter at level 3, but you didn't notice anything? Oldly shook his head when he heard this. Everything is normal. My hunter senses didn't detect any movement. There's a pit ahead. Another bodyguard in black said at the same time. Yeah. Zhao Lubai nodded. Oldly, just deal with the big-mouth bug down there remotely. The Insect King's infinite regeneration is a bit troublesome. I'll cast a shadow curse on him when the time comes. Lao Zhu, you go down and kill him instantly with a burst of energy. The two bodyguards in black nodded at the same time, and the next moment, purple light flashed in their hands. A long bow and two daggers appeared in each hand. Zhu Shiwu was a level 39 assassin. He took a step forward and turned into a shadow and disappeared in an instant. Zhou Shilu slightly pulled the bowstring, and a flaming arrow slowly emerged and followed. Both of them are at the peak 3rd level, having broken through the solidification of their failed professions. Although they have no future, they can repeatedly immerse themselves in the low levels for decades and conquer many low-level secret realms and dimensions for the Tianhe Financial Group. He is an absolute experienced lower 3rd level expert. Zhao Lubai also flipped his wrist, and the purple light in his palm stretched out, and a staff with a skull on it appeared in his hand. However, before they took 2 steps, they saw Zhu Shiwu's figure reappear in front of them and walked back towards them. He said solemnly, "No more. All the big mouth bugs below have been cleared out." "What?" Zhao Lubai and Zhu Shiwu's expressions changed slightly. "Zhu Jianxiong and the others?" Zhu Shiwu shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like a large number of people are fighting. All of them are sword wounds." The 3 of them walked quickly towards the pit and looked down. They saw that there were huge cuts all around, as if there had been a violent bombing. All the big-mouthed worms were cut in half on the ground, and even the flower-mouthed worm king was killed with one blow. Sliding down the sand slope quickly, Zhao Lubai bent down and touched the huge cut that looked like a meteorite impact, and dense cracks spread all around. What a domineering swordsmanship! He looked at Zhu Shiwu, who was standing beside him, and said, "What conditions are required to cause damage of this magnitude?" Zhu Shiwu stood up, raised his leg to measure it, then kicked the corpse on the ground and said hesitantly, "It wouldn't be difficult for me to kill a level 20 monster like this in 1 second. The premise is that the weak point is critically hit." After he finished speaking, he looked around and sighed in disbelief. But the bodies of these flower beetles were cut in half. It means that the power of the sword must completely overwhelm the monster's defensive attributes, and the power will continue to cut such a large mark on the ground. Perhaps a 3rd level, 39th level legendary swordsman. Just as he finished speaking, the hunter Zhou Shilu on the other side swallowed his saliva, pointed at the flower mouth bug king, lying on the ground with some trembling, and said, "Hey, is there something wrong?" The 2 of them turned their heads at the same time and saw Zhou Shilu looking so panicked. They quickly stepped forward and looked at him, pointing at the split flower-mouthed insect king. The split wound melted and then glued together, and the original flesh and blood-living tissue was completely transformed into dead tissue. "Is this a mutilation?" Zhao Lubai said in disbelief. "It is indeed very similar, but the damage is caused by spirit possession ability. Is it a 7th level blood sacrificer?" Zhu Shiwu looked at Zhou Shilu in confusion. The rules of this dimension absolutely make it impossible for a rank 7 expert to enter. This person may have used some special professional means. The images of the 2 people he had just seen on the train flashed through Zhao Liubai's mind, and those eyes as bright as stars passed before his eyes again. Special occupation? Zhou Shilu looked puzzled. In his impression, no profession could possess high-level attribute rules at a low level. After taking a look at the crystal at the tail that was pried away by a knife, Zhao Lubai stood up. "Let's go. There are some professions that maybe no one knows their abilities." After Zhao Lubai finished speaking, Zhou Shilu and Zhu Shiwu looked at each other. Both of them were a little horrified. Mythical profession? Zhao Lubai didn't say anything, but walked quickly towards the bottom of the deep pit. As he passed through the pit, the ground slowly sank, the sand turned into charred rock, and the temperature rose rapidly. His purpose of coming to pit number 1 this time was to kill the lava monster in the lava lake. Dark Priest exclusive skill, Soul Link. Skill effect. Dark Priests can choose a target to establish a soul link. Once the link is established, a certain percentage of the damage the priest receives will be transferred to the target. If the target is a teammate, the teammate will increase agility and strength, and will gain a temporary shield based on the priest's attributes while receiving damage. If the target is an enemy, the enemy will receive additional shadow damage in addition to the conducted damage. During the link, the enemy's movement speed and attack speed will be reduced by a certain percentage to limit its ability to move. Releases skill effects on soul-linked targets. This is one of the core skills of the mythic Dark Priest. It may seem like it has no damage output, but if used well, this skill is an all-around skill. Whether facing enemy attacks or needing to protect teammates, it can be easily dealt with. It was precisely because of this skill that he dared to come with 3 people to challenge the existence of the strongest defense in the entire number 1 pit dimension. Once I put on the soul link, Lao Zhu, You will attack me with all your strength. Zhao Lubai walked and spoke to Zhu Shiwu, who was holding a dagger beside him. As assassins, high agility and high burst are their characteristics, but once they encounter a situation like the lava behemoth with abnormal defense that cannot be broken, their output damage can only be ineffective. But with Zhao Liubai's Soul Link, the damage can be directly directed at Zhao Lubai, ignoring the defense and conducting damage through the soul chain, completely bypassing the defense attributes of the lava beast. This is also the reason why the three of them dared to challenge this 300-year-old native species. Old Zhou, just use your ranged weapons to slow down the lava beast. Don't let it get close to me and seriously injure me. His soul link will be immediately severed if the caster suffers fatal damage. This time, I emptied out all the medicines from several shops in my home. He took out a few bottles of potion and drank 5 of them in a row. Layers of light of different colors emerged from his body, adding various damage reduction and healing benefits. Slowly walk into the lava lake cave. Chapter 33. Old People. The lava lake was quiet. Even the magma seemed too lazy to flow, and the entire space became a little darker. As soon as the three arrived at the lava lake, they were all stunned, staring blankly at the island in the center of the lava lake, as if they were cast under a spell. The 3 people were not awakened until the bubbles rising from the magma in the lake burst, making a sound like firecrackers. Without saying a word, the 3 of them flew forward, quickly leaped over the exposed rocks in the lava lake, and rushed to the central island. In the center of the island, a giant lava beast was split into 2, and the magma blood in its body had dried up and turned into charred stone. The ground of the island cracked with dense cracks that spread in all directions. Zhou Shilu said hoarsely, "This is impossible." Zhu Shiwu held a dagger in his hand, with a faint light shining above him. The shadow of a scorpion's tail emerged and stabbed fiercely into the body of the lava beast. The stab was so fast that the arm almost disappeared. Then, a loud clang was heard, sounding like metal. The huge recoil force made Zhu Shiwu retreat several steps. The defense is so high even after death. Looking at the mere scratch on the black gold shell, he found it a little unbelievable. At this time, Zhao Lubai asked, "Old Zhu, what conditions are needed to cause such powerful damage now?" Zhu Shiwu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's beyond my understanding." Then he asked again, "Master, do you think the myth profession can do this?" As a person with a mythical profession, Zhao Lubai closed his eyes and calculated, then sighed. A native territory lord with super high defense at level 39. He looked around the lava lake. 1 strike kills instantly. I am at the 3rd level. Even if I have a mythical profession, a top talent, full body purple strength equipment, 5 purple amplification skills, and a purple super high burst sword skill, it is impossible to cause such a crushing kill. The territory lord has a territory bonus, and the blood of this lava beast is bound to the entire lava lake. He glanced at the staff in his hand. Mythic professions need to grow, and talents also need to grow. His plan was to use Soul Link with 2 people to deal damage, directly drain the entire lava lake, and then kill them. Judging from the scene, the person who killed the lava beast obviously completely ignored the lava beast's ability to recover by relying on magma. It can even be seen that apart from the damage caused by this one blow, the lava monster did not make any counterattack at the scene. In other words, this level 39 lord with the territory bonus didn't even have time to react in his sleep and was killed instantly. "Young master, this person might really be a level 7 blood sacrifice," Zhou Shilu said with some fear. "For your safety, we should get out of this dimension as soon as possible." Zhao Lubai shook his head and said, "Since the world changed nearly 1,000 years ago, no one has been able to break the dimensional limit, not even a 9th level strongman." Zhou Shilu touched the corpse of the lava beast and said helplessly, "But is this really something that a lower 3rd level can do? If you saw the magma drying up, caves collapsing and the ground sinking, psychic storms surrounding and spells being cast continuously, it would be fine. At least it was a large army fighting to open up the land. It could only be bad luck that it came too late, but the lava monster was killed in an instant, which was too unusual. What should we do next?" Zhou Shilu asked Zhao Lubai. The original main task was to kill this lava monster, but now someone has got there first. At the same time, from the killing of the lava monster, they also learned that there was an existence in pit number 1 that they could not contend with, which made the danger level of the entire pit number 1 soar. Zhu Shiwu put away the dagger in his hand and looked outside the cave and said, "If this person is from an extremist group that rebelled against Upper City, then everyone on this train who enters may have to die. For someone who can easily kill a lava beast, Killing those ignorant second generations is basically like killing chickens. Master Zhao, we have lost our target this time. I think we should leave as soon as possible. Staying here will be useless. Zhao Lubai nodded, obviously agreeing with Zhu Shiwu's suggestion. A gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall, which is a saying his father often said. The best thing to do now is to go out and ask the experts in the family to come and block the door. He looked at the huge body of the lava beast and placed one hand on it. A purple light flashed on his wrist, and a bracelet full of inscriptions emerged. With a flash of light, the body of the lava beast disappeared in an instant. It was obvious that this was a rare storage equipment. Take him out and let everyone in the family see what's so special about the person who did it. The three of them walked out of the pit quickly, but the hunter Zhou Shilu suddenly stopped just after he got out of the pit. The hunter's eyesight was extremely sharp, and he frowned and looked at the stone wall beside him. Zhao Lubai also turned his head to look. At first glance, it seemed that there was nothing wrong, but when he looked carefully, he found that it had been wiped by someone. Slowly approaching, Zhao Lubai gestured along the wiping marks. It's a square. What's the meaning? Zhou Shilu pointed to the middle and said, there should be 3 more small circles inside. The dagger in Zhu Shiwu's hand appeared and carved a circle along the mark and said in confusion, a totem or a symbol? Zhao Lubai shook his head. If it was a mark, why did you deliberately erase it? Then he looked down and saw some scattered footprints on the ground. After looking around, his expression changed slightly and he said, Old Zhu, how many people can be identified from these footprints? Zhu Shiwu squatted down. The footprints on the ground were very shallow and incomplete. He used his dagger to compare them horizontally and vertically and said, 2 kinds of footprints. One person seems to be barefoot? Zhao Lubai stood up again, tilted his body slightly, and gestured along the square on the stone wall as if he was simulating something. Then he stopped and pinched his brows. The memories on the train seemed to flash back. The carriage was filled with people drinking and chatting. The environment outside the window was dim. A searchlight flashed across, and 2 figures slowly appeared outside the glass window. The memory seemed to stop in an instant. Short hair, naked upper body, torn pants, and the vision was instantly fixed on the feet of the tall figure. Barefoot, no shoes. He gasped violently and pinched his brows hard, as if the memories just now had consumed too much of his energy. You've been here. You and that person have been here. This is what you drew. Ha ha. Zhao Lubai stood up, covered his face and laughed. You didn't die and became stronger, right? That's right. Can they really kill you with just that? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu looked at each other, completely unaware of why Zhao Lubai suddenly laughed. They did not dare to disturb him and just waited quietly. Countless memories flashed through my mind. Under the Xing'an Bridge, a young man used a piece of chalk to draw a world map on the concrete pillar under the bridge, describing how the legions cooperated, how to expand and integrate the territory, and how to fight monsters. 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, sat upright on a few hollow bricks and listened quietly to the story. There was light in their eyes, full of admiration. The scorching sun gradually sets. The sunset glow is like brocade. The orange-yellow light gently passes through the bridge hole and sprinkles on the boys and children, as if they were covered with a layer of golden glow. The breeze blows gently, night falls, and the luxurious and towering buildings in the distance light up one after another, colorful, luxurious, and noble. Accompanied by the sound of nursery rhymes, the dilapidated Xing'an Bridge slowly disappeared into the night. Chapter 3400 Star Pattern. Zhao Lubai stood up suddenly. The storage bracelet on his wrist flashed, and a map appeared. He pressed the map on the rock. The 3 dots on the carving correspond to 3 places: the water-breaking mine, the Ghostwood Valley, and the nest of the sand-eating mother worm. Is this where you want to go? After thinking for a while, he put the map away and said to the 2 of them, let's go and cut off the water source. The 2 of them looked slightly changed, and then said, Young master, an unknown strong man has appeared here. It is better to leave. Once we face such a strong man, the 2 of us will not be able to protect you. The 2 of them have reached the most extreme level in the entire number 1 pit dimension. The security work that was originally foolproof now seems extremely dangerous. Zhao Lubai rolled up the map and put it away, saying, if it's as I think, then the person who killed this lava beast won't be too dangerous to us. His eyes were dazed for a while and he said, I am a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to fit in with the myth profession. After saying that, he quickly left the place and headed towards the direction of the water-cut mine. As Jean Quan's knife chopped down, A large red earthworm with its head cut off twisted wildly on the ground. For a moment, the mud and dust rolled up, and looking around, I saw a group of small earthworms lying in this yellow earth hole. You killed the red tumor earthworm king, 3 levels higher, and the effectiveness accounted for 100%. Jean Quan stroked the head of the fallen big red earthworm, and a blue equipment emblem appeared in his hand. Equipment emblem. Blue worm robe, blue. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, top. Intelligence, 8 stars. Special properties. Blue worm entanglement. There is a chance to trigger blue worm entanglement, releasing blue earthworm-like energy from the robe, binding the target enemy and reducing its movement speed. Blue earthworm vitality. Improves your mental recovery speed. It was another piece of mage equipment. After putting it into the ring, he said with some emotion, "The lower the level, the lower the chance of a drop. If this is the case, then it will be really difficult for ordinary professionals to grow." Jiran looked at the cave that was easily cleared and smiled helplessly. Generally, professionals don't think about going out to play alone. They all form groups of 3, 5, or 10. If you kill enough people, something will drop. After saying this, he stood up and began to look for the entrance to the cave, and said, "This red-tummed earthworm's tunnel can lead directly to the lair of the sand-eating worm. I'll explore it, and you can adapt to the power of the 3rd level." Jean Quan nodded at him, then grabbed his right palm with his left hand and tore it outward. With a flash of blue light, the equipment emblem of the Bat King's blade was peeled off from his hand. He loosened his grip slightly, and the entire emblem turned into a blue light and dissipated in the air. Is it true that once it is removed, it will be destroyed? He could feel that when the equipment left, his strength was reduced. That was the power of the emblem. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. He smiled and took out an orange emblem from the flower-mouthed ring. Judging from the color and texture alone, this orange equipment emblem was far superior to the others. Without any hesitation, he pressed him into the palm of his right hand. The next moment, Jian Quan only felt an explosive force surging throughout his body. His blood was beating rapidly, and his originally swollen muscles began to compress, and even his bones began to crackle. His original height of 2.2 meters was forcibly compressed to 2 meters. All the pores on his body were closed, and his whole body was as strong as copper and iron. 2 bloodlines, one red and one green, flowed around his body. The red one turned into a ferocious tiger head, which emitted a ferocious roar that shook the entire cave, and then drilled into his right arm, forming a tiger head pattern ring. The green one made a moo sound and evolved into a majestic elephant with 2 tusks pointing up into the sky and a swinging trunk, which turned into an elephant ring that was also wrapped around his right arm. When he pulled his back in, his muscles tensed and made a creaking sound. Jiran, who was originally detecting the channel, narrowed his eyes. 100 stars. 200 stars. Jean Quan clenched his fist. Just by equipping an orange weapon, I feel several times more powerful. Your professional physique and strength growth are too high. You have 100 stars at just the 3rd level. Jiran shook his head. When you run into trouble in the future, you can show your 100-star marks, and those blind people will quickly dodge. Tiger stripes represent strength, and elephant stripes represent physique. An orange light flashed in Jean Quan's right hand, and a huge sword emerged, standing upright as tall as him. The sword body was a deep dark red color, like flowing lava, with faint flickering flames on the surface, as if hot magma could erupt at any time. The color of the sword blade is even more vivid and eye-catching, showing an orange-red glow, like a newly baked sword embryo that has not yet been quenched. The hilt of the sword was extremely long, and could be held with both hands. Jean Quan waved it slightly, and the sword left a fiery trail, as if a burning flame was passing through the air. At first glance, you can feel the weight of this weapon, which is the attribute of this weapon. Lava Judgment, orange. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, weapon heavy sword. Strength, 45 stars. Physical fitness, 35 stars. Lava Roar. There is a chance to trigger Lava Roar when attacking, causing fire damage to enemies in the fan-shaped area in front, and causing them to fall into a burning state. Lava Power. Each time you successfully hit an enemy, you gain the Lava Power effect, increasing your strength by 10, which can be stacked up to 10 times. The next hit will cause a Lava Shock. Lava Shock. Transform into a meteorite and hit the specified direction, causing an explosion and causing massive damage. Lava Resonance. If combined with Lava Series equipment, additional attribute bonuses can be obtained. Strength Star, Constitution Star, Fortitude Star. Epic. Hegemony. When in hegemony state, you are immune to control effects and the damage you receive is reduced. With a strength of 45 stars and a physique of 35 stars, he directly possesses the 100-star mark. Then Jin Quan quickly put on the lava helmet, lava shoulder pads, and lava breastplate, and the lava suit was formed in an instant. At this moment, another beast roar came from Jin Quan's body. This time it was a gray rhinoceros. Its armor, which was like a steel plate, was like an unbreakable wall. The rhinoceros flow also turned into a pattern and appeared on his right arm. His whole body was shorter again, only 1.9 meters tall, but his muscles seemed to gleam like metal. The lava judgment in his hand was instantly integrated with the 3 pieces of heavy armor, and a flame logo appeared on all the equipment at the same time, like a product label. Lava helmet heavy armor. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, helmet. Physical fitness, 15 stars. Fortitude, 12 stars. Lava insight, improves your own hit rate. Lava dodge. When an enemy dodges, gain a shield that absorbs damage. Lava shoulder heavy armor. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, shoulder pads. Physical fitness, 16 stars. Fortitude, 13 stars. Lava rebound. When attacked, there is a chance to trigger lava rebound, which will rebound the damage to the attacker and cause fire damage to him. Lava charge. Each time you successfully hit an enemy, you store a layer of lava power. After 3 layers, you gain a shield that can absorb damage. Lava breastplate heavy armor. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, breastplate. Physical fitness, 18 stars. Fortitude, 15 stars. Lava shield. When attacked, there is a chance to trigger lava shield, gaining a shield that can absorb damage. During the existence of the shield, it will cause fire damage to surrounding enemies. Lava power. There is a chance to trigger lava power when attacking, causing the weapon to gain fire damage. Lava set. Obtain the title of Lava Lord, fire resistance, and all attributes improved. Triggering lava shield enhancement. The shield absorption amount is increased to times the original amount, and the damage received by the character is reduced. Lava resonance appears, strength star, physique star, and fortitude star. Attack speed. A complete set of equipment emblems were embedded into Jin Quan's body. This explosive feeling of improvement made him feel a little ecstatic. Now, even if there was a real dragon in front of him, he wanted to chop it a few times. He swung the knife again. Flames lingered, and Jin Quan frowned slightly. The greatsword itself is heavy, and it reduces the attack speed by 15. Then he drew out the welded Miao Dao at his waist and swung it again with great force. The wind whistled and many afterimages appeared. It seems that this sword cannot be thrown away. It has its own nuclear energy talent. The power of the greatsword combined with the speed of the Miao Dao is perfect. Looking at the special effects attached to the 3 pieces of heavy armor, Jin Quan couldn't help but be amazed. Being attacked has a chance to trigger the shield. Being dodged has a chance to trigger the shield. Being hit by 9 hits also has a chance to trigger the shield. Plus, the suit shield is doubled in strength, and it provides 30% damage reduction. He pounded his chest, making 2 bang sounds. I really want someone to hit me, hee. I learned from Ji Ran that 2 rings can be worn. Jin Quan raised his hand, and a silk thread shot to the top of the cave. The next moment, the silk thread suddenly contracted, and Jin Quan flew up. The silk was retracted and swung again, and Jin Quan used the silk to continuously jump on the top of the cave like a swing. Silk ring, purple. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, ring. Intelligence, 12 stars. Spirit, 10 stars. Special effects. Silk swing. Shoot out silk in the specified direction and quickly pull yourself to the target location. Silk entanglement. Consume mental power to actively release silk entanglement, so that the target enemy is bound by silk. It adds intelligence and spirit, which is more inclined towards the mage profession, but the special effects greatly improve flexibility. The last piece of blue leggings is dropped by the Spireline Bull with a 7-star physique, which increases some defense and movement speed. At this moment, he has already reached his strongest state. The strength emblem adds 69 stars, the constitution adds 112 stars, and the fortitude adds 46 stars, as well as his own talent of the nether flame statue and the attributes hidden in his demonic body. These 3 attributes broke through the 100 stars level at the same time. His physique is even stronger. Jin Quan estimates that his physique is very likely to have reached about 180 stars, and his whole body is like an indestructible iron tower. Chapter 35 Catching Rats. Ji Ran crawled out of a tunnel, glanced at Jin Quan's arm, and his teeth grimaced. Another one. You're only level 31. An orange light flashed in Jin Quan's hand, and the lava judgment turned into a crest and drilled into his palm. He shook his wrist and said, "Let's go. I think we can start fighting against the sandworm nest you mentioned." Wushuang. Ji Ran asked with some doubt. Jin Quan touched his nose and said, "It probably means to fight through it head-on." Ji Ran pointed at Jin Quan's ring and said, "Silver silkworm skin. Later we both need to wrap ourselves with the silver silkworm skin, otherwise the abyss-side rat will not appear. If we try to kill them head-on, they will probably run away to who knows where, considering their cowardly nature." The flower-mouthed ring flashed purple light, and 2 pieces of silkworm skin were taken out. They had been cut before, and the 2 of them were covered from head to toe as if they were wearing a cloak. The cave passages of the red-tumored earthworms are densely packed, and I don't know how Ji Ran found out that this one leads to the nest of the sandworms. Since coming to pit number 1, he has become very familiar with drilling holes, and he is much smaller now. I climbed forward all the way. It was dark inside the cave, and I didn't know how long I had been climbing until I could hear intensive chewing sounds outside, one wave after another, continuous. As we walked forward, a suffocating stench hit us in the face. It felt like being in the workshop of an unlicensed slaughterhouse, where the stench of blood mixed with feces and urine accumulated and fermented, and then burst out all at once. The exit of the passage was hidden in a withered, broad-leaved plant. Jin Quan gently pulled aside some dead leaves, and a gap suddenly opened up in his vision. The moment he saw what was happening outside, Jin Quan felt his scalp tingling, goosebumps all over his body, and his stomach began to spasm violently. He has lived 2 lives as a human. During the special warfare phase in his previous life, he received rigorous training in various battlefield stresses, bloody endurance, etc. He thought he had seen enough of the world, but now it seems that he had underestimated it. In front of him was a living lion-camel ridge. There are mountains of skulls and forests of bones. Human hair has turned into felt sheets, and human flesh has rotted into dust. Human tendons are tangled around trees, dry and charred, shining like silver. It is truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the stench is truly unbearable. It was a perfect replica of the scene before his eyes, even better than before. Because at this moment in this huge valley cave, there are still countless densely packed insects biting and chewing these corpses. In the very center, the train derailed and crashed into the cliff, with a large number of carriages piled up together. It was very clean there, without a single bug. Perhaps it was because that was where the most people gathered at the beginning. One could imagine the first swarm of sand-eating worms rushing over to fight for the food. Now the place is empty, with countless white bones that have been eaten clean hanging and swaying, and only the carriage covered with blood remains. "You've come a little early. We should wait until they finish eating." Ji Ran came over to take a look and said. Jin Quan didn't say anything, but just quietly looked at the horrific bloody scene in front of him. From this moment on, he fully realized that he had come to a completely different world. The people here have no compassion for life, and humanitarianism is meaningless here. What's wrong? Ji Ran turned sideways and saw Jin Quan frowning. After living here for a long time, will everything become like this? What kind of change? It has become a treatment of innocent lives without mercy. Ji Ran paused for a moment and shook his head. The dead city is just a breeding farm, just like the Lingluo chickens raised in the upper city. Do you care about the Lingluo chickens? Jin Quan opened his mouth but found himself speechless. In his previous life, when he was on a mission, what he was taught most was humanitarian protection, the family relationship between the military and civilians, the Geneva Convention, and all other regulations to protect civilians and victims of war. It seems that it is no longer needed here. Everything here grows wildly. Seeing Jin Quan seemed lost, Ji Ran patted his shoulder. "I'm going to put the fruit in." After saying that, he took out a small worm from his bag that was very similar to the sandworm, but this worm was made up of half mechanical and half flesh and blood. Part of its body has a metallic texture. Its mechanical parts flash with a strange cold light, and precise gears and circuits are crisscrossed on its surface. The other part is fresh flesh and blood. The dark red body is wriggling slightly, the junction of flesh and blood and machinery, and the fusion of blood vessels and circuits. Ji Ran placed the fruit on the back of this half-mechanical, half-flesh insect. The bloody hands on its back squirmed and wrapped up the entire lava fruit. As Ji Ran put it down, the bug walked out of their tunnel as if nothing had happened. Its movement patterns are unique and strange. The The mechanical part gives its movements a rigid rhythm, while the flesh and blood part grants it a certain flexibility. The metal limbs walked through the flesh on the ground and crawled slowly towards the pair of carriages that had crashed into the rock wall. If the abyss scythe rat's favorite is lava fruit, then its second favorite is eyeballs. With so many humans dying here, it will definitely want to come over and get a piece of the pie. However, it doesn't dare to compete with the sandworms, so it can only hope to pick up the leftovers. Watching the flesh and blood mechanical worm slowly crawling to the top of the piled-up carriages, the flesh and blood on its back slowly opened up, revealing the lava fruit. The worm took the fruit with its front legs, and then poked the fruit hard. The fruit suddenly became like a ripe tomato, with orange-red liquid droplets flowing out of it. The droplets sparkled with tiny fireflies and appeared exceptionally bright. Then the insect flipped out of the car and became quiet. The abyss scythe rat is extremely cautious. You must wait until it has eaten half of the food before you attack. Jean Quan nodded, and the two of them lay there motionless as if they were fishing. Time passed little by little, and they lay there like this for nearly an hour, but there was still no movement in the opposite carriage, and the lava fruit just stayed there all by itself with no one paying attention to it. Just when Jean Quan wanted to ask if something went wrong, Jiran suddenly made a gesture to keep quiet. Jean Quan looked forward and saw a purple-black rat with golden patterns on its body appear out of nowhere on the top of the carriage, next to the lava fruit. This mouse is larger than an ordinary mouse and more like a mink. He appeared out of nowhere, as if his invisibility was suddenly lifted. Jean Quan clenched his fists, his muscles bulged, and he was ready to attack. But the abyss sickle rat suddenly disappeared again. The next moment, the abyss scythe rat appeared at the entrance of a huge cave deep inside and sniffed around with its nose. After a moment, the figure disappeared again, went to the other side of the track, sniffed, and disappeared again. After a moment, Jean Quan's eyelids jumped. The abyss sickle rat actually appeared less than 3 meters in front of them, and its nose sniffed here. Jean Quan could even see the fur on its body clearly. It hesitated here for the longest time, walked around slowly, and finally disappeared with some doubt. Jean Quan and the other man breathed a sigh of relief. He tightened the silk skin around his body and looked towards the carriage in the distance. Sure enough, the abyss scythe rat appeared on the top of the carriage again. It had been following the sandworms below to pick up eyeballs for a long time, and it had become able to hide perfectly and pick up leaks. He explored around to confirm whether there was anything other than the sandworms. The figure of the abyss scythe rat disappeared again, but the lava fruit actually disappeared bit by bit out of thin air. I'm eating. Lava fruit will cause creatures that eat it to condense fire elements around their bodies, allowing them to observe fire elements even if they are invisible. Jiran lowered his voice to the lowest level and let it reach Jean Quan's ears. Sure enough, just when half of the lava fruit disappeared, a ball of fire began to gather in the open space next to it, and the outline of the fire was exactly the shape of the abyss scythe rat. He can't hide anymore. Take action. Chapter 36. The Abyss Commander. Jiran gave a low shout, and the golden spring rushed out of the cave. The lava judgment emerged with a glow of fire, and the blue flames on its body rose up and condensed in an instant. A 5-meter-tall blue Dharma image wearing a lava suit and heavy armor emerged. The golden light of dominance surrounded his whole body. He suddenly stepped on the ground. The rocks on the ground shattered, and his body jumped high. Troll Earthshatter. He swung the sword with both hands, and it fell from the sky towards the top of the carriage like a meteor. The 100-star patterns on the arms, representing the 100-star power and 100-star physique, glow brightly. Boom! The entire carriage area was directly flattened, and the force penetrated and hit the ground, causing the earth to collapse. At the same time, it triggered a roar of lava, and fan-shaped magma burst out from the ground, and a terrifying air wave pushed in all directions. A large number of sandworms were blown up, struggling and burning in the magma, and then slowly stopped. At this moment, the area within a radius of 50 meters around the golden spring was cleared, and a deep pit appeared in the center. Gone? Jean Quan quickly glanced around but found no trace of the abyss scythe rat. At this moment, an explosion was heard above Jean Quan's head, and the next moment he saw a white phosphorus bomb falling from the sky like fireworks, covering the entire valley. The damage caused by white phosphorus bombs is not high, but it is a great anger to the sandworms that are enjoying their food in the entire valley. This white phosphorus bomb seemed to be specially made. The moment it landed, all the flesh and blood on the ground began to ignite. For a moment, the whole valley was filled with burnt flames. The flames were burning their food. All of a sudden, all the sandworms began to riot, densely packed and stacked one after another, spitting out large amounts of bloody sand from their mouths. The blood sand was spread on the flames produced by the white phosphorus bomb, and the flames were suppressed instantly. These blood sands were extremely sticky and were the signature skill of the sandworm. If there is too much of it stuck to it, it will eventually spread out and crystallize into stone. With so many sandworms rushing forward, they will soon become a stone sculpture. Jin Quan dodged quickly, trying to reduce the amount of blood sand attached to him. At this moment, he heard Ji Ran shouting in the distance. "Fine fire, your greatsword has the attribute of Overlord, as long as the attack can't control you." Jin Quan suddenly came to his senses and swung a knife at a sandworm in front of him. A golden light suddenly appeared on his body, and all the blood sand fell off. Are the epic attributes on weapons so awesome? As he slashed around, he looked around. The flames produced by the white phosphorus bomb were slowly extinguished by the swarm of sandworms. Only one flame jumped quickly left and right under the sand spray of the sandworm. More and more sandworms gathered around the fire, and Jin Quan smiled. "I didn't know how this abyss sickle weasel escaped just now, but this time, all the sandworms participated in the firefighting operation, and it had no way to retreat. But this thing is really agile. Even when besieged by so many sandworms, it can still dodge in the gaps between attacks with ease." Seeing this, Jin Quan exerted force on his legs, jumped high, and slashed the giant earth again. The ball of fire had obviously witnessed the horror of Jin Quan's attack, which had a very large range. It would be impossible to dodge it by relying on its agile body movements. The flames kept trembling, and just as Jin Quan's sword fell, the flames disappeared instantly. This time Jin Quan paid more attention. He found a golden line appeared in the flame, and then the whole person disappeared. The great sword fell, and the terrifying shockwave directly killed a large number of sandworms. The air wave pushed across, and there was no living thing in the middle except for a deep pit. He quickly turned his head to look and saw that the abyss sickle weasel had already appeared 100 meters away. Skill? Teleport? Then he smiled grimly and said, "Come on, let's compete in physical strength." Then the light of dominance on his body reappeared, and another troll earth-splitting slash fell from the air. Cracks spread across the earth, deep pits appeared, and the abyss scythe rat disappeared again. The range of both the destruction blade and the 3-section slash are linear and fan-shaped. Only the troll earthshatter spreads in a circular shape. This abyss scythe rat can dodge flexibly when facing small-range skills, but once it encounters such large-scale shock damage, it will immediately choose to teleport. Continue. Jin Quan stepped on the ground again, flew into the air again, and chopped down heavily with the sword in both hands. The abyss scythe rat teleported away again. Continue. Jin Quan roared angrily and jumped and chopped again. Time and time again, Jin Quan's greatsword almost chopped down the entire valley, and large numbers of sandworms died under his terrifying skills. After repeating the troll earthshatter 20 times, Jin Quan began to gasp heavily. Even his 180-star physique could not withstand such a high-intensity release of epic skills, but he still gritted his teeth and tried his best to jump out of the last cut. The greatsword fell, and Jin Quan turned his head in the shadow of the dust to look at the abyss scythe rat that had teleported away. His voice slowly came out through the smoke. "Damn rat, I'm waiting for an upgrade. What are you waiting for?" Countless sandworms have died under his sword. With that slash just now, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, and his physical strength was instantly replenished. "Come and die." The greatsword flashing red light appeared in the air again, rapidly enlarging in the pupils of the abyss scythe rat. The light on its body flickered again, but soon dimmed. With a strange cry, the golden patterns on its body began to twist instantly, and then it was suddenly pulled up into the air. It was as if a large door was opened from Heiji, and a faint purple light flickered in the door like water waves. The door is open. This is the door to the abyss. After countless days and nights of planning, the door to the abyss that Gone Wei, a miner, wanted to open was finally opened. But Jin Quan still stared at the mouse. When it was in the air, the devil's wings spread out behind him, and the heavy lava judgment turned into an emblem again and drilled into his body. The heavy sword is for powerful attacks, while the Miao Dao is for faster speed. Forcibly canceled the troll earthshatter in mid-air. 3-section slash. The fall of the earth-splitting slash was transformed into a wing-swinging dive of the 3-section slash, which was faster. But the door is right behind the abyss scythe rat, and if it takes a step forward, it will return to the abyss. The abyss scythe rat bared its teeth at Jin Quan, as if mocking him for overestimating his own abilities, then turned around and walked away. But just as he was about to step into the gate of the abyss, a large number of silk threads suddenly emerged from his body, layer upon layer, wrapping him into a cocoon in an instant. The abyss scythe rat also reacted quickly. Its claws emitted red light, and with a slight pull, the silk entanglement skill, which was driven by only 23 stars of intelligence, was torn into pieces like a piece of sackcloth. But in this moment of pause, the golden spring swordlight has arrived. Blood spurted out, and the headless body of the abyss scythe rat slowly fell down. You killed Special Abyssal Scythe Rat, 7 levels higher, and the effectiveness accounted for 100%. And just when he killed the abyss scythe rat, the open door of the abyss began to tremble rapidly, as if it was about to close in the next moment. It's too much. Jin Quan was shocked. Jiran only told him to kill the abyss scythe rat to open the door, but he killed the abyss scythe rat on his own initiative. Just when Jin Quan wanted to find Jiran quickly, a pitch-black crow emitting black smoke fell from the sky. The crow's eyes were scarlet, like 2 glowing rubies. It fell, and actually stopped directly on the void gate. In an instant, the void gate that was about to collapse stabilized again. Jin Quan looked back and saw Jiran also walking towards him slowly. The only difference from before was that this time there was a dark totem pattern between his eyebrows, flashing with faint light. Is this a talent? Jiran nodded. It seems that your talent is related to the abyss. Jiran nodded again. If it weren't for you, this would be the most useless talent. He pointed to the crow standing on the gate of the abyss. My talent is called Abyss Commander, and this is my guard officer. Chapter 37, Sand Devourer. Talent? Jiran shrugged. A talent that can only be used in the abyss. It's just a decorative symbol. You don't need the legendary job emblem even if you have one, so you're going to the abyss to find one? If you have hope, you always want to go higher. Jin Quan put the knife back into the sheath. I still have to go out to redeem someone, so I won't go with you. Haha. Jiran laughed twice. You've helped me get here, which is more valuable than the professional emblem to me. I have to walk the rest of the way by myself. No one can help me. Without being too pretentious, Jin Quan glanced at the crow standing on the gate of the abyss and saw it flapping its wings, causing ripples on the gate of the abyss. It was a smooth trip then. Jiran lifted the backpack behind him and was about to go in, but suddenly stopped and said with a smile, If I come back alive and you've finished your business, how about we organize a tour? You are the leader and I will be the commentator. Jin Quan has no family or relatives, no worries, and said indifferently, Sure. I'll go out and look for some good seasonings and buy some. Jiran couldn't help but smile again and stepped into the gate of the abyss. As Jiran left, the gate to the abyss also collapsed and disappeared in a flash. The swarm of sandworms seemed to be frightened by the golden spring bombardment. They just hissed outside and gathered in a circle without attacking. Jin Xuanla was free and picked up the body of the abyss scythe rat from the ground. His eyes twitched slightly after taking a look at it. A black 4-leaf clover emblem slowly formed on the mouse's forehead. This was a 4-leaf clover-shaped emblem that he had never seen before, but he had seen a black emblem once, and that was when the Linene fusion failed and was ejected into his arms. This was his current professional emblem. Dark insight passed through this unique emblem. Lucky gold coin. Equipment level, none. Equipment quality, special. Equipment type, special accessories. Attribute effect, luck bonus. Improves the character's luck attribute and increases the chance of monsters dropping high-quality equipment and items. Lucky event trigger. Within 30 natural days, you can actively trigger to enter a random dimension. Special equipment? Jin Quan looked in the direction of the abyss gate, and Jiran had already disappeared. With no one to ask, he carefully memorized the appearance of the emblem and finally placed it on himself. With a flash of black light, the 4-leaf clover actually drilled directly into his heart. After a careful inspection, I found that there was no attribute bonus, as if I had installed an equipment emblem in vain. Luck is also a part of strength. This statement is applicable in any world. Since the chance of monsters dropping high-quality equipment and items has been increased, I will use you to test my skills. He ignored the sand-eating worms that were surrounding him, but raised his hand and swung it above his head. Purple light flashed at his fingertips, and a silk thread flew out and stuck firmly to the top of the cave, and a pulling force came. The whole person soared into the air, flew a few times, and quickly floated towards the huge cave that the abyss scythe rat had previously explored. As soon as he landed, a large number of sandworms attacked him. Jin Quan raised his hand and slashed at the dense swarm of insects 9 times, continuously triggering the lava roar, triggers large amounts of magma to erupt from the ground, burning the insect swarm, causing it to squeak and roll wildly on the ground. At the same time, lava charging was triggered, and a flaming lava shield emerged from his body. Any sandworm that gets close to the shield will be burned by crackling flames. Just like that, Jin Quan took back the nether flame statue, without blocking at all, and walked slowly forward while slashing with the shield on his head. Intensive attacks hit him, with a 10% chance of triggering the lava shield. Once the agile sandworm dodges, the lava shield will continue to refresh. The attack dominance attribute of lava judgment made it impossible for the sandworms that were all over the mountains to stop it. Killing will refresh the burning shield, and controlling will use the invincibility to break free. Jin Quan fully interpreted the process of cutting through the passage from Nanshimen to Ponglai East Road, and walked into the cave deep in the valley. As you step into the cave, you will feel an oppressive atmosphere. At the entrance of the cave, there is a layer of fine red gravel, which feels as soft as latex. The light is dim, with only the occasional mysterious fluorescent mineral emitting a faint light. The walls of the cave had a rough texture, which was the trace left by countless sandworms digging and crawling for a long time. From time to time, some sticky liquid oozes out of the wall, emitting a pungent smell, which was the secretion of the sandworms. A low buzzing sound echoed in the cave, and from time to time tiny sandworms crawled out from the soft red sand on the ground, then climbed up the wall to lick the secretions on the wall. Jin Quan used his sword to push away some of the red sand under his feet, and black insect eggs were turned out. It looks like this is a worm nest. There are a large number of various skeletons and dilapidated weapons and equipment scattered around, which shows how many lives were buried there. Glancing back, he discovered that all the sandworms on the periphery had stopped moving and were lingering at the entrance, as if there was a ban or a strict order prohibiting entry. Where's the insect king? There was nothing else in the entire cave except the cubs drinking milk on the wall. Jin Quan walked cautiously to the center of the cave and looked around, but there was still no sign of the insect king. But the space between his eyebrows kept throbbing, and dark insight was giving him a subtle warning. Blue flames suddenly rose into the air from his body, and the statue of the underworld flame attached to his entire body. The moment he used the talent of the nether flame statue, all the red sand in the cave instantly wrapped around the golden spring like dumpling skins. In the blink of an eye, the golden spring was wrapped into a huge sand ball suspended in the air. The sand on the ground exploded, and a snake tail, flashing with faint light, instantly pierced into the sandball at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Boom! With a loud bang, Jin Quan was pierced out of the sandball by a powerful blow and was nailed directly to the wall of the cave. The cave walls were sunken and spread out like a spider web, and a large amount of rock was broken and fell. The dark flame statue wearing a lava suit was actually pierced directly, and the tail spike flashing with green light stopped quietly an inch in front of his chest. Jin Quan subconsciously attached the gray particles to his Miao Dao and swung it at high speed. But the snake's tail reacted extremely quickly, pulling back in an instant and disappearing before his eyes. The whole person immediately fell from the cave wall, adjusted his body shape, slightly bent his knees to release the force, and the long sword and sand landed steadily on the ground. Luckily, I was tough enough. I was almost killed in seconds. The flames on the statue spread rapidly, and the pierced chest gathered little by little, and then returned to normal. Jin Quan looked ahead and saw a huge insect-like beast and snake monster lurking in front of him. This monster was extremely huge, with a body length of dozens of meters. Its upper body was like a cockroach. Its head was huge and ferocious. Its eyes were full of fierce red light, and its mouth was covered with dense and sharp teeth. But its lower body has a tail like a python, covered with a hard shell that flashes red light, and the end of the tail is like a long sword, flashing with green venom. This structure of a cockroach in front and a long snake in the back allows it to move quickly on the sand while also having the ability to climb. Its teeth, tail, body, and legs are all offensive weapons, making it look like a giant war beast. His eyes flashed, and a message emerged. Level 39. Sand-devouring Lord Domain Lord. Jin Quan's expression was slightly solemn. Is this the Domain Lord that Jiran mentioned? He looked at the red sand under his feet. It seemed that this red sand was the domain of the sand-eating lord. It could be manipulated at will, achieving both offensive and defensive capabilities. Chapter 38. Battle with the Sand Devourer. The sand-eating lord stood up like a cobra, and the lantern-like eyes on his cockroach looked down at the golden spring. The next moment, the long tail swung out a sonic boom and slashed across. Jin Quan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly raised the Miao Dao to slash back quickly. But the next moment, the sand under his feet bulged into a hillside, and his center of gravity shifted. The Miao Dao passed by the snake's tail and hit his nether flame statue hard. Boom! Another huge impact sound, blasting the golden spring into the cave wall. Jin Quan was embedded in the wall. Looking at the ground covered with red sand, he couldn't help but frown. He can control all the red sand on the ground. It's too disadvantageous to stand on it and fight it. This ability to change terrain is useless even with his domineering body. He sheathed the Miao Dao, and with a flash of orange light in his hand, the lava judgment reappeared. The sand-eating lord was too fast. I originally thought that it would be easier to fight him with a lightweight Miao Dao, but I found that this tail was really like a swordsman, and its attack speed was completely overwhelming. Speed is of no use at all. He slammed his elbow into the wall behind him and pulled himself out of the wall. With a step into the void, a golden glow of domineering body emerged, and the whole person leaped into the air, his muscles bulging, and he held the sword in both hands, emitting a blazing light, and chopped down with all his might. Troll Earthshatter. Just as he was about to get above the head of the sand devourer, a tall wall of sand suddenly rose from the ground, and his vision instantly disappeared. Boom! The blade light, like a meteorite, hit the sand wall, and the sand wall instantly caved in like a drum, and then exploded with a loud bang. The entire cave was covered with red sand. Jin Quan raised his head instantly and saw that the sand-eating lord was clinging to the top of the cave. The snake's tail was like a javelin and was heading straight for his back. He raised his sword without any defense, trying to stop the sand-eating lord again to see if he dared to confront him head-on. But he made another mistake. The red sand on the ground was like a carpet that was suddenly pulled sideways by someone. The direction of his sword suddenly shifted, and the snake tail of the sand-eating lord pierced fiercely into the shoulder of the nether rock statue. By the time Jin Quan continued to swing his sword, the snake's tail had already retracted to the top of the cave. A strange squeaking sound came from the mouth of the sand-eating lord, as if he was mocking the reptile Jin Quan. Pooh! Jin Quan spat out the sand in his mouth and said with a somewhat sinister smile, "What are you so proud of? If you can't break my defense, you will be the one who dies." After he finished speaking, the black mist behind him suddenly grew into a pair of devil wings, and his body instantly floated in the air, shooting towards the sand-eating lord like a red line. Demon Wing 3/. But when he got closer again, a large wall of red sand appeared in front of him. But this time, Jin Quan smiled. The demon wings behind him retreated, and purple light flashed on his body. A white sword light appeared on the knife, and it instantly penetrated the sand wall like a purple lightning. It actually turned a big bend in the air and appeared in front of the Lord of Sand. Die! A crescent-shaped sword energy burst out from the big sword and passed through the body of the sand-eating lord. Gah! A huge scream filled the cave, and its body, which had been blocked by the sand wall and quickly hidden on the ground, was picked up and flew back again. Sword Art. Blade of Destruction, orange. Skill effect. Lock on the target. Use the tyrannical momentum to launch a rapid charge and rush towards the target enemy like a purple lightning, causing certain impact damage to the enemies on the path and knocking them back. After approaching the target, strike upward with a powerful force. The greatsword releases a powerful destructive sword energy, causing extremely high damage to the target enemy. The enemy hit will be knocked away by the powerful impact force and lose the ability to move briefly in the air. The Destruction Blade has the shortest advance distance among the 3 skills, but it has a very abnormal property, which is that it can lock within the range. Even if the Sand-Eating Lord had no vision and dodged just now, he could still rush out in an arc and lock on to chase him. In order to kill him while he was sick, the devil's wings grew out from behind him again and turned into a stream of light that streaked through the air. The Sand-Eating Lord's defense was as weak as tofu in front of Jin Quan, but it was too big. The previous blow cut off half of its body, and the damaging attribute kept melting its wound. But he let out a cry towards the sky, and the sand-eating worms that had piled up like a mountain outside the cave entrance rushed in instantly. At this moment, each of them burst out with terrifying jumping power, like locusts, and instantly covered the body of the sand-eating lord. Jin Quan slashed with his sword, and a large number of sandworms fell. He flashed his sword again, and a fan-shaped attack with roaring magma rushed towards the group of sandworms. The third sword, a powerful blow, cut through the sand-eating worm with a huge blade energy and chopped fiercely on the body of the sand-eating lord. Bang! The back of the sand-eating lord was sunken, metallic sparks emerged, and blood spurted out. Purple light flashed in Jin Quan's hand, and he threw out a silk thread that shot into the top of the cave, and then just hung quietly in the air. There were too many bugs. I couldn't cut them with my gifted gray sword. I could only barely break through their defense with the sword energy of the Demon Wing 3-stage slash. At this time, the insects lying on the sand-eating lord piled up into a small hill, like a piece of insect armor. The blade he empowered could not touch the sand devourer's body at all, but Jin Quan was not too worried. The more clumsy the monster was, the more vulnerable it was in front of him. Just when he wanted to rush into the insect mountain again and chop through it to get to its main body, a strong blood light erupted from the insect mountain, and this blood light was like a blazing flame. The next moment, Jin Quan saw the tails of the sand-eating lord appear again in the insect mountain. This time, there were dozens of them, and they were densely poking at his nether flame statue at a speed that Jin Quan could hardly react to. Troll Earthshatter. Almost instantly, Jin Quan's domineering body emerged. The intensive attacks were like a machine gun sweeping over him, but because of his domineering body attribute, the terrifying attacks could not repel him. Under the fierce bombardment, the golden spring smashed into the insect mountain like a meteor. Countless sandworms flew away in an instant. At the same time, the innate nether flame statue was directly pierced into a sieve, and then exploded into a sky full of blue flames and disappeared directly. The moment Jin Quan entered the insect mountain, he slashed quickly, triggered dodge, attack, and defense, and layers of lava shields emerged on his body. When in Overlord mode, you are immune to control effects and take less damage. Lava Shield Enhancement increases the shield absorption amount to times the original amount and reduces the damage received by the character. With a total of 50 damage reduction and his 100 stars fortitude attribute, Jin Quan chopped randomly in the insect mountain. With the blessing of nuclear energy talent, the originally orange flaming giant sword turned gray, and everything it passed through was split in two. Every time Jin Quan hits the enemy with his sword, he gains the power of lava. After 10 strikes, his whole body seems to be covered with a layer of magma. Magma erupted, and the lava hit the whole person, turning him into a meteorite that crashed into the insect mountain and then exploded with a loud bang. Suddenly, the charred sandworms rained down throughout the cave. Under the blessing of the red bloodlight, the sand-eating lord's attack speed increased so fast that Jin Quan couldn't see clearly at all. He simply ignored him and let him hack and stab wildly. The lava shield on the body keeps refreshing rapidly. He was in dominance throughout the entire process and could not be repelled. He dug a deep pit in the entire insect mountain. The so-called insect mountain meat armor was nothing more than thicker tofu in front of him. After slashing for nearly 5 minutes, Jin Quan finally saw the sand-eating lord curled up among the insects. Locking. Blade of Destruction. Purple light flickered outward from the mountain of insects. An array of destructive sword energy soared into the sky, carrying scarlet blood and splashing towards the top of the cave, with insect corpses and rubble falling like rain. You killed the sand-devouring Lord Domain Lord, 7 levels higher, and the efficiency accounted for 100%. Chapter 39 Legendary Skills, Sword Demon Fury. With the death of the sand-eating lord, the insect mountain collapsed in an instant, like monkeys after a fallen tree. They scrambled to disperse quickly, rushed out of the cave, and fled in all directions. Jin Quan ignored him and glanced at the panel. Level 33. He killed countless bugs and a domain lord before he was able to level up twice. Why is the upgrade so slow? The days of leveling up 5 or 6 times with one strike seemed to be gone forever. Looking at the sand-eating lord who was cut from the waist to the head, he walked forward slowly. Lucky coin, I hope you won't let me down. With a kick, the huge corpse rolled upwards. Jin Quan took a deep breath as 6 emblems appeared densely on the corpse. There are 2 orange emblems, 2 purple ones, and 2 blue ones, gathered together like a nest. The previous time I killed the lava monster, it was 1 orange and 3 purple. This one has 2 orange, 2 purple, and 2 more blue emblems. He stroked the lines on the corpse, and the emblems slowly emerged. The first thing to check out are the 2 orange emblems. One is a triangle and the other is a hexagon, representing one for skill and the other for equipment. Skill emblem, Sword Fury, orange. Skilled occupations, swordsmen and occupations that use sword-like weapons. Skill description, when the swordsmanship frenzy skill is activated, the swordsman enters an extremely fanatical fighting state, constantly evaporating his own blood and defending. The body is surrounded by strong blood energy, and the eyes are flashing with sharp light. In this state, the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and attack power are reduced. Epic. Bleeding. When attacked, health is continuously lost and the healing effect is halved. Seeing this skill, Jin Quan was suddenly shocked. The violent skill that Ji Ran mentioned should be of purple grade. Then he felt the special equipment, the lucky gold coin, on his chest. Amazing! If this skill appeared because of the lucky coin, then the value of this special equipment is probably far greater than any other equipment he has. It's not an exaggeration to call it a divine weapon. Without saying a word, he pressed the skill emblem between his eyebrows. The emblem turned into a stream of light and penetrated into his mind, and countless pieces of information pertaining to this skill emerged. At this moment, his professional specific skill, swordsmanship mastery, flashed violently. The originally orange swordsmanship violent skill slowly transformed into a golden legend. Sword Demon Fury, Legend, Gold. Skilled occupations. Swordsmen and occupations that use sword-like weapons. Skill description. When the Sword Demon Fury skill is activated, the swordsman enters a frantic fighting state, constantly burning his own blood and defending. The body is surrounded by intense blood flames, and the eyes flash with sharp light. In this state, the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and strength are reduced. Legend. Bloodsucking. When inflicting damage to an enemy, 30 damage points can be converted into healing, restoring injuries and physical strength. Jin Quan swallowed his saliva after seeing this skill. This skill was upgraded to the legendary level without adding any other special effects. It was a complete numerical explosion, consuming more physical fitness and defense in exchange for 5 times the speed and strength. Then Jin Quan looked at the legendary attribute. Bloodsucking. Just looking at the first half of this skill, it burns a lot of blood and reduces defense by 80. It's a complete suicide skill. With this blood-sucking attribute, as long as we continue to cause damage to the enemy, we should be able to make the skill last longer. Exhaling slightly, Jin Quan looked at the 4 skills on the panel. 3 displacement advances and 1 acceleration output. I have already acquired all the skills that Ji Ran arranged. How should I choose the next skill? Continue to look for displacement skills, or something else? Jin Quan felt that the 3 displacement skills should be enough at this stage, and without considering the output, his mind instantly recalled the nether flame statue that was previously blown up by the sand-eating lord. This was the first time that his talent was destroyed without any time to recover. Ji Ran is right. Living a long life is the strongest attribute. He probably had an idea in mind. He looked at the hexagonal orange emblem in his hand. Sand-devouring python, orange. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment type, belt. Physical fitness, 33 stars. Fortitude, 30 stars. Guardian of Sand. Releases a sand shield. Immune to 1 attack. Cooldown. 1 natural day. Sand-eating power. Standing on the ground, you gain the effect of sand-eating power and increase your fortitude by 20. Sand Python Bite. When attacking, there is a 15% chance to summon a sand python phantom, which will fall from the air, causing damage to the enemy and petrifying it. Epic. Tenacity. After being seriously injured, the damage received is reduced. After seeing the belt, Jin Quan was immediately delighted, because the belt actually came with an invincible skill. Release a sand shield to grant immunity to 1 attack. Although it takes a day to cool down, it is still an extremely powerful life-saving skill. There is also a passive effect that increases defense when standing still, improves its own fortitude attribute by 20, and the range petrification effect of 15 of the sand python's bite. Combined with the 25% chance of lava judgment triggering lava roar, his attacks are likely to be filled with special effects. The epic attribute, Tenacity, is also a damage reduction attribute. The lava shield enhancement reduces damage by 30, the overlord reduces damage by 20, and Tenacity reduces severe injuries by 30. With a damage reduction of up to 80, Jin Quan can be sure that it is almost impossible to kill him instantly after all these special effects are triggered. If he fails to kill him in seconds, he might stab the opponent. Epic equipment gives me a sense of security. Jin Quan reached for his waist and pulled it outwards. A green, high-quality, first-level speed belt was peeled off from his body. It only stayed in his hand for 2 seconds before disintegrating into countless starlight. Then he placed the epic orange emblem, Sand-Eating Python, on his waist, and with a flash of light, it instantly drilled into Jin Quan's body. At the same time, the sound of an elephant came from Jin Quan's body again, and a green elephant shadow drilled into his right arm. The 100-star pattern, which originally had only 1 elephant head, instantly twisted and grew another elephant head. Jin Quan raised his hand and took a look. Is your physical fitness at 200 stars? Just by clenching my fists slightly, I can feel a long-lasting strength in my body. Physical fitness is the foundation of life. Possessing strong endurance and recovery capabilities provides a solid guarantee for attacking and performing sword skills. A physique of 200 stars is enough for Jin Quan to use epic skills to bombard multiple times. With the reappearance of the 100 stars mark on his physique, Jin Quan's height shrank again, and he no longer had the oppressive feeling of having a body covered in hideous muscles. At the same time, the 30-star fortitude bonus made his defense impregnable again, and his skin all over his body glowed with a metallic luster. Chapter 40. Spider's Nest. Jin Quan twisted his neck and his bones crackled. Then he looked at the 2 purple emblems, which were 2 skill emblems, but they did not belong to his profession. Skill emblem: Abyssal Infusion, purple. Occupation: Summoner. Skill effect: the summoner concentrates his mind, guides the power from the abyss, and injects this powerful power into the summoned creature through a special magic contract. The infused summoned creature will be covered by a layer of dark red light, increasing its attack power and attack speed. Summoner skills look pretty good. This type of skill that does not display the increased value is generally related to the skill's own attributes. For example, this skill is most likely related to the summoner's intelligence. The higher the intelligence, the higher the bonus. The same is true for Jin Chuan's Troll Earth Shatter. The higher the strength, the higher the damage. Put this emblem away and look at another skill emblem again. Skill emblem: Holy Protection, purple. Skilled occupation: Priest. Skill effect: the priest calls upon divine power to cast a powerful protective barrier for teammates. This barrier can absorb a large amount of damage and provide continuous healing effects to teammates in it. At the same time, the barrier also has the ability to purify negative states, protecting teammates from enemy control and weakening effects. Jin Quan raised his eyebrows slightly. This skill is a domineering skill that can be released to others, and it also comes with treatment and shield. They are all good skills. He has already mastered 2 priest skills, but he is still a lone wolf, and his original teammate Jiran has also left. Put the emblem into the flower mouth ring. The last 2 pieces of blue equipment emblems are a blue automatic pistol and a 2-handed axe. These are all things that Jin Quan has no use for at all, but according to Jiran, these things can be traded and can be exchanged for what he needs. After collecting all of them one by one, Jin Quan looked at the huge corpse of the Sand-Eating Lord. Without Jiran's guidance, he didn't know what was valuable on this monster. After a little consideration, he cut off the python's tail that was like a long sword with one knife. This is the Sand-Eating Lord's strongest offensive method, sharp and poisonous. Jin Quan did not leave the cave, but looked around inside the cave. In a crack in the rock wall, he saw a flickering fluorescence. Looking closer, deep inside the crack, a plant covered in blood-red flowers stood quietly in the crack. It is true. Domain lords are usually accompanied by companion creatures. The lava beast is a lava fruit. What is this? He drew out his Miao Dao, which was surrounded by gray particle light. He cut the rock wall bit by bit like cutting tofu. Then he walked into the cave and picked up the flower. The plant is relatively short, with a slender but tough stem in light golden color. The most eye-catching part is the flower, which is scarlet and trumpet-shaped, flashing a faint light, as if it contains mysterious power. His eyes flickered, and dark insight immediately revealed basic information about the plant. Sand Heart Flower. Sand Heart Flower can be made into a precious potion with a powerful healing effect. Whether it is external or internal injuries, taking Sand Heart Flower potion can accelerate wound healing and restore physical strength. A medicinal herb. He had never come into contact with the profession of pharmacist. He heard from Jiran that all of them were kept by the major forces in Upper City, and it was a very popular profession. I can only put it away. Realizing that there was nothing else good in the cave, he took out a few pieces of fish, rested for a while, and then walked out of the cave. It was a mess outside, with deep pits created by the Golden Spring Troll's earth-splitting slash. The soil was turned inside out, covering up the original bloody scene. The bugs also left cleanly. After eating, they would dig redstone or grind it into fine sand, and then bring the sand into the cave of the sand-eater. The insects lay their eggs in the fine sand, which is why the cave of the Sand-Eating Lord is covered with red fine sand. But now that the Sand-Eating Lord is dead, I don't know if these insects will still follow their previous habits. There were corpses all over the ground. Jin Quan just flipped over a few and didn't continue looking. The levels of these bugs were generally 31 to 32, which was the same as his level. After searching a lot, he finally found a gray general equipment emblem with pitifully low attributes. He simply stopped looking, but he did find a complete corpse. The corpse's face was purple, and there were obvious marks of strangulation on the neck. He must have been killed while in the carriage and thrown into the corner. Later, the train was hit violently, causing the carriage to deform, and the body was wrapped in the twisted iron sheet in a triangle. In this way, this person became the only intact body on the entire train. Jean Quan cut open the iron sheet and directly stripped off his clothes. A baseball cap, sneakers, overalls, a vest, and a loose baseball jacket. If you add a big gold chain, it will be a complete West Coast style. Finally, I don't have to be half naked. Jean Quan imitated the goat horn gesture. He took out the map of pit number 1 and pointed at the corner with a red cross. After defeating this resentful spider queen, we can plan our escape. According to G Ran, the upper city controls the channels for career breakthroughs, so the people in the lower city are all at the lower third level. With his current strength, he would be invincible if he went to the lower city. After observing the route for a while, Jean Quan put his sword in his hand and walked towards the spider's nest alone. The spider's nest is located in the southwest corner of the entire map. The geology here is extremely special. It is an ice cave space evolved from a mixture of saltpeter-like minerals and water. From the outside, the entrance was covered with a thin layer of frost, giving off a cold and eerie atmosphere. As I stepped into the nest, a biting chill hit me in the face. There are 6 passages in the ice cave, leading to the deepest interior space. The ice wall is covered with crisscrossing twisted lines, as if they were formed by some creature crawling for a long time. The ground was covered with a thick layer of frost, which made a crunching sound when walking on it. Looking up, I saw a large number of sharp ice cones hanging from the ceiling of the cave. Living creatures were frozen in the ice cones, emitting the breath of death. The entire lair of the Spider Queen is a cold and terrifying world. Zhu Jianxiong lit a cigarette, glanced around, and couldn't help but sneer. A small level 39 monster's lair looks quite impressive. Lu Shi behind him immediately stepped forward and echoed. Captain Zhu, you know what? I think these ice sculptures are quite artistic. It would be great if we could transport some of them to Upper City and make an art exhibition for young Master Zhu. I can serve as the exhibition's explainer, talk about this battle, and let the kids in Upper Town get to know Captain Zhu. Zhu Jianxiong raised his eyebrows and glanced sideways at Lu Shi. He had to admit that this kid always hit the spot for him. He chuckled and said, "You know art?" Lu Shi immediately puffed out his chest. "My family works in civil engineering, specializing in architectural design. Look at these frozen monster ice sculptures. They have different postures and expressions. When the time comes, the resentful spider queen you killed will be the main body, and these small ice sculptures will serve as decorations. Add some more dry ice mist, and the entire space will be restored. So I'll explain to him exactly how you fight and how you kill, and I guarantee a big fire." Chapter 41 Red Devil Core. Taking a deep puff of smoke, Zhu Jianxiong's lips curled up slightly. "That's right. Be careful when you fight. Don't let everything get damaged." Just as he looked up at the frozen ice sculpture on the top, a beautiful female voice spoke. "This native species has not been killed for 300 years, so we should be more rigorous." The girl spoke, and everyone immediately looked over. The 2 big men beside her, one carrying a 9-barrel Gatling machine gun, and the other carrying a large individual howitzer, were guarding her on the left and right. Zhu Jianxiong smiled disdainfully. "Why doesn't your brother Ji Fei come here?" Ji Linger frowned, not used to Zhu Jianxiong's tone. "My brother has already reached the 4th level in his career. How can he come?" "You know that too, Mississippi." Zhu Jianxiong continued with a smile. "This number 1 pit is opened every 20 years. The slightly more powerful people have already reached the 4th level in 20 years. Who would come here? Even a person from the lower 3rd dimension would not bother to come. They all make it sound so magical." After saying this, he turned his head and looked at the bald heads on both sides of him. "The 2-headed wolf of the Ji family is over 50 years old, right? He hasn't retired yet? Can you beat him?" The 2 bald men in suits turned their heads and looked at Zhu Jianxiong. One of them said, "Thank you for your concern, Master Zhu. I have been in the 3rd-level secret realm for decades and have not failed many times." "That's good." Zhu Jianxiong nodded, turned around and looked at everyone. There were only 40 men and women in the field. All of them were well-dressed and had extraordinary temperament. "I know you must have your own reasons for coming to pit number 1. Whether you are looking for 3rd-tier purple skills, spiritual medicines and spiritual materials, or equipment emblems. I hope that all this can be discussed after we defeat this resentful spider queen together." He threw the cigarette in his hand down at his feet, and it made a crackling sound when it touched the icy ground. Because I brought you here, it's inevitable that I have some ulterior motives. To be honest, I brought you here just to be a witness. He pointed to the 5 young men he brought with him. Let me introduce you to the Red Devils. You should all be familiar with them. They are the champions of the last Starlight Professional League. After he finished speaking, the 5 people immediately took off their masks and sunglasses, revealing their handsome faces. Especially Zhu Jinxiong standing in the center, making the 5 people look even more extraordinary. There was an uproar in the place, especially from the rich girls who screamed. Fuiran, Xiaoyinza, Zurich, oh my god, I actually saw them here. I'm going crazy. They, who were originally standing at the back and hiding passively, suddenly rushed forward quickly. Shangguan, I want your autograph. Can we take a photo together? Jin Mukin, I love you so much. Your name is all over my house. You accompanied me as I grew up. You taught me how to be a good person. You made me strong and brave. You are the pillar of my life. I really want to cry to death. For a moment, there was some chaos in the field. Boys and girls all came over, took out their high-end smartphones, and took photos one by one. I have to say that the 5 members of the Red Devil Corps are quite professional. They took out a marker from their trouser pockets and signed on the girls' clothes one by one. Then they took photos with a smile. Even Ji Linger glanced sideways from time to time, at the flowing silver hair, the sparkling earrings, the devilish corners of her mouth, and the sharp profile. Every move is enough to make girls addicted. When the place became quieter, Zhu Jinxiong coughed, and the 5 members of the Red Devil Corps slowly withdrew from the crowd. I think everyone here who has a TV at home should know the strength of the Red Devil Corps. All members are level 39, and all are combat geniuses. He deliberately glanced at the 2-headed wolf next to Ji Linger. They are not the losers who failed in their career breakthroughs. They survived desperate situations time and time again in the competitions and escaped danger time and time again. They are the pillars of the Empire's future. They came to this pit, to put it bluntly, to play an exhibition match for you. He raised his hands and clapped twice, saying, well, please applaud them. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became heated, with constant whistles and screams. The silver-haired young man Jian Mukin had a purple light flash in his hand, and a slender sword with dragon pattern appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and waved it, and the wind whistled, making his clothes flutter and his bangs fly. Show you a Lingfeng sword. Ah, Jin Mukin, kill me quickly, I want to be chopped by you. The tall young man with a crew cut and diamond earrings strode forward with his hands in front of him. The next moment, a large sniper rifle flashed in purple light. He looked determined, took off the gun and put it on his shoulder, like a special forces soldier who obeyed orders. Suddenly someone started crying, Shangguan Che, you are my guardian angel, and you will always be my guardian angel. My heart and my soul are protected by you. The young man with gray middle-parted hair made a rock and roll goat horn gesture, raised his shoulder, and a basketball-sized fireball appeared in his hand. He bent his body slightly, and the fireball slapped his crotch, demonstrating amazing control over the elements. Aw, reason, where is the reason, brother? Your smile is my poison. It makes me crazy. Fuiran, I want you to be my blue elf. Raise your lips with pride to the whole world and fly in the sky of love. Those girls were breathing heavily. Their faces were flushed, and their heads felt congested. They looked like they were about to faint any moment. A burly young man in a black leather jacket and half-finger gloves flashed a purple light with one hand, and a large shield appeared. He twisted the shield, and the shield spun rapidly. As it spun, a large pink heart appeared in the center of the shield. Zurich, don't give up. No matter the wind or rain, we will walk together. We have seen your efforts and will remember them in our hearts. We will defeat everything with our love. Then, the last short boy with a mushroom head made a cat scratching gesture and threw one to the crowd. A white light emerged, his hair flew, and the white staff was held tightly in his hands. Xia Inza, mommy loves you. Don't nurse anyone else, come to my arms, I will nurse you. The entire space doesn't look like a monster's lair at all, but more like an ice and snow stage created by an artist. Zhu Jinxiong shouted behind him, put out the bait. The sound echoed in this cold nest, and after a while, 2 middle-aged men slowly walked in, escorting more than 100 people. These people were almost naked, wearing only underwear, with numerous whip marks on their dark skin, some of which were fresh and still oozing with blood, while others were old scars. Their eyes were dull, and they could not even lift their eyelids, even though there were many beauties here whom they had never seen in their lives. We were stripped naked for security checks and walked barefoot on the ice. Everyone was shivering. The middle-aged man next to him swung the whip in his hand quickly, and there were 10 consecutive bangs. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and 10 men were knocked to the ground. Their faces showed extreme pain, but no one howled. Past experience told them that these rich young masters hated the noise made by their baits that drowned out their own voices. 10 of you, go into that cave, quickly. He swung the whip hard and hit the ice, leaving a deep crack on the surface. The crack seemed to be telling the 10 people lying on the ground how merciful the whip was that hit them. The bait trembled as it climbed up from the ground and walked forward tremblingly in the direction of the whip marks on the ground. Under long-term habits and culture, this is their cognition, and their fathers and sons will do the same, following their identity as bait. There were 6 passages, and they walked into the middle passage. They threw 10 baits in, and it became quiet instantly. The dark passage was like an abyss that swallowed everything. About 10 minutes later, angry roars were heard from the cave, followed by continuous miserable howls. Intensive crawling sounds came from the cave. Get ready, Zhu Jianxiong shouted. Stop the cave. Chapter 42 Handsome Brothers. A large number of spiders rushed out of the cave like a tide. Zurich rushed forward with a large shield, slid, and the shield shone brightly, hitting the spiders hard. As soon as he stepped on the ground, he roared and a red light shone from his body. Ridicule. As soon as this skill appeared, the spiders that had originally planned to attack from behind suddenly rushed towards his shield with red eyes. Behind him, Fuiran, who had a gray middle-parted hairstyle, held a fireball in his hand that drew an arc and instantly smashed into the group of spiders. The flames exploded instantly, and the little spiders flew everywhere. Shangguan Che, holding a gun, fired frantically at the spiders that were blown away. In an instant, blood mixed with mucus burst out from the spiders' bodies. Jian Mukin moved quickly. The rapier in his hand swung extremely fast, and each sword was extremely gorgeous. Any spider that bypassed the shield warrior in front would be killed by him in a very cool manner. The staff in the hand of the mushroom-headed Xiaoyinza continued to emit light, and he used shields, acceleration, and other enhancing skills on his teammates. I have to say, although the Red Devils are very showy, their basic operations are still very good. When this combination came out, the eyes of the rich girls at the scene lit up and their breathing quickened. The shield warrior takes the damage, the priest heals, the fire mage and sniper cooperate in violent output without hesitation in the back, and the swordsman roams around to attack and cover the entire team. For a moment, the originally scary group of spiders were blocked at the entrance of the passage and were slaughtered. As expected of the Red Devil Corps, so handsome and so strong. A second-generation rich boy exclaimed. He originally just came to see if he could find a few small lords and try his luck to get the purple skill emblem, but he was forcibly dragged here by Zhu Jianxiong. Due to Zhu Jianxiong's power, I felt it was unlucky at first, but now it seems that it was a perfect opportunity. Not only did I see the legendary Legion on TV, but I also watched them conquer the dimensional leader up close. There were many posts slandering them before, and I believed them. Another young man next to him also sighed. This sentence seemed to arouse the anger of the girl next to her. I don't know what those haters are thinking. My brother has obviously worked so hard. Why do you still try so hard to blacken them? They are the champions of the Starlight Professional League. They are unique, and this may be because those people who are the same are jealous of them because they are so dazzling. The other girl next to her immediately nodded and agreed. That's right. My brothers are all very hardworking. They sleep very little every day. In addition to various announcements, they also have to improve their levels to ensure their strength. They even close the reward for their live broadcasts. They rely on their own hard work to earn money to update their equipment emblems. Do you know how difficult it is? All the people who hate them are. The boy glanced at the girl who was so aggressive that she almost spit on his face and nodded. Don't get so close. I'm going to turn around. What a great cooperation. Jilinger on the side also had beautiful eyes. The bodyguard beside him, known as the two-headed wolf, twitched his face and muttered in a low voice. Indeed, it's a textbook level of acting. Jilinger tilted her head. Isn't it, Uncle Red Wolf? The Red Wolf was about to speak, but the Blue Wolf beside him spoke first. You played beautifully. You deserve the title of Starlight Professional League champion. Red Wolf looked up at the ceiling and said no more. The protection mission they received was to ensure the safety of the young lady and make her happy. Obviously, now she is very happy, just like other rich girls. Apart from their large numbers, these little spiders pose no threat to the 5 level 39 Red Devil Corps, who all have purple weapons and equipment. Basically, no one was able to actually break out, and all were killed at the entrance of the passage. The densely packed corpses formed a mountain, almost blocking the entire entrance of the cave. At this time, the ice surface began to tremble and the corpses began to roll out. Haha, the queen spider is about to appear. If you have time, you can join us. My art exhibition will leave names for all of you. Zhu Jianxiong clenched his hands and 2 axes appeared in his hands. The Berserker warrior was an extremely rare legendary profession. It is a profession that is both tanky and has good output. Its most important feature is that the more serious the injury, the stronger the power. It is one of the most desperate and counterattacking professions. It was also the top profession of the Flying Eagle Legion. During the pioneering period of the Empire, thousands of people were bloody, gods and demons were silent, and countless monster nests were overthrown along the way. Just as he finished speaking, all the corpses at the cave entrance instantly solidified into ice, just like the icicles above their heads, freezing all the corpses inside. The next moment, the iceberg exploded, and a hideous, snow-white spider rushed out of the cave. It is huge, as big as a large truck, and its body is covered with a layer of crystal-clear ice armor. The 8 long legs are like sharp icicles, and each leg is covered with tiny ice edges. As it moved at an extremely fast speed, its long legs scraped across the ground, leaving deep scratches, and moved forward a little, directly hitting Zurich's large shield. The huge force directly lifted him away. When it appeared, it was still chewing a corpse madly in its mouth, with blood dripping from its mouth like a stream, making it look extremely hideous and terrifying. When Zurich landed, he knelt on one leg with a shield in one hand, spitting out blood from his mouth, and turned his resolute profile towards the audience. He punched the ground and said in annoyance, "Is this the Lord of Dimensions? He is indeed strong enough, but..." He raised his head, gritted his teeth, and his eyes were extremely determined. "I'm stronger than you." He almost roared, stomped the ground hard, and the shield emitted blue light. Escape. Like a ray of light, it hit the huge Spider Lord with the shield. The powerful impact made the Spider Lord retreat several steps. Then he roared again, red light flashed, and the taunting skill appeared again. The spider is completely controlled by the skill and can only raise its legs to attack the shield. At the back, the staff in the mushroom-headed Xia Inz's hand glowed, and a thick white shield was cast over his body. The attack landed, but he didn't knock it away this time. Such a handsome and passionate scene immediately made the girls in the audience shout excitedly. Ah, as expected of the patron Saint Zurich, he is too strong. He cannot be defeated. He's just too secure. Following his control, Zhu Jianxiong took the lead, red light flashing on his body. His speed increased dramatically under the hot-blooded charge. He rushed in front of the Spider Lord, swung his 2 axes into a cross, and slashed the spider fiercely. He actually chopped the ice crystal armor on the spider's leg until it shattered and green blood spurted out of the entire leg. The powerful force pushed the Spider Lord back again. The people behind covered their mouths in surprise when they saw this scene. Even Red Wolf couldn't help but admire. Such high attributes. This person has at least 5 pieces of purple equipment. His strength is probably close to 100 stars. Blue Wolf stared at him and said, "Wrong. This guy is wearing 12 pieces of clothing, all purple." Chapter 43. The Queen Insect was intercepted? Red Wolf looked at Zhu Jianxiong in surprise again. At this time, Zhu Jianxiong and the Red Devil Corps had completely controlled the Lord, with fireballs, bullets, and sword strikes coming continuously. But Zhu Jianxiong's damage was the highest. His sword broke the ice armor and attacked the Spider Lord directly, causing green blood to fly everywhere. At this moment, the Spider Lord raised his head and screamed, and countless ice cones suddenly condensed in the air. The back row spread out. Jin Mukin rolled backwards and shouted loudly. The next moment, countless ice cones fell like a rainstorm, pushing away the gunners, priests, and mages in the back row. Zurich, who was holding a shield and moving the slowest, was instantly covered by the ice cones and frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. Zhu Jianxiong didn't even dodge, and the moment the ice cone fell on him, Lan Lang's words were proven true. Zhu Jianxiong, who was standing under the rain of ice cones, emerged in full armor. His head, shoulders, chest, waist, legs, feet, necklace, bracelet, ring, and even gloves all emerged, emitting a faint purple light. He simply ignored the Spider Lord's violent attack and swung the axe in his hand, leaving only an afterimage. Finally, he twisted his feet, the axe emitted a red light, and the whole person turned rapidly, spinning like a windmill. The axe blade cut the spider legs frantically, green blood gushed out, and the two huge spider legs were actually chopped off directly. As expected of a top noble, the weapons in his hands are not twin axes, but a primary weapon and a secondary weapon. Red Wolf swallowed his saliva, but also sighed. Equipment like this doesn't even have the power of 100 stars. How can a third-level weapon be possessed by a 100-star pattern? The equipment that can stabilize and increase strength can only be the main weapon and the secondary weapon. Blue Wolf protected G-Linger behind him, away from the Spider Lord's large-scale attack. Accessories are rare and have random attributes. Even the Flying Eagle Legion will find it difficult to collect accessories of full strength. If there was any, I'd have given it to his brother Zhu Jintian a long time ago. Even if you gather them all, it's probably hard to get 100-star strength, unless you have a mythic profession with strength bonus, or a true soul talent with strength bonus. Zhu Jinxiong chopped off 2 of the spider's legs and burst into laughter. Priest, heal the shield warrior. This spider queen only has a few moves. Be careful to dodge her skills. Priest Xia Inza quickly swung out a white light, which landed on the shield warrior, and the ice sculpture exploded instantly. But when he came out, he was still trembling all over, and his face was a little pale. After another treatment, Zurich slowly recovered. He stood in front of the Spider Lord, his face still firm. I am invincible. Another shield strike. This one actually knocked the short-legged Spider Lord to the ground. Haha, well done. Zhu Jinxiong laughed wildly. Violent slash. His 2 axes quickly condensed red light, and he shouted and chopped forward. A huge axe blade flew out from the axes and fiercely chopped the abdomen. This attack seemed to hit the Spider Lord's weak spot. The Spider Lord roared in pain and turned over. There was a cut on his entire abdomen, and a large amount of tissue continued to seep out. The next moment he opened his mouth and a huge spider web spewed out from his mouth. This skill was instantaneous, and the few people had no time to react at all, and were all covered in it in an instant. Then he sucked hard and everyone was pulled forward. He exhaled forward again, and an extremely cold current gushed out of his mouth. This coldness was caught off guard by everyone, and they were all frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. Then he suddenly jumped back a step, and ice blades condensed in front of him. Oh no! Red Wolf raised the Gatling gun without any hesitation. In an instant, flames spread from the barrel and countless bullets fired towards the group of ice sculptures. Blue Wolf also reacted quickly, pointing the barrel upwards and firing a howitzer directly into the Spider Lord's eyes. Zhu Jinxiong was dressed in purple and had a very high fortitude attribute. He broke free in a moment, flipped forward, stomped on the ground, and jumped high. But the other 5 Red Devil Legions were not so lucky. Only the shield warrior Zurich broke free faster. This time he was not so cool. Instead, he looked panicked and terrified. He raised his shield high. Iron barrier. In an instant, 2 illusory shields rose up around his body, forming a shield wall with the shield in his hand, blocking the rows of ice blades. The ice blade shot out instantly, and the powerful impact force directly knocked him away. Blood spurted out, and the 4 teammates behind him all fell to the ground instantly, with bloody holes on their bodies. He shouted anxiously, "Pastor, is there any other pastor?" But the monster was going crazy, and everyone rushed forward with some fear. Only the 2-headed wolf combination, a machine gun and a cannon, worked in perfect coordination to push the spider back bit by bit. There was a flash of light in Blue Wolf's hand, and the howitzer suddenly changed into a flamethrower. He leaned forward, and the flames were like tongues, burning directly along the ice surface towards the wound that had just been cut by Zhu Jinxiong. The intense pain made the monster flee left and right, while the red wolf pressed down on the spider's eyes and shot at it, making it difficult for it to tell the direction, and it kept retreating until it moved in front of Zhu Jinxiong. Kill it! The blue wolf roared, and Zhu Jinxiong immediately made up his mind. He jumped high. His offhand weapon turned into an emblem and was retracted. He held the axe handle with both hands, and the axe shook and actually grew a circle bigger. Crazy blood beheading. The axe blade swept across and instantly pierced into the Spider Lord's head. The slurry scattered everywhere, and the spider's body suddenly stopped, then twitched and fell down with a bang. Zhu Jinxiong was breathing heavily, looking at the corpse in front of him, with a wild grin on his face. What a 300-year-long crisis. It's nothing more than this. I am the number 1 of the new generation. He swung the blood off the axe violently, and the whole person looked majestic. Then he looked at the 4 people lying on the ground. They were lucky enough. The shield warrior lived up to the title of patron saint of idols, as the ice blade did not penetrate his head. He flicked his sleeves, threw a bottle of medicine to each person, and said generously, "A 4th-level healing potion will cure it quickly." Zurich said thank you and quickly poured it into the mouths of several teammates. Zhu Jinxiong kicked away the spider legs that were blocking his way and climbed onto the back of the Spider Lord. The two emblems slowly condensed, but his face suddenly turned pale as soon as he saw them. Don't they say that native species will definitely drop good stuff? Why are there 2 blue emblems? Zhao Lubai led the 2 of them through pit number 1 quickly. There was some excitement on his face. He had just come out of the Ghostwood Valley and found a clue that was enough to confirm his identity. That is, a large amount of blood was found on the body of the fallen Riftblade Mantis King. These blood threads were extremely sticky and wrapped around the wings and limbs of the Mantis King. It can be imagined that in this situation, the Mantis King's speed must have been greatly hindered. He had seen this kind of dingshi before. It was called the Bloodbud Shock Bomb. This special grenade could only be made by one profession, the mythical profession Flesh and Blood Mechanic. If the route is correct, then he must be in the nest of sandworms now. The assassin Zhu Shiwu moved quickly and suddenly rushed forward. He used a backstab and throat slash to instantly take away a wandering sandworm. Why are there sandworms here? Shouldn't they all gather in the valley? We've met several along the way, he asked with some confusion. Zhou Shilu glanced at the bug lying on the ground and observed it, but found nothing different. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest, so it's normal for a few insects to escape from such a large number of them. Only Zhao Lubai smiled. Sandworms are social monsters. There is only one reason why they are scattered like this. He looked towards the valley that was already in front of him and said, "That means a major change has occurred to the entire tribe, such as the death of the Lord." Chapter 44 Clues. Zhou Shilu looked at Zhao Lubai in surprise. "Master Zhao, that's a domain lord." According to the information given by the master, the pioneers at that time mobilized a large number of water mages and ice mages to freeze the sand in this cave into ice blocks, and then paid a heavy price to kill the native species. Do you think Zhu Jianxiong and the others can kill him? The 3 of them were alert all around, and Zhao Lubai said as he walked. Who said that Zhu Jianxiong killed him? Did he forget about the lava monster in the lava lake? He is also a domain lord. Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu suddenly stopped and looked at Zhao Lubai solemnly and said, "Master Zhao, the master has repeatedly told the 2 of us to protect your safety. But if the person ahead is really the one who killed the lava monster, we have no idea whether he is good or evil. We hope that Master Zhao will put his own safety first." Zhao Lubai waved his hand. "Let's go. If he wanted to kill me, I would have been killed by him more than 10 years ago. He didn't kill me, but he saved me several times." They stepped into the valley, but the next moment, all 3 of them took a breath. The entire valley was filled with deep pits of varying sizes, as if a large number of meteors had fallen, followed by a huge earthquake. Cracks, rubble, dead insects, a burning smell, a mess, and not a single living creature. Is there a war going on here among the professional breakthrough corps? Zhu Shiwu swallowed and muttered. A battlefield with such horrific destructive power is simply not something that a lower-level professional can possess. Zhao Lubai moved as fast as the wind and rushed into the lair of the sand-eating lord. Really? He couldn't help but be shocked. The corpse of the domain lord lay quietly on the ground. Some young sandworms that came out of the sand on the ground seemed to have found something more delicious than the secretions on the wall. They all crawled onto the body of the sand-eating lord like ants. It's too scary that they just killed him without taking care of the territory. Zhu Shiwu's legs were shaking. The huge and ferocious corpse of the monster in front of him gave him a huge shock. But what shocked him even more was the person who killed the monster. The iron rule for professionals to deal with domain lords is to destroy the domain lord's territory first, so that the lord cannot borrow the power of the territory. Then a large group was formed to surround and kill them. Took away the tail? Zhao Lubai walked around the corpse and found that the abdomen of the sand-devouring cockroach was intact. He said to Zhu Shiwu, "Old Zhu, go and open the corpse's abdomen and see if the sand-devouring pearl is still there." Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiwu looked at the monster's abdomen and was immediately shocked to find that the monster's abdomen was intact. He stepped forward quickly. A purple glow appeared on the dagger, and he slashed it hard at the belly of the sand-eating lord, sparks flying. What a high defense. Looking at the corpse with only a shallow layer of skin cut open, he swung the knife again, cutting at the same position again and again. After a while, blood gushed out. Zhu Shiwu ignored the blood and reached into the abdomen of the sand-eating lord. After groping for a while, he suddenly pulled out his hand. A fluorescent yellow bead appeared in his hand. He said to Zhao Lubai in surprise, "It's really still there." Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu both stared at the beads in their hands with longing, but they suppressed their desire and gave the beads to Zhao Lubai. Zhao Lubai stepped forward and took it, frowning. What does he mean? He doesn't like it anymore. Then he took another look at the chopped-off tail of the sand-eating lord. But why do you need this tail? After thinking for a while, he walked towards the crack in the stone. The territory's companion creature was taken away, but I don't know what kind of companion creature it was, blood-sucking grass or sand heart flower. Zhou Shilu said with some regret. If it's sand star flower, it can be a big business. The quest for the reward of sand heart flower by Feng Huai of the Feng family is posted at the Legion's quest center. Zhao Lubai nodded. His brother seems to have contracted a strange disease. He cannot fuse with ordinary professional emblems. His physique is too weak to use high-level potions. He can only use third-level potions. The third-level potion formula with the strongest healing effect is the Heart Rejuvenating Potion, and the Sand Heart Flower is the main ingredient of this potion. Then he shook his head again. I heard that he is looking for unknown emblems everywhere. It would be very convenient if he could become a professional healer. But it's too vague. The unknown emblem is just like the mythical emblem. It depends too much on fate. Some cannot be integrated even with level 1 talents, and some may change their jobs. And the unknown is unknown, and it cannot be identified before the job change. My luck is just like my grandfather's. I changed my job to become a spiritual alchemist, which made my Zhao family rise from a nobody to the 5th giant. If you're unlucky, you might just be a shepherd or a lumberjack, not much different from an ordinary person. Zhu Shiwu came over and took a look inside the gap. He could clearly see the soil inside had been turned up. It was obvious that the things had been dug out long ago. He asked in confusion, since we know there are sand star flowers here, why don't the Feng family come here and give it a try? With the Feng family's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat the Sand Devourer. Zhao Lubai patted the cave wall, then turned around and walked outside and said, in the past 300 years, Pit 1 has been opened every 20 years. The Sand Devourer has been killed at least 10 times, but only the original species from the time of the land reclamation was accompanied by sand heart flowers. The other 9 times were all blood-devouring grass. So, this time it is most likely the blood-eating grass as well. Instead of wasting manpower and money to attack this sand-eating nest, it is better to search for a few more unknown emblems. Walking out of the nest and back to the outside of the valley, Zhao Lubai ordered, look around for any clues. Can you find the direction that person left? Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu acted very quickly and patrolled the scene quickly. Soon they saw Zhou Shilu standing next to the wreckage of the train with his hands raised. Master Zhao here, he shouted loudly. As Zhao Lubai arrived, he pointed at the ground and said, everything in the field is covered with dust, except for this pair of rotten pants, which is above the dust. There are cut marks on this carriage, and there is a complete body inside. The first thing Zhao Lubai did was to go forward and check the corpse. He didn't recognize the face at all. The body was completely naked except for a pair of underwear. The skin was dark with lots of whip marks, and the fingers were thick and covered with calluses. It's a minor. This obvious feature makes it easy to determine his identity. Then he looked at the tattered pants and jeans. The seams were stretched apart, and there were holes everywhere. The original blue-gray color was now covered with yellow mud. When he saw the pants, his pupils suddenly shrank. He has an excellent memory and is able to visit many monuments at a glance. The scene of passing each other on the train was recreated in an instant. It's the tall guy next to him. Chapter 45. Arrival at the Spider's Nest. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Lubai quickly speculated in his mind what was happening at that time. After killing the sand-eating lord, a burly man, covered in sweat and blood, walked out of the cave barefoot, naked, and wearing tattered pants. He looked around for the emblem, then found the corpse in the carriage. He then chopped it open with a knife and put the corpse's clothes on himself. Old Zhu, the ground was hit so hard that it must have raised a lot of dust. The footprints on the dust are easy to check and see which direction they went. Zhu Shiwu lay on the ground with his head tilted without saying a word. There was a thin layer of dust on the ground. On the evenly distributed dust, there was a row of shoe prints that led all the way out of the valley along his field of vision. This way. He led the two of them out of the valley, and Zhu Shiwu squatted down again. There was no dust outside the valley, but there was dust on his shoes. The white powder-like dust was stepped on the brown soil. In this direction. He pointed again. This time, Zhao Lubai did not leave directly but quickly took out a map. After determining his position, he slightly compared the direction of the footprints, extended it on the map, drew a long route, and finally stopped in a corner. There is a big red cross painted on this corner. Zhao Liubai's eyes narrowed. The Spider Queen's nest? After thinking about it for a while, it became clear. You have cleared out all the valuable monsters in the entire number 1 pit, so the last Spider Queen should be no problem. After putting the map away, Zhao Lubai said, "Go to the hive of the spiders." Zhu Shiwu, who was originally following the footprints on the ground, suddenly stopped and turned back and said, "Master, Zhu Jianxiong and his men are attacking the Spider Queen. You have offended him before. If we happen to encounter them after the fight, we may face the siege of more than 40 professionals." After he finished speaking, Zhou Shilu beside him also spoke. "I have observed Zhu Jianxiong before. He brought 7 people with him. I know 2 of them. They are the blood demons of the Flying Eagle Corps. One is good at gunfighting and the other is good at shield fighting. They are very tough and very troublesome. The other 5 are all in disguise, but judging by their aura, they are no less than level 35. They also have a very good understanding of each other, so they must have been a group that has been working together for a long time." Zhao Lubai sneered upon hearing this and asked, "Have you 2 ever come into contact with a monster with the title of Overlord?" Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu looked at each other and shook their heads. As a 4th-level goalkeeper, the strongest and most terrifying one he had encountered in the lower 3 levels was the Domain Lord, and he served as a supporting member of the large group. As for the Overlord, he had only heard of the name but had never encountered him. In my impression, he is roughly the same as a Domain Lord. Zhao Lubai let out a sigh and said, "The Overlord possesses a majestic aura and is the biggest leader of a tribe. They already have their own tribe structure. A lord is a leader who occupies a mountain and multiplies. A domain lord is a chieftain who establishes his own territory, and a hegemon is already the leader of a complete tribe." He smiled and looked at the 2 of them and continued, "So do you know why no one has conquered this Overlord's lair in 300 years? The Spider Queen has 6 Domain Lord Generals, 36 Domain Lord Guards, a large number of elite leaders, and countless small soldiers and insects under her command. Previous records show that a fully equipped army of 3,000 people could barely defeat the 4 Domain Lords of Poison, Ice, Fire, and Wood. But they were all killed instantly after just one look at the resentful Spider Queen. It's not that you can open up new land just by having more people. That's a kind of dimensional crushing, just like earthworms and roosters, tigers and hamsters. Numbers are useless except for feeding them, and the native species can devour professionals to strengthen themselves. After giving away so many lives, no one in the Flying Eagle Empire has any desire for this resentful Spider Queen anymore. There used to be 4 Domain Lords, and 3,000 people could see the Queen. Now it has evolved into 6, haha." Zhao Lubai just walked along the route on the map. These are things that are recognized by the upper echelons of power, and both the Ji family and the Zhu family have issued a ban on the cultural tourism group at pit number 1, prohibiting them from going there to get killed. Because if you keep sending them, the Spider Queen will continue to expand in pit 1. Until one day, the entire pit 1 will be the territory of the Spider Queen. Then he looked at Zhou Shilu and said, "Those 5 guys really had to put on some disguises. They are big stars in Upper City. Have you heard of the Red Devil Regiment?" The 2 of them frowned immediately. "Is it the champion group of the Starlight Professional League that is all over the Upper City's advertising posters?" The Starlight Professional League has been going on for quite a while, and I've seen some of the episodes. It's really strong." Zhao Lubai turned his head and smiled at Zhu Shiwu when he heard this. "Old Zhu, do you want to be the champion?" Zhu Shiwu scratched his head. "I don't think I have the ability. Ha 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 ha, as long as I control public opinion, my opponents, and the rules, then whoever I want can win the championship. My Tianhe Financial Group has the financial resources to do so." The 2 of them paused for a moment and looked at Zhao Lubai in confusion. Zhao Lubai sneered and said, "It's just a rich woman's plaything." When Zhu Jianxiong led this corps into pit number 1, I understood why the Flying Eagle Corps didn't even give him a place in the reserve corps. He should be a rich young master. They may be able to play with other traps, but this queen spider is probably going to hit a wall. He glanced at the sand-devouring bead in his hand, put it away, and walked to the front. It's hard to say whether the others can survive, but Zhu Jianxiong and Ji Linger must have life-saving items on them. "Let's go. If we enter now, maybe we can extort some money." Jean Quan went to the nest of the resentful spiders day and night in the pit, because he had heard from Ji Ran that a group of powerful young men from the upper city had entered the insect nest. If the queen insect is killed in advance by that group of people, redeeming Lin Yin will become extremely troublesome. When you walk in here, the air seems fresher. It doesn't have the stuffy feeling of other places. Instead, it feels like you have come to the countryside. As you step into the cave, you will see a lush forest. The entire cave is full of dense trees, like a secret place on Earth buried in the ground. It's so quiet. Jin Quan looked around, took out a map from his ring and took a look. The 4 domain lords of poison, ice, fire, and wood are accompanied by 6 lord guards, each guarding an entrance to the lair. Jiran said that I should attack first. Wood and fire attributes are the best. The lava suit completely restrains them. Chapter 46 Domain Lord, Woodvine Spider. He put the map back into the ring. The trees obscured the view, so he walked along the edge of the cave until he saw a passage. Once one domain lord is killed, the other domain lords will close the other entrances and quickly provide support. So you have to be quick. We strive to defeat them all one by one. Orange light appeared in Jin Quan's hand, and the lava judgment heavy sword appeared in his hand. He kept chopping at the trees in the cave, one after another, until the 7th chop, when a blazing light suddenly burst out from the lava judgment. A probabilistic lava roar appeared, and Jin Quan jumped directly into the air. Troll Earthshatter. The horrific sound of the hammer hitting the ground was like a loud thunderclap, and the entire forest was swept by a storm. Many trees were uprooted, and the crackling and breaking sounds were continuous, causing waves throughout the forest. Immediately afterwards, the ground veins in front of the golden spring cracked, like a magma eruption, and a large amount of lava emerged. The hot fire instantly ignited all the surrounding trees. Then he jumped quickly and returned to the entrance he had just seen along the wall of the cave. The statue of the dark flame god instantly condensed from his body, and he stood in front like a single man. The dense crawling sounds in the cave were heard quickly, and a large number of green spiders rushed towards him like flowing water. After a few leaps, they used their 8 blade-like legs to pierce the Jinchuan's netherflame statue. The statue shook a bit, but remained unharmed. Instead, the flames on the statue burned the little spider, making it squeak. Before he could make any move, the lava shield instantly rose from his body. When attacked, there is a chance to trigger Lava Shield, gaining a shield that can absorb damage and cause fire damage to surrounding enemies while the shield exists. There were too many little spiders, and Jin Quan ignored them. For the lava sets, they are shield-generating machines. Jin Quan looked back at the burning forest. Are you so patient? Do you have to wait until your guard lord comes? Just as he finished speaking, the movement in the cave became noticeably more intense, and the entire cave wall was shaking violently. It was obvious that a monster of even larger size was coming. Jin Quan's body was covered with a large number of spiders, and the lava shield on his body was constantly refreshed under the attack. Countless spiders kept falling under the double burning of the statue flame and the shield flame, and more spiders kept crawling up. He remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on the darkness of the cave. The moment the huge green figure appeared in the passage, his eyes fixed. A purple light emerged from his body, and gray particles wrapped around the giant sword, which disappeared on the spot like a stream of light. A destructive sword energy like a crescent moon flashed through the passage. Blade of Destruction. Green slime was raining all over the sky. The monster, which had not yet walked into the light, and whose face could not even be seen clearly, was split in half and fell in the passage. Jin Quan ignored the fall and quickly rushed to the next cave. This tree nest also had 6 passages. When Jin Quan killed a lord, the other 5 caves shook at the same time. He stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, staring at another passage. The next moment, a huge spider head poked out from the passage. At the same time, the troll earth-splitting slash came down with a bang, and the spider only poked out its head. In an instant, it was chopped into pieces by Jin Quan, and the explosive wind pressure splashed the spider's internal organs all over the wall of the cave. As soon as he stopped, the demon wings on his back condensed and spread out, and his whole body turned into a stream of light, flying from one passage entrance to the next. The knife flashed, and the big spider, which had just come out of the passage and had not yet uttered a sound of anger, was also beheaded in an instant. The devil wings flashed suddenly, and the whole person drew a streak of light in the air again. The Spider Lord had just let out half of his roar when the bright knife light was sent into its mouth. The demon's wings flapped again, and the whole person moved faster. The light from the giant sword in his hand was rapidly gathering and compressing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of the spider, and the concentrated sword energy slashed down with a bang. The crescent-shaped blade light instantly split the monster in half, and the momentum continued to pierce through the monster rushing towards the last cave entrance. The spider was obviously prepared and crossed its front legs to try to resist, but with the power of Baishing, Its arms were instantly broken like branches and hit its abdomen hard. The monster's entire body was flipped over and flew out. 6 of its 8 legs were broken. Most of its abdomen was cut open, and it lay on the ground twisted and struggling. The third penetrating attack of the Demon Wing 3-section slash did not have the nuclear energy talent, so it failed to completely kill the enemy, but it directly crushed and severely damaged him. Jin Quan quickly turned around and saw that the cave began to shake violently. The ground in the center of the cave cracked and the trees turned over. A huge bulge rises from the center. Jin Quan smiled. "Are you here?" Looking into the past, a simple message emerges before our eyes. Wood Vine Spider Territory Lord, level 39. He would not wait foolishly for the Wood Vine Spider's appearance animation, but would jump up directly. Troll Earthshatter. What we want is to let it die directly in the soil. There was another deafening bang, and the bulge was directly cut in half by his sword, and the entire sword was deeply cut into it. But his expression changed slightly because he did not see any blood flowing out, and the gap was filled with dense vines. Sure enough, the next moment, the entire mound rolled up like a giant carnivorous plant and closed instantly. Jin Quan was instantly trapped in the mound, and his vision suddenly became dark, but his professional specific skill, Dark Insight, still allowed him to see clearly in the dark. Then countless vines surged out from inside and turned into sharp cones that flashed with cold light. They shot towards Jin Quan fiercely, as if to directly turn him into a hedgehog. Jin Quan swung his sword at the vines 9 times in a row. The lava shield was triggered, and the sword light and flames condensed. He swung the sword again, and lava roared and exploded in this closed earth bag. Under the restraint of the attribute, all the vines burned violently, and the spikes pierced his nether flame statue and lava shield, crackling and carbonizing and falling off. His lava suit will trigger the shield after 9 hits, and will trigger the lava impact after the 10th hit. The whole person will be instantly wrapped in a large ball of magma, turning into a meteorite with a power bonus of 100, and explode. The vines that were closed like carnivorous plants were flying all over the sky like countless broken and burning pieces of cloth. The moment Jin Quan appeared, he saw a huge spider with its huge mouth open under his feet. His body was a deep dark green, as if it was made of tough vines and ancient wood. The surface was rough and covered with crisscrossing lines. The 8 long legs are like thick tree trunks, covered with a thick layer of wooden bark and covered with dense vines. These vines sometimes wriggle slightly, as if they have their own life. 2 huge eyes flashed with a strange red light, and several flesh-like vines in their mouths quickly twisted and condensed into long spears aimed at the floating golden spring. But Jin Quan sneered. "You are much more stupid than that sand devourer lord." His eyes narrowed slightly, locking. The whole person instantly turned into a stream of light in the air. The flesh and blood vine spear in the wood vine spider's mouth also shot out like a cannonball. 1 red and 1 purple collided in the air with a crackling sound. The incredibly powerful vine spear was like a bamboo craftsman breaking bamboo strips, instantly splitting it into 2 pieces and shooting directly into the top of the cave, completely sinking into it. The 2 holes were unknown how deep they were. The purple light remained as powerful as ever, and it streaked from head to tail as the wood vine spider's eyes trembled. The field suddenly became quiet. Jin Quan took a slight step in the air, leaped forward, and landed steadily on 1 knee. The giant wood vine spider behind him, its neatly patterned carapace suddenly became disordered, and it slid back and forth in a straight line. Then it suddenly split apart, and the huge spider's body fell to the sides like 2 halves of watermelon. Chapter 47 Frost Guard. At the entrance of the ice cave, Zhu Jianxiong tightly clenched the 2 blue emblems in his hands, then threw them violently onto the ice, where they slid a long distance with a sound. Fuck, what a bullshit spider queen. These rumors are so fucking bullshit. He jumped off the spider, his face gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Reserve core." By killing the queen spider, he knew one thing for sure. If he did not enter the level of power and just became a rich young master, the world would always be hazy. They concealed all the truth, and only when I arrived at the nest of the Spider Queen did I realize that the Spider Queen was so vulnerable. But it was portrayed as a world-destroying monster. I will reveal the truth layer by layer, and then tell those people in the reserve corps that I am the one who is most qualified to enter. He clenched his fists and was about to order people to drag away the body. Lu Shi suddenly raised his hand tremblingly and said, "Captain Zhu, what's up?" He was feeling a little irritable now, and spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. "I am a priest who has studied insight. Insight and identification are two rare skills, both of purple grade. Insight can view living information and break disguises, while identification can view item information. Anyone who learns these two skills can eat delicious food. Especially for the appraisal profession, when this skill emblem drops, it is usually snapped up at a high price. Once you have this skill, you can open an appraisal shop. Every day, countless professionals will come to appraise emblems and materials, and you no longer have to fight monsters and make a living between life and death. Insight is a skill that a complete legion must have. With this skill, you no longer need to memorize the monster encyclopedia. However, the encyclopedia is not omnipotent. The most fearful thing in the wasteland is the unknown. Having insight can greatly reduce risks. It's not just because this skill is rare, but also because it is an auxiliary skill with limited skill slots. Legion combat professions rarely learn insight and identification. If one skill is missing, the entire career path may have problems, and the missing part is likely to lead to death. Therefore, it is usually learned by auxiliary priest professions and scout thieves professions. In this number one pit of the lower three levels, no one, whether it is these rich young masters and ladies, or the bodyguards they brought with them, really has the insight skill. What's the problem? Lucy said somewhat embarrassedly. My skill shows that this monster is called Frost Guardian. Just as he finished speaking, the pupils of the two-headed wolf beside Ji Linger suddenly shrank, and then they looked at each other. He suddenly grabbed Ji Linger's hand and rushed back the way he came as if he was holding a chick. Run! Ji Linger looked confused and asked loudly, somewhat unsure what to do. What's wrong? Uncle Wolf? The red wolf next to him said quickly. Once a monster's title contains the word guardian, it means that this monster must be a subordinate of a more powerful monster. If a guard is already a lord, then its superior must be the domain lord. But at this moment, the 5 holes made a hissing sound at the same time, and 5 huge spiders that looked exactly like the lord who had been knocked down before leaped out from the passage. One of them opened its mouth and spit, and a frost hurricane blew over. Ice and snow accumulated at the entrance, sealing the entire entrance in an instant. With a roar, they slowly dispersed as if pacing, gathering everyone in the center, like a rooster staring at rice grains on the ground. Everyone present began to panic. 5 terrifying lords. Why are there so many resentful spider queens? It's over. It's over. I want to go back. Quick, quick. Contact Red Rock Cultural Tourism and ask them to pick us up. Contact me. There's no signal in the cave. Didn't you ask them to get out because they were talking too many rules? The Red Devil Corps can still fight. They are the most powerful corps. Both the two-headed wolf who wanted to leave earlier and Zhu Jianxiong were gathered to the center like chickens. Zhu Jianxiong's lips also trembled a little, but he still took a long breath and said, If you don't want to die, everyone pick up your weapons. There are more than 40 of us. Fight while retreating. I will cut open the exit and we will get out together. Then he looked at the Red Devil Corps next to him. Can you still fight? Shield Warrior Zurich nodded and said, I'm fine, but their injuries haven't fully healed yet, so their movement speed may be affected. Although the bleeding of several teammates behind him had stopped, their wounds were still turned outward and their faces were very pale. Shangguan Che, who was carrying a gun, looked around and said tremblingly, After learning some skills, we should be able to restrain one, but we won't be able to kill it. Zhu Jianxiong looked at the 2 people who were holding the bait and said, Bloodshield, Gunsha, what do you say? The 2 men had red hair, one held a spear, and the other held a large shield. Upon hearing this, they turned to look at the two-headed wolf next to Ji Linger and said, The 2 of us will carry it, and the 2 of them will deal damage. We should be able to take down one of them directly. After thinking for a while, Zhu Jianxiong looked at the other bodyguards behind him. These were the bodyguards of the rich 2nd generation. There were 7 people in total, ranging from level 32 to level 36. You stop one of them. He gave the order without paying any attention to their reactions. Then he turned to Ji Linger and Li Hongbin and said, The 3 of us will kill one. As for the last one, the 25 of you will take it up. There was an uproar as soon as these words came out, and some girls even burst into tears. I'm only level 20. I'm just here to travel, not to explore the land. Why do you want me to fight? I want to go back. Why? You brought us here, and you said you wanted to see a show, but now that we can't beat them you want us to fight you. I want to go home. I don't want to die. I'm only 18. The Flying Eagle Legion is so great, but you only know how to drag people here to die. Sooner or later, the Flying Eagle Empire will fall to a bunch of incompetent people like you. No, I'm not a combat profession. Why should I fight monsters? Why? When facing death, They completely forgot the oppression brought by their previous power, and no longer cared about Zhu Jianxiong's face. Suddenly, there was chaos. The funny thing is that the calmest people in the scene were the dozens of Bates. They were shivering with cold, but no one showed any fear or sadness. Zhu Jianxiong's face became even gloomier as he listened to these people's words. He did not answer them directly, but turned around and asked, "That's it, any comments?" He was looking at Ji Linger and Li Hongbin. After all, these two were from the five giant families, so they had to be given the face they deserved. Ji Linger just glanced at Li Hongbin out of the corner of her eye. A hint of disgust flashed across her face, but she still nodded. The next moment the entire team was split into 5, and 4 groups of people rushed out on their own initiative. Only the young men and women stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, after being influenced by the environment for a long time, I soon began to adjust my career position in a panic. The Red Devil's fighting style remained the same as before, but there was no more deliberate coolness and passion. How can it be so strong? As a priest, Xia Yinzi's hand holding the staff was shaking a little. We are obviously the strongest army in the upper city. We have purple weapons and super talents, but why can't we even defeat a lord? Zurich looked back at him and opened his mouth but didn't continue. Xia Yinzi is the youngest in the team and the best protected among the 4 of them. We are top talents, but we are downtown people. Shang Wanche clenched the gun in his hand and finally said this. He patted Xia Yinzi on the shoulder. Stay alive. Chapter 48. Team disbanded. On the other side, the 2-headed wolf and the 2 blood demons seemed much more experienced. After watching Zhu Jinxiong fight just now, he immediately understood the weakness of this kind of lord. The shield warrior rushed forward with all his defense skills, allowing the lord to attack continuously. The gunner quickly went behind the monster and started stabbing it in the butt. With such a humiliating style of attack, the monster soon attracted his hatred. The spider lord roared angrily and wanted to attack from the back, and turned around suddenly, but at the moment of turning, the shield warrior seized the opportunity very well and hit the spider's turning leg with a shield strike. The spider staggered suddenly. As a gunner, the blue wolf of the 2-headed wolf also emitted a fiery red light from the barrel of his gun at the same time, and a howitzer exploded on the other side of the spider lord. The powerful explosion and the spider lord's staggering body knocked him over. The gunner then leaped high into the air, appearing directly above the overturned spider. Falling eagle strike. He held the gun handle with both hands, with the tip of the gun pointing downward, and pierced the spider lord's abdomen as fast as a falling meteor. Blood splattered and the spider fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Red Wolf's machine gun bullets were almost in a straight line, madly sweeping the spider's abdomen. The spider lord was covered in armor, except for his abdomen which was touching the ice, protecting it tightly. At this time, he was knocked over and controlled by the shield warrior's taunt skill. The gunner and the 2 gunners poured all their skills into the spider's abdomen. The intensive attacks immediately burned the spider's flesh and blood. These 4 people are all losers who failed in their career breakthroughs and are forever stuck at level 40. The only things they can improve are their countless life and death experiences and combat awareness. Their movements were not graceful, sometimes rolling, sometimes crawling, but they were very effective in avoiding the attacks of spiders. Exquisite coordination, anticipation of teammate skills, and perfect timing. These go far beyond the splendor of the Red Devil Corps. If the Red Devil Army are actors in film and television, seeking gorgeous skills and handsome shots, then these 4 are real warriors, pursuing how to be efficient. It's a pity that the team was only put together temporarily, and without any support, the shield warrior was obviously exhausted. The Frost Guardian broke free from control and screamed. A large amount of frost condensed above his head. Come down. The Red Wolf roared suddenly, and Gunshaw rolled over upon hearing that, falling directly from the spider's belly. The next moment, frost fell like a blade, landing on the spider's abdomen, but did not cause great damage to the spider itself. Instead, it quickly froze into ice, and soon all the wounds on the abdomen were frozen. He then quickly turned over, and almost instantly, he opened his mouth and spit out an ice net, ready to catch the 4 people in one fell swoop like the Red Devil Army. But at the critical moment, a rotating stun grenade appeared between the 4 people. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, the air wave spread, and the 4 people were blown away directly, while the ice net fell into the air in an instant. Be careful to avoid the net. Slowly grind it to death. Among the 5 teams on the field, which one has an easier time? It must be Zhu Jinxiong and his 3 companions. As the offspring of the 5 giants of Shangxing, they are born with a good life. No matter it is the two-headed wolf or the two bloody ghosts. After fighting for half their lives, their main weapons are only a purple piece of equipment, which already belongs to the top echelon of the lower 3 levels. But each of these 3 people had no less than 10 pieces of purple equipment, which exceeded the total number of purple equipment owned by everyone in the field. No skills, just attributes. Zhu Jianxiong held 2 axes, with purple armor visible on his body throughout the whole process, and he continued to output damage despite the damage from the spider. Li Hongbin swung his sword, and a big circle was drawn on the ground, covering the spider. The next moment, the inscriptions inside the circle entangled and instantly formed a formation. The ice in the formation instantly turned into a sticky swamp. Every time the spider lord moved, the swamp sank deeply and pulled him back. Li Hongbin is an intellectual swordsman. The sword runes in his hand flashed, and he slashed towards Zhu Jianxiong. The sword light flashed and cut Zhu Jianxiong, but did not cause any damage. Instead, the sword light turned into a small sword and floated above Zhu Jianxiong's head. Zhu Jianxiong's attack speed suddenly increased, and a white light shield appeared on his body. Ji Linger is even more brutal, with a legendary profession, armored mechanic, super talent, and mechanical empowerment. When she flicked the ring, a light tank appeared directly on the ground. Its combat weight was only 15 tons, and it had 90mm guns. Quickly jump into the tank, the tracks roll, and the artillery roars and becomes hot in an instant. Boom! The ice armor on the Spider Lord exploded directly, leaving large burn marks on his body in an instant. The next moment, the barrel turned blue, and another shot was heard. The terrifying armor-piercing force directly pierced through the spider's waist. The spider roared, and countless ice cones fell from the sky in an instant. Each of these ice cones was like an anti-material weapon. In this limited space, it was impossible to dodge at the speed of the tracks, and the entire tank turned into a sieve in an instant. Ji Linger, with a shield on his body, crawled out of the tank in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Even with this rough operation, the spider was still half-crippled in an instant, which shows the strength of the mechanic. But it is precisely because of this operation that all professionals understand one thing. Poor people are not worthy of playing mechanics. The Spider Lord's temperature was instantly raised by the 2 shots. A ring of frost instantly froze Zhu Jianxiong in front of him, and he rushed towards Ji Linger angrily. But she waved her hand to the ground in a panic, and 3 swaying little robots jumped towards the Spider Lord. The 3 robots suddenly jumped up halfway, rushed towards the Spider Lord, and then exploded instantly. In an instant, the flames spread all over the spider's body. Compared with the powerful professions and equipment of these 3 people, the young men and women who came here to travel were obviously much more miserable. At the beginning, the defensive profession is in the front, the roaming profession is on the side, the output profession is in the middle, and the auxiliary profession is on the outside. Relying on their large numbers and diverse skills, they were able to control the Spider Lord for a while. However, the damage output was too low, and it was impossible to break the ice armor on the back of the spider guard. It was just like scraping. As the frost ring on the spider suddenly bloomed, the several shield warriors and knights who were originally staring in the front row were instantly frozen. The next moment the Spider Lord crossed over the front row, like a hungry wolf breaking into a flock of sheep, waving his sharp, icy feet quickly. In an instant, the 4 young men were strung together like candied haws. The spider raised its front legs and stuffed the 4 people into its mouth alive, making chewing sounds and blood spurting out. Such a horrifying scene threw the entire team into chaos. The various advanced weapons flashing in their hands had completely lost their edge, and they all wanted to retreat. Even the front row that had been unfrozen began to dodge backwards. "I'm just a pharmacist. I'm here to collect medicinal herbs." A young man suddenly shouted and ran towards the exit. When he ran, it was like the sound of a gunshot in a 100-meter race, and the formation instantly dispersed. Chapter 49 Domain Lord, Ice Spider. The Spider Lord raised his head and roared, and countless ice knives condensed and rushed into the group of ingredients with their backs to them like a rainstorm. There were continuous sizzling sounds as ice cut into the flesh. In an instant, the ice surface was covered with broken limbs and debris. Only Lu Shi, as a priest, was at the back and was ready to run away during the fight. He then crawled into the group of baits from the dead city, no longer bothered by the stench on them. Instead, he stayed in the middle and shivered on the ice. It was this operation that actually saved his life. The native monsters can evolve by devouring professionals, and their eating order must be to eat professionals first. And among these baits in the royal city are all ordinary people. The Spider Lord opened his mouth again, and a huge web sprang into the distance, instantly covering all those who had managed to escape the ice knife. As the ice net was retracted, a dozen people were instantly wrapped into a hemp ball and pulled in front of the Spider Lord. Cold air poured out of his mouth, and all the people caught in the net were frozen into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The front legs were like phantoms, chiseling ice and breaking everyone in the ice into pieces. The biggest problem with real pioneers is that they lack courage. When facing a strong enemy, perhaps fighting with one's back against the wall is the best solution. With the destruction of this team, the pressure on the field suddenly increased. No matter which battlefield the Spider Lord pounced on, it would be a one-sided situation. Fortunately, this spider seemed to be a greedy creature. It did not move forward immediately. Instead, it used its front legs to fork the corpses and began to chew them. How is it? How long will it take to kill one? Zhu Jinxiong shouted at the two evil spirits. This lord can also heal with ice. Gunsha just replied with this one sentence, but the message was clearly conveyed to him. It will definitely be a long battle. Li Hongbin, use your talent to get rid of this monster as soon as possible, he said quickly. But Li Hongbin's expression changed slightly and he said, why don't you use your talent? His talent is a level 1 intelligence storm, which can instantly add a large amount of intelligence while increasing casting speed. If it is of a high level, it is okay, with strong mental support. However, as a lower 3rd level cultivator, once he uses this skill, his mental strength will be quickly depleted. In the worst case, he might faint on the spot. This couple is tantamount to committing suicide in the dangerous pit number 1. There was a flash of light in Zhu Jinxiong's hand, and a bottle of medicine flew over. The Blue Awakening Potion is enough to allow you to recover quickly after releasing your talent. Li Hongbin reached out and took it, glanced at the medicine in his hand, with some surprise in his eyes. A small blue glass bottle with delicate magic runes on the bottle body, and the liquid faintly glows with a mysterious blue light. After use, it will immediately restore a certain amount of spirit, and in the next period of time, it will increase the character's spirit recovery speed. At the same time, it will temporarily increase the character's magic resistance and reduce the magic damage received. This is a rare purple 4th level potion, extremely valuable, and completely different from the potion previously given to the Red Devil Core. In experiments, this potion can restore 40% of the spirit of a 4th level professional and up to 80% for a 3rd level professional. For the lower 3 levels of professionals, it is a life-saving trump card. Zhu Jinxiong continued, this thing is useless to me. You use it now to quickly get rid of this lord. Li Hongbin looked back at the lord who was still chewing the corpses on the ground. The next moment, he suddenly thrust the sword in his hand into the ground, and a gorgeous sword formation spread out around him, instantly covering Ji Linger and Zhu Jinxiong. He swung the sword forward again, and a beam of sword light flew by, splashing on the Spider Lord like ink. The light flowed, and a black formation quickly formed above the Spider Lord. A large number of black chains rushed out from the middle of the formation, quickly wrapping the Spider Lord into a ball like a rice dumpling. Retreat! Li Hongbin shouted, and Zhu Jinxiong rushed away from his spot and dodged. A spiral mark suddenly appeared between Li Hongbin's eyebrows, and a strong magical fluctuation emanated from his body. The array patterns and chains wrapped around the Spider Lord emitted a blazing blue light. Burst! Instantly, the wrapped chains exploded, and violent magical fluctuations instantly filled the entire cave. The explosion was like a branding iron, melting the spider's ice and snow armor bit by bit. The blue light dissipated, and all 8 legs of the spider disappeared, and the whole spider looked like a peeled shrimp, but it is still not dead. Countless ice and snow elements gathered together and ice crystals combined, as if to condense ice armor and 8 long legs again. Li Hongbin was staggering and pale. He quickly poured the Blue Awakening Potion into his mouth. Blue starlight flickered on his body, and he began to regain his spirit. He shouted weakly, "Behead!" Almost as he finished speaking, Zhu Jinxiong jumped out, holding up a big axe, and the axe shook and expanded rapidly. Crazy blood beheading. The axe blade swept across and instantly chopped off the Spider Lord's head. The slurry scattered everywhere, and the spider's body stopped in an instant and fell down with a bang. Almost as soon as he finished beheading, the two-headed wolf started shouting at the same time. "Behead this way!" Several people turned their heads instantly and saw that the two-headed wolf and the 2 bloody ghosts had also broken most of the ice armor on the Spider Lord's body at the same time, and his head was sprayed with green blood from the machine gun fire. Without any hesitation, Zhu Jinxiong rushed forward quickly, closing the distance with a charge, then quickly jumped up again and fell with another decapitation skill. The spider's entire head rolled off. Zhu Jinxiong fell directly from the air, hit the ice hard, and gasped violently. 2 consecutive violent beheadings almost drained all of his remaining strength. If there's hope, kill them all. He took out a bottle of yellow potion and put it in his mouth. Then he stood up quickly. But what we could see were all their pale faces. He was a little confused. He had clearly killed 2 of them with great force. But why was no one cheering excitedly? He looked towards the blue wolf closest to him. The blue wolf stopped and stroked its trembling lips with its tongue. Zhu Jinxiong's forceful beheading of the 2 lords seemed to have triggered a horrible taboo. He looked at the entire ice surface underground. The ice surface began to tremble slightly. The vibration became more and more intense. Tiny cracks emerged and spread rapidly. Scatter! He suddenly shouted to the back. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded. The ice surface shattered instantly, and countless ice cubes splashed all around. As the frost dispersed, everyone felt a bone-chilling chill, and their entire bodies began to stiffen and tremble. A huge frost spider suddenly rushed out from under the ice. Its body is like a small iceberg, covered with iron-hard ice crystals. These ice crystals are tightly attached to each other to form an ice crystal armor. The long legs are like huge icicles. Each leg is covered with sharp ice edges. The biting cold spread, and the surrounding air quickly condensed into icy mist under its influence. This power alone is enough to almost make people lose their minds. Zhu Jinxiong swallowed his saliva, suppressed his shock, looked at Lu Shi who was sticking his butt up in the bait, and shouted, "Lu Shi, is this monster the queen spider?" The reason why Lu Shi was spotted at first sight was because he was too conspicuous among this group of baits. Among dozens of people, he was the only one wearing clothes. Lu Shi looked up at the crowd with some fear. Then his face turned pale again. "Ice Spider Domain Lord." Chapter 50 Death of Liberty. As soon as he said this, the 2-headed wolf almost immediately shouted at Linger, "Miss, get off the ice." After saying that, the terrifying ice crystal spider slowly raised its diamond-like front legs and lightly touched the ice surface. Instantly, the whole cave shook violently, and the entire ice surface suddenly became like a bamboo forest after spring. Countless ice spikes sprang up from the ground, indiscriminately piercing through all creatures on the field, including the 3-headed spider guards. The ice spider's dark blue eyes looked down at the 3 frost guards pierced by icicles, as if it was extremely angry because of their incompetence that disturbed its sleep. Even with the 2-headed wolf's warning, it was still too slow, and there was almost no way to hide, so everyone tried their best to jump. But the ice spikes were too fast. The originally flat ice surface now looked like a hedgehog's hair, and all the people in the field were pierced and hung on the ice spikes. Fortunately, the warnings were timely and most people quickly avoided the vital parts, with only the abdomen, thighs, and shoulder blades being pierced. The dozens of Bates and Lu Shi looked much more miserable. Most of them were lying on the ground, with almost no time to react. Their heads and hearts were pierced directly, and they died on the spot. Only a few were lucky enough not to be stabbed in vital parts. A huge ice spider with 8 legs slowly strolled through the ice-cone forest, like a gentleman waking up for a meal. It opened its mouth and sucked, and a miserable sound echoed throughout the cave. The 6 bodyguards were sucked directly into the mouth of the ice spider, chewing on broken bones and splashing blood. Apparently, these 6 people were not satisfied with its huge body at all, and continued to move forward and came to the side of the Red Devil Corps. All 5 people of the Red Devil Corps were pierced and frozen by the cold ice spikes. When they saw the ice spider coming, they all showed a look of despair. "I still can't live well." Shangguan looked at his pierced and frozen abdomen and sighed. Fuiran also smiled at the same time. The people of Xiaqing will eventually return to the fate of Xiaqing people, even if it looks extremely glamorous. Such a powerful monster should be gone. Zurich was rather carefree. Jian Mukin held the sword across his chest as if he was praying. "We have been trying to escape our fate, but in the end we are back to the starting point. Can we keep a spark? I want to see what our freedom looks like." Shangguan turned his head, and the light in his eyes trembled. "Freedom? Freedom?" Fuiran stopped smiling. Several people fell silent. The ice spider was getting closer and closer, and time seemed to stand still. But in the next moment, the 4 of them suddenly roared and screamed, "Freedom!" Strong spiritual energy fluctuations erupted from everyone at the same time. Fuiran, who was closest, moved first. Intense flames instantly enveloped his body, and the ice cones melted instantly. Level talent, Flamingo, unleashes a powerful fire affinity, reduces mental energy consumption, and allows for multiple spells to be cast continuously. Firestorm. Instantly, a large amount of flames erupted in the entire space, and the flames instantly broke through the surrounding ice spikes, directly freeing the four people from the ice spikes. The fire element quickly condensed and turned into a fire tornado, rushing towards the ice spider. It wasn't over yet. Fu Yiran squatted down, pressed his hands on the ice, and shouted, "Wall of fire, wall of fire, wall of fire, wall of fire." Firewall spell originally formed a wall of fire at a designated location after casting, and the mage could use the firewall to block the enemy's advance route. But Fu Yiran's firewall technique was different. The entire firewall fell horizontally to the ground, forming a rectangle flat on the ice surface. The dense and intense repetitive casting caused the wall of fire to spread out from under their feet like a copy, extending all the way, red all the way, directly leading to the exit of the cave. "It's like a beautiful red carpet. Walk," he shouted loudly, and a flame storm appeared on his body again, rushing them away. He stood in the flames and watched them. Shangguan grabbed Xiaoyinza, who was a little incredulous, and quickly stepped onto the flaming red carpet. The domain lord can control the territory, and the ice spiders and the ice on the ground are all controlled by it. Fu Yiran's firewall technique perfectly restrains the elements, so that the entire ice surface has a red carpet of fire that is not under its control. On this red carpet, the few people had no time to feel sad and could only rush forward. Xia Yinza turned around and saw the figure slowly turning into ashes in the fire storm, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Fu." But Shangguan grabbed his mushroom head and forced him to look forward. The firestorm blew against the ice spider, stirring up tiny snowflakes, but it was completely unable to break its defense. Instead, it caused the ice spider to roar angrily. It took a step forward, and its huge body brought up wind pressure. Despite its huge size, its speed was extremely fast, and it caught up with several people in the blink of an eye. He tapped it with great contempt and was about to string the ingredients together. Zurich slowly stopped running, looked at the three people running in front of him, let out a long breath and turned his head. Shield blast. The whole person turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the ice spider. The ice spider naturally noticed the ant under its feet and flicked its legs with great disdain, as if to crush him directly. "Big guy, I'm hard too." Level talent, mountain stone turtle. A layer of texture like ancient rock will emerge around the body, as if you were wearing a layer of armor made of solid stone, and you can use the power of the earth to strengthen yourself. Zurich raised his shield high, and in an instant his body was covered with a layer of solid stone armor. His legs seemed to be rooted in the ground, and his whole body was completely petrified, like an exquisite sculpture. Taunt. A skill was thrown out. The taunt skill can completely draw the monster's hatred to itself, thereby creating a control effect. This is the core skill of the shield warrior and also a necessary skill. However, if the defense is too weak, taunting would be suicide. However, with the bonus of level talent, the spider legs of the ice spider fell, and a muffled sound came from the big shield, which actually blocked it directly. The frost spider's eyes turned red as it was taunted, and its legs were like phantoms, stabbing wildly. 1, 2, 3 times. The frost spider's attack speed is too fast and its attributes are too high. The next moment, gravel flew, shields broke, arms were cut off, heads were smashed, and chests were pierced, until only a calf was left standing quietly on the ice. The frost spider turned its head to look at the fleeing insect in the distance, blocking it again and again, and was completely furious. The mouth opened and ice elements gathered rapidly. But at this moment, level talent, silent snake. A pitch-black sniper bullet accurately hit the mouth of the frost spider, and the gathered ice elements dissipated instantly. It consumes a lot of physical strength, adds the talent of the silent snake, releases a critical blow, and causes high paralysis poison damage. Shangguan also stopped. He knelt on one knee with a sniper rifle in his hand, gasping for breath. For the frost spider, such poison damage can be solved by just shaking its head. He looked back and saw that the two men had already reached the entrance of the ice cave. Then his vision suddenly spun and his head rolled to the ground. Jian Mukin's long sword flashed across the stream of light, and a powerful slash hit the ice wall, instantly creating a gap. Looking at the light outside the gap, he smiled and said, "Freedom is hard to come by. Xiaoxia, go ahead. Leave Upper City and find freedom." After saying that, he kicked Xiaoyinza out of the gap. "If you really find it one day, remember to tell your brothers what freedom is like." His figure began to become illusory, and two identical figures emerged from it. Level talent, double-tailed fish. split into a clone with half of your own strength. By consuming mental energy, the original body can exchange positions with the clone. In fact, his talent is most suitable for escape. If he wanted to escape just now, he might have already left. Xia Yinzi got up awkwardly outside the cave and looked back. The next moment, a pool of bright red blood splashed onto the ice wall in front of him, slid down the ice surface, and then quickly solidified. He was already in tears and crying painfully with his hands covering his mouth. He is the youngest in the team. Ever since the people from the upper city picked him up from the lower city, he has met these four brothers. He feels that everything is fine and everyone is happy and sunny. But why did these brothers risk their lives to send him out? Didn't you say that the strong prey on the weak in this world? But what does this mean? What kind of freedom do you want? Obviously, he is a star. He doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, and he is admired by countless people. But now Xia Yinzi actually saw the immense pain in the four of them. He saw that their attitude towards death was actually a relief. Flamingos, rock turtles, collared snakes, and two-tailed fish. Just like their talents, they were born in the wild, but they eventually died in cages. Chapter 51. Soul-Sealing Talisman. He actually escaped. Zhu Jianxiong shook off the frozen ice spikes on his body and quickly drank a bottle of healing potion. Looking around, there are only 9 people left in the field, including 2 shivering baits. With the temporary delay of the Red Devil Core, everyone slowly broke free. Slowly gathering into a ball, Li Hongbin suppressed the nausea after using his talent and swung the sword again. A big circle instantly appeared on the ground. Inscriptions were outlined within the circle, and flames suddenly burst out. Everyone endured the pain and jumped into the flaming sword formation. Can this monster be defeated? Linger asked after taking a deep breath. The red wolf and the blue wolf shook their heads as they looked at the ferocious and huge body at the exit. This is a territory lord, almost invincible within the territory. Gunsha looked at the flaming sword formation on the ground and said to Li Hongbin, whose face was still pale, "Mr. Li, how long can this sword formation last?" Li Hongbin glanced at Zhu Jianxiong with an unpleasant expression. "If I hadn't used my talent just now, I could have lasted longer. Now, 3 minutes." Everyone was silent. Once this flaming sword formation disappears, the ice spider only needs to think about it, and everyone will die in the next moment. If we want to get out, maybe it will take the 7 of us working together. Linger said. Apparently, he was somewhat infected by the Red Devil Core's determination to fight to the death. But Li Hongbin sneered and said, "Then Miss Ji, please go ahead and hold us for a while." Upon hearing this, Linger looked at him with disgust and said, "Why don't you go first as a grown man? You need a girl like me to help you fend off the monsters." As expected, he still hasn't changed his scumbag nature. Haha. Li Hongbin chuckled. "I am a scumbag on the surface, but some people are insidious on the inside." Linger's expression suddenly changed slightly, and a purple light flashed in her hand and an automatic pistol appeared, pointing at Li Hongbin and said, "A piece of trash who was thrown out of Upper City. Still talking nonsense here. What qualifications do you have? Do you still think you are the 4th young master of the Li family?" Zhu Jianxiong opened Linger's wrist and said, "Stop arguing. Now you should think about how to get out instead of arguing here." He glanced at the ice spider that had finished eating the corpse and was slowly turning around. "Since you don't want to cooperate, then each of you will do it on your own." After he finished speaking, a wolf head pattern appeared between his eyebrows, and his whole body began to grow hair. His body swelled rapidly, and in an instant he turned into a 3-meter-tall werewolf. He continued to shout, "Beast transformation." His body suddenly grew again, reaching a height of 5 meters. With the level 1 talent of wolf body plus the skill of beast transformation, the double superposition caused Zhu Jianxiong's attributes to skyrocket. Second ghost, rush out with me. He stomped his limbs onto the ground and rushed out like a giant wolf. His extremely fast speed and strong body directly smashed all the ice spikes along the way. Zhu Jianxiong has nothing else, but he seems to be confident enough in everything. He always believes that he is a leader and always takes the lead in everything. This is true even if the opponent is a domain lord. His sudden action made Linger's eyes light up. She waved her hand, and a mountain bike appeared on the ground. The next moment, the engine roared and it rushed out quickly along the path opened by Zhu Jianxiong. When the 2-headed wolf saw this, it followed him out as well. Only Li Hongbin was left. He frowned and thought for a while, then resolutely went in the opposite direction. That was where the 6 guards had come out previously. In his opinion, there might be another passage in the place guarded by the 6 guards. Instead of following them and dying, he might as well take a gamble. Compared to the exit, these 6 passages were obviously closer to him. He stepped into the passage and looked back. The icy spider suddenly stood up and then stomped to the ground. The next moment, the entire piece of ice in front of it folded up like a book, as if it was going to completely crush the few people inside. It closed suddenly, but at this moment Zhu Jianxiong's werewolf body roared, opened his arms and stretched out suddenly. Boom! The closing ice surface suddenly stopped. Zhu Jianxiong's bones were crackling all over his body and blood instantly flowed out of his mouth. 2 ghosts. The 2 bloody ghosts rushed out quickly, with blood shields in front, and looked back at Zhu Jianxiong. Master, I hope you can fulfill your promise. After saying that, he charged forward and rammed into the ice spider's front legs. Ridicule. Also a taunt skill. The force that originally closed the ice suddenly dissipated and was forcibly interrupted by him. Zhu Jianxiong's body suddenly shrank and fell to the ground, almost completely turning into a wolf. He actually rushed past the blood shield and quickly passed under the spider's abdomen. Seeing that Zhu Jianxiong was about to escape, Jilinger suddenly became anxious. Then she turned her head to look at the 2-headed wolf and said gently, "Uncle Wolf, Xiaomei and Xiaoli are living well in my manor." As soon as she said this, the 2-headed wolf's expression changed completely. His eyes turned red and he looked struggling in disbelief. The ring in Jilinger's hand flashed, and 2 round metal boxes shaped like wash basins appeared in their hands. The 2 of them just glanced at the things in their hands, then sighed and said, "Thank you for your care, Mississippi." Then without saying a word, he rushed towards the ice spider with the round box in his arms. Blood Shield and Gun Evil's talents were far inferior to Zurich's, and they were crushed into meat paste in almost 2 hits. But then, the 2-headed wolf arrived. The red wolf and the blue wolf looked at each other and suddenly punched the round box. High-explosive anti-tank mine, a high-powered mine specifically designed to deal with armor. As the punch landed, the fuse was triggered and there was a loud explosion. The explosion actually created a small mushroom cloud. The powerful impact and scorching flames caused the ice spider's body to deviate. A small robot symbol appeared between Jilinger's eyebrows, a level 1 talent with mechanical empowerment. Overload. Extreme speed. The 6 wheels of the mountain bike she was driving were spinning at high speed, emitting green smoke. The engine exploded and roared, and it flew past the ice spider with a whoosh and headed straight for the exit. But they underestimated the domain lord. Just when the 2 thought they were about to rush out of the cave, the ice spider didn't even look back. The entire ice surface was like a track, pulling backwards suddenly, and the exit that was so close to it suddenly became far away. Zhu Jianxiong and Jilinger returned to the frost spider. The explosion of the anti-tank mine apparently caused some damage to the ice spider, and it lost all desire to play around. Blue light flickered on his body, and a terrifying blue halo spread from his body, and everything where it spread turned into ice crystals. The next moment, 2 ice spears fell from above, landing accurately on the heads of Zhu Jianxiong and Jilinger. The horrific penetrating damage directly created 2 deep pits on the ice surface. The frost spider looked into the pit with a puzzled look on its face. Zhu Jianxiong, who had turned back into human form, was emitting golden light all over his body, like a golden sculpture, motionless. On the other side, where Jilinger was, there was only a palm-sized puppet left. Soul Sealing Talisman. Professionals can seal one of their own skills in the Soul Sealing Talisman. The skills of each profession have their own characteristics. If you want to cross the barriers of professions and use the skills of other professions, you can do it on this talisman. This is a talisman refined by a very rare profession, the Talisman Master. The higher the level of this talisman, the more expensive it is. This number 1 pit is simply unable to use high-level skills. The talismans of the 2 people in front of him are both 3rd-level talismans, but they seal 2 extremely rare life-saving skills. The so-called purple epic skills are the Immortal Golden Body and the Substitute Doll. This is the heritage of the big family. Ordinary professionals may not have even heard of talismans, but they carry them with them to save their lives. However, the effectiveness of this skill is too short, and it is obviously only enough to dodge the ice spider. The golden body slowly faded away, but at this moment a grenade flashing with electric arcs slowly rolled to the feet of Zhu Jianxiong's golden body. Bitch. Chapter 52. Death of the Ice Spider. Zhu Jianxiong almost roared. The golden body has another attribute, which is that it can quickly break away from hatred after using skills, thus reducing attention. He still had a backup plan. His mental power was basically useless, and the skills on his equipment could be used at least twice. He felt he could escape. But everything changed instantly when the electric grenade appeared under his feet. The electric grenade causes a large amount of lightning damage to the surrounding area and stuns the opponent. At the same time as the golden body disappeared, the grenade exploded with a loud bang, and a large amount of lightning filled Zhu Jianxiong. Zhu Jianxiong was instantly paralyzed on the spot. At the same time, lightning in the same range climbed up the body of the ice spider. This little electric shock damage was undoubtedly just a tickle to the huge ice spider. But he noticed Zhu Jianxiong, who was stiff below. In an instant, the sharp spider legs pierced his chest, and the whole person was nailed to the ice. A life-saving puppet that turns into a puppet when it receives a fatal attack, and its main body is displaced a random distance. Ji Linger was very lucky. He used the substitute puppet to move randomly and just stepped over the ice spider and arrived at the exit. But she was afraid that the ice spider would turn around and attack, so she quickly threw an electric grenade at Zhu Jianxiong's feet. In this way, with Zhu Jianxiong's attraction, she could leave quickly. After being paralyzed, his entire body was pierced by the thick spider legs. He had already become the meal of the ice spider, and there was no way he could recover. But through the spider's legs, he saw Ji Linger was about to jump out of the gap that Jian Mukin had just created. A surge of resentment filled his body, and he swelled up again, transforming into a werewolf once again. The muscles in his right hand bulged and the axe in his hand glowed scarlet. You die too. The warrior skill, Throw Axe, throws the weapon in your hand at the risk of your life, causing high damage and has a chance to trigger a chopping effect. This skill will cause the loss of weapons and is a desperate skill, but it will penetrate armor and cause damage to the main body. Zhu Jianxiong's axe was almost sticking to the ice surface, passing under the crotch of the ice spider. An upward arc slashed fiercely on Ji Linger's shoulder. Purple light flickered on her body, and her excellent equipment tried desperately to block the edge of the axe. Perhaps even God couldn't bear it anymore, and Zhu Jianxiong's axe triggered the chopping effect. The next moment, her entire right arm exploded to pieces at the shoulder. The powerful impact smashed the entire person through the ice wall and flew out of the cave. The ice spider raised its legs and stuffed Zhu Jianxiong into its mouth, then quickly turned around and was about to rush out of the cave to catch the escaped food. The long tentacles on his head trembled violently, as if the antenna received a strong signal. In an instant, it turned around and turned into a stream of light and rushed into one of the passages. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. The entire ice cave suddenly fell into silence. After a moment, a giggling sound was heard from the middle. Two naked figures stood up on the ice and looked at each other. 3 survived. Which one is it? It was actually the 2 Bates who spoke, but this time they were no longer trembling as before. Neither of them. I didn't find any contact with anyone along the way. What should we do now? Master Fong said to keep a close eye on them all. One of them walked towards the fallen frost guards, quickly picked up a few emblems, and then said, "The ice spider suddenly left. I guess Li Hongbin did something in the cave. He must be dead. Go find the 2 people who escaped through the exit. The priest is lightly injured but has no fighting power. Ji Linger lost one hand, which is considered a serious injury. Don't worry too much. Let's chase them separately." After saying that, the 2 of them quickly left the cave, observed the blood on the ground, and chased after them separately. The Muku cave was in a mess, and the originally lush vegetation was lying all over the place. Jin Quan kicked the body of the woodvine spider away, and 2 emblems, one orange and one purple, flashed above it. He shook his head. It's less. Previously, the Sand Devourer Lord had 2 orange emblems, 2 purple ones, and 2 blue ones, but this one only has 1 orange and 1 purple. When he picked it up and took a look, Jin Quan was immediately stunned. The emblem was in the shape of a leaf. Drawing emblem. Holy Resuscitation Potion, orange. Instantly restores all the character's physical and mental strength, and increases the character's attack power and defense power in the next seconds, while gaining a shield that lasts for seconds and is immune to all negative states. It turned out to be a potion recipe, and it's epic. It was completely different from the blue detoxifying potion he had obtained before. The entire leaf emblem was orange-yellow like an autumn maple leaf, emitting a little light, and was obviously more precious. Jin Quan is not a pharmacist, so he cannot use the emblem and naturally cannot see the recipe materials. Then he looked at the purple emblem again and was a little surprised. This emblem is like a small hammer, flashing purple light. Drawing emblem. With spider shield, purple. There is only this line of text under dark insight, without any attributes. Hammer. Is it a blacksmith? So this should be an equipment blueprint. Purple equipment blueprints, orange potion blueprints. A gleam of light flashed in Jin Quan's eyes. Am I going to get rich? Compared to general equipment that needs to be dropped by killing monsters in various life and death battles, equipment that can be mass-produced according to equipment drawings is obviously the choice of more people. Even though the attributes are slightly worse, it is still purple excellent equipment. Jin Quan jumped off the body of the wood vine spider and quickly walked towards the 6 spider guards. He flipped through the pile and took out 6 more purple emblems. The drop rate is pretty good, 1 purple emblem for each lord. Jin Quan looked at the level and it was already level 33. If I level up a few more times, the increased critical hit rate for killing monsters of higher levels will be gone. 6 emblems, a longbow, 3 pieces of leather armor, a trap skill, and a vine spell. It may be due to the properties of this wood vine spider. The things it explodes tend to be wood attributed, either potions or suitable for hunters or shamans. Jin Quan did not go into any of the caves, but waited in the middle of the field. According to Jin Quan, once one domain lord dies, the other 3 will all come. The wood vine spider is now dead. He lay down with his ear to the ground, and the sound of violent ground beating began to be heard. Eyes turning. 1, 2, 3. He pointed to 3 holes. The ability to locate by sound is still useful. Among the 6 holes, 3 are obviously more violent. Jin Quan smiled and found a passage in the middle. A silk thread shot out from his hand and stuck to the top of the passage. He pulled it hard and his whole body was hanging upside down on the top of the passage. Jin Quan held his breath, his brows slightly furrowed. He felt the temperature in the passage continue to drop, rapidly dropping from the pleasant temperature of 25 or 26 at the beginning. The change from a cool breeze to a freezing cold wind happened almost instantly. The black soil of the entire cave was instantly covered with ice crystals, and Jin Quan was instantly covered with frost. Within the field of vision, a huge white spider was rushing towards this side quickly. The spider was covered in ice crystals and was surrounded by bone-chilling cold. Wherever it passed, ice crystals emerged from the walls of the passage like mushrooms. Territory Lord Ice Spider. Jin Quan held his breath. It was getting closer and closer. The moment it was approaching, the spider suddenly raised its legs and stared at the golden spring with its eyes glowing. It had noticed the golden spring a long time ago. The mouth parts, still covered in blood, kept moving, as if it was grinding its teeth before eating. Perhaps the fact that he had killed a dozen ants effortlessly before made him arrogant, and he thought that he could also put this ant into his mouth and chew it. The next moment, a bright purple knife light illuminated the entire cave. Jin Quan, with the blade of destruction, instantly passed over the head of the ice spider. The so-called ice crystal armor was like the surface of water in front of the blade covered with gray particles. It passed by the head, carapace, chest, and landed steadily on the golden spring. Any organ or tissue it passes through is instantly split into 2. Even as it fell to the ground, the ice spider's mouthparts were still twitching as it chewed. Chapter 53. Cold Boots, Clearing the Lord. Jin Quan touched the giant sword. I didn't expect there would be something even more stupid. He jumped onto the body of the ice spider, brushed his hand across its back, and 2 emblems, 1 orange and 1 purple, appeared in his palms. Jin Quan took a glance and was immediately delighted, knowing that he could use this equipment. Equipment emblem. Chill boots, orange. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, shoes. Agility, 40 stars. Physical fitness, 25 stars. Ice speed. After wearing these shoes, the movement speed is increased. When attacking, there is a chance to trigger the ice speed effect, which increases the movement speed again in the next second. Frost armor. When attacked by a slowing attack, the frost shield is triggered, which can withstand attacks up to twice its own strength. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Swift ice kick. Active skill. Launches a swift ice kick at the enemy, freezing the enemy instantly. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Epic. Quick run. Immune to ground slowing effects. Jin Quan didn't hesitate at all and pulled off the beetle leap on his feet. The second jump of this equipment was particularly useful, but it was a blue equipment and its attributes were too low. After placing the emblem of the chill boots on his feet, Jin Quan felt his whole body suddenly become much lighter. He swung the giant sword and a whistling sound was heard. 40 points of agility not only increases movement speed, but also increases attack speed by a lot. As soon as he stepped on the ground, he rushed out instantly and glanced at the purple emblem. Another mage skill. Skill emblem. Spell. Ice Lance. Purple. Skill level. Level 3. Skill effect. Fires an ice spear condensed by extreme cold power, causing high frost damage to the target. The ice spear has a certain penetrating ability and can pass through a certain number of enemies or obstacles, causing damage to multiple targets in a straight line. I wonder if this number 1 pit has any sword skills. He put the emblem into the ring. People have already rushed out of the passage. Almost at the moment he stepped on the ground, a layer of frost shield suddenly appeared on his body. When Jin Quan looked at the ground, he saw that the original green grass and plants had disappeared, replaced by a purple swamp. The swamp slowdown instantly triggered his passive frost armor. Then a circular flame formation quickly appeared on the ground. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky, like a pillar of fire erupting from the ground, instantly submerging the Golden Spring. The Golden Spring Dark Flame statue emerged from his body, carrying a giant sword on his shoulder, and slowly walked out of the column of fire. The frost shield made him completely immune to this damage. He looked up and saw 2 huge spiders lying in front of him. Territory Lord Flame Spider, Territory Lord Poison Swamp Spider. Under their feet, the ground was rapidly changing its properties, half of it slowly turning into a green poisonous swamp, while the other half began to turn into magma. Perhaps after some time, this place will become their new territory. Behind Jin Quan, 12 guard lords slowly approached him. Jin Quan turned his head, and his bones made crackling sounds. It's really exciting. Anyone would despair if being beaten by 14 lords, but Jin Quan was full of fighting spirit. He stomped his feet on the ground and rushed out like a stream of light. The epic swift chill boots gave him several times more agility, allowing him to leap up suddenly while sprinting. Start with Troll Earth Shatter. With golden domineering light wrapped around his whole body, he slashed directly at the poisonous swamp spider, completely ignoring the fire spider. Even though the fire spider is a domain lord, its skills are doomed to be unable to break through the defense in the face of the lava suit effect. The title of Lord of Lava provides resistance to fire and improves all attributes. The power of the Golden Spring Leap Slash is extremely terrifying. Even though the poison swamp spider is a monster, it still has a sense of danger. The swamp on the ground rolled instantly, and the whole spider sank instantly, like a loach, and disappeared into the ground in an instant. Boom! When the greatsword fell, the swamp under the feet of the poisonous swamp spider sank like a huge rock falling into the water, and countless purple muds rolled and splashed everywhere. But the poisonous swamp spider disappeared without a trace. The next moment, a fire tornado suddenly erupted under Jin Quan's feet. The huge impact directly lifted him off the ground. The dark flame statue is a fire attribute, and has fortitude exceeding 100 stars, plus the fire resistance of the lava suit. The blazing flames scraped wildly at the statue of the underworld flame, but Jin Quan felt nothing at all except a little heat. Moreover, with such intensive attacks from the fire tornado, a thick lava shield instantly appeared on Jin Quan's body. Seeing that Jin Quan was controlled, the fire spider fired more than 10 fire blades in rapid succession. The fire blades were extremely powerful, and the continuous attacks directly shattered Jin Quan's shield. But the next moment, the fire tornado continued to scrape it, and the lava shield rose again. Seeing that his fire skills were ineffective against Jin Quan, the fire spider roared angrily, and the magma under his feet erupted like a volcano. The powerful thrust directly lifted his huge body up. The magma spread throughout its body and finally gathered on a spider leg on its front foot. In an instant, its entire spider leg emitted red light, first like a red-hot iron, and as the magma gathered more and more, it finally emitted a blazing light, like a burning sun. This terrifying leap was so powerful that it could completely melt the golden spring. However, Jin Quan, who was controlled by the fire tornado, looked at the fire spider pressing towards him and smiled. They are all more stupid than each other. The lava judgment was covered with gray particles, and a destructive purple light began to emerge from its body. Locking. Blade of Destruction. It only restricts his movements, but not his skills. He can rush out of the fire tornado with just one use of his dominant body. But what it was waiting for was the fire spider to come to its door. Really? The Blade of Destruction turned into a stream of light, piercing through the spider's jaw, abdomen, and tail. Countless blood and internal organs sprayed down from the air. Jin Quan fell from the sky, but just as he was about to land, the ground suddenly turned into a vortex of mud, instantly pulling him into the ground. Countless toxic muds quickly enveloped him. Fortunately, with the support of the dark flame statue, the poisonous swamp could not get close to them at all. The dark flame statue made dense crackling sounds in the poisonous swamp, Jean Quan opened his dark vision and saw that the poisonous swamp that trapped him slowly changed its color from black and purple, and then gradually turned to purple-red. As the colors became brighter and brighter, the sound from the dark flame statue became louder and louder. This is highly poisonous. Even through vision, one can see that the poison is becoming more and more potent. If you can't break it open, sooner or later you will be exhausted to death in the poisonous swamp. The gray giant sword slashed the swamp, and a hole was instantly cut in the swamp, but the next moment the swamp returned to its original state. However, Jean Quan did not stop. He chopped quickly and continuously, and the swamp continued to surge. When he chopped for the 10th time, the power of 10 layers of lava gathered on his body, and the lava with 100% power added rushed out in an instant, followed by a violent explosion. The entire underground swamp expanded instantly, opening up a huge space with poisonous gas steaming and crackling sounds. But after the attack, the swamp quickly closed and returned to its original state. Jean Quan frowned. The lava impact that was originally used to break the wood vine spider's cage was completely useless when encountering this poisonous swamp spider. Watching the nether flame statue gradually become thinner, Jean Quan took a deep breath. He chopped continuously again in the middle. Even though the big sword burst into a blazing light, Jean Quan did not use lava impact again, but continued to chomp wildly. Perhaps his luck was not so good. He chopped for dozens of times, and finally the orange belt around his waist appeared, and a huge phantom jumped out of it, looking exactly like the Sand-Eating Lord. The Sand-Eating Lord emerged from the golden spring and suddenly jumped up, like a carp leaping out of the water, and plunged into the swamp. The next moment after the phantom entered the swamp, which was originally full of mud, began to dry up and finally quickly turned into petrification. Sand Python Bite. When attacking, there is a 15% chance to summon a Sand Python Phantom, which damages the enemy and petrifies it. If you can't split the swamp, you can split the stone. The lava impact exploded again. It was like an earthquake. Countless rocks flew everywhere. The ground in the cave cracked, and Jean Quan's figure quickly jumped out from underground. A quick glance revealed that the poisonous swamp spider was retreating rapidly with green mucus oozing from its mouth. It was obvious that he had just been hurt. Jean Quan did not hesitate at all. He spread the devil wings on his back, and his body turned into a stream of light that swept through the air. Devil Wing 3-section slash. When the poisonous swamp spider saw Jean Quan rushing towards it, it roared to the side, making a sharp sound. The 12 Lord Guards who were watching on the side suddenly rushed towards Jean Quan. Jean Quan sneered. "I thought you were smart, or are you stupid enough to ask your men to fight me in close combat?" 3 consecutive slashes of lightning flashed across the sky, and the 8 Lord Guards on the route were instantly scattered. This was not his territory after all. When he retreated here, the land that had been converted by the ground had not yet completely turned into a swamp. Its 8 legs poked the ground frantically, and the ground became swampy faster and faster. Just when it was about to use the swamp domain to escape into the ground. Amid the corpses flying all over the sky, Jean Quan stared at him intently and whispered 2 words. "Locking." Then his body turned into a stream of destructive light, and he cut off the head of the poisonous swamp spider with 1 stroke. He stepped on the ground and turned around, looking at the 4 remaining spider guards with a grim smile on his face. "All your leaders are dead. Why don't you come and send them off?" Chapter 54. Chasing. In the dim pit number 1, Xiaoyinza was running quickly. He had no goal and didn't know where to go. He only knew that his brothers told him to escape. His brothers risked their own lives to let him escape, and he wandered around with lifeless eyes. When he thought about his 4 brothers, who had lived with him day and night, being torn into pieces and killed in front of him, his heart ached indescribably. As a priest who focuses on intelligence and spirit, his speed is not very fast, but fortunately it may be because he is too close to the Queen Spider. There were no other monsters here, and he walked blindly with no sense of direction. Boom! The sudden noise startled him. He quickly wiped his nose, hid behind a rock, and looked around, and saw that the place where the sound came from was the entrance to a huge cave. His eyelids twitched slightly when he saw the hole. This entrance is exactly the same as that of the ice spider, except that this hole is not covered with frost and ice, but is covered with entwined vines and green plants. Just as he was secretly observing, suddenly a more violent and deafening roar came out from inside. Boom, boom, boom. There was a lot of noise inside, with loud bangs and vibrations like continuous high-explosive bombs. This was accompanied by more than a dozen terrifying roars, and the stones on the ground shook violently. The roar of the beast completely awakened his previous fear. The ice spider, as hideous as a mountain, and the miserable conditions of his 4 brothers appeared in his mind again. Here's that kind of monster again. I dare not take another step forward. His face was pale, his body was trembling and spasming subconsciously, and he rolled and crawled quickly towards the back road and ran for his life. Tears kept flowing out of his eyes. He felt like he had lost his backbone and was surrounded by horrible monsters. I don't know where to escape. But at this moment, in his blurred vision, a running figure rushed towards him quickly. He wiped away his tears and immediately saw who was coming. It was a naked man wearing only boxer briefs. The visitor chuckled when he saw Xiaoyinza. It's really good at going around in circles. It goes around a big circle and comes back here. Xiaoyinza took a deep breath, suppressed the sadness in his heart, and looked the man up and down. The bait from the dead city? He actually managed to survive. He was also very shocked. The naked man grinned at him and said, "Where is the big star going?" Xiaoyinza frowned slightly. He was not used to the tone of the man in front of him. Besides, people like him didn't have the courage to talk to him before. What's it got to do with you? He turned his face cold in an attempt to scare the man away. Wow, you're quite good at acting like a celebrity. The naked man smiled. Then his expression suddenly turned cold and he asked, "You've been walking around here for a few times. What are you looking for?" Xiaoyinza was very sad before. He only remembered that he kept running and running without any direction. Now that this person talked about it, he realized that the person in front of him had been following him. "Why do you care how I leave?" His tone became even colder. Although he was a priest, with his 3rd-level strength and the attributes of his equipment, he could easily knock down an ordinary person. The naked man shrugged and spread his hands. "You seem to be a child, and I dare you to question me." He walked slowly forward. "I'm just telling you, I'm going to have you." The next moment, the man sped up suddenly. A blue light flashed in his hand, and a pitch-black dagger emerged. In an instant, he was close to Xiaoyinza. Swish, swish, swish. The dagger stabbed 3 times in a row at an incredibly fast speed, piercing his chest rapidly. Xiaoyinza's pupils shrank sharply, and he rolled backwards quickly. Although he reacted quickly, a gash was still left on his left arm, and his flesh was exposed, and blood slowly flowed down his white shirt. "You're not bait," he said in shock. Then he chanted a spell, and a white light suddenly appeared on his body, and the wound he had just suffered healed quickly. The naked man was also a little surprised. What a fast casting speed! Then he looked at Xiaoyinza's brow and saw rabbit patterns flashing. "Talent? You are worthy of being the master of the upper city." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole person became invisible, and Xiaoyinza reacted extremely quickly. He raised his scepter, and a ball of white light instantly exploded above his head, immediately shining downwards like a searchlight. The figure of the naked man was immediately revealed. Xiaoyinza leaned back suddenly, and a faint blue dagger light, like a crescent moon, brushed across his throat. Just as Xiaoyinza was sighing that he had escaped a disaster, the naked man smiled and slashed down with the dagger. Bone removal. This skill is considered a lower 3rd-level half-killing skill in the assassin profession. While causing massive damage to the target, it will also cause the target to bleed. With the priest's defense and physique, one blow from him would definitely cause serious damage. Xiaoyinza uttered a word quickly, and the next moment a white light shield suddenly appeared on his body. Holy shield! The dagger hit the white light shield, and it actually made a sound of metal. The huge force directly split Xiaoyinza away. While being struck, he rolled on the ground and quickly ran backwards to escape. But he was too slow. The naked man, who was an assassin, tapped his toes like a phantom and approached Xiaoyinza in an instant. With a twist of the waist, he used the force to thrust forward quickly. Backstab. Attacking from behind can cause high damage to the target's weak point. The higher the agility, the higher the damage, and it can ignore a certain percentage of the target's defense. The next moment, the shield on Xiaoyinza's body exploded. His face showed fear, and he uttered a syllable in a hurry. The assassin did not stop and quickly grasped the dagger, emitting a faint light. Sap. This skill hit Xiaoyinza directly on the back of the neck. The next moment he felt his vision suddenly darken and his mind began to feel dizzy. But at the same time, a light blue light with starlight suddenly appeared above his head. Disperse. This was exactly the skill syllable he had just read. The moment the light shone on Xiaoyinza, the dizziness caused by the hit was instantly relieved. The assassin quickly slashed twice, leaving a cross-shaped mark on Xiaoyinza's back. Blood was flowing everywhere. Xia Inza felt pain, gritted his teeth, turned around and kicked the assassin with all his strength. This kick caught the naked man off guard. He never thought that a priest would dare to fight back when encountering an assassin. With a bang, even with the priest's strength, he could not break his defense even if he was kicked head-on. But this kick landed accurately on his lower right abdomen, and blood immediately spurted out from there. The wound previously pierced by the frost spider opened again. He staggered back in pain, covering his wound with an angry look on his face. "Damn it, little bastard. I just wanted to catch you." He raised his hand, and it was covered in blood. "Now, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 55. Come and kill me. After saying that, he covered his wound and quickly chased after him. Xia Inza quickly cast 2 healing spells on his body, and the cut on his back healed quickly. He turned his head to glance at the naked man who was gradually approaching from behind, uttered a spell, and the scepter in his hand emitted a dark light, which turned into a spirit snake that slithered quickly on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it had circled around the naked man's body, and his entire body seemed to be in slow motion, and his originally agile speed suddenly became as fast as that of an 80-year-old woman. The priest has very few attack skills, and there is only one punishment in the lower 3 levels. Moreover, because he has played professional games in the upper city for a long time and has the protection of his teammates, he never needs to output. Therefore, the only skill to fight against the enemy is the slowness in front of you. With the control of the slow skill, he moved away quickly, but the skill had a time limit after all, and the naked man soon broke free. The naked man's name is Zhou Jun, and he is a black glove who often hangs around in the lower city and does things for people in the upper city. He had killed many priests. This kind of fragile profession wearing robes basically meant death if an assassin got close to them. Both the stride length and frequency were far beyond Xia Inza, and the originally widened distance was slowly closing. But the next moment, a faint snake shadow wrapped around his legs. The speed suddenly dropped by more than half. Staring at Xia Inza's back as he began to move away again, he shouted loudly, "Little priest, I can play with you." A priest is stupid enough to compete with an assassin in physical strength and agility. I will play with you until your physical strength is exhausted. When the slowing effect disappeared, he stepped on the ground, endured the pain from his wound, and increased his speed a little more. "Why are you running? Tell me where you are going to hide. In this pit, you have nowhere to hide. You will eventually fall into my hands." Zhou Jun's tone was full of contempt, and his voice gradually approached Xia Inza. Xia Inza felt confused when he heard this. He knew clearly that this was a psychological warfare, but when he thought about it carefully, it was true. He had nowhere to escape, he had no teammates, and he didn't know pit number 1 at all. The priest class is destined to be unable to outrun the assassin. It seems that the lives you sacrificed are meaningless. Xia Inza felt extremely depressed, but he still wanted to know the truth, so he asked, "I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me when we meet?" But Zhou Jun sneered and said, "Do you need a reason? If I say I want to borrow some of your clothes and kill you, what can you do?" What he actually wanted to tell Xia Inza was to just surrender and obey. So why all the nonsense? But Xia Inza's body trembled slightly when he heard this. He remembered that his brother told him that the essence of this world is the rule of the jungle. I didn't feel it before, but now it is so intuitive. Knowing that he could no longer escape, his expression slowly turned calm. Come on if you want to kill me." After saying this, his expression gradually became fierce and he shouted, "If you don't come, you're a coward and a beast. Do you dare to come?" The running figure accelerated again, turned around a rock pillar, and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. "Come on." Xia Inza's eyes were red as he yelled at the naked man. "Come here, you bastard, you reptile in the garbage dump, you pariah in the lower city, you fertilizer in the desert, you dead dog." He used all the dirty words he had been subjected to in his childhood on Zhou Jun over and over again. Want to irritate him like crazy. But the people in the lower city who have been hanging around in the black area for many years understand the intentions of the boy in front of them. Such a poor way of provoking someone. The running speed slowly slowed down, and the attention quickly shifted from Xia Inza to the surrounding environment. I was shocked when I saw it. A huge round cave door appeared on the vertical cliff, and the entire entrance was covered with various green plants and vines. Looking around, he found that except for the vines and ice, everything else was exactly the same as the entrance of the ice spider cave. Zhou Jun stomped on the ground hard, leaving a long break mark under his feet. "I don't want to kill you, kid." He spoke in a low voice, fearing to alert the monsters in the cave. But Xia Inza would never listen to him, and said with a mocking smile, "Come on, come with me if you have the guts, you piece of trash." Then he took a deep breath, raised his middle finger to Zhou Jun, and walked into the cave without any reluctance. Grass. Zhou Jun snorted angrily and kicked the sand on the ground. He did not expect that there would be a cave like the one with the ice spider here, and he did not expect that the person who had just escaped would choose to die so resolutely. Perhaps only Xia Yinzi knew that his brothers wanted him to be free, and freedom meant escaping from control. Falling into Zhou Jun's hands, his brother's last wishes came to an end, and even if he died at the hands of a monster, at least he died for freedom, just like his brothers. Xia Yinzi suppressed the fear in his chest, held his breath, and slowly walked into the cave. But just as he stepped in and his vision expanded, his pupils suddenly trembled. The throat couldn't stop swallowing. He saw that the entire cave was in ruins, and there were 4 monsters as big as hills of ice spiders, as well as a large number of guard lords, one of which they had killed before. But they all collapsed to the ground, motionless. All the horrible monsters in this cave are dead. Broken limbs all over the ground. Xia Yinzi's eyes were fixed on the white ice spider. Dead. They are all dead. The monsters that killed his 4 brothers are all dead. Xia Yinzi knelt down on the ground, covering his face and crying. At this moment, he was willing to die. Only his cries echoed in the silent cave. Bang! A sudden noise sounded in front of him, causing him to shudder suddenly. He slowly raised his head, and what came into view was a pair of old sneakers with a branch stepped on and tilted to one side in the middle. Obviously, the noise was caused by the owner of this foot stepping on a branch and breaking it. A drop of grease dripped onto his hand. Warm and golden. "Why are you crying?" A slightly magnetic voice sounded above his head. Xia Yinzi quickly looked up and saw a young man wearing a baseball uniform and with a handsome face. The young man held a large piece of barbecue in his hand, took a bite, and the fat splattered on his cheek. The tempting aroma of barbecue made Xia Yinzi lick his lips involuntarily. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Jin Quan looked at the dull and sluggish appearance of the young man in front of him, shook his head, and slowly turned and left. He had seen too many similar people in Jiran's bar, either due to stress of survival or drug abuse. Living in this world, it's hard to find a normal person. This also reminded him that not only should he improve his strength, but also maintaining a good state of mind and avoiding mental breakdown is also an essential skill for survival in this world. Jin Quan looked at the 2 orange emblems in his hand, then frowned and picked up a triangular emblem. This is the skill of the flame spider. I didn't expect it to be a sword skill. The skill mechanism is very similar to Troll Earthshatter. It also involves a sword flying through the air, but this move is a single target attack with extremely high damage. Skill emblem. Judgment of the Blazing Sun. Orange Epic. The swordsman steps on the ground to cause lava, which causes burning damage to surrounding targets and slows them down. He gathers the lava on his weapon, jumps into the air at an extremely fast speed, and launches an extremely powerful fiery sun judgment on a single target, causing huge damage to the target. Epic. Burn. The target suffers continuous damage and has a stronger sense of pain. He was somewhat hesitant about whether to learn this skill, as he learned from Jiran that he could only learn 2 skills at each level. Now he already has 4 skills, and there are 2 skills left to learn. According to the original plan, he would rather learn defensive sword skills or skills with life-saving mechanisms. High damage from single target attacks is too useless for him. With his nuclear energy talent, any ordinary slash is a full-strength attack. The whole skill is divided into 2 stages. One is to step on the ground to make lava burst, and the other is to jump far away and kill the target. For me, the only difference from Earthshatter is the addition of the first phase. He looked up at the passage ahead. Lava slowdown should be considered a skill to prevent rushes. I don't know how many methods a lord at the overlord level has. Jin Quan finally pressed this skill between his eyebrows. Chapter 56, The Trial of Urks. The purpose of learning this skill was, firstly, to prepare for the upcoming war, and secondly, to bet on his mastery of swordsmanship, the exclusive skill of the demon swordsman. Sword mastery can transform ordinary sword skills into demonic sword skills and upgrade them. This means that he will have his second legendary skill. In an instant, Jin Quan's mind exploded and images flooded into his mind. Darkness enveloped the earth, and all that could be seen was a huge execution platform with dim flames swaying around it. Countless terrifying dark creatures surrounded and looked devoutly at the throne on the execution platform. The tall figure sat quietly on the throne, like an unshakable dark tower. The pure black heavy armor was covered with sharp barbs and mysterious dark runes. These runes flashed strange dark red light from time to time, like beating blood vessels. Jin Quan couldn't see his face clearly, as if this person was not someone who could be looked at directly. Next to the throne is a terrifying black evil blade. On the hilt is inlaid a dragon head emitting evil light. Its mouth is open and roaring to the sky, showing its past glory. I am Urks, the lord of the evil blade. Today, I will slay the 12-winged angel to show my power. My blade will cut through hypocrisy, and my fate is a punishment from heaven. The sound echoed throughout the space. The dark clouds dispersed, and the crows flew away. Then, a terrifying illusory sword fell from the sky. The heaven and earth stopped, and a beautiful and exquisite head rolled up. The scene faded and Jin Quan suddenly jumped up in shock. What's this? This scene was like when he awakened his talent. Urks, Lord of the Evil Blade. Like a background story for a skill? Jin Quan couldn't help but frown and think deeply. Or is it the background story of this world? After thinking for a while, he patted his head and laughed at himself. I've only been here for a few days and I'm already studying this? This is no different from just working as a cleaner in a chip factory and then starting to research and manufacture lithography machines. Then he took a look at the skill panel, which made him shudder all over. Judgment of Urks, Legend, Gold. The demon swordsman stomps on the ground to summon Urks's judgment platform. All targets within the platform are imprisoned, and then an extremely powerful demonic trial is launched against targets within the range, causing huge damage to the target, and there is a certain chance of causing instant death to the target. After the target dies, it causes great fear to the surroundings. A legend. Fear. The target of fear will lose control of their behavior, be unable to attack, have a lowered fighting spirit, and try to leave the source of fear. Jin Quan was shocked that this skill was directly transformed from a displacement / to a long-range kill, and it had two stages of control. One was the close-range confinement of the judgment platform, and the other was to terrify the surroundings after a long-range kill. Legends are stories that have been passed down from mouth to mouth for countless years and will never be forgotten. This is the first time that Jin Quan has seen a skill with a name. Speaking of the skill alone, Jin Quan can only say that it is powerful, but when it comes to the damage, Jin Quan has some doubts. Because it is a long-range attack, he cannot add nuclear energy talents at all. Even if the skill has an instant death effect, the probability is unstable. It's far less effective than just chopping it with the sword. Jin Quan opens the second emblem. Equipment emblem. Title Staff, Orange. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment type, Staff, for priests only. Intelligence, 40 stars. Spirit, 35 stars. Title mark, marks a water ripple on the target, increasing the subsequent healing and shield effects by 40. Poison Swamp Splash. The Poison Swamp Splash effect is triggered when a healing skill is released, and the Poison Swamp Splash causes toxin damage to the surrounding area. Mana Tide. Every once in a while, the priest will gain a mental tide effect, restoring a large amount of mental power. Epic. Healing. When the priest is seriously injured, the healing effect of the healing skill is increased. I didn't expect that this poisonous swamp spider would drop not damage equipment, but rescue equipment instead. After installing the emblem, Jiran saw his shocked expression when he saw him equipped with the third-level orange equipment. It can be known that my third-level orange equipment is definitely top-notch and so rare that even he, the former prince, was shocked. I'm already level 35, so the chance of getting a cross-level drop is very low. Fortunately, I still have lucky coins to improve the quality. After eating and drinking, Jin Quan casually chopped off the legs of several domain lords and put them into the storage ring, then tidied his clothes and walked into the passage. These 6 channels will be connected to a circular channel, which in turn connects the 4 entrances of wood, fire, ice, and poison. Inside the circular channel is the nest of the queen spider. There are a large number of small spiders in the cave. Even if a larger team comes, it will be a long project to clear out such a dense crowd of small spiders. Jin Quan completely ignored them, and the lava shield on his body kept refreshing under the constant attacks of the little spiders. The magma shield glowed, making the entire passage bright. Jin Quan was alone, carrying the fire, and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Xia Yinze just stared blankly at Jin Quan's receding back, watching him walk alone into the depths of the cave. My jaw, which had been open for a long time, felt sore and astringent. I closed it and swallowed deeply. Only then did he suddenly realize that there was only one person in this cave. He. Xia Yinze shook his head in disbelief. He killed all the monsters by himself? This conjecture suddenly made him tremble all over and feel an indescribable humility. We are so weak, the champion of the upper city, the Invincible First Legion. It turns out it was a joke from the beginning to the end. He staggered to his feet and slowly approached the fallen corpses of the monsters, looking at those hideous wounds. One knife, all one knife. Xia Yinze walked back and forth among the pile of corpses and finally sat down on the ground again. He closed his eyes and recalled everything that had happened, and little by little he deduced why his brothers were sometimes so depressed. We are just toys raised for the entertainment of the people in the upper city. This kind of person is a truly strong person. Zhao Lubai followed all the way, but before he got close to the spider cave, he was attracted by the smell of blood. Zhou Shilu twitched his nose, then whispered, "Human blood. Fresh." Zhao Lubai frowned when he heard this. Considering how far he had come from the sandworm's nest, no miner should be able to walk here. It shouldn't be a miner. Zhu Shiwu looked closer at the rocks on the side of the road and saw a stream of blood on them. He continued walking for a while and found that the blood was continuous. If it was a miner, he would have died long ago with such heavy bleeding. He wiped a handful of blood on the ground with his finger, twisted it, and then smelled it. He should be a third-level professional, and he is constantly taking healing potions. I can feel the fragrance of regenerating flowers in my blood. Want to go and have a look? Zhou Shilu looked at the stone forest in front of him and said, Chapter 57 Interrogation. Zhao Lubai thought for a while, then slowly shook his head. He saw that the direction of the blood should be the queen's nest. He opened the map and looked at it for a while and said, Ice spider entrance. Then he pointed to the other side of the intersection and said, But the person I'm looking for took the wood spider entrance. Zhu Shiwu stood up and said, Judging from the amount of bleeding, this person must have injured an artery and is bleeding profusely. And this person, he scratched his head, confused. This person doesn't seem to know much about first aid and is just relying on medicine to hold on. That's why he was still running away despite the heavy bleeding. It's actually very clear to people who are in the next dimension and don't know the first aid measures. After hearing what Zhu Shiwu said, Zhao Lubai raised his eyebrows, obviously realizing this as well. It seems that Zhu Jianxiong and his group must have suffered a setback. The security team has completely collapsed. Otherwise, no one would have told them to stop the bleeding and then drink the healing potion. Let's go. I'm not interested in collecting bodies anymore. I originally thought I could help out and extort some money, but now it's obviously a little too late. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Shilu suddenly looked into the distance, and then he saw his pupils suddenly emitting a light yellow light. Hawkeye, an essential skill for hunters, it expands the observation field of view, allows you to see farther distances, and increases your attack hit rate. Someone is coming, a miner who doesn't look like a miner, he said solemnly. Zhao Lubai and Zhu Shiwu looked at each other and nodded. Then Zhu Shiwu quickly disappeared from the spot. Zhou Fei and Zhou Jun are two brothers. This time they came to monitor who among these rich young masters would come into contact with the first batch of miners in pit number 1. Now that all those who should have died are dead, it is only left for me and my brother to go separate ways to track down the only two people still alive. He can run for so long after bleeding so much. He must be rich. He touched the wound on his abdomen. No important organs were injured, but it still hurt. If he had a bottle of healing potion, this kind of wound would heal immediately. The thought of this made him feel a little indignant. She's a beauty too. If she falls into my hands, everything will be mine. A wonderful lewd smile flashed across his lips. The uptown chick is so wonderful. Just when he was full of lustful thoughts, there was a crunching sound under his feet, and a round seed was crushed by him. The moment the seed was crushed, a large number of vines suddenly grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a big mouth had bitten his ankle tightly. The roots of the seeds were deeply embedded in the ground, and he was completely unable to move for a while. Zhou Fei's face suddenly changed. Trap. Hunter. He leaned back quickly to avoid the hunter's arrow attack, but the next moment he felt a sudden pain in the back of his head and his vision instantly became blurred. It's over. This was his last thought. He was very familiar with this skill. Sap. The assassin's single control skill attacks the target's back and causes a short-term stun to the enemy. For a profession like the assassin that requires high burst and agility, even a short stun is fatal enough. Sure enough, he felt a sharp pain in his back afterwards. Backstab, cut, dagger slash, and a bone-cutting skill from top to bottom to hit his cervical vertebrae. At the same time, a stream of light flew in front of him. It was 3 consecutive arrows, shooting accurately into his chest. In an instant, an illusory leather armor appeared on his body. Then the leather armor solidified, and finally the entire leather armor exploded into green light and dissipated into the sky and earth. The combined attack of the two directly blew up Zhou Fei's defensive equipment. Zhu Shiwu took a step closer, the dagger emitted a red light, and suddenly stretched it in front of Zhou Fei's neck, intending to use the assassin's killing skill, throat slitting, to kill him directly. Wait a moment. The movement suddenly stopped, and Zhu Shiwu kicked Zhou Fei on the back. The powerful force made him fall forward and kneel on the ground. Zhao Lubai walked out slowly from the side and looked at Zhou Fei, whose flesh was rotten all over his body and who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Slowly squatting down, he took out a bottle of medicine that was glowing red and waved it in front of Zhou Fei's eyes, saying, "Do you want to live?" With blood in his mouth, Zhou Fei endured the pain and looked forward and saw a familiar face appear in front of him. "It's you." He was stunned for a moment. Then his pupils shrank, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something. When he saw Zhao Lubai at this time, he suddenly understood. "It's you." He suddenly realized. Mission description: keep a close eye on all contacts between anyone entering Pit 1 and the miners, paying special attention to whether any transactions occur. As baits, they were not qualified to ride in the same carriage with the nobles, so they had no idea that Zhao Lubai had jumped off the train midway. After getting off the train, he and Zhou Jun did stare at everyone. But now they discovered that there was no information about Zhao Lubai, which meant that Zhao Lubai had been out of their sight for a long time. "I don't know. What conditions does young Master Zhao want?" He smoothed his breath and spoke as clearly as possible. After staring at that group of rich second generations for so long, he forgot about this person. Now it seems that the person young Master Fong is looking for must be Zhao Lubai in front of him. The process of elimination actually proves indirectly that his task has been accomplished. Such a long time has passed, and Zhao Lubai should have met all the people he should have met. As long as he survives and tells the story of the only person who is not in the team, the mission will be successfully completed. But the prerequisite is that he can get out alive. Zhao Lubai tossed the potion and said, "It's simple, the purpose." Zhou Fei stared at the red liquid swaying in the potion bottle and said in a deep voice, "I'm from the Black Dragon Gang in Lower City. I heard that a group of people from Upper City were going to enter Pit number 1. So my brother and I mixed in with the miners, hoping to squeeze some money out of them." Zhao Lubai stopped dangling the potion in his hand when he heard this. Then he slowly stood up, patted the wrinkles on his clothes and said, "Feed the worms." Zhou Fei shuddered suddenly, coughed up a mouthful of blood and said quickly, "Master Zhao, wait a moment." Zhao Lubai leaned sideways, lowered his head and looked at him coldly. Looking at Zhao Lubai's eyes, Zhou Fei couldn't help but feel cold all over. He had the information of all the young masters and young ladies on the train. Zhao Lubai was the one he ignored the most, because with the advantage of being able to feed the worms at the lower 3 levels, this so-called young master of the upper city was actually only level 21, and his talent was only level 1 in his information. But now that he had actually seen this man, the aura in his every move was so great that he dared not look directly at him. The sense of power to decide life and death made him feel a little breathless. His power far exceeded that of any second-generation star chaser in the cave at that time. He had only seen one such person in his life, and that was young Master Fong who gave them this task. "How can you guarantee that you won't kill me? I am a man from Xiaqing. I want to live, but it doesn't matter if I die. At least my family can be safe. After careful consideration, I still want to try to play the emotional card." "Heh." Zhao Lubai sneered. "Aren't all gangsters mixed? They even have families. How rare." For downtown gangs, family is a huge weakness, so gangs often keep a group of women. Anyone can go in and come out after having fun. The boys born by the women become gang members, while the girls continue to reproduce. No one knows who their father is. Zhou Jun swallowed. The rusty smell of blood filled his nostrils. He didn't expect that this young master from the upper city knew so much about the lower city. The stiff face smiled and said, "It's my mother." Zhao Lubai touched the inner pocket of his shirt and took out an old antique pocket watch. This pocket watch exudes the breath of time. The case is bronze in color, with delicate rice ear carvings and intricate and exquisite patterns. The chain of his pocket watch dangled from his fingers. Perhaps holding the potion and pocket watch in one hand at the same time seemed a bit troublesome for Zhao Lubai. So he simply loosened his thumb and the potion fell directly onto the soft sand in front of Zhou Fei. "I'm not interested in hearing that." He pressed it lightly, and the watch cover opened with a ding sound. He blew a breath towards the dial and said, "1 minute, give me an answer that satisfies me." Chapter 58. You can come to me. Zhou Fei looked at the potion in front of him. He realized that the young master in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he thought. If he made any more excuses, there would be no hope of survival. He lowered his head. Some big shot uptown wants me to keep an eye on all the rich kids on the tour train. Zhao Liubai's hand, which was wiping the watch dial with a silk scarf, suddenly stopped. Then he closed the watch cover with a snap and said, "Continue. I am just an official. My only job is to prevent the rich kids on the train from coming into contact with the first batch of miners coming in. What happens if there is contact?" Zhou Fa gave Zhao Lubai a strange look. It is said that someone among the first batch of miners will give an important item to the rich young man from the upper city. If you find it, report the news. Putting the pocket watch back into his pocket, Zhao Lubai pondered for a while and asked again, "Who asked you to do this?" This question seemed to touch upon Zhou Fa's difficulties, and he suddenly became hesitant. Zhao Lubai simply folded the silk scarf used to wipe the pocket watch slowly, then turned and left without asking any more questions. Zhou Fa felt his scalp tingling instantly, and he quickly shouted, "Shengwei Group, it's Shengwei Group." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he began to breathe heavily. In his peripheral vision, he saw a dagger less than an inch away from his temple, flashing a cold light. Zhao Lubai stopped in his tracks. Fong family? I had talked to Zhu Shiwu about the Fong family before, and now we meet here. The thing given is the sand heart flower? Zhao Lubai suddenly said. Perhaps the dagger just now frightened Zhou Fa so much that his thinking became dull. He looked a little dazed, as if he didn't hear clearly. That's the unknown emblem. Almost as soon as Zhao Lubai finished speaking, Zhou Fa on the ground suddenly raised his head. His pupils trembled slightly, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. Then he seemed to think of something and understood it in an instant. It seems that his guess was correct. The person who handed over the first batch of miners was Zhao Lubai in front of him. Otherwise, he would not have known the secret so quickly. Seeing Zhou Fa's reaction, Zhao Lubai smiled and kicked the potion on the ground with his foot, and the potion bottle immediately rolled to Zhou Fa's hand. "Drink it." At this time, Zhou Fa's vision was becoming blurred and his head was dizzy, which were typical symptoms of excessive blood loss. Without even thinking whether the potion was poison or not, he just uncorked the bottle and poured it into his mouth. As soon as the medicine entered his mouth, his body began to produce blood crazily. His injury was not a torn artery injury, so the wound healed quickly and he regained some spirit. He straightened his body slightly and knelt upright in front of Zhao Lubai. "Mr. Zhao, this is my mission. If you tell a lie, I will cut you into pieces." Zhao Lubai nodded to Zhou Shilu, and then he threw a palm-sized stone in front of Zhou Fa and said, "Whose blood is this?" Zhou Fa looked up and saw some dried blood dripping on the stone. Then he looked around. "It belongs to the eldest lady of the Ji family." Zhou Lubai raised his eyebrows immediately. "Ji Linger?" Zhou Fa nodded. "Who dares to hurt her like this?" Zhao Lubai was a little surprised and asked, "What happened in the cave?" At this point, Zhou Fa's cheeks twitched and he said speechlessly, "Young Master Zhu brought a few celebrities and said that he wanted to conquer the Queen Spider. At first, it was quite smooth. He killed the Lord with only a few minor injuries. I thought the land reclamation was complete, but then 5 identical lords appeared at the same time. In the end, a giant spider lord appeared, as big as a hill. When he said this, his body trembled a little, and he stroked his lip and said, 'This giant spider lord is very terrifying and can control the ice in the entire cave.' Just by raising his foot and stepping on it, everyone was seriously injured." He shook his head, unwilling to describe further, and just continued. "After that, they all died, except for 2 who escaped." Zhao Lubai looked at him sideways and said, "You and her?" "No, I don't know why, but the spider behind me seemed to be in a hurry and left the cave in a hurry. I hid in the pile of dead bodies of the bait, so I pretended to be dead and escaped." Nodding, Zhao Lubai had some idea. The ones who escaped are Zhu Jinxiong and Ji Linger, but Zhou Fa shook his head again and said, "It's the eldest daughter of the Ji family and that celebrity pastor." This answer was completely beyond Zhao Liubai's expectations, and he said in disbelief, "Zhu Jinxiong is dead?" Zhou Fa nodded, looked at the blood-stained stone on the ground and said, "You two have many ways to save your lives and have already escaped. But I didn't expect that this quiet and gentle eldest daughter of the Ji family is actually such a sinister person. One electric shock grenade will put Zhu Jinxiong at the rear forever." He sneered. "It fits the truth of the wasteland. You don't need to outrun monsters, you just need to outrun your teammates." Zhao Lubai frowned slightly. "You mean, Ji Linger killed Zhu Jianxiong? Zhou Fa also kept watching Zhao Lubai out of the corner of his eye, and saw that his originally calm and relaxed expression suddenly became very solemn. He didn't understand why this was so, but nodded as a matter of fact. Zhao Lubai looked at the stone forest in the direction where the blood was dripping and pinched his eyebrows with his fingers. He knew how serious the situation of power struggle between the Ji family and the Zhu family had been in recent years, and all kinds of conspiracies had emerged one after another. The founding of the Flying Eagle Empire was due to the Zhu family and the Ji family. After so many years, the two families can still get along on the surface, entirely relying on the teachings of their ancestors. Now it has happened that the direct descendants of the Ji family killed the direct descendants of the Zhu family. Once this matter is exposed, it is very likely to become the fuse for the division of the Eagle Empire. Zhao Lubai paced slowly twice in the court, while Zhou Fa knelt on the ground motionless, quietly waiting for the trial. Suddenly, his steps stopped, and then a purple light flashed in his hand, and a staff half the length of a person appeared in his hand. The staff flashed, and a pitch-black chain suddenly shot out from Zhao Lubai's body, quickly wrapping around Zhou Fa's body like a spirit snake. This noise frightened Zhou Fa so much that his whole body trembled violently. He opened his mouth and shouted, Master Zhao, spare my life. Everything I said is true. He knelt and took 2 quick steps forward, swinging his hands. If you tell a lie, your whole family will be wiped out and the heavens will punish you. Master Zhao, believe me? His face was full of fear and panic. But Zhao Lubai had a blank expression on his face. He waved the staff in his hand, and a dark light suddenly shot up from under his feet and rushed directly over his head. At the same time, a more colorful black light slid down from the top of Zhou Fa's head, which was tied to him by a pitch-black chain, and swept across his entire body before finally drilling into the ground. As this dark energy passed through, the wound on Zhou Fa's body that was originally turned outward was healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a zipper slowly closing. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Fa's whole body was restored to health. Even the wounds caused by the ice spider holes disappeared. Zhou Fa felt his body had fully recovered and stared blankly at Zhao Lubai. Only then did he realize that Zhao Lubai was saving him, and he kowtowed quickly. Thank you, young Master Zhao, for not killing me. Thank you, young Master Zhao, for not killing me. His head banged against the sand, making a loud noise. As the magic was dissipated, the chain connecting the two people suddenly turned into black mist, and the scepter in Zhao Liubai's hand instantly shrank and disappeared in his palm. He clapped his hands and said, You can tell your master everything you see, hear, guess, and think. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu also lowered their heads to look at the kneeling Zhou Fa and followed him silently. Looking at Zhao Liubai's back, Zhou Fa, who was originally kneeling upright, suddenly lowered his body and sat down on the ground, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. But at this moment, Zhao Lubai in front suddenly stopped and turned back and said, Oh yes. Zhou Fa was startled and immediately knelt up straight, as if he wanted to listen to the emperor's decree. Then Zhao Liubai's voice came slowly. By the way, tell him that if there is really no other way, he can come to me. Chapter 59, Territory Lord Shadow Spider. Master, are you really going to let him go just like that? Zhu Shiwu asked with some doubt, thinking that the young master didn't seem like a kind person. Zhao Lubai glanced at him and smiled. Why kill him? From his expression just now, he seems to be very sure that you are the one who contacted the miner. If he goes back, he will definitely say that you took the things. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Zhao Lubai asked calmly. Isn't this just being wrongly accused? Haha, the weak have no right to wrongly accuse the strong. Zhao Liubai's words immediately choked Zhu Shiwu, who didn't know how to refute. He looked back and smiled. That's a witness and also a vortex. It's better to keep him than to kill him. There will definitely be professionals in both families who are proficient in the true word technique. Having said this, he shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid this empire is no longer stable. Jin Quan walked in the passage for a long time. Wherever he passed, countless small spiders attacked him. At this time, there was a sea of spiders in front of him, blocking his vision. He could only swing blindly and advance against the small spiders. Fortunately, he had the lava impact. After slashing 10 times, he turned into a fireball and rushed forward. He repeated this until he suddenly rushed forward, felt his feet go empty, and fell down completely weightless. He was startled by this sudden change. His body shook and he spun around, instantly throwing away all the little spiders on his body. His vision suddenly broadened, and the wind whistled sharply in his ears, like a demon opening its mouth and roaring. He was falling to the ground along with countless small spiders. This is a huge, deep pit. On the wall of the pit, there are rugged rocks with countless spider silk wrapped around them. The spider silk is so dense that it looks like countless white strips of cloth hanging down. Looking down, it was like a circular passage leading to the underworld, with By-Fan swaggering. As we got closer to the ground, the light below became brighter. It was as if a huge, bright fluorescent zircon stone had placed a moon in the entire space, casting a bright light on the ground. Just as he was about to land, Jin Quan held his breath, and the next moment black mist condensed on his back and turned into a pair of devil wings. Devil Wing 3-section slash. With a flap of its wings, it glided through the air, and at the same time, the force of falling was instantly offset. Then the wings dissipated and Jin Quan landed steadily. But the moment he landed, his expression changed slightly and he looked quickly towards the ground. I couldn't lift my feet at all, as if they were glued to the ground by some strong glue. Upon closer inspection, this is not the ground illuminated by the fluorescent zircon, but endless spider silk. He is already the prey in the net. The next moment, the white ground turned up and merged instantly. Immediately afterwards, Jin Quan felt his whole body being wrapped up, and he slid down directly with a swallowing sound. Is this swallowed? Jin Quan didn't even realize what the monster looked like before he had already entered its stomach. He moved slightly, but his whole body was stuck tightly, and he couldn't even turn his head. Even breathing was extremely difficult, just like the water torture during interrogation. After calming down, it's no wonder that Jiran said that to enter the nest of the resentful Spider Queen, you must make use of the dominant attribute of lava judgment and keep swinging the sword so that the spider silk can't control you. At this time, Jin Quan obviously suffered a loss. In this situation, even if other people were equipped with lava suits, they would be helpless. But the next moment, his arms were wrapped in gray particles and he suddenly lifted them outwards, and the countless spider silks wrapped around him were torn open. Then Jin Quan used his talent of cutting anything to peel off the spider silk on his body bit by bit, and then he turned over and crawled out. The moment I crawled out, a strong fishy smell hit me in the face, making me feel sick. It was dark and damp all around, and the golden spring came out quickly, but had not yet entered the stomach. In his dark vision, he saw many spider cocoons like his, all falling down the esophagus. Jin Quan quickly grabbed the esophageal wall and looked down at the stomach sac below. Fortunately, it was fast enough. Jin Quan couldn't help but feel thankful. The flesh wall of the stomach sac below kept wriggling, and the flesh wall was covered with tiny hairs. These hairs were like tentacles, and when they passed through the spider cocoon, they would be covered with a layer of thick green liquid. The liquids were highly corrosive, but had no effect on the spiders. They just slowly seeped into the spider silk cocoon. Then Jin Quan could see with his naked eyes that the spider silk cocoon was shrinking at a very fast speed. Countless drops of blood flowed out from the gaps in the spider silk. From time to time, bubbles emerged from the blood and then burst, releasing an even more pungent smell. There are no bones at all. What an unsolvable digestive ability. A light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment a message appeared before him. Territory Lord Gluttonous Spider. It's not the Queen Spider. Jin Quan felt a little disappointed. To be honest, if there was a queen spider inside the belly, then his mission would be over. Let the monsters in this world see Baimoen's unique skills in playing with his sister-in-law. He raised his hand and orange light condensed, and lava judgment appeared in his hand. Jin Quan aimed at the direction upwards of the esophagus, slightly upwards, and purple light shone from his body. Suddenly, he thrust his sword upward. The blade of destruction turned Jin Quan into a stream of light and flew out horizontally, ignoring everything. In an instant, the flesh and blood inside the gluttonous spider were torn into pieces, and the flesh, tendons, membranes, and shells were all cut open. The golden spring with purple light burst out from the top of the gluttonous spider's head, landed steadily on the back of the gluttonous spider. This spider is extremely huge. In terms of size, the corpses of the 4 domain lords outside would probably be as big as it if they were piled up. A painful hissing sound came from under his feet, and the gluttonous spider began to tremble and shake violently in a very twisted spasm. A moment later, the huge monster under his feet suddenly stopped. You killed the Territory Lord Gluttonous Spider, 4 levels higher, and the efficiency accounted for 100%. The knife started from the abdomen and came out from the skull. Jin Quan frowned at the message. This is the new lord that Ji Ran mentioned. He quickly glanced around and murmured, No, there should be one more. Just as he finished speaking, his scalp suddenly tightened and a violent whistling sounded behind him. Almost as a subconscious reaction, the blue flames on his body rapidly twisted and condensed, and a giant in blue flame armor wrapped his entire body. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow with a faint glow pierced his back accurately. The dark flame statue only blocked for a moment before being pierced through, and the lava breastplate instantly emerged. Collapse. As if the sound of a drum was heard, yellow light shone from Jin Chuan's body, and he became a dominant figure. This domineering light completely blocked the powerful knockback effect of the arrow. Troll Earth Shatter. Jin Quan jumped back with all his strength, turned suddenly in the air, held the sword with both hands, and chopped down with great force. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere. A huge deep pit was smashed into the ground, and air waves rolled. But the target who attacked him disappeared in an instant. Jin Quan only saw a residual shadow passing by his knife, and then it disappeared. But then, Jin Quan suddenly turned around and saw another ray of light like an arrow shooting towards him quickly. This time Jin Quan was obviously prepared, and he directly blocked his chest with the wide lava judgment. Clang! There was a sound of metal crashing, and dense sparks burst out. Jin Quan stepped back quickly, then suddenly turned his body to the side, pressing his back against the wall of the deep pit. With its back completely blocked, the mysterious monster seemed to have not found a better angle of attack, and its figure slowly emerged. If the gluttonous spider is a super large monster, then the inky black spider in front of her is enough to stun Xiaojin. Jin Chuan's dark insight flashed, and Spider's name suddenly appeared. Territory Lord Shadow Spider. The Shadow Spider's body is covered with an inky black carapace that has a matte finish, seemingly preventing any light from reflecting off it, allowing it to perfectly hide in the dark. Its body length is about that of a large dog, and it has 8 slender and powerful legs covered with hair. It crawls quickly on the rock wall without making any sound. What was worthy of Jin Quan's attention was that he had a row of barbs on his back that looked like reverse fish fins. He looked down at the thing he had just knocked away, and it was exactly the same as the barbs on the spider's back. This kind of monster is really tiring. Jin Quan pinched his eyebrows. After continuously attacking a bunch of meat shields, I was suddenly a little worried when I encountered this kind of agile and long-range monster. His eyes suddenly fixed, and he looked up in an instant. The demonic wings on his back spread out, and he suddenly leaped out, instantly leaving 3 streaks of light, and quickly performed a 3-section slash to get closer. Locking. Die. Chapter 60 Illumination. Purple light shone from his body, and the destructive sword energy surged, flying away like purple lightning, and the gray sword instantly cut through, splitting it in 2. But in the next moment, the split shadow spider suddenly turned into 2 balls of black smoke and dissipated. Doppelganger? Jin Quan was slightly startled, cursed inwardly, and turned around suddenly. Then 3 consecutive barbs came towards his chest and head like flowing light. He quickly blocked his chest with the big sword, and at the same time, he pulled out the welded and broken knife at his waist and chopped it down fiercely. The gray blade instantly cut through the barbs in front of him like a broken bamboo strip, and the other 2 pierced through the statue of the dark flame god and directly hit his greatsword. This time Jin Quan did not use his domineering skills, but directly used the force of the knockback to slam his back against the wall of the cave. The powerful force caused dense cracks to appear on the rocks on its back. This monster seemed to have some special quirk about the back. Jin Quan just hung on the rock wall, frowning slightly. The domain of this shadow spider is shadow. It can hide and escape quickly in darkness and shadows. It can even break the lock of the blade of destruction by condensing a clone through shadow. It was the first time he had seen such a difficult lord, and it seemed that all skills could be avoided by it. The key is that this guy doesn't fight in close combat at all. While he was thinking, 3 faint lights came flying towards him from different angles. The barb was too fast, and its direction was erratic. Jin Quan didn't dare to roll at all, and could only concentrate on blocking it. His left hand quickly chopped into a knife net, and his right hand held the big sword to protect his chest, but this time he didn't block at all, and a barb quickly pierced through the knife net. It broke through his nether flame statue and pierced straight into his shoulder. The lava breastplate instantly emerged, and the rhinoceros pattern of 100 stars flashed. A thud. The golden spring was embedded deeper, and the cracks in the surrounding cave walls were also widened. Too much power, too much speed. Jin Quan endured the pain in his shoulder. Although his fortitude attribute reduced most of the damage, the impact of the force still hurt his physical condition. This was the first time a monster broke through his double layer of defense after he put on the lava suit. Being able to break through the double defense and hurt him proves that the equipment emblem's ability to withstand has exceeded its limit. This means that the seemingly small spider in front of him can easily blow up the lava breastplate on his body by kiting. Once this defensive emblem is lost, the suit effect will disappear, and Jin Quan's overall attributes will plummet, which is equivalent to a serious blow. We can't just sit there and wait for death. He quickly looked around, but found that this place was completely underground, without even a trace of light. After this shadow spider appeared, even the original fluorescent zircon was covered with a layer of black mist. If he didn't have dark vision, he would be like a blind man at this moment. I looked up and found countless small spiders hanging densely on the dense spider web above my head. Whether it is the sandworms or these spider lords, without their permission, these monsters seem to have no qualifications to enter their territory. After a brief thought, he flapped the demon wings on his back and rushed directly into the sky with a 3-section slash. Naturally, Jin Quan's big movement was instantly locked by the shadow spider, almost at the moment when Jin Quan stopped in the 3rd section. The 3 barbs had arrived at the same time as him. Jin Quan resisted these 3 stabs purely by himself without any blocking action. The whole person was thrown by the powerful impact into the spider web that was as dense as white cloth where he had just fallen. The spider web was torn into pieces and blasted into the wall again. Jin Quan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He wiped it and smacked his lips, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Countless little spiders saw Jin Quan coming and swarmed over him. The next moment, flames suddenly appeared on Jin Quan's body. A lava shield suddenly refreshes on the body. Almost at the moment when the lava shield was refreshed, 3 flying spikes like streams of light pierced his body. There was a loud boom, and gravel flew everywhere. But at this time, Jin Quan exhaled and looked at the 3 barbs that pierced through the nether rock statue and the lava shield, but did not touch him. Jin Quan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and said, "If you can't break my defense, you will be the one who dies in the end." He swung his knife quickly at the little spider, slashing 10 times in an instant. The power of the lava gathered, and then the lava impact exploded in an instant. The violent explosion brought about flames, destroying countless spider webs above, and a large number of small spiders fell like raindrops. The entire cave quickly lit up, and Jin Quan instantly discovered the whereabouts of the shadow spider and quickly approached with a 3-section slash. However, the flames brought by the lava impact were dim after all, and could not illuminate the entire area. The corners and crevices were still full of shadows, almost at the moment when Jin Quan locked onto it. Another shadow clone was left at the original location, disappeared into the darkness. Jin Quan cursed inwardly, then quickly jumped into the dense group of little spiders again, raised his knife and swung it quickly, more than 10 times in a row, with an orange light emanating from his waist. A python-like shadow suddenly rushed towards Jin Quan's head, and then suddenly expanded into the appearance of the Sand-Eating Lord. The Sand-Eating Lord leaped like a whale and dived towards the shadow spider. A light like yellow sand passed by, and everything began to turn to stone. When Jin Quan was trying to find out whether the shadow spider had also been petrified, 3 more flying spikes accurately hit his vest. The powerful force directly knocked him away and smashed him into the wall. Jin Quan brushed away the dust in front of his eyes. This shadow spider is impossible to catch. How do I kill it? He frowned, and then suddenly remembered Ji-Rant's words. In order to kill the territory lord, he must first destroy his territory. But Jin Quan looked around the darkness in the cave and smiled helplessly. The only thing that can destroy darkness is probably light, but the light from the lava impact just now was not enough to illuminate the shadow spider. Looking at the little spider in front of him that was still madly attacking his dark flame statue, his eyes suddenly lit up. He pushed his elbow against the wall and suddenly rushed out of the pit. He held the huge sword horizontally and swung it violently like hitting a ball of badminton, and immediately a large group of small spiders flew out. The giant sword was swung continuously, and the little spiders flew everywhere. But the shadow spider was extremely insidious. Every time he hit the little spider, spikes would fly out from every corner and knock him away and nail him to the wall. Every time Jin Quan crawled out, he continued to slap the little spiders. He was stabbed into the pit again and then climbed out again and again, looking extremely embarrassed. But Jin Quan didn't care. Simply scatter the spiderlings throughout the cave and watch the direction the barbs come from. Use Judgment of Urks on the spiderlings in that direction. Killing the small spider will cause widespread fear. As long as the shadow spider is controlled by fear, it will die. Just when Jin Quan was making plans, he heard a sudden squeak in the darkness of the cave. The voice was long and low, like chanting scriptures. After the sound, Jin Quan was stunned. He saw that all the small spiders densely packed in the cave began to hum. Then it fell in large pieces. Jin Quan picked up one and shook it vigorously, then saw its 8 legs hanging down limply. Dead. He quickly glanced around and saw that all the little spiders were like this. It was as if they had been ordered to commit suicide, and they all died in an instant. He planned to endure humiliation and was stabbed more than a dozen times in vain. As a result, the shadow spider just opened its mouth to make a sound, and all the little spiders committed suicide. Suddenly, an inexplicable anger rose in my heart. Damn it! I'm going to fill this entire cave inch by inch with soil today. He stomped on the ground suddenly, surrounded by the light of dominance, and his whole body exploded with strength. He held the sword in both hands and slashed the cave wall with the troll earth-splitting slash. In an instant, the cave wall was like a cannonball attack, and the rocks on the wall collapsed like a landslide. The giant sword wrapped in gray particles cut through the cave like cutting tofu, cut the entire cave into pieces. Jin Quan gasped violently for a while. He was actually just venting his anger. The Spider Queen was right below this lord, and burying her here meant that he would never see the Spider Queen again. There is no way to obtain the Qingyuan flower. But he was completely helpless against this shadow spider, and Ji Rant's image suddenly appeared in his mind. If that guy were here, he would know how to solve it. This was also the first time that he, a lone wolf, realized that he needed his teammates. But at this moment, a white ball fell on his head, just like the full moon on Mid-Autumn Festival. It fell rapidly along the passage it had just fallen through, and exploded above Jin Quan's head. With this explosion, all the darkness is gone and light is leading the way. The entire cave was as bright as day, and the light filled every corner, like a searchlight covering everything, without any shadows. Jin Quan suddenly turned his head and saw the shadow spider lying quietly in a pit. The sudden light made it impossible for it to hide. This time, you are really dead. The devil wings spread out, and the shadow spider quickly fled. Following the direction of its escape, the 3-section slash quickly drew a word in the air. Locking. The golden spring turned into a purple line, pointed upward, and the sword of destruction cut the shadow spider smoothly in half. Without shadow, it can no longer condense a clone. The internal organs were immediately scattered all over the ground. You killed the Territory Lord Shadow Spider, 4 levels higher, and the effectiveness accounted for 90%. Ignoring the corpse, he quickly looked up and saw it at the top of the deep pit. A trembling young man stood on the edge of the cliff, holding his staff tightly and looking at him. Jin Quan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hey, it turns out you're the fool." Chapter 61 Shadow Blade. Xia Yinzi was determined to die. Zhou Jun was blocking his way outside the cave, and he had no way to go. But when he saw the golden spring, he saw a glimmer of hope. Seeing that he was in such a state, the man did not tease him, rob him, or even think of killing him. Instead, he asked, "Why are you crying?" These 2 words are simple, but when he looks at the entire human group, he can ask why a helpless stranger is crying when he sees him in the wild. It could only be that this person had good intentions. Since you're going to die anyway, why not give it a try? Jin Quan took away almost all the little spiders, and he could barely deal with the occasional few scattered around. Following Jin Quan's footsteps, after walking for an unknown period of time, I heard a loud bang. After groping over, I saw a cliff, or rather a huge pit in the ground. The dense and violent noises were enough to prove the fierceness of the battle below and the terrifying power. But his vision was completely dark, and he could only vaguely see a human figure flashing rapidly below in the flickering light. Xia Yinzi didn't know what was going on, but he was a priest and could clearly sense that there were a large number of dark elements floating below. Every time the figure below used a powerful fire skill, it would disperse some of the dark elements, but then the dark elements would quickly gather again. Then he used the priest's signature stealth-breaking skill, Illumination. Radiant lighting releases a special holy light that can dispel darkness and illuminate hidden targets within a certain range, making them visible. Invisible characters will no longer be able to remain invisible within the light's coverage. Just as he used the light to see clearly below, he saw the man approaching a strange monster at lightning speed. Then a dazzling flash of knife light was seen, and the monster was instantly cut in half. The man looked up and waved at him, but he couldn't hear what he said. Xia Yinzi summoned up the courage to shout down, "Can I follow you?" But the cave was too rocky, and the sound echoed and reflected, so that when Jin Quan heard it, he could only hear bursts of crows. Unable to hear what the crying boy said, Jin Quan simply waved his hand upwards and said, "Go back outside and wait. I'll come find you later." After saying that, he prepared to turn back and clean up the shadow spider's body. But he didn't know that his voice also became noisy through the pit. Xiaoyinzi couldn't hear anything at all, but he could see clearly Jin Quan's movements, which meant downwards. A test? He looked at the height, which was nearly 100 meters. With his pastor's physique, he would most likely fall to death. He took a deep breath and jumped down without hesitation. "I'm not afraid." Yeah. A series of terrified screams approached from above. Jin Quan looked up again, his face full of question marks. Fuck, what a fool. He leaped forward, stepped on the cave wall, and used the force to fly into the air. Then a strand of silk flew out of his hand, quickly stuck to a wall, and pulled the whole person upwards. He grabbed Xiaoyinzi's collar from behind, swung along the silk to release the force, then stomped hard on the cave wall and made a series of double jumps before landing safely. Jin Quan threw him to the ground, twisted his shoulders and said, "Are you looking for death?" Xiaoyinzi sat on the ground, not daring to look directly at Jin Quan, and said weakly, "Didn't you ask me to dance?" "I." Then he thought about his previous hand-waving motion, and the upward and downward movements did look the same. But there's no need to say anything, just jump. Jin Quan did not hesitate anymore, but frowned and asked, "What do you want to do?" Xiaoyinzi quickly got up from the ground, knelt in front of Jin Quan, and said sincerely, "I want to follow you." "Follow me?" The superstition that being kneeled upon by peers and elders would shorten one's lifespan still affected him, and he subconsciously turned aside. Looking Xiaoyinzi up and down, he was about 1.7 meters tall, thin, with a fair face and Adam's apple. His male body looked more like a woman. "Would you say it's cool when you eat peaches?" I said this almost subconsciously. Seeing Xiaoyinzi's bewildered expression, Jin Quan pointed to the cave entrance ahead where the darkness had receded and said, "Come with me. Do you want to die so much?" He swept away the large number of spider corpses with his feet and continued, "You can't even beat the little spider on the ground. Why are you coming with me? Wait here." After saying that, Jin Quan turned around and walked to the front of the shadow spider and saw the corpse of the shadow spider. An orange emblem appeared in his hand. When Jin Quan saw the orange emblem, he was a little stunned, because the panel just showed that my efficiency in killing shadow spiders accounted for 90%, and 10 of it was attributed to the priest in front of me. And in such a situation, an orange emblem can actually appear. Touched his chest. The lucky gold coin is working? Equipment emblem. Shadow blade, orange. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, offhand weapon, dagger. Strength, 35 stars. Agility, 30 stars. Attack speed, shadow strike. When attacking with shadow blade, there is a chance to trigger shadow strike, causing the user to instantly rush forward a certain distance and cause high damage to enemies on the path. Shadow hide. When the user stands still for more than seconds, he will automatically enter the shadow hide state, improve his dodge rate, and increase the agility and strength of the next attack to 50. Being attacked or moving will break the hide state. Shadow clone. When the shadow clone skill is activated, the body gradually merges into the shadow and teleports a certain distance. At the same time, a shadow clone similar to the body is transformed at the original location, and the clone has 50 of the original attribute. Cooling down, 1 hour. Epic. Blindness. Characters attacked by Shadow Blade have their vision reduced. It's actually a secondary weapon. He picked up the equipment emblem and examined it carefully. It was also a hexagon, with an image of a hand holding a dagger engraved on top. G-Ran talked to him about the equipment in various positions, accessories, offhand weapons, gloves, cloaks, etc., which were extremely rare. The mage's spellbook, the mechanic's mechanical arm, the shield warrior's dagger, the assassin's double daggers, and the knight's one-handed shield. Each of them is a huge improvement to the profession. The reason why offhand weapons and accessories are so rare is that they are universal to all professions and have no side effects. Unlike armor, once a mage puts on heavy armor, his movement speed and casting speed will be greatly suppressed. You as a soldier can even install a mechanical arm. Of course, if you can tolerate all attributes being mechanically added. Both the short sword and the one-handed shield are actually suitable for me. He squeezed his left hand, and the orange emblem instantly penetrated into his palm. Almost at the moment when the emblem merged into his body, Jin Quan's whole body shook, an eagle's cry came out of his body, and then another string of flying eagle tattoos appeared on his wrist. Agility 100 stars. He felt his whole body lighter than ever before. A big sword emerged in his hand, and he was about to swing it to test his speed. Not going there with you. Is it to follow you? Wherever you go, I will follow you. I am not afraid of death. A seemingly courageous voice sounded loudly behind him. Jin Quan then remembered that there was another person behind him. He turned around and looked at Xia Yinze, who was still kneeling, and swung his sword fiercely, with the wind whistling and a large amount of dust rolling up. You are too weak. Following me and will lead to your own death. Chapter 62 Career Breakthrough. If it was a highly agile assassin monster like the one just now, this little priest might not be able to hold on for even a second. Xia Yinze became anxious upon hearing this and said quickly, I am useful. I am an epic class radiant priest. My talent is the super speaking rabbit, which can simplify the chanting syllables into one word, and can also repeatedly cast a spell to stack. I'm level 39. I can help you. He spoke very quickly, and seemed to be in great need of Jin Quan's approval. Jin Quan was a little surprised. He originally thought that this young man was a miner who had escaped from the fallen city by chance. I didn't expect that he was a master as high as level 39. Are you from the upper city? Xia Yinze nodded, then shook his head. I was born in the lower city, and the upper city consortium came down to select me. I awakened my level 1 talent and was chosen to go to the upper city. 7 years in the upper town. How old are you? 16. Jin Quan's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. Level 39 at the age of 16? My level is raised by feeding worms. The consortium has a special animal farm. Level 40 requires a career breakthrough, and you can't use worms to upgrade. Jin Quan nodded, thinking to himself that powerful people often have the quickest way to gain power, compared to other professionals who have to work very hard to reach the next level. For the children of the powerful and wealthy, it may be an easy task. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, what does career breakthrough mean? He had heard this word more than once. Jiren also said that it was impossible to achieve a career breakthrough in this place. Xia Yinze looked at Jin Quan with some doubt. This powerful man in front of him actually asked him how to make a career breakthrough. After thinking for a while, he replied, the human body is weak and cannot continuously upgrade the job emblem to a high level, so the altar will be used to assimilate the power of monsters to make the job more powerful. The process of assimilating with the monster is a career breakthrough. At this point, he was obviously a little depressed and said, it's hard for people like us who feed on worms to survive the assimilation of the altar monsters. Altar? Jin Quan frowned in confusion. Looking at Xia Yinze, who was still kneeling, Jin Quan took 2 steps forward, grabbed him by the back of the collar, and lifted him up like a chicken, and continued to ask, what is an altar? Xia Yinze shrank his neck, took a step back and bowed slightly. The altar is the totem of the Legion. Only the Legion has it. It is usually in the hands of big forces like the Legion and the Consortium. There is no altar in the lower city. After Xia Yinze finished speaking, his brows furrowed even more tightly. So if I want to make a career breakthrough, I have to join other forces? You can also form your own Legion. Xia Yinze scratched his head and said hesitantly, how is it established? Jin Quan's brows slightly raised. Even a man like Ji Ran almost died in the end. If he wasn't really forced to do so, he didn't want to get involved in that kind of power struggle. It's to get the Legion Order. Teams without a Legion Order are collectively called a corps. Only groups that have obtained a Legion Order can be called a corps. A consortium is also a type of corps, but the team is more like a living profession. At this, he shook his head. The Legion Order is the foundation of a force. It can be said to be extremely rare and extremely valuable. The entire Flying Eagle Empire, which manages such a large territory, actually only has 5 Legion Orders. That's Feiying, Jixia, Tianhe, Xianfeng, and Shengwei. The other families that received the Legion Order are all top-notch nobles. So, Xia Yinze stopped talking here. Jin Quan also roughly understood the concept of the Legion Order, which was somewhat similar to the guild tokens in online games, which could form a force. However, with the addition of the altar, an ability that allows professionals to advance, it also serves as a professional mentor. No wonder an empire could easily last for 1,000 years. Even the unified empire in his previous life had not escaped the curse of a 300-year cycle. According to the rules of this world, people from the upper city basically monopolize all channels for promotion. After thinking for a while, he roughly understood why Ji Ran said that the empire was now in turmoil. In fact, the root cause may be because of thousands of years. There are more and more Legion Orders. This led to the upper class becoming bloated and power becoming unevenly distributed. He shook his head to drive away his thoughts that were getting farther and farther away, and patted Xia Yinza on the shoulder. Have you been to both the upper and lower cities? Uh-huh. Xia Yinza nodded vigorously, and Jin Quan pinched his shoulder again and said, What's the name of the skill you just used? It looks pretty powerful. Xia Yinza smiled shyly and said, It's called the radiant lighting technique. It's not much different from other lighting techniques, except that it's more gorgeous. Be more gorgeous. I thought it was the Pope of Light just now. Handsome enough. After saying that, Jin Quan swung his sword, cutting a wide crack on the ground. Then he pointed to the crack and said, Wait outside this line. If I come back, you will be my little brother. After saying that, he put the great sword on his shoulder and walked towards the corpse of the exploding spider he had killed before. After all, it was a mutual benefit. Jin Quan was not interested in knowing why this guy approached him, but he said that he had been to both the upper and lower cities. This was something he desperately needed, because he would eventually leave the prison of the dead city and walk into the lower city. Brother, wait a minute. Jin Quan paused and frowned. This guy is just too stubborn. Seeing Jin Quan's eyes suddenly turn cold, Xia Yinza's neck suddenly shrank. Then he pointed to the corpse of the shadow spider on the ground and said, The body of this monster. What? Jin Quan took a look at the body that was split in half, still lying quietly. He knew that Jin Quan was asking about career breakthroughs because he wanted to know more clearly, so he added, Professional advancement means using monster corpses to fuse and advance. Lord monsters are very valuable. Jin Quan turned back and walked to the body of the shadow spider. Is this what you rely on for career advancement? He frowned a little. He had killed so many lords, but Ji Ran had not told him that their bodies could be used for this purpose. It seemed that he wanted to use them for eating. You can choose a certain part of the monster, and after fusion, the body will become a monster. Xia Yinza explained. The more parts you fuse, the stronger it will be. It may get uglier, but it will definitely get stronger. It was also because the Red Devil Corps were all facing a career breakthrough. So Xia Yinza made special efforts to learn about it, which made him so confident. Is this how you advance? Jin Quan glanced at the ugly spider on the ground and imagined himself becoming the monster Spider-Man. It was really hard for him to accept it. Seeing Jin Quan's awkward expression, Xia Yinza knew that he had said too much and quickly continued. In fact, there is a way to avoid becoming ugly. After some particularly powerful monster lords die, there is a certain chance that spirit beads will be born in their bodies. Use the spirit beads to achieve a career breakthrough, and you can gain the attributes of a monster in human form. It's just that kind of monster. I've only heard that even if a large army takes action, it will cost a huge price. It is an exclusive item for the top noble geniuses. This is also the reason why they agreed to let Zhu Jinxiong come to pit number 1. Zhu Jinxiong promised to come with him to pit number 1 to open up new land. And when they came out, the company leaders would give them a quota of spirit beads. That way they don't have to be ugly. It's a pity that everything is gone. Jin Quan hesitated slightly. His left hand flashed with orange light, and a dagger appeared in his hand. The speed was extremely fast. With a flash of black light, the shadow bead was directly cut into pieces. Then a pitch-black bead was seen lying quietly. Hey, there really is one. He picked up the bead from his hand and tossed it. An insightful look. Shadow orb. A spiritual bead that gathers shadow elements. But Xia Yinza swallowed his saliva. This dog-sized spider monster was actually the kind of monster that was said to require a large army to exterminate? Jin Quan kicked the broken meat on the ground. Laughed. It seems that Ji Ran doesn't think I will merge with the monster's body at all. Chapter 63. The Terrifying Spider Queen. Then he slapped his forehead and cursed inwardly. Before this, he seemed to have killed 5 domain lords and picked up the spider legs and python tail. The dagger in his hand disappeared, and he picked up the big sword. With a leap as agile as if he had mastered the art of lightness, he landed directly on the gluttonous spider. Crouching down, an orange emblem appeared in his hand. Jin Quan was shocked by the attributes of this equipment. The equipment is getting more and more outrageous. This piece of equipment alone is more powerful than my lava judgment. But it turned out to be a sniper rifle. Since it was not a weapon that he could use at the moment, Jin Quan didn't even look at its complete attributes. He put the emblem away and cut the giant spider randomly, eventually finding a green bead in its abdomen. Come to the last cave. The entrance to the cave was located behind the gluttonous spider. Jin Quan had noticed it before his death, but it was quickly covered by shadows. Now that the shadow spider is dead, the cave entrance has reappeared. Jin Quan looked down and saw nothing but darkness. unable to see anything clearly. He took a step back, jumped lightly, and directly used the troll earth-splitting slash. The golden domineering light was wrapped around him, and the dark flame statue instantly covered his entire body. The whole person fell towards the cave like a stream of light. Just when he was halfway down, Jianquan suddenly became alert and saw countless spider webs flying towards him. The powerful stickiness stuck to him, as if it wanted to wrap him up directly, but the domineering body could not be interrupted, and the gray sword in his hand was unstoppable. Jianquan had no idea how many layers of the net he had broken. It seemed as if there were endless, until a bright light came into view, accompanied by a loud bang, and the golden spring fell heavily, causing countless splashes of water. Is there a sky here? This was Jianquan's first reaction when he arrived at this nest. Looking up, I found that the entire ceiling of the cave was made of white jade, and white light was scattered out, as if a layer of sky was covering the entire huge cave. I looked down at my feet and saw a layer of shallow water up to my ankles. Under the reflection of the sky on the top of the cave, the sky and water are the same color. Everything is pale. There was nothing in this cave, just white, pure white. Only the golden spring is like a drop of ink dripping into this white space. Humanity. A faint voice sounded from behind him. Jianquan turned around abruptly. The water under his feet gurgled, splashing ripples that spread throughout the space. When Jianquan saw the monster behind him, his pupils suddenly shrank into needle points. He saw a woman floating quietly on the water in front of him. Only her upper body was visible, revealing her curvaceous and graceful figure. It's just that this woman is too white. Her skin was as white as jade. Her silvery hair moved without wind. Her pupils and lips were all white, filled with loneliness and coldness. This strange appearance prevented Jianquan from having any evil thoughts. Instead, there is a sense of funeral horror. The woman opened her mouth and spoke very awkwardly. "Eat humans." The ethereal sound echoed throughout the space. As soon as he finished speaking, all the water under Jianquan's feet suddenly rose up, instantly sealing Jianquan inside. The water formed a standard rectangular block, transparent and clear. The statue of the underworld flame god was imprisoned motionlessly in the middle, like a piece of artistically sculpted amber. The pale woman slowly floated up from the lake, making huge splashes. What was horrifying was that her lower body was a pitch-black spider. This black is darker than the previous shadow and seems to be so deep that it will swallow everything. The woman's upper body was tightly integrated with the spider, and the black color spread to her waist, like a long black skirt. Jianquan tried to activate the nether flame statue, but it only made a creaking sound. Completely locked in, he was sure that once the statue was withdrawn, the water flow would directly seal off his body. Although the statue was enclosed, Jianquan's vision and consciousness were extremely clear. From his perspective, the woman in front of him looked more like she had broken out of the shell of the black spider below. But the shell had not yet been completely broken, so the woman was stuck on the black spider's back up to her waist. A light flashed in Jianquan's eyes, and a dark insight swept across them. Overlord God's Envoy Spider Queen, Level 4, Level 40. Jianquan's heart trembled when he saw the introduction. The information Jiran gave him showed that the queen spider was definitely not like this. It is a giant mother insect that can quickly reproduce a large number of offspring and has the ability to control resentful souls. Unless the subbody is completely destroyed, the zombies can be resurrected infinitely. The image of Jiran pointing at the map and explaining patiently flashed through my mind. He found that Jiran was wrong. The queen spider in front of him did not look like what he described at all. The saying that it is impossible for a fourth-level creature to appear in pit number 1 was also a miscalculation with this queen spider. Besides, what is the title of this divine envoy? Jianquan was still recalling the information about the queen insect. The queen spider raised her hand, and the water flow of the statue of death was tightened instantly. The blue flame began to dim and tremble violently. It seemed like it would be crushed to pieces in the next moment. Jianquan's eyelids jumped, and in an instant the heavy sword came out of his body. The gray particles wrapped around it and directly split a hole in the water prison. Purple light shone from his body, and the blade of destruction turned his entire body into a stream of light in an instant, opening the gap that was about to close again and rushing out rapidly. The statue of the dark flame god behind him made a loud bang and was annihilated in the water prison. The moment he came out, his whole body was surrounded by domineering light, and the troll earth-splitting slash went straight to the head of the spider queen. The queen spider slowly raised her head, her pale eyes full of indifference. She did not dodge or evade the knife. as if she was devoutly welcoming a blessing. Boom! The water splashed, and the powerful impact smashed the water layer below into a vacuum, and the underwater rocks also collapsed into deep pits. The queen spider was split into two. But then Jean Quan's whole body trembled slightly, and he saw the split queen spider, the woman with a sad smile on her face, turned into clear water and scattered down with a splash. Can't be killed? He leaped quickly, the magic wings behind him spread out, and the three-section slash turned into three streams of light flying vertically upwards. And where he had just stood, a huge hand made of water clenched into a fist, and the whole space emitted a loud explosion. Water splashed everywhere, and countless water mists surrounded. Jean Quan quickly threw out a strand of silk from his hand and stuck it directly to the top of the cave. The pale light on the unique jade top made it difficult for him to adapt, just hanging in the air. Looking at the huge palm below, Jean Quan frowned deeply. Water, he murmured. This overlord also has a domain, which is the entire shallow lake, and its use of the domain far exceeds that of other domain lords. He had experienced a weakness of his nuclear energy talent before when he encountered the poisonous swamp spider, which was that it was too tricky to encounter this kind of dead object that could close. The water prison just now was very small, and 2 cuts of the knife could temporarily cut the water apart. The size of the water-condensed palm below was extremely large, which meant that the queen spider could also control a larger water prison to seal him directly. It seems a bit helpless to cut everything. After a quick glance around, the queen spider had disappeared, leaving only the calm lake surface. We can't even see the monster's true form. How can we defeat it? As long as he is a living being, the damage caused by his talent will make it impossible for him to heal. But now, at a glance, the water is all calm. A moment later, ripples spread out on the water surface, and the queen spider rose from the water again. She still looked up and looked at Jean Quan indifferently, neither happy nor sad. Slowly raise your arms and cross your jade-like fingers. Bang! A snap of fingers echoed in the snow-white cave. Jean Quan swallowed wildly, and the next moment he pulled the silk in his hand upwards suddenly. The whole person lay flat on the top of the cave, slashing wildly with the sword at full agility. Countless white jade-like stones were chopped into pieces like tofu and fell off in large pieces. He wants to dig a hole at the top of the cave and run away first. Following the snap of the Spider Queen's fingers, then I saw that the surface of the water in the entire cave below seemed to be bubbling with countless springs. The water flow quickly condensed, and a large number of spiders of different kinds began to gather rapidly. Evolution manifests. The first thing Jean Quan saw was 6 old customers. Cold ice, twisted vines, scorching flames, sticky poisonous swamps, gluttony in web nests, and ghostly shadows. 6 domain lords appeared at the same time. Behind them was a large group of spider guard lords and an endless number of small spiders. Heaven gave birth to water, and water gave birth to all things. A passage from the Book of Changes suddenly popped up in Jean Quan's mind. Suddenly, it swung the sword faster. Gravity was used to help it dig a hole upwards, so there was no need to clean up the rubble. Everything fell naturally. You can't fight this spider queen in the water. Quickly drill upwards into the cut passage. But at this moment, the ethereal sound sounded again intermittently. You can't escape. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish you all great wealth and happiness for your family. Chapter 64. Kill again. A sticky spider web quickly attacked him, and when the web fell, Jean Quan swung his sword suddenly, and his body forced itself to dominate, and his body instantly resisted the pull. The shadow blade appeared in his left hand and cut the spider web in one stroke. Then he felt a sudden pain in his chest, and the huge impact directly embedded him into the hole. Looking at the chest, 3 pitch-black flying spikes were blocked by the emerging lava breastplate. There was a burning pain in my chest. Looking down at the water surface, the shadow spider was lying on top of the gluttonous spider, looking up at the golden spring. But then Jean Quan saw endless small spiders piled up layer by layer, rising towards him like a hill in an instant. Jean Quan continued to dig upwards, but the next moment, countless small spiders crawled into the hole. At this moment, Jean Quan actually felt relieved. Compared to facing a large group of spiders below, facing the small spiders in this narrow cave is the least risky. The dark flame statue reappeared, with countless small spiders clinging to it. The dense attacks caused ripples on the statue, and the lava shield on its body was refreshed quickly. Sure enough, I still can't break the defense. Jean Quan quickly swung his knife at the group of small spiders, and the small spiders were cut in half instantly, then turned into a pool of clear water and flowed down. It's not a living thing, but it can be hacked to death. This result made him feel slightly relieved, which inadvertently increased his chances of escape. But the next moment, the ethereal voice in his ear passed through countless noisy little spiders and went directly into his mind. You can't escape. After the voice appeared, Jin Quan swung his knife on the white jade. Crash! Countless water splashes. Jin Quan suddenly felt the gravity on his body shift. He originally dug the hole upwards, but now he actually felt like he was digging downwards. The original white jade stone also turned into clear water at this time. Jin Quan was shocked and jumped back quickly. Then he saw a huge wave coming towards him from behind. The wave came from all directions and was extremely heavy. A huge wave hand was covering the top of the head. At this moment, there is no way out. The huge waves fell at a high speed. Jin Quan's left hand flashed with orange light, and the shadow blade appeared in his hand. The next moment, it was as if ink was dotted on his body, spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark shadow. Huge waves and palms came crashing down, submerging the shadows in an instant. Shadow clone. When the shadow clone skill is activated, the body gradually merges into the shadow and teleports a certain distance. At the same time, a shadow clone similar to the body is transformed at the same place. The clone has 50 of the body's attributes. Cooling down, 1 hour. The next moment Jin Quan appeared in the air. After a quick glance around, magic wings emerged behind him. The 3-section slash flew quickly into the air, and the silk flew out from his palm and hung on the top of the cave again. Jin Quan calmed his rising heart rate and turned his head to look at the big hole he had dug in the distance. Still hanging quietly above my head. It's not the topsy-turvy world. At that moment just now, he felt that the heaven and earth had changed, and the original sky instantly turned into water. It's more like the reflection of the moon in the water. Then he pulled the silk suddenly, swung the giant sword and chopped down the white jade stone above his head. This time he did not use his nuclear energy talent, but instead used all of his body's attributes to slash backwards. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, but the white jade stone still emitted white light, and there was not even a trace of a cut mark on it. Jin Quan looked at the white jade stone above. This place was supposed to be a cage where once you enter, you can't get out. But Jin Quan's nuclear energy talent actually allowed him to drill a hole in it. He thought quickly and came to 3 conclusions from the brief encounter. 1. Don't stay in the water. The queen insect has a strong ability to control water. 2. Those spiders that gather together in the form of condensed water can be killed. If they are hit by a fatal attack, they will turn into clear water. 3. The jade in the sky may also be part of the domain of the queen spider. Just as he was thinking, countless small spiders climbed to the top of the cave like a tide. They rushed towards him in a ball. The poisonous swamp spider below opened its mouth wide, its abdomen bulged, and it shook its head suddenly to spit out a large amount of sticky swamp. The ice spider raised its front legs high and stomped suddenly. The cold air from his body dissipated and turned into white mist that entangled the mud. The splashed swamp solidified in an instant, turning into a poisonous frozen earth knife that swept and chopped across. A large number of vines grew wildly on the back of the wood vine spider, and the vines spread out like a dense jungle of arrows. A wave of fire suddenly exploded from the fire spider, covering the vines in the sky like a tornado. In an instant, flames rose up on the vines, like a rain of rockets. Dense spider silk grew on the body of the gluttonous spider, and its originally gray and black appearance seemed to be wrapped like a mummy in an instant. It opened its big funnel-like mouth and sucked suddenly. A tornado was sucked out of the air. The silk hanging from Jin Quan suddenly tightened, and then broke with a snap. The gluttonous spider's big mouth was like a black hole, and on the shadow spider's back, a black stone spear was rapidly gathering power, causing the light around it to flicker. I killed them too quickly before. I didn't expect these 6 lords to be able to cooperate in pairs. The frozen earth slash of ice swamp, the fire arrow rain of wood fire, the strong control of gluttonous spider, and the powerful killing of shadow spider. As he fell, he glanced at the location of the resentful spider queen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. A domineering golden light suddenly emerged from Jin Quan's body, and the strong suction force immediately dissipated. The short-range troll earth shatter directly chopped against the frozen earth scimitar. In an instant, Jin Chuan's gray blade was unstoppable, and then the blade of destruction turned into a purple stream of light and drilled into the group of small spiders. Then he came out from the other side, with a layer of lava shield on his body. Countless flaming arrows covered him, but Jin Quan, the dark flame statue, the shield, and the fire resistance of the lava suit completely ignored them. Just take on this massive range attack. Instead, he stared at the black gun on the back of the shadow spider that was flashing with flickering light. The sword in his hand immediately turned back into an emblem and retracted into his palm. The orange light flashed again, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. A short sword means more speed. Be alert to the fullest. In an instant, the center of my eyebrows felt like it was being pricked by needles. Here it comes. The black gun appeared before his eyes almost like a flash. A fatal sense of crisis filled my entire nerves. My muscles were tense, and my spirit was extremely tense. On his wrist, which he was not paying attention to, the 400-star patterns of strength, physique, fortitude, and agility merged in an instant. A light blue light appeared on his body. At this moment, Jin Quan felt that his brain was clear and all the pores in his body were open as if he could breathe. With a gentle swing forward, a gray blade flashed across. The black gun slowly tore open in his pupils. The cut gun body whizzed past the sides of his ears, causing a sonic boom that made his ears tinnitus. Jin Quan grinned. It's a wonderful adrenaline rush. Then the whole person fell rapidly from the air like an eagle with claws and landed on the water surface. The water surface receded slowly like the tide. Purple lines spread out at his toes like vines. A grid emerged, like beautifully patterned tiles painted on the ground. The next moment, the ground suddenly rose, and a huge illusory execution platform emerged. The appearance of this execution platform was like pressing the pause button for all the lords covered by it. Still as a sculpture. I told you that if you live again, you will still have to die. Chapter 65, Blood Oath. In an instant, the dagger in his hand turned into a giant sword. The magic wings on his back spread out, and he held his breath and concentrated. The figure blurred in an instant and turned into a stream of light, rapidly moving back and forth among the lords. Looking down from the air, Jin Quan drew 5 consecutive streams of light back and forth among the group of imprisoned lords. 5 consecutive 3-section slashes swept through the heads of all the lords. Then all the lords were seen turning into water at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the moment when the 3-section slash stopped, Jin Quan turned around abruptly and locked his eyes on the queen spider in the distance. The greatsword was raised and suddenly thrust into the ground. Judgment. As the words fell, a space crack suddenly appeared above the head of the resentful spider queen. An illusory sword fell down with a loud bang. It went straight into the head of the queen spider. Ah! Miserable howls echoed throughout the cave. Can it cause damage? Hearing the scream, Jin Quan was immediately delighted. However, he did not make any move to kill her. Instead, he used the 3 sections of demonic wings to slash directly into the air. It was the first time he used a legendary skill, and after performing so many 3-stage slashes in a row, his physical strength was almost exhausted. My chest was burning fiercely and my muscles were starting to feel sore. He flew to the top and caught a silk thread, then pulled it suddenly and Jin Quan drilled back into the hole he had dug earlier. Jin Quan's Urx's judgment seemed to be able to directly judge the soul. This caused the area below to suddenly become quiet. But the kill information never popped up on his panel. The knife light continued to flash, and large pieces of white jade fell at a high speed. As the Jin Quan knife was swung, black stones fell down. Jin Quan raised his brows. Outside, the greatsword chopped wildly, and the stones above became noticeably looser. As the sword split open, a crack suddenly appeared. What caught my eye was Xia Yin's face full of surprise. He held a flower in each hand. One was pitch black, the other was covered with silk netting. Seeing Jin Quan, he took credit and said, "Boss, look, I found the flowers." Before Jin Quan could answer, a soul-shattering and angry voice exploded in their ears. "Shell, my shell." Then the world turned upside down again. This time, the underwater mirror and Xia Yinza were reflected in it, and the two of them appeared in the nest in an instant. "Spend your 2 cents. Jin Quan slapped Xia Yinza on the head with a fierce slap. Then he jumped up by the back of his collar, and a big mouth opened quickly on the water surface. The silk in their hands was swung out and stuck to the edge of the big mouth. Then, they exerted force with their waists and jumped directly onto the back of the big mouth like a windmill. The moment he landed on it, Jin Quan secretly said, "Oh my God!" Countless spider silks spread out from under his feet, tightly sticking to their legs. Jin Quan looked up and saw that all the lords he had chopped into pieces were now resurrected. and under his feet was the gluttonous spider. Fortunately, there was no subsequent continuous attack. At this time, in addition to the gluttonous spider, the queen spider was lying at the entrance of the cave. A milky white liquid quickly secreted from the black spider, but in her lower body. The liquid solidified quickly and turned into glowing jade. All the other lords were hanging upside down, surrounding and wrapping the queen spider in the middle. Shell. Jin Quan looked up at the entire sky and found that although the sky was emitting white light, there was a clear curvature. It's an egg. No wonder ordinary attacks can't leave any marks. The integrity of the egg must be extremely important to the Spider Queen. His chest rose and fell rapidly, trying to regain his strength as soon as possible. At this moment, golden electric light suddenly appeared on his body, and the golden light filled his whole body. The light reflected his hair into a golden color and made it stand upside down. Jin Quan was stunned when he saw his current state. Super Saiyan? The next moment, Jin Quan felt that his physical strength had suddenly recovered by more than half. He quickly turned his head and saw Xiaoyinza holding up his staff and looking at him anxiously. What is this? Why is it so handsome? Thunder Lightning Recovery Technique. Xiaoyinza felt a little inferior because of the slap from Jin Quan before, so he said weakly. Then added, when we play games, our skills need to be cool. Boy, I admit that I underestimated you. Jin Quan pinched his shoulder. There's nothing wrong with being handsome. Being handsome means fighting power. The Jin Quan sword thrust downwards, and the gluttonous spider that was shaking its head died instantly, turning into a pool of clear water. He grabbed Xiaoyinza by the back of the collar, swung him around twice on the spot, and threw him directly towards the top of the cave as he screamed in fear. The demon wings behind him flashed, and the three-section slash flew over to catch him, and then hung him at the top with silk again. The sword in his hand cut a big hole here like tofu, and he stuffed Xiaoyinza directly into it. Give me the skill you know that can increase your power. After saying that, he was seen rushing towards the queen's spider with a three-section slash along the top of the cave. The moment they approached, all the lords quickly crawled towards him upside down on the top of the cave. Jin Quan suddenly roared, blood flames rose from his body, and his eyes glowed red, like a devil coming to the world. His originally strong body suddenly became much thinner, but his whole body aura was still unstoppable. The blood flames emitted a burning heat that seemed to distort the space. Sword Demon Fury. The swordsman enters a frantic fighting state, constantly burning his own blood, defense, and swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and strength. Troll Earthshatter. He used the Troll Earthshatter backwards, leaping and slashing at the group of lords. With a strength bonus of 500, a terrifying air wave exploded among the spiders. Except for the queen spider that drilled into the pit to repair the hole, all the spiders were shaken down. As soon as he stepped on the top of the cave, his agility exceeded 500 stars and his speed was like a shadow. He stepped on the top of the ice spider's head and used the force to pass through. With an attack speed of 500, he didn't even see how to attack. The head of the ice spider under his feet instantly separated and turned into water splashes and fell to the ground. The next kick landed on the wood vine spider's head and flashed away gracefully. As the group of lords fell, Jin Quan used the force to jump and shuttle like lightning, and wherever he stepped, the lords turned into water splashes and fell. Wait until the golden spring falls to the ground. It's already like a downpour. Jin Quan felt like skin and bones at this moment, and his blood was evaporating rapidly. The next moment, several streams of light sprinkled on him. These skills were extremely cool. A healing firework was emitted, and the whole person's skin began to swell. Continue. Obviously, Xiaoyinza's magic was simply not enough to satisfy the terrible amount of blood loss he would suffer when using the Sword Demon's Fury. Above, Xiaoyinza had his legs spread apart, his face a little pale. All of his skills use the repeating talent, and one skill can be performed twice. But I still can't produce milk. But the next moment, countless water splashes emerged and turned into a huge spider monster. The moment Jin Quan saw this monster, the appearance of the queen spider described by Ji Ran instantly appeared in his mind. Its body is as huge as a mountain, and unlike other spiders, it does not have a hard shell of armor. The shell of this monster is covered with densely packed human faces, which are covered with strange and hideous lines. They were all howling in pain, venting the fear in front of them. As if it was carved out of dark magic, every line seemed to tell of endless evil and terror. The best defense is offense. Under the rage of the sword demon whose defense has been reduced by 80, this is the eternal truth. He stepped on the ground suddenly, and the water surface under his feet turned into a vacuum. It was like a line of blood rushing towards the huge monster. Above, Xiaoyinzi once again cast out 2 overlapping healing spells. He shook his head violently and felt his vision double, almost drained of energy. But then a strange syllable came out of the monster's ferocious mouth, and the sound was like crying and complaining. In an instant, all the water in the cave gathered towards him, and the ground turned into solid rock. A vertical eye condensed from water appeared on the forehead of the giant spider monster. The giant eye opened instantly. A ray of blue light caused a sonic boom to occur throughout the space. Jin Quan's pupils suddenly shrank. He could neither dodge nor defend against this move. But the next moment, Jin Quan's speed increased even more rapidly, and his blood burned even more violently. The blue light ray instantly pierced through Jin Quan. If this move was counted as damage, all of Jin Quan's defensive means would have killed him. What's more, he is now in a furious state, with his defense reduced by 80. But the next moment, a circle of sand emerged from Jin Quan's body, and the sand instantly formed a round shield that wrapped him. Guardian of Sand releases a sand shield, immune to 1 attack, cooldown, 1 natural day. The sand exploded and the golden spring rushed through the rays unhindered. The whole person uttered 3 words and made 3 consecutive 3-section slashes, instantly dismembering the huge monster. Jin Quan was breathing heavily while leaning on his sword. It was almost dried up at this time, while on the other side, the queen spider had already repaired most of the hole. He suddenly looked up at Xiaoyinzi and shouted, "Little pastor, there is a saying in my hometown, swear an oath of blood. Don't you want to be my little brother? If you can bear this hardship, jump down. From now on, I will protect you." Xiaoyinzi looked at Jin Quan's terrifying appearance below, his face somewhat hesitant. But then I thought, I'm going to die anyway. He gritted his teeth and suddenly loosened his feet. "Brother, I believe you." The great sword in Jin Quan's hand was surrounded by gray particles of light. Legend, blood-sucking. When inflicting damage to an enemy, 30 damage points can be converted into healing, restoring injuries and physical strength. When one is born, countless more appear. 30 damage converted into healing. I want to know. He looked up at Xiaoyinzi falling from the sky. If my strike was counted as damage, how much would it be? A bright knife light flashed, accompanied by Xiaoyinzi's painful scream, blood spurting out, and an arm thrown high into the air. Jin Quan's originally skinny body suddenly became fully functional. This knife proves that his damage is 9999999. He stomped the ground suddenly, and the furious 3-part slash almost flashed and landed next to the queen spider in an instant. With the stomping of the cave ceiling, Urx's judgment seat instantly emerged, and the queen spider was directly imprisoned. If you like repairing this pit so much, just bury yourself in it. Judgment. A spatial crack appeared on the ground below, and a giant sword that was more solid than the previous one fell down with a bang. The terrifying force directly shattered the entire solid jade cave ceiling into countless cracks. Like a thirsty earth, the body of the resentful spider queen, which was about to turn into water, was actually locked by the big sword. A dark lightning suddenly flashed on the big sword. With a loud bang, it hit her head. Urx's judgment, the instant death effect was triggered. Her pale face expressed resentment and unwillingness. "I'm almost there. You killed the Overlord God's envoy Spider Queen by 5 levels higher, and the effectiveness accounted for 95%. Chapter 66, The Soul of the Spider. Jin Quan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the prompt on the panel, and the blood in his body stopped burning instantly. The whole person fell freely from the air and hit the dry ground with a bang. His chest heaved violently, and after gasping for a while, he quickly turned his head to look at Xiaoyinzi. He picked up his staff and cast a healing spell on himself, and a brilliant light flashed. But the next moment he was lying on the ground rolling in pain. Jin Quan quickly turned over and ran over. I pressed his shoulders and saw that he was extremely pale and sweaty. Only then did he look at his wound, which was festering rapidly and oozing white juice. "This is a mutilation. Don't treat it, kid." Jiran had talked to him about this attribute of his. The damage he sustained was extremely destructive to his treatment, and the more he treated the wound, the faster it would fester. Jin Quan strangled him to death with a cloth strip tied around his shoulders. Then, an orange light flashed in his hand, and a shadow blade appeared. With a sudden slash, Xiaoyinzi's left arm was cut off at the root. The sudden pain almost made him faint, but he slowly recovered after the pain subsided. No more continuous pain of burning and rotting. Jin Quan stood up and flicked his thumb. An emblem swirled in the air and fell into his arms. You did a good job. Here's a reward for you. Xia Yinze picked up the emblem in a daze. What kind of emblem is this? He looked at the emblem flashing orange and swallowed with some difficulty. He had no identification skills and had never seen equipment emblems of this color. Even from Zhu Jianxiong, he had only seen purple emblems. Don't ask, just trust your big brother and throw away the junk in your hands. Jin Quan said this calmly and walked towards the corpse of the queen spider. Xia Yinze glanced at his right hand, and the next moment the second-level purple staff in his hand was slowly peeled off. His eyes trembled as he looked at the staff. This was their championship reward for the professional league, and it was also the only piece of purple equipment he had. Too many memories flashed through my mind in an instant: laughter, tears, hugs, and shouts. Even though these were dreams created in a cage, there were still many wonderful experiences. I'm starting over, brothers. The next moment, the purple scepter shattered into a sky full of stars, like fireflies that had left our childhood. He exhaled and tightly grasped the orange emblem given by Jin Quan. In that instant, a light element suddenly rose from his body, quickly gathered around him, hovered around him, and slowly dissipated. He was a little stunned. Very high attributes. At that moment, he felt that his intelligence and spirit had nearly doubled, making his elemental perception much more friendly. Equipment emblem. Title staff, orange. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, staff, for priests only. Intelligence, 40 stars. Spirit, 35 stars. Title mark, marks a water ripple for the target, increasing the subsequent healing and shield effects by 40. Poison Swamp Splash. The Poison Swamp Splash effect is triggered when a healing skill is released, and the Poison Swamp Splash causes toxin damage to the surrounding area. Mana Tide. Every once in a while, the priest will gain a mental tide effect, restoring a large amount of mental power. Epic. Healing. When the priest is seriously injured, the healing effect of the healing skill is increased. An orange light flickered in his hand, and an ancient staff covered with spiral water pattern carvings appeared in his hand, and the deep-sea blue magic stone sparkled. His previous equipment had 15 stars for intelligence and 13 stars for spirit, but this epic equipment had more than double the attributes. Epic equipment. So this is epic equipment. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a blue wave suddenly surged in his mind, and his originally exhausted mental power instantly recovered nearly 2/3. This is Mana Tide, he muttered as he looked at the equipment. This piece of equipment is perfect for him. The disadvantage of his talent is that if he wants to release 2 skills at once, the mental energy consumption will be very high, more than 2 single skills. But now with the Mana Tide on his equipment, he doesn't seem to have to worry too much about the problem of mental strength. With the help of the Poisonous Swamp Splash, he, a priest, can also bombard wildly. He couldn't wait to utter a syllable. Brilliant fireworks exploded on his body, and the wound on his arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The intelligence is also very high. In the past, for this kind of injury, double casting might only stop the bleeding, but now with high intelligence, it can actually make the wound begin to scab and heal. He looked at Jin Quan's back and shouted happily, "Thanks, boss." Jin Quan looked back and saw that he had equipped the staff and smiled. Is it worth being happy about exchanging a hand for a broken staff? Xia Yinze scratched his head. Don't even mention a hand. Even if there are people in a whole city, they can be exchanged. Jin Quan raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Then he spread his magic wings behind him and instantly flew to the top of the cave. Looking at the queen's spider that was embedded in the cave by the giant sword of judgment, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The fact that he was able to kill the queen spider so quickly actually had some luck involved. I originally thought that my physical strength was limited, and if I fought a wave and then went out to rest, I should be able to kill the enemy slowly. But he didn't expect that the queen spider cared so much about the hole he dug. Only by concentrating on filling the holes could he have the opportunity to kill so many lords in a rage. If she had spent more time controlling the water flow in the territory and building water prisons to separate the geographical space, Jin Quan might have burned himself to death without much fighting. He flew over with the silk hanging on it and pulled it, and the whole body fell from above. Jin Quan looked down and saw that the monster, which was killed without using his nuclear energy talent, was in a neat and intact state. Looking at the emblems that were beginning to condense all over her body, Jin Quan's eyelids trembled wildly. As expected of a 300-year-old native species, a golden emblem slowly emerged. Spider Soul, Gold, Legendary. Equipment level, Tier 4. Equipment type, necklace. Power, 180 stars. Physical fitness, 170 stars. Agility, 150 stars. Spider silk binding. There is a certain chance of triggering spider silk binding when attacking, restricting leg movement. Poisonous water. When you are attacked fatally, you will transform into a water element and teleport a certain distance. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Spider hunting, active skill. Once activated, it can lock onto a target and launch a devastating blow with all its attributes, causing extremely high damage while weakening armor. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Minister of the Lord. Immediately summon a domain lord under the command of a spider queen to fight for you. Cooldown, 7 natural days. Legend, poisonous. Continuously loses health and randomly causes armor break, force reduction, and silence. Field, web realm. Within the field, the enemy's movement speed is reduced, and when they are controlled and stationary, the spider hunting will be triggered. Yin Ji, only the spider can be safe in the spider web. When Jin Quan saw the emblem of this equipment, he felt a little confused for a moment. This piece of equipment gives people the illusion that it is completely out of touch with reality. 3 attributes are over 100 stars. You have to know that his lava judgment only has 45-star power. A piece of legend is bigger than all my equipment. Is this the weight of a legend? Chapter 67 Legion Order. And it has 4 effects, 1 legend and 1 domain. Jin Quan took a close look at the field, network realm, which should be similar to an aura skill, triggering a deceleration when entering the range. What's even more powerful is that the entire equipment's special effects seem to be able to cooperate with network world. If you are controlled and immobilized in the area, the third effect, spider hunting, will be triggered, and the first effect is that attacking will cause restraint. In other words, if a normal attack is bound within the range, the enemy will be immediately hunted by the resentful spider and suffer extremely high damage. Water of Resentment is equivalent to adding another life-saving skill. The Ministers of the Lord are probably the 6 old rivals who summoned the Golden Spring. I just don't know if it will summon that giant human-faced spider. Jin Quan glanced at his own panel. Killing the Queen Spider allowed him to level up 4 levels in a row, reaching level 39. That is the level that requires a career breakthrough. Jin Quan then looked at the other emblems that appeared on his body. When the next 2 things appeared, Jin Quan was immediately confused. What emerged at this time was actually a cube. Jin Quan's eyes focused, and the properties of the cube appeared instantly. Order of the Legion, legend. The moment Jin Quan saw this information, he quickly stepped forward and picked up the cube. He looked incredulous. Is this the Legion Order? I took the cube in my hand, and instantly a message appeared in my mind. Do you recognize the Lord as the leader? Jin Quan held the Legion Order tightly and made the decision instantly without any hesitation. With this thing, he no longer needs to live under someone else's roof. As soon as the thought came into his mind, the desire to acknowledge the Lord was instantly conveyed. In an instant, the cube of the Legion commander merged into his body. Order of the Legion, legend. Add more members by infusing blood into the Legion Order. Current members, 1. The Legion Order's all members' attributes and psychic energy acquisition. Legion Warehouse. Legion members can store items in the warehouse, with a total space of 50. Legion Shop. Legion members can trade in the shop regardless of the distance between them. Legion Channel. Legion members can communicate in a special soul space. Legion Territory. Place the Legion Order to form a territory, and all members can quickly teleport to the guild's territory. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Legion Altar. Place an altar to provide conditions for members to advance. Skill Borrowing. Consumes Legion contribution and can borrow skills from Legion members. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Legion Contribution. Level 1, 0. As expected, this Legion Order is just like the order to establish a gang. Just the full attributes and spiritual energy acquisition alone are enough to attract countless professionals. It's just that this group order seems to limit the number of members, and it seems to be related to rank. Jin Quan felt the Legion Order in his body, and it seemed that he could place the Legion Order outside as long as he subconsciously. Then the altar quickly evolved. Jin Quan was thinking about it, but the Queen Spider emitted a dazzling red light. This red light seemed to suppress everything around it, leaving people with only their eyes to focus. Jin Quan was greatly surprised and learned from Ji Ran that red represents the ultimate in the world and is called mythology. No further study of the Legion Order was carried out. Instead, he quickly scooped up the light and shadow that represented the myth. This is not a coat of arms, but a scroll. The Book of the Messenger of God. Your devout faith moved the gods, who granted you divine power. By using the Book of Divine Messenger, you will overcome all obstacles, experience nirvana, and become a divine messenger. Do not interrupt the nirvana, or the divine envoy will fail to change his job. The moment he saw this thing, Jing Quan suddenly understood why the queen spider cared so much about his eggshell. I also understand why the queen spider changed from the monster described by Ji Ran to a half-human, half-spider. Overcome all obstacles and become a divine messenger. This means that the queen spider will transcend the limitations of the dimensional space and directly break through level 41. She can even directly leave the dimension and become a terrifying overlord creature in the wild. It's a pity that all this was interrupted by Jing Quan. His all-encompassing nuclear energy talent broke through the eggshell of her nirvana. Jing Quan held the Book of God in his hand, thought for a while, but did not use it, but quickly put it away. How did this spider obtain the Book of the God's Messenger, and what exactly is the God's Messenger? He knew nothing about these things. Jing Quan pinched his eyebrows. If Ji Ran were here, he would know something. Regarding myths, all of this is too far away for ordinary professionals. Only top nobles like Ji Ran who have come into contact with mythology may know something about it. At the last moment, the corpse of the queen spider slowly evaporated, and a dazzling crystal separated from its body. This crystal is a regular hexadecahedron, shining with precious light like a diamond. What is this? A trace of doubt flashed across Jing Quan's mind. Among the items dropped by the queen spider, he only recognized one equipment emblem. The others were items beyond his knowledge. Another dark insight, the information emerged instantly. Dimensional crystal. You will become the master of this dimension. This was the first time Jing Quan saw such a brief introduction. But this introduction made him rush forward instantly and grab the dimensional crystal. Do you admit that you own pit number 1? There was no need to say anything more. The dimensional crystal instantly turned into a stream of light and penetrated into his chest. The moment the light entered his body, he seemed to have mastered all the authority over pit number 1. With just one thought, everyone will be excluded by him. Jing Quan breathed a sigh of relief. The moment he got the Yuan crystal, he knew that the journey in pit number 1 had come to an end. I took a last look at the corpse of the Spider Queen. She closed her eyes tightly, and everything seemed so peaceful. He now had to wait. If what Wang Ming said is correct, the Qingyuan flower should also appear later. He ignored her and walked towards Xiaoyinza again. Even though he had lost one arm, he still had a smile on his face after getting the tide staff. It was like he had found the best toy in the world, and he kept unleashing various skills. Jing Quan kicked with his right foot, and immediately a stone flew towards his butt. Xiaoyinza suddenly felt pain, covered his butt, and turned around, then saw Jing Quan's teasing smile. He hid his staff behind his back somewhat awkwardly, but couldn't stop laughing. Boss, this equipment is too powerful. Jing Quan walked closer and took a look at his left arm. Xiaoyinza had no idea how many healing spells the scepter had cast on him while testing it. At this time, new skin has already grown, and he looks like a disabled person who had been amputated many years ago, and he has adapted to everything very quickly. Give me some blood. Xiaoyinza shrank his neck and said nervously, Boss, how much do you want? The new big brother is good in every way except that he is too cruel. Jing Quan raised his eyebrows, a little impatient, and directly raised the knife to make a cut. A trickle of blood immediately flowed from his broken arm. With a flick of his fingers, his left hand suddenly glowed with light and a cube emerged. The blood was smeared on the square body, and Jing Quan smiled and said, From now on, you are mine. Chapter 68 Phantom Troop. Just as Jing Quan was merging Xiaoyinza's blood with the Legion Order, one of the six-sided cube suddenly began to take shape, and a print with exactly the same appearance as Xiaoyinza was carved on it. At the same time, Jing Quan suddenly gained an additional authority, which seemed to allow him to peel off the print at any time. Xiaoyinza, who had just treated himself, also looked up suddenly and quickly. There was disbelief in his eyes, and he stammered, Boss, is this a Legion order? I am now a member of the Legion. His eyes were dull and tears could not help but flow out of his eyes again. He took 2 steps back as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jing Quan looked at him, patted his head and said, Cry, cry, cry. I've seen you cry several times so far. Crying is not good for your feng shui. Xiaoyinza suddenly stopped crying, wiped away his tears, and said with a dazed look in his eyes, Boss, we once formed a corps. It was a group of very good people, but now they are all dead. He straightened his chest, as if he was a little proud. If you ask anyone on the streets of Upper Town, there's no one who doesn't know us. We are the inspirational legends for the children in Upper City, the models of how the weak can change their destiny, the idols of sunshine, and the role models for striving for success. But as he finished speaking, the breath in his chest seemed to subside, and he hung his head. But when they chose to die one by one to save me, I realized that we are not like that. We were all picked up from the city. Our levels, equipment, skills, food, clothing, housing, transportation, speech and behavior, everything was arranged. It's like a pine tree that was originally straight, but now grows crooked due to gardening arrangements. It's just because I want to greet guests, he said somewhat dejectedly. We may just be a tool for the people in the upper city to maintain order. You know, their biggest dream is to turn the Red Devil Corps into a real legion. I didn't know why they were so obsessed before, but now I know they really want freedom. I will not accept the fate that has been arranged for me, even if it means death. Xiaoyinza raised his palm, and a cube with the Legion order also appeared in his palm, but this cube looked like a spatial projection. I did it, brothers. I'm free, brothers. His tears could no longer be stopped from flowing, and he no longer needed the altars of those consortiums to advance. You can grow according to your own wishes. Jin Quan patted his shoulder and said comfortingly, okay, it's all in the past. It doesn't matter where you go. But Xia Yinza looked up at Jin Quan, hesitated a little, and finally told the truth. Boss, many people know me. If I run away, the company will definitely catch me back. I'm afraid it will implicate you. Upon hearing this, Jin Quan just frowned slightly but said nothing. Instead, he asked, what do Upper Town and Lower Town mean? What does the boss want to know? Xia Yinza asked with some confusion. Geography or the history of formation? Xia Yinza scratched his head. The news I got is that our territory is called Hengsha territory. Outside the city is the wasteland of the lost, endless civilization. It is full of lusts and sand, and the environment is very harsh. He picked up a large stone that Jin Quan had split earlier. The stone was small at the top and large at the bottom, like a trapezoid. There are 3 plateaus in this sandy land. The climate on the plateaus is pleasant, and there is plenty of moisture. There are snow-capped mountains, grasslands, forests, and lakes. When the land was first cleared, 3 forces occupied these 3 plateaus, built city-states, and restored civilization. Generation after generation, the powerful and wealthy gathered together, and we called the city-states on the plateaus Upper City. After that, he used a stone to draw a lot of crooked lines next to the trapezoidal stone, and then said, there are snow-capped mountains in the Upper City, plenty of rain, and a lot of rivers spreading down the mountain. Finally, he scattered a handful of pebbles around the curved lines. The small forces and ordinary people who pioneered the land back then built cities along the river water left by the Upper City. These cities are collectively called the Lower City. Pointing to the end of the line, he said, our Lower City is called Redstone City. It is the city at the end of the river. There is very little water here, which also means a lack of resources. The strength of the people here is no more than level 4. It is also the closest to the dangerous wasteland area, which often represents the most violence and disorder. Usually the entire empire will detain prisoners and refugees here. Jin Quan looked at the topographic map that Xia Yinza had laid out on the ground. The beautiful scenery of the plateau instantly emerged in my mind, prosperous and luxurious, with rivers rushing down and countless cities built around the plateau. The closer these cities are to the Upper City, the more prosperous they are, while Redstone City is in a dilapidated state with slums everywhere. Looking at the gravel on the ground, thinking of the scene in the sand devouring lair that was like the Lion Camel Ridge, Jin Quan smiled and said, you should still get caught up in that illusory glory. Don't take yourself so seriously. In the eyes of the powerful people in Upper City, you may not even be as good as an ant. Xia Yinza was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. Jin Quan stood up, patted the wrinkles on his body, and introduced to Xia Yinza. My name is Jin Quan, and I will be your leader from today on. Xia Yinza quickly stood up, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed devoutly. Meet the captain. Looking at this strange way of saluting, Jin Quan thought it was a military salute and waved his hand. Don't do this stuff. I have died once before, so I don't want to form any army or consortium. I don't have any worries. I just want to walk around in this different world. At this point he smiled and said, let's call this kind of group a brigade for now. Eat, drink, and be free. Legion rules. Try to be lawful and neutral. He patted Xia Yinza's shoulder again and said, from now on, I will be the number 0 of this team. You then are number 2. Xiaoyinza was a little confused for a moment when he listened to his description of the brigade rules, but then he was delighted. Isn't this the freedom he was looking for? No constraints, do what you want to do. He was excited for a while, but then he asked with some doubts, "Boss, why am I number 2 and not number 1? He looked around and made sure that the boss didn't bring any teammates with him. Jin Quan clicked his tongue. I'm not the one who initiated this tour. So number 1 was given to him. Xiaoyinza tilted his head and asked, should we have a name then? This immediately reminded him. Jin Quan lowered his head and paced back and forth, thinking, cool, fairy tale. These names flashed through his mind, but he shook his head at each one. He turned his head to look at Xiaoyinza, thought of Ji Ran, and finally compared himself. The experience of the 3 people falling from glory to earth suddenly reminded him of a verse, and he said to himself, all appearances are false, all phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. You should view them in this way. Anything that has a shape or a shadow is empty. All things that are born from causes and conditions are like dreams, like shadows and bubbles, and as unpredictable and ever-changing as mist. We should observe everything in this world at all times, and not be attached to it, and let it bind us from our original liberated and free nature. After saying this, he looked up and said, let's call it the Phantom Troop. Chapter 69, Altar Breakthrough. The Phantom Troop. After Jin Quan finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the corpse of the Queen Spider. It's actually faster than what Wang Ming said. It wasn't even half an hour later when the entire corpse began to fluoresce, and a beautiful flower grew out of it. The petals are a deep purple, as if condensed from the purest essence of the night, emitting a mysterious glow. Each petal is delicate and thin like a cicada's wing, with slightly curled edges, gathering drops of clear water like dewdrops. Jin Quan gently took it off. The next moment he was stunned. Spiritual objects and resentful flowers. He blinked, thinking he had seen it wrong. Isn't it the Qingyuan flower? How did it become the Lingyuan flower? Jin Quan quickly squatted down and turned over the body of the queen spider, trying to see if there were any other flowers. But the moment he touched the corpse, he saw that the originally pale and young face had aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Age spots quickly appeared on the face, deep wrinkles were like ravines, and the skin no longer had a trace of luster. As the corpse aged rapidly, the originally tightly closed mouth slowly opened due to weakness in the lower jaw. A bead as white as jade suddenly rolled out of his mouth. Resentful God Pearl. The spirit pearl belonging to the queen spider was picked up by Jin Quan. As the spirit pearl left the body, the queen spider slowly began to turn into ashes. No more? Looking at the Lingyuan flower in his hand, Jin Quan frowned. The reason for the Book of God's Messenger? The Book of God's Messenger caused the queen spider to undergo a strange evolution, and her companion creatures also changed in appearance. According to the rules, it should be something better than the Qingyuan flower. After putting away both items, Jin Quan turned around, thought for a moment, and then took out the spirit bead from the gluttonous spider and said, little priest, this is for you. Try to make a career breakthrough. Now he is also level 39, and Xiaoyinza is also level 39. If you want to understand exactly what a career breakthrough is, there is nothing more intuitive than seeing it with your own eyes. Then Xiaoyinza looked at the beads in Jin Quan's hand and pointed at his nose. Me? Yes, it's you. Jin Quan threw the gluttony pearl directly to him. Xiaoyinza took the bead, took a look at it, and then said with a constipated look, when you fuse a monster's body, the monster's remnant will appear. You need to defeat the remnant before you can fuse it. The more parts that are fused, the stronger the residual soul will be, and the spirit pearl is at least half the strength of the monster. His eyes glanced. Boss, do you think I can do it? Jin Quan opened his eyes and said, wouldn't it be a complete failure for you as a priest? You won't be able to advance at all? The priest couldn't find a single attack skill on his body, let alone half of his strength. He couldn't even defeat a spider with just one leg. Xiaoyinza said a little embarrassedly. Not really. It's just that the emblem of the auxiliary profession has a special ability that can bind teammates. As long as I borrow a drop of blood from a teammate of the same level and enter the altar, I can assist my teammates in battle. An expert priest can borrow a lot of blood. Jin Quan was a little confused. How can this thing tell whether you are a master or not? Xiaoyinza scratched his head. That doesn't seem to be a skill. I'm not sure. I heard from my teammates that a good priest can do multiple things at once, bind multiple teammates, and sense the status of all teammates. Even if the vision is blocked, it will not affect their ability to use reasonable skills on teammates. Such a person should be able to bring 5 or 6 drops of blood from different professions into the altar. He said a little embarrassedly. I still use my eyes when I play games. When Xiaoyinzi said this, he immediately thought of the scene when he was shot by the shadow spider's charged black gun. He didn't use any skills at the time, but his whole body was transparent, and he could split the black gun in half with a simple chops. He clenched his fist and said, just say you're a wimp and that's it. Just use my blood. Even if it is resurrected, it won't be able to jump around, let alone half of it. Xiaoyinzi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Thank you, boss. After he finished speaking, a white light flashed between his eyebrows. The white light flew out like a grain of rice, slowly landed on Jin Quan's neck, and then instantly sank into the air, turning into a sun-like pattern. Will binding have any effect? Jin Quan sensed something and found nothing unusual. It will increase the effect of my skills on you by about 30. Why didn't you bind yourself during the fight just now? Xiaoyinzi was a little embarrassed. Because it's too slow. Jin Quan looked at him speechlessly. Even though he was a layman, he knew that the special abilities of this priest must be a must for a powerful priest. Press the cube in your hand to the ground. Suddenly the cube melted into the ground like liquid. A moment later, the ground shook and a building slowly rose from the ground. It directly enveloped the two of them. This was a small Western-style building. The two of them appeared directly in the living room. In the middle of the living room was a huge round conference table. 6 chairs were placed. Jin Quan walked forward and took a look. On the main seat, there was a plaque with copper filigree and the words, Captain, written on it. The others all have no positions. Looking up, I saw that the building was tall, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging down, emitting a warm yellow light. There is a room on each side, one of which is labeled warehouse. When you open the door, the space seems to expand instantly, and in an instant you come to a huge space of 50 square meters. It was just completely white and empty inside. Jin Quan had an idea and flashed out of the warehouse and returned to the living room. The other house was labeled a shop, and inside it was also a huge space with a large number of empty shelves. After coming out, Jin Quan took Xiaoyinzi directly to the second floor. The second floor is extremely simple, with only a huge circular altar. The entire altar is made of huge black stones emitting a mysterious luster. Ancient and complex runes are engraved on each stone. Those runes are like dancing flames, flashing strange light from time to time. This should be it. Let's go up and try it. A drop of blood flew out of Jin Quan's finger and landed in Xiaoyinzi's palm. Xiaoyinzi nodded, let out a long sigh, and walked up to the altar with some trepidation in his heart. He placed the beads in the middle of the altar and then sat cross-legged. The patterns around the altar lit up instantly and converged on the spirit bead that Xiaoyinzi placed down. Blue light patterns spread above, and then the entire altar trembled suddenly. A strange big mouth stretched out in front, and a strange monster appeared. It lay on the altar like a big toad. A string of numbers appeared above the big toad's head. 500. Xiaoyinzi's hand trembled suddenly as he was about to reach into his pocket. So much? He looked at Jin Quan, took out 2 crystals, and said embarrassedly, Boss, I don't have enough spirit crystals. Chapter 70 Conflict. Jin Quan tilted his head. What is this spiritual crystal? It's the currency of the upper city. I heard them say that you only need 2 coins to achieve a career breakthrough. I don't know why this one needs 500. After thinking for a while, Jin Quan picked up the beads on the altar, and with a flash of the storage ring in his hand, he took out a spider leg. He threw it onto the altar, and the next moment, the number on the toad's head suddenly turned into 40. The strength of the fused monster should require a different number of spirit crystals. He spread his hands and said, I don't have any money either. Since he came to this world, he has never even seen the copper coins of the dead city. Suddenly he thought of the tycoon boss recommended to him by Jiran. That guy should still be in the cave. As the thought came to their mind, the two of them appeared directly in the center of the cave. After taking out the dimensional crystal, he sensed it slightly. His complexion changed rapidly. He quickly took Xiaoyinzi out. After taking the 2 companion flowers of the domain lord from Xiaoyinzi, she knew that there should be 4 more companion creatures that she had not taken, and there was a great possibility that the 4 creatures of ice, wood, fire, and poison also had spirit beads on them. The perception of the dimensional crystal was in the nest of the resentful spider queen. In addition to him and Xiaoyinzi, there were actually 4 other people in this nest at this time. When Zhao Lubai entered the wood vine spider's nest, another person arrived almost at the same time as him. It was Li Hongbin who had escaped into the cave earlier. Several people were shocked again when they saw the broken scene in the cave. But no one spoke. The whole space became quiet, and everyone looked at each other. It was not until Zhao Lubai nodded that Zhou Shilu beside him took out the bow and slowly pulled it open that Li Hongbin began to speak. These bodies all have ferocious sword and knife wounds, proving that there is another terrifying figure here. Although I am alone, I am still confident that I can deal with these two lost ones whose attributes are far inferior to mine. Not to mention that there is a priest like you who is holding me back. He started out by intimidating Zhao Lubai, hoping that he would give up. At the same time, he also pointed out that even if he won, others would benefit in the end. Zhao Lubai sneered. Your Li family believes in abandoning a child to become the king. For those who fail the test, all resources will be given to the winner. How many tricks do you, a discarded pawn, have? Li Hongbin's face changed slightly. Among all the families, their family was recognized to be cruel. There was no brotherly and sisterly love. Only the final winner controlled everything. At this point, Zhao Lubai crossed his arms and touched his chin, looking thoughtful as he said, Yes, according to the rules of your Li family, all losers should go to the border. How did you get back to the lower city? And how did you get into Pit 1? And alone? Li Hongbin sneered and said, You are a Zhao family loser, yet you know a lot. But Zhao Lubai didn't pay any attention to his ridicule and said to himself, The third and second brothers have both entered the fourth level. Logically, there should be a decisive battle assessment. You, the loser, old 4, suddenly come back. What on earth would cause you to come back? After thinking for a while, he suddenly folded his fingers and made a snapping sound. It has happened in your family history that during the decisive battle assessment, one party made a serious mistake and was punished by the family and removed from the assessment. The offending children who did not participate in the assessment could replace them. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Your presence here proves that Li Hongyu or Li Hongfei has gone too far. Haha, your Li family is indeed full of talented people, but they are all too ridiculous. First, you teased Ji Linger and were excluded from the assessment. What evil things have Li Hongyu and Li Hongfei done now? They asked you to come out as a substitute? Li Hongbin snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand flashed out, and he slowly walked towards a fallen wooden stake. There is an exceptionally bright red mushroom growing on this wooden stake. I'm just here to get some good stuff. You, a loser, should just continue to be a second-generation rich kid. Brainpower jobs are not for you. After saying that, he chopped it with a knife, and the mushroom fell off along with a small piece of wood bark. He did not touch the mushroom directly, but took the connected wood bark, tore a piece of cloth, and slowly wrapped it. Haha, your Li family is really stingy. Don't you have even one emblem with storage? You have to hold it with your hands. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death? Stop avoiding my questions. Tell me, what are you doing here all of a sudden? Maybe I can help you. Li Hongbin did not react at all, as if ignoring the three of them. He held the sword and started walking towards the wood vine spider. He stabbed the sword into the corpse and slashed it open. Soon a green bead appeared. When he saw the bead, his face suddenly lit up with joy. With this thing, I can immediately enter the fourth level, and anything can be turned around. He was full of confidence at this moment. Reach out and take it quickly. But at this moment, an arrow flashed by and came directly towards his face. His expression changed slightly, and he rolled quickly to avoid the arrow. Then he stared at Zhao Lubai with a frosty face and said, Do you really think that these two guys who failed to break through their careers can deal with me? Zhao Lubai smiled and said, How will you know if you don't try? In the passage next to them, Xia Inza, wearing a silk skin, lay quietly on the ground, staring at everything that happened in the cave. He said quickly to the side, Boss, they took your things. Boss, that person is so arrogant. He even wants to take your spirit pearl. If they're going to fight, look. Then he heard an impatient voice coming from the empty space next to him. I'm watching. Stop making noise. His shadow blade has the effect of shadow concealment, and he will become invisible as long as he stays still for more than seconds. This is the perfect voyeur skill for moments like this. As for the three of them, Jiran said that they could be traded and they were people he recognized. I don't know the other party, but judging by their conversation, he should be a young master from a big family. Next, Li Hongbin slashed his sword under his feet, and suddenly a purple circle appeared around him. At the moment when the circle appeared, a figure quickly appeared. At this time, green smoke rose from under his feet, which was the erosion of toxins. Poison array? Zhu Shiwu's expression changed slightly. Li Hongbin swung his sword again, and the formation on the ground was instantly stacked with another layer of formation. Zhu Shiwu, who was sneaking in, appeared completely in an instant. There was a swamp under his feet, and his speed dropped rapidly. The lost are still the lost. Even their corpses can't break through. How can they dream of using the spirit pearl to break through again? He suddenly raised the sword. A white light flashed on the sword, and a white sword energy rushed straight to the top of his head and turned into a small sword. The next moment, his momentum increased, his speed suddenly increased, and at the same time a circle of protective shield wrapped around his body. They immediately slashed at Zhu Shiwu. The attack speeds of both of them were so fast that a lot of flames from the collision of metal and iron appeared in the field in an instant. But it is obvious that in terms of equipment attributes alone, Li Hongbin is much stronger than Zhu Shiwu, and the poisonous swamp beneath his feet severely slowed its movement. After a few rounds, Zhu Shiwu's body was covered with sword wounds and blood marks. But in the next moment, 3 arrows flew towards Li Hongbin. These 3 arrows were fired in succession, leaving almost no room for avoidance. They hit him instantly, and the white sword and shield on his body exploded instantly. As the shield on his body disappeared, his originally increased attack speed suddenly slowed down. Rain of arrows. In the distance, Zhou Shilu drew his bow and shot a shot into the air. The shot drew a delicate arc and quickly split in the air, like a rainstorm falling on Li Hongbin's head. Li Hongbin swung his sword again, and the sword and shield on his body suddenly appeared again, and he directly withstood this wave of arrows. But when the rain of arrows fell to the ground became muddy and my body was instantly slowed down. He looked at Zhou Shilu in the distance and couldn't help but frown. In this situation, he couldn't quickly deal with the assassin in front of him. Instead, he might be killed by the archer in the distance. In an instant, the long sword in his hand was covered with dense inscriptions, and he slashed it towards the distance with force. A cloud of smoke exploded in the air, instantly blocking all vision. He took a step forward and rushed towards Zhou Shilu quickly. He suddenly jumped forward quickly and stabbed the ground with a sword in the air. Sword binding formation. In an instant, a large number of vines emerged from the ground at an extremely fast speed, instantly binding Zhou Shilu. You're dead. Li Hongbin's voice could be heard from the smoke. Chapter 71 waiting for you downstairs. The next moment, his blade was covered with a light that flowed like ink. He had used this move in the ice spider cave. Combined with his talent, he was able to kill a Lord Guard in seconds. Although Li Hongbin did not use his talent at this time, Zhou Shilu also did not have the defense of the Lord Guard, and the hunter was originally a leather armor and fragile profession. But just when Li Hongbin was about to swing his sword, a black sun tattoo suddenly appeared on the neck of Zhou Shilu and Zhu Shiwu. The next moment, whether it was Zhu Shiwu who was trapped in the swamp, or Zhou Shilu who was bound by vines, several black lights burst out from their bodies. After that, the two of them were like ghosts, ignoring the obstacles and quickly breaking away from control. Even the wounds on Zhu Shiwu's body quickly disappeared. Li Hongbin's expression suddenly changed. He quickly turned his head to look at Zhao Lubai and said in disbelief, "Heartline? No. Heartnet? You're a piece of shit, but you're actually a priest who controls the mind net?" He never thought that this useless young man who was only level 21 in the upper city could master the highest level professional skills of the priest profession. Jin Quan, who was lying in the cave, was also shocked and said, "Is this the one you were talking about? I think this guy is more powerful than you. You can bind a person as easily as a moth flying, but this guy can bind 2 people instantly, and he can bind 2 people in the fog without any vision. Your talent is wasted." You uttered a single syllable, and this guy didn't even move his mouth. Now it was Jin Quan's turn to talk a little bit. As a combat profession, he was really moved when he saw such a priest. He glanced at Xia Yinza, who was standing next to him with his mouth open like a fool, and shook his head helplessly. So fast. After a long while, Xia Yinza spoke with some numbness. "How did you do that?" As a fellow priest, the actions of the man in front of him were simply beyond words to him. "Why don't you go and become his disciple and let him teach you?" Xia Yinza turned his head in confusion, looked at the air and said, "Is this even possible?" Jin Quan sighed. "Look, I'll sell him the stuff at a lower price. Try and see if I can teach you a few tricks. After recruiting a team member, you also have to arrange training for him." Just when Li Hongbin realized that Zhao Lubai was a priest who mastered the mind network, a vortex appeared between his eyebrows and the ink on the sword in his hand surged rapidly. He must kill the priest in 1 second. Otherwise, the assassin and the hunter will be like perpetual motion machines, never stopping. But in the next moment, a black chain instantly wrapped around his waist. Then a huge ball of blood burst out from his chest. A hole the size of a bowl appeared in the chest. The entire chest's internal organs were hollowed out. He looked along the chain in disbelief and saw that Zhao Lubai also had a frown on his face, as if he was enduring pain. In the same position as Li Hongbin, a charged arrow was piercing his chest. But it was obvious that Zhao Lubai's wound was much smaller, just a penetration by the arrow, while Li Hongbin's wound was directly blown through a hole and he was already on the verge of death. "What is your occupation?" He knelt on one leg, spitting blood, and asked in a somewhat incomprehensible way, because it is impossible for a priest to have a skill with such explosive damage. The arrow in Zhao Yobai's chest slowly dissipated. He cast a dark healing spell on himself. A black light flashed, and the wound healed quickly. "I might be able to save you, but you have to tell me why you are here," he asked with a smile. Li Hongbin looked up while panting, his eyes full of bloodshot. "The whole upper city has made a mistake, or you are just too good at playing dumb." Zhao Lubai did not answer, but just looked at him quietly. In the end, he just smiled and said indifferently, "This time the test is in the Abyssal Sword God's tomb." Zhao Yobai's face changed. What a big deal. The price of opening the Abyssal Sword God's tomb once will cost even your Li family half a layer of skin. Besides, are you sure you want to use the 9th order dimension to assess the 4th order profession? Li Hongbin shook his head. You pioneers have all fallen into a dead end, thinking that higher level dimensions require greater strength. Actually, that's not the case. At least not in the Sword God's tomb. The higher the level, the faster one will die. On the contrary, the creatures there are too arrogant. They won't even look at ants below the 5th level. It is precisely this discovery that led to this test being used in the Sword God's tomb. Zhao Lubai looked puzzled. That's impossible. There are countless abyss corpses in there. Even if those overlords ignore you, these little things are enough to tear apart creatures below the 5th level. Hee. The mission is just to collect the dead god flowers, not to break into the tomb. Hearing the word death flower, Zhao Yobai's face suddenly turned cold. Did you make the death flower last time? His voice was filled with suppressed anger. Don't ask me about this. I'm just a small character. Even if it's from my Li family, it may not be used by the Li family. Li Hongbin shook his head and continued, My third brother Li Hongyu has a unique ability, which is that he has a very sensitive nose. He can smell the smell even in a closed space. With this insignificant ability, he bypassed countless corpse bugs and sneaked into the tomb. He stole an emblem of an unknown profession from a tomb. Hearing the unknown professional emblem again, both Jin Quan, who was lying on the ground, and Zhao Lubai were slightly startled. I heard from Zhou Jun before that his mission was to find the emblem of an unknown profession. Jin Quan instantly thought of the one that Lin Yin used on him. This is the family motto of the Li family. Their children all have a hard life. I have been tricked, and so has he, huh? Li Hongbin laughed out loud. Cough, cough. Then he suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The coat of arms is lost. You should know that after he stole the things, the whole family cleaned up his mess in the Sword God's tomb and tried their best to close the dimension to stop the rampaging overlord. He got lost just like that when he came out. The family investigated and concluded that the emblem might be in Pit 1, so my second uncle asked me to come. The more Zhao Lubai listened, the more he felt something was wrong. This must be a very big secret, and he saw that Li Hongbin had told him everything without reservation. You won't survive either. Just then Li Hongbin suddenly spoke. He grinned at Zhao Lubai, revealing his bloody teeth. I know Li Hongyu. He would rather kill someone by mistake than let them go. Go out. He's waiting for you outside. I'll wait for you downstairs. Chapter 72 The Priceless Qingyuan Flower. Almost as soon as Li Hongbin finished speaking, he died. Zhu Shiwu quickly stepped forward and took a look at his wound. Sever your own heart meridian. Dead. Zhao Lubai sighed. He knew that the Li family had always been strict, but he didn't expect them to be so cruel. This guy is overthinking. From his perspective, I'm exposing my strength, which seems like a showdown with him. Just like Zhou Jun, he has already determined that I am the winner of the unknown emblem. I feel my mission is hopeless. After saying that, he quickly turned his head and looked into the passage, his eyes fixed. A black sun suddenly appeared on Xia Yin's neck, and then Zhao Lubai waved his hand. A black light suddenly shot out from Xia Yin's body. The light seemed to bring wind, making the silk skin he was wearing rustle. Who? Zhu Shiwu became alert instantly and turned into a shadow and rushed into the cave quickly. The next moment, he flew out at an even faster speed like a cannonball, drawing an arc across the entire wood vine spider's nest. With a loud bang, It directly embedded into the opposite cave wall. Zhou Shirlu was shocked and quickly drew his bow, but was immediately stopped by Zhao Lubai. Wait a moment. The two looked into the cave and saw a young man in a baseball uniform standing there, slowly retracting his right leg, which he had just raised high. When attacking in stealth mode, strength and agility increase by 50. Jin Quan's kick has over 200 stars of strength and 150 stars of agility. Kicking a little assassin with this physique, who may not have 50 stars, is like a Tibetan mastiff beating a teddy. Zhao Lubai looked back at Zhu Shiwu and saw that his entire chest was sunken. His ribs were almost broken, and his lungs were squeezed. He opened his mouth and tried to breathe hard, but his lungs couldn't expand and turned red as if he was suffocating. After quickly giving 2 treatments, Zhu Shiwu's chest slowly swelled up and his breathing suddenly became smooth. Then there was a flash of light in his hand, and a yellow bead flew towards the golden spring. Jin Quan's eyes narrowed slightly. He instantly pulled out the broken knife from his waist, lightly tapped the bead to relieve the force, and then stopped the knife sideways, and the bead quietly stopped at the tip of the knife. Jin Quan was very familiar with this thing. It was a spirit pearl. I'll return your things to you, Zhao Luchao said to him. Jin Quan then raised the knife and the bead fell into his hand. Sand-devouring beads. He immediately raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Lubai strangely. Zhao Lubai glanced behind him and saw that when the silkworm's skin was peeled off, he turned out to be a handsome young man with a mushroom head. He frowned slightly, but still looked at Jin Quan and smiled. I've been looking for you all the way. Looking for me? Do we know each other? Jin Quan looked confused. Zhao Lubai shook his head. Is Ji Ran here? Hearing him mention Ji Ran, Jin Quan looked him up and down. Although there was a trace of blood on his chest, it still did not affect his extraordinary wealthy temperament. Tianhe Group? He asked to verify. Zhao Lubai nodded. He's gone. Where did you go? Zhao Lubai took 2 steps forward. Jin Quan spread his hands. I won't tell you. Zhao Lubai's expression froze for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He and I are good friends, and he is half my teacher. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to see him again and answer some questions. Do you have money? Jin Quan asked directly. How much? How much do you have? Zhao Lubai was somewhat speechless. I don't spend any money on food, drink, housing, or transportation. Then he turned to look at Zhou Shirlu and said, Do you have any? Zhou Shirlu felt around in his arms and found a pile of gold coins and a dozen spirit crystals. Zhao Lubai frowned at the sight of these things, and then turned to Jin Quan and promised, Sorry, after we get out, I can give you the 100,000 spirit crystals directly. Jin Quan looked at Xia Yinze to confirm whether this amount of money was a lot, but he kept hearing him gasping for air, and he immediately knew what was going on. He left Pit 1, but he should come back to find me. I can contact you then. After thinking for a while, Zhao Lubai suddenly looked up. He saw me, didn't he? Because the man in front of him asked him for money so directly, he probably knew that he was rich, and this was the first time they met, so someone must have told him. Did he say anything? Jin Quan thought for a while and finally said, It seems that he didn't say anything, just introduced you to me as a mythical profession pretending to be a priest. Hearing this, Zhao Liubai's pupil shrank, because this was a secret of his entire family, and if anyone knew about it, only Ji Ran would know about it. It only shows that Ji Ran also trusts the person in front of him very much. He also said that if he wanted to do business, he could find you. At this point, the ring on his hand flickered, and a large number of equipment, skill emblems, materials, companion creatures, and spirit beads were piled up in front of him. I won't take your money for nothing. Look, how much are these things worth? Zhao Lubai took a look and was slightly surprised. He saw many purple emblems and a bunch of companion spiritual creatures. His eyelids jumped especially when he saw the Sha Xinhua. Zhao Lubai walked forward slowly and picked up the sand heart flower from the ground. If it works well, this flower might be worth 100,000 spirit crystals. So valuable? Jin Quan quickly picked up the companion flowers of the shadow spider and the gluttonous spider on the ground. Zhao Lubai shook his head. These companion objects have 2 main uses. One is as materials for medicines and talismans. Whether they are valuable depends entirely on the formula and the talisman. Second, these are advanced items for life professions, just like spirit beads. It is still relatively easy to obtain for people of certain classes, at least easier to obtain than rare equipment. These things are real objects, although rare, but as long as you ask a 7th or 8th level strongman to go into the wild wasteland and take a look around, You can always find a nest with spirit beads or companion creatures. However, the drop rate of equipment, skills, and blueprints is reduced, and the higher the level, the less likely they will drop when killing low-level monsters. Often, an inconspicuous medicinal ingredient may increase in value by tens of millions times due to the emergence of a formula. Zhao Lubai raised his head and looked deep into the cave. Is there nothing from the dominant creature inside? Both the Overlord's companion creatures and the Spirit Pearl are extremely rare. If you are willing to sell them to me, the Tianhe Consortium will definitely give you a very satisfactory price. Jin Quan probably knew something from the battle intensity. Overlords are different from lords, but he still asked, is there any difference in things? Only in limited dimensional spaces can low-level overlords appear. The overlords outside the wasteland are all monstrous beasts. Even if a high-level professional army kills them, using their spirit beads for professional breakthroughs is also a suicidal act. At this point, Zhao Lubai laughed and said, you should keep it for yourself. The fact that Jin Quan could appear in pit number 1 proved that he was also at the lower 3rd level and was about to break through, so he didn't force it. Instead, he said sincerely, if that Qingyuan flower is willing to sell, I will also offer a high price. Compared to the Overlord's Spirit Pearl, it is not of much use to you. Jin Quan did not take out the flowers. This was the main purpose of his trip, so he naturally refused to sell them. Instead, he joked, how high is the high price? 1 fiefdom in the upper city, plus 10 lower cities. Chapter 73. Unforeseen disaster, no choice. 1 fiefdom in the upper city, plus 10 lower cities. After hearing the price, Jin Quan looked up suddenly, a little puzzled. What is this flower good for? In fact, after asking Jin Quan, he felt that he had asked too many questions. This should be a trade secret, but he did not expect that this thing was so valuable. 1 fiefdom is equivalent to directly becoming a noble in the upper city, while the 10 lower cities are linked to various resources. It can be said that they have been rich for 3 generations. Zhao Lubai lowered his head and paced around, then raised his head and said naturally, the Holy City of Elements is a place with very few people, and most of them are magic-oriented professions. Unlike Flying Eagle and Apocalypse, who pursue the survival of the fittest and seek gold from the sand, they spend a lot of time pursuing truth and inscriptions and have very few offspring. There was an old wizard, a very legendary figure. He has a granddaughter who is extremely talented and is hailed as the successor to the Holy City of Elements. But something unexpected happened in one dimension. That lower 3rd level overlord is not a native species. He was killed by the exquisite magic arrays of the elemental Holy City a long time ago. Originally, with her army of mages and guards, plus her ancestors' pioneering experience, this overlord would not be a problem for her. But Zhao Lubai shook his head. Things are unpredictable, and anything can happen in the wasteland. That overlord has undergone an extremely strange advancement. So powerful that it's almost incomprehensible. Not only did she annihilate the entire young generation of wizards, but she herself was also struck by an extremely difficult spell. If it weren't for the 72 guards around him who swore to protect her, she would have died long ago. At this point, he looked at the 2 flowers in Jin Quan's hand. That spell is called the Complaint Curse. As long as she opens her mouth, wronged souls will attack her mind. Those wronged souls are the entire mage army, including her classmates, close friends, and her relatives. He sighed and continued, so, now you can no longer see the proud daughter of the Holy City of Elements. Instead, you can only see a crazy and down-and-out young lady who talks to herself. The answer given by the Book of Truth is the Queen Spider in pit number 1. It's just that the elite core of the 3rd level under the Holy City of Elements is gone. The Eagle Empire has been pioneering for 300 years and suffered countless casualties. The Apocalypse Empire has just experienced a power transition. No one will take this job. So, I said this Qingyuan flower is very valuable. Whether it's the old wizard's favors or his assets, it's all a blessing, and it can even affect the fate of a big family. After listening to Zhao Liubai's story, the shadow of Wang Ming quickly flashed through his mind, with his mechanical prosthesis and the cigarette in his hand. I thought of Lin in wearing a raincoat, hugging his legs and curled up in a corner crying. He also thought of the forest monkey's head exploding and dying in front of his eyes. Then he shook his head slowly. I have already agreed to trade this thing with someone. Zhao Lubai was somewhat surprised. It is a crime to possess a treasure. If anyone knows this story, most people would not dare to trade with you. And if the news that the pure wrath flower is in your hands gets out, you won't be able to reach the Holy City of Elements. So it was the people from the holy city of elements who came to you directly? A hint of businessman's shrewdness flashed in his eyes. If you don't bid, let Tianhe Financial Group bid for you. It will definitely be higher than your offer. Jin Quan pinched the tip of his nose, thinking of all the unreasonable things that happened to Wang Ming. He really didn't look like a mere commander. He frowned and said, "That's it. I'm too lazy." If he said that he wanted this flower in exchange for a slave from a fallen city, some debate would probably shake his desire. Pointed to the flowers still in Zhao Yobai's hand. "This sand heart flower is for you. Give me 100,000. After saying that, he picked up the things on the ground, walked towards the fallen corpses, chopped them for a while, and finally collected all 4 spirit beads. He searched the fallen Zhu Hongbin's arms again and took back the mushroom companion he had picked up earlier. Then he waved to Xiaoyinza. "Let's go." The two were planning to leave quickly. Zhao Lubai also looked outside the exit and saw that the originally hazy red light began to slowly dissipate. This means that the entire cave has been cleared and it is time to leave the next dimension. Jin Quan did not go to other caves to look for companion creatures. He just wanted to get out quickly and try out the dimensional crystal. See if the entire pit number 1 can be put into the dimensional crystal. If it can, he will carry the entire pit number 1 with him, etc. Seeing Jin Quan and Xiaoyinza about to leave, Zhao Lubai shouted. Jin Quan looked back with some confusion. He raised the sand heart flower in his hand and said, "How can I contact you? I haven't paid you yet." Jin Quan also frowned slightly, remembering that he had no home, no job, and no phone. Jiran said he could trade with you, so you must have a way to give me the money. At this time, Zhao Lubai pointed at Li Hongbin's body on the ground and said, "He has an older brother named Li Hongyu, who should be guarding outside right now. This person is at least level 45, and he's a magic swordsman, a very comprehensive legendary profession. He has the high damage and formations of a mage, and the speed and strength of a swordsman. He is basically invincible in this remote red stone city. And the Li family members are all extremely sinister and violent." Jin Quan glanced at the corpse on the ground. "Like this?" Zhao Lubai said solemnly. "Level 4. What changes have occurred in the 4th stage?" He is also considered the core of the new generation of the Li family, so he basically advances by fusing spirit beads. The monster spirit pearl I chose should also be biased towards intelligence and spirit, so the 2 attributes of the career breakthrough should be increased by at least 50 stars each, and have 200 star patterns. 2. A strange expression flashed across Jin Quan's face. Starmark has exclusive application techniques that can greatly enhance the casting of skills and combat techniques. The 200 star patterns are much more powerful than the lower 3rd level professionals. "So, what do you want to say?" Jin Quan asked. "I want to hire you to get the 3 of us out of this dimension." Jin Quan touched his chin and looked back and forth between Xiaoyinza and Zhao Lubai. "No money." Then he patted Xiaoyinza on the shoulder, pulled him to the front and introduced him. "This is my little brother. He's a pastor. You teach him 2 moves, the heart net." Xiaoyinza suddenly became a little reserved, rubbed his trouser legs and said, "Hello, Master Zhao. I'm Xiaoyinza." Zhao Lubai took a look, smiled and said, "I've heard of it. A big star master." The title of master made Xiaoyinza even more embarrassed. Ever since he came to pit number 1, the strength of both Jin Quan and the young master of the Zhao family in front of him had already exceeded his understanding of the so-called masters. Then Zhao Lubai put away the sand heart flower and continued. "Then I'm at a loss. I don't intend to trade money with you." Jin Quan was a little confused. Apart from collecting enough spirit crystals, he didn't seem to be in urgent need of anything else. Zhao Lubai pointed to the cave wall next to him and said, "In this number 1 pit, a young master of the Flying Eagle Corps died. The Flying Eagle Corps has a total of 12 squads, all of which are direct descendants of the Zhu family. The man who died was the son of the previous captain of the 10th squad. He grew up with him on the border. Later, the captain died in a battle with the beast tied on the border, and his younger brother took over the 10th squad. He knew his son's character, so he left a final wish." Zhao Lubai said in a slightly low voice, "I have made contributions to this empire, so I hope my son can live a life of wealth and luxury. Even if he bullies people in the street or flirts with women, I will just turn a blind eye to him being a fool." He frowned and looked at Jin Quan. If this news gets out, the Zhu family, which takes the glory of warriors as its family banner, will not let ordinary people who have been to pit number 1 live. He turned around and cast another healing spell on Zhu Shiwu and continued. "But I can protect you. If you protect me from the dimension, I will protect the Zhu family from you." Jin Quan frowned even more tightly. He originally thought that he could just follow the miners out as Jiran said. But now, things like this are happening one after another, beyond our control. Besides, the heartnet is not something that can be learned overnight. I really don't have the time to teach him. I currently only have 4 skills, and their levels are too low. The myth profession has a feature that as long as the skill dropped by participating in the kill is more than 50, it will be derived into profession-related skills after fusion. I can only look for them one by one. At this point he smiled and said, unless you accompany me into the dimension to complete the remaining 2 skills. Chapter 74 Choking Zhao Xiao. Jin Quan did not answer directly. He had no choice but to be pushed into pit number 1. He knew too little about this world. When he came here, he had only seen the corners of the lower city on rainy nights, and the lower city was considered to be inhabited. Those in the Death City prison are not considered human. Only by going out to adapt to and understand the world can we make better choices. Let's go, it's on the way. It was a promise that the 2 of them would protect each other. But after leaving the cave, Xiaoyinza glanced around and pulled Jin Quan's clothes and said, Boss, someone here wanted to kill me earlier. I wonder if he's still here. Jin Quan also looked around but didn't find anything. Who wants to kill you? I don't know. He's an assassin, disguised as a bait in the Dead City. What special identity do you have that is worthy of the people in the upper city sending assassins to kill you? Xiaoyinza shrank his neck and shook his head. He couldn't understand why someone was lurking among the bait to kill him. How could he be so important? But Zhao Lubai, who caught up with him later, wiped his soiled clothes with a silk scarf and said with a smile, if you see that man, please spare his life. Jin Quan and Xiaoyinza tilted their heads at the same time, and Jin Quan narrowed his eyes and said, your people? The hand that was wiping stopped suddenly, and Zhao Lubai put the scarf back into his pocket. I'm not interested in doing this. It's just that this person is a witness who saw the Zhu family's direct descendant being killed. With him around, the Flying Eagle Corps will not focus on you. Jin Quan shook his head towards Xiaoyinza and said, why did the assassin chase him? Zhao Lubai spread his hands. I've checked it. Like Li Hongbin, he's also here to find the unknown occupation emblem. Jin Quan's eyelids twitched. Are there still many people looking for this thing? Zhao Lubai shook his head. Right now, there are only 2 families, the Li family of the Pioneer Group and the Fong family of the Shengwei Group. After saying this, he sighed. I want to get involved in the professional emblems that come out of the 9th dimension. Then he shook his head. There is too little information. It is hard to say whether it is here or not. But then Jiran suddenly came to his mind. He knew that Jiran had been poisoned by the death flower and transformed into an ordinary person. I couldn't help but say to myself, it would be interesting if you could obtain it and become a god-level professional again. Then he looked at Jin Quan and said, these vortices don't have to participate. Let's go this way and take the Red Rock Cultural Tourism train. As soon as he finished speaking, he paused and shook his head. Let's go. They are all a bunch of poor people. It suddenly occurred to me that the entire Redstone Cultural Tourism Group, from top to bottom, might become a tool for the young masters and ladies in Upper City to vent their anger. The 3 of them sped up a lot, and soon they saw a clean train quietly parked on the track. When I walked into the carriage, I saw that everyone was pale and serving a beautiful woman with a broken arm. When they saw Zhao Lubai coming in, a hint of joy flashed across their faces, but when they looked behind Zhao Lubai, their faces turned pale again. This joy is like a last ray of light. A middle-aged man came over with unsteady legs, saluted, and forced a professional smile on his face. Master Zhao, welcome to the Redstone Journey train. I hope you have a pleasant time during your journey. Zhao Lubai waved his hand, then found a chair and sat down, and motioned Jin Quan and Xiaoyinza to sit down as well. Jin Quan didn't hesitate to eat. Seeing all kinds of delicious food on the table, he took a piece of matcha cake and put it in his mouth when he sat down. Xiaoyinza also opened a bottle of water and started drinking it. Just as Jin Quan was about to rinse his mouth with red wine, he saw a man in white gloves quickly take the red wine, pull out the cork, shake it gently, and pour it into the goblet in front of Jin Quan. Looking up at the waiter, I saw that he was sweating all over. He was pouring wine with his hands, but his eyes kept looking at Zhao Lubai. It's full. Jin Quan knocked on the table. The waiter quickly took the bottle of wine and apologized quickly with a panicked look on his face. But then, he still looked towards Zhao Lubai and asked boldly, Master Zhao, the masters and ladies that Miss Ji said are gone will never come back, right? Zhao Lubai didn't even look at him. Instead, he took a banana from the table and peeled it while saying, Drive, there's no one. After hearing these words, The middle-aged waiter felt his eyes go dark, and he stepped back and was about to fall. Fortunately, Xiaoyinza, who was sitting next to him, raised his hand and pulled him up. He didn't even say thank you to Xiaoyinza before walking dejectedly towards the front of the car. He already knew the fate of the service personnel in his car. Where did you go before? A somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded in the quiet train. Zhao Lubai took a bite of the banana and said with a smile, collecting folk songs. Then he looked up at Linger and said, don't you think that such a depressing cave space is very suitable for creating paintings that express the darkness of human heart? Linger frowned, stood up, and said with some sadness, that Spider Queen was not an ordinary lord at all. It was too powerful and killed everyone. If Master Zhu hadn't saved me, I would have died in there. Zhao Liubai's hand holding the banana trembled slightly, and he looked shocked. Zhu Jianxiong is dead? Linger was seen touching her shoulder, a trace of paleness appearing on her face. It was an extremely powerful Frost Lord. We had no power to fight back. All the guards died one by one, and in the end only Master Zhu and I were left. I tried everything I could to escape from that hole. When he said this, 2 lines of tears fell, and his voice trembled and choked. If I had been more careful and hadn't had my arm cut off by that spider, I wouldn't have been forced into a dead end. Master Zhu won't risk coming to save me. She covered her mouth tightly with one hand, trying her best not to cry out loud. I don't know how to face his uncle now. He is so stupid. He saved me when he had the chance to escape. Zhao Lubai looked at her like this and sighed. He is indeed the son of a patriotic martyr. Like father, like son. After saying this, he looked at Linger's broken arm and said with concern, Ms. Ji, wounds caused by elemental monsters will leave hidden elements. Let me take a look. I'm a priest, and my healing skills have a dispelling effect. It can help you take less elemental damage and recover faster. After saying this, Linger's expression, which was originally covering her mouth and crying, suddenly flashed with panic, and then she continued to sob. No. She looked at her severed hand and reproached. If it weren't for this bone-chilling frost that inspired me to flee here, I would have collapsed long ago. Compared to Master Zhu's sacrifice, this little pain is nothing. Zhao Lubai stuffed all the bananas into his mouth, puffed up his cheeks and said, Ms. Ji is such a kind person. If you really feel bad, then marry Zhu Jianba. Zhu Jinxiong died saving you, and he is Zhu Jianba's cousin. I believe that your marriage will definitely be a good story in Shangqing. Not only did it repair the friction between the Zhu and Ji families in recent years, but it also demonstrated your virtue of repaying a favor with your own life. He swallowed nearly half of the banana with great effort and said solemnly, I believe Captain Zhang Kai will definitely treat you like his own daughter. These words immediately choked Linger so much that she couldn't even cry. There are 2 heroes in the Zhu family. One is super handsome, and the other is mentally retarded. Zhu Jianba has suffered from intellectual disability since birth, and is extremely obese. He is definitely a famous celebrity in Shangqing. Letting Linger marry him at this time would be like pushing fresh flowers into cow dung. Linger took a deep breath, tried to calm down, shook her head and smiled bitterly. Now that I have lost one of my hands, I have no intention of getting married. After this incident, I understand that safety is a blessing. I just want to go home and take care of my career. Zhao Lubai poured himself a glass of red wine. It's better to waste it. It's more suitable this way. The Zhu family's business is no worse than the Ji family's. It doesn't matter where you manage it. Linger's left hand suddenly grabbed the back of the chair with a muffled thud. Anger flashed across her face, and she was about to explode. Gas. There was a sudden noise, and the carriage was seen swaying slightly back and forth, then slowly started moving. She instantly looked back at the cab, then turned to look at Zhao Lubai and said, Doesn't Yuan have to wait a month to get out this time? Why are you going back now? Zhao Lubai sipped the red wine in his mouth. I see that even Zhu Jianxiong is dead, and your Linger is also seriously injured. It's too dangerous to be in this position. Let's wait at the entrance of the dimension. The monsters there are of lower level. Linger watched the scenery outside the window slowly recede, and thought of the monster that stepped on the huge ice crystals. She didn't say much, which was considered as her consent. Jing Quan turned around and glanced at the girl's profile. The vague red light outside the window sprinkled on his face, giving him an illusion of familiarity. Last name, Ji. Chapter 75 The Blame. The dark rainy season is still going on in the lower city, and the gray sky even makes it difficult to distinguish between day and night. Champs-Élysées Street Guard Station. The water splashed by the wheels bloomed and disappeared instantly on the wet ground, and a black luxury car slowly stopped. The car door slowly opened, black leather shoes poked out, and the bodyguard quickly opened a huge black umbrella and held it respectfully above his head. He was wearing a well-cut black trench coat, and his short yellow hair parted on the side, making him look particularly handsome and elegant. He looked up at the sign of the guard post, sneered, and stepped in. Children who come out of the dead city are particularly adaptable. Lin Yin tried to make his movements as gentle as possible and slowly wiped the ground with a wrung-out rag. She wiped it very carefully. Even in the gaps between old floor tiles, she would use her fingernails to wipe the towel. Wang Ming was sitting next to an old computer, typing away on the keyboard to look for something, but the wrinkles on his brow were so deep that it was impossible to tell whether he was calm or sad. The sound of leather shoes tapping on the corridor was approaching quickly. Bang! The half-open door was suddenly pushed open with great force, overturning the bucket behind her, instantly soaking half of Lin Yin's body. She looked up in horror and saw a windbreaker brushing her hair. A tall figure completely ignored her and walked over the water to Wang Ming. He took off his windbreaker, revealing the shirt and vest underneath, and casually draped the clothes over the back of the chair. He pulled a chair and sat opposite Wang Ming with his legs crossed. "Any cigarettes?" Wang Ming raised his head, his pupils shrank slightly, and his body stiffened slightly, but he still picked up the cigarette box beside him, took out a cigarette from it, and handed it to the front. "I don't know, Master Fong. Is there anything you want to talk to me about?" Fong Hui took the cigarette and lit it with the lighter next to him. "Wang Ming." He threw the lighter back, and with a snap, it slid under the display screen and landed in front of Wang Ming. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said jokingly, "Some died, some went crazy. The so-called three heroes are nothing but a flash in the pan of the past. Since Ji Ran is dead, Ji Fei will naturally appear. Manling is crazy, so he should be replaced. Why is he still obsessed with glory? Isn't that right?" Wang Ming's hand trembled slightly. He let go of the mouse and said with a smile, "Master Fong, how did you know me?" "I know you? Not to mention that you are hiding here as a small warlord. Even if you were the 72nd Guards and appeared in Redstone City openly, I would not be interested." He leaned forward, tapped the table with his fingers and said, "It's just that you seem to have gone a little too far. What does Master Fong mean?" "Haha, what do you mean? Li Hongyu should still be guarding the entrance to pit number 1. You've played him for so long. Won't he skin you alive when he comes back?" After saying this, he turned over the hand that was knocking on the table, made a promise and said, "Give me this stuff." Wang Ming frowned. His thoughts raced, but he still wondered. "What?" Fong Hui just looked into his eyes. Time passed little by little, and the only sound in the entire office was the cigarette in his hand swaying. He suddenly stretched out his hand slowly and horizontally, tapped it lightly with his index finger, and the scattered cigarette ashes flew directly in front of Lin Yin. "I was digging a hole looking for something. The 4th-level Earth Mage I found just arrived not long ago. I kept digging." He took back his hand and took a puff of cigarette, then blew a puff of smoke towards Lin Yin, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "We dug up a mechanical repair shop." As soon as these words came out, Wang Ming suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Yin, who was sitting on the ground with a pale face. Fong Hui sat up straight, looked at Wang Ming and said, "They are all smart people and don't want to fall out. 2 criminal slaves are not qualified to have that thing. Only you are." "What? The elemental holy city of neutral truth would also do such sneaky things?" Wang Ming calmed down a little, then said, "I think that since I came to the Eagle Empire, I have always done my duty. I just want more people to open up the land for the Spider Queens, and I have never done anything out of line with the Eagle Empire. I really had no idea about the emblem that Master Li lost." He glanced at Lin Yin again. "As for taking in this little girl, it was just a small deal with his brother. If you want it, take it away." Fong Hui suddenly laughed when he heard this, without even looking at Lin Yin, but directly mocked. "I heard that the magic guards of the Holy City of Elements are all tough guys. Today I got to see it for myself." He snapped his fingers in the air. After a while, a man in black came in holding a head. The head looked middle-aged and a little disheveled, but the hair was neatly groomed. It is obvious that he often uses wax to trim his hair, and looks very decent. "Do you know him?" When Wang Ming saw the head, his eyes widened instantly and he stared at Fong Hui, his fists clenched slightly under the table. Then Fong Hui threw a photo on the table. The protagonist in the photo is a cute girl eating a lollipop. In the background of the girl, there is a middle-aged gentleman in a suit who is lifting up his trouser leg, and a young man is half kneeling on the ground, conscientiously maintaining and repairing the mechanical prosthesis under his trouser leg. If you look closely, you will find that the head in the field is exactly the same as the middle-aged gentleman in the photo. I found the mechanical repair shop, and I found two people. One is called Lin Ho, and the other is Lin Yin. Following Lin Ho, I found this photo. He actually maintained the prosthetic limbs for Wang Biao, the head of Red Rock Cultural Tourism, for a period of time. A person in charge of the cultural tourism in the lower city actually asked a criminal slave from the dead city to maintain his prosthetic limbs. At this point, he suddenly shook his head and laughed, picked up the photo on the table, and leaned over to face the tree-lined avenue. Is your brother's technique so good? Lin Yin looked at the blurry figure and profile of the young man in the photo. His thin body was trembling slightly, but he pursed his lips. Fang Huai looked at Lin Yin's mouse-like thin body, obviously not very interested, and continued to say to Wang Ming, "Your obsession has caused you a lot of trouble. Or rather, your holy city of elements has been in a lot of trouble." He took out a recorder from his pocket and pressed the button on it. A painful voice came out from it. "Master Fang Fang, I just want to try to get more people to go in and open up the land for the Spider Queen." "Who?" "Mr. Zhu Jianxiong is very ambitious and favored. If he fails, the Flying Eagle Corps will most likely rescue him." Tick-tock. The sound turned off and the recorder turned a circle in Fang Huai's hand. Laughing. "Wang Biao from Redstone Cultural Tourism. Wang Ming, the commander of the fallen city. How many of the 72 guards are left? You'd better pray that the group of people you tricked into going to the Spider Queen's nest can come back alive. Otherwise, your action would be an assassination of the direct line of the Eagle Empire Legion." Wang Ming held his breath, his mind working frantically, and finally shook his head slightly. "I did use Lin Ho to do some things for me. The reward was to help him get his sister out of pit number 1. That's all. As for the so-called trap, we will have an explanation when people come out of pit 1. It depends on whether we set a trap for them, or they went there voluntarily." Zhu Jianxiong first approached Hongshi Cultural Tourism and proposed to explore the land of the resentful Spider Queen. Hongshi Cultural Tourism just followed his wishes. Under the pressure of power, Hongshi Cultural Tourism was helpless. He did not defend his relationship with Wang Biao, but instead pushed the problem onto Zhu Jianxiong. He knew Zhu Jianxiong, who was a very arrogant man and would not bother to defend what he had done. He would be very embarrassed if he was told that he was tricked into going to the Spider Queen's nest. So he would definitely say that he wanted to go voluntarily. Wang Ming's mind was also in a mess now. Why did the underground passage dug by the fugitive who stole the emblem lead directly to Lin Ho's shop? Quickly recall every detail of the honest forest monkey. "Sir Overseer, I promise you that after today, I will disappear from this world forever. I hope you can keep your promise." This was Lin Ho's last words. After listening to Wang Ming's explanation, Fang Huai clapped his hands and said with a smile, "You do know Zhu Jianxiong. It's just that you have been in Redstone City for many years. This is not the holy city of elements, and no one will talk to you about justice and fairness. Since you won't give it to me, I won't bother with this mess anymore." He stood up, brushed off the cigarette ash that had fallen on his body, and said coldly, "You are an outsider. How can you have seen a hegemon with 6 domain lords under him? The Spider Queen is not the sickly creature from your holy city of elements. Of course, you just happened to take the blame for Li Hongyu. In order to find the emblem, he will kill all the lucky people who come out at the entrance." Then he threw the recorder in his hand high up and snorted coldly. "I just happened to give him this recorder. It's a perfect ending." The recorder spun up to the ceiling. Wang Ming looked up at the recorder that was thrown high. Zhu Jianxiong is not dead. The contents of the recorder are nothing, and Zhu Jianxiong himself will come out to wash away this stain. But once he dies, this recorder will be fatal. Just when falling from the highest point, there was a flash of lightning. A mechanical hand flashing with intense lightning quickly grabbed over. Chapter 75. Mr. Zhao Qi. The lightning in his palm quickly turned into a huge ball of light and pounced towards Fang Huai. But Fang Huai still had his legs crossed, as if he hadn't reacted at all. The next moment, a cloaked shadow emerged behind him. Crossed daggers flashed by in an instant, and the thunderball exploded directly. The dagger stretched forward and instantly crossed Fang Huai, and a spiral of strong wind pierced Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming's pupils shrank sharply. Courage, honor, protection, and blessing. In an instant, 3 rays of light shot out from Wang Ming's body, and a large white shield instantly appeared in front of him. Boom! The computer desk in front of him exploded into pieces, and the terrifying air wave caused cracks in the entire wall. Fang Huai swept the dust in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed, "I didn't expect that even one of Manling's guards has reached the 5th level. If she wasn't crazy, she would have awakened to the 6th level long ago. Wang Ming did not answer Feng Huai, but looked at the old man in the cloak standing next to him. His face was full of wrinkles, his body was hunched, and he seemed to be so thin that he looked unrecognizable. But the attack just now was terrifyingly powerful in both its explosiveness and speed. The old man in the cloak opened his palm and handed the recorder to Feng Huai. The next moment, the shadow expanded, like ink spreading under the old man's feet. In an instant, everything around was quickly painted black. The doors, windows, walls, ceilings, the entire space seemed to have turned into a black ink box. Domain, the Awakener. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and frowned tightly. At this moment, the white light on his body was quickly suppressed by the shadow, and his field of vision was shrinking rapidly. Where's the stuff? Feng Huai's voice rang out again in the darkness. Wang Ming also had a bad expression. I have only had one mission since I came here, and that is to get the resentment-clearing flower. Even though I know the chances are pitifully small, I will still try. As for the bullshit emblem you or Li Hongyu mentioned, I have no interest in it at all. Even if it's a god-level emblem, it's just trash in my eyes. After Wang Ming said this, even Feng Huai frowned and looked at him with confusion. But Wang Ming's expression remained calm. How do I know if you are telling the truth or not? Huh? Wang Ming sneered. Do you want to find someone else to use the truth word? Feng Huai dropped the cigarette, but in his hand at his feet, and was instantly swallowed up by the darkness. That's a good idea. However, Wang Ming looked at him with disdain and sneered. The geniuses I have seen are the real geniuses. There is only one person in the Flying Eagle Empire that I, Wang Ming, would take a fancy to, Jiran. Those who come after us are all garbage, including you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the shadow field of the old man in black robe shook instantly, and the blessing on Wang Ming's body was swaying rapidly. But Wang Ming was not afraid at all. Instead, he took out a pack of unopened cigarettes from his pocket, tore it open, and started smoking with his fingers flashing with electric arcs. Feng Huai narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Ming. I've heard that every archmage in the holy city of elements will eventually have a guard. Just like the 5th Qingxian and Storm Russell of the Apocalypse Empire back then, one defending and one attacking, the two formed a team. It seems so now. You are the leader of the 72 guards. If nothing unexpected happened that year, you should be Manling's partner. Wang Ming took a puff of his cigarette, put it on his lips, and said jokingly, Li Hongyu lost something, and you were so anxious. How can you be considered a smart person? Hasn't anyone at home told you that the more urgent the situation, the more you need to be calm? If you had no hand in his losing the things, no one would believe it. After he finished speaking, a talisman with inscriptions suddenly appeared in his hand. The talisman was covered with intricate inscriptions and patterns. The strokes were slender and smooth, and it flickered with a faint light, like mysterious stars twinkling in the night sky. 6th level soul sealing talisman. Feng Huai and the old man in the cloaked expression changed instantly. Then Wang Ming suddenly pressed the talisman on his chest. God's grace. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared behind Wang Ming, instantly breaking through the darkness of the shadow. A blurry shadow slowly emerged, and the shadow stretched out a hand. Golden light shot out from his hand and enveloped Wang Ming. The next moment, a set of mithril armor full of inscriptions appeared on Wang Ming's body, shining with starlight. Wang Ming grabbed the air, purple light flashed. A totem pole emerged and inserted directly into the ground. Ripples spread out, a circle of light expanded, and the darkness on the ground was dispelled. The old man took action. Darkness suddenly condensed, and a crescent arc of light flashed across the air, striking Wang Ming with a loud bang. With a bang, the shield and mithril armor on his body flashed, but there was no movement. But then the old man spun rapidly, forming a large number of dagger lights. As soon as he made his move, the old man had merged into the shadows. The speed was so fast that the light from the dagger seemed to wrap Wang Ming in a cocoon. Countless flames jumped on his body, and the mithril armor on his body flickered continuously. Until the attacks became one, all the sword lights gathered into a dagger, and the old man appeared, and he actually held the sword light that gathered into a dagger in his hand. It penetrated directly into Wang Ming's back with terrifying power and speed. Sizzle! This knife directly broke through his defense and pierced through his back. Blood spurted out instantly. Wang Ming turned around quickly and reached out to grab it, but the old man was so fast that he instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the darkness. He looked down at his chest, where blood was oozing from the wound. He was not surprised at all. Instead, he laughed teasingly at the darkness. Continue. After he finished speaking, he slowly uttered a few syllables, and immediately a green whirlwind blew up around Wang Ming. As the green wind blew, the wound on his chest was healing rapidly. The attack did not stop. The old man in the air shook his body, and his shadows quickly gathered together. There was unexpectedly one more person. The two old men attacked at the same time. This time the attacks continued. Wang Ming clenched his fist quickly and cast a holy light protection on himself. For shields instantly stood up around his body and continuously surrounded him. Then, he suddenly leaned forward under the intensive attacks, and his fists, emitting golden light, smashed the ground like heavy hammers. Stand up. The ground collapsed, breaking into countless pieces. A large number of golden electric arcs instantly spread out in the cracks on the ground, and then rushed up sharply. The electric arc rose from the ground at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, two black shadows in the air were directly wrapped by the golden electric arc, and they floated in the air and became stiff. At the moment of stiffness, Wang Ming stepped on the ground, and the totem pole inserted in the ground flew directly up. Hold it with both hands and swing it in a circle. You old thing, you can't even beat me at level 5. Why don't you go back and take care of the baby? Wang Ming roared, and the totem pole smashed down on the two black shadows with a terrifying roar. A black shadow instantly turned into black mist, while another black shadow, like a cannonball, crashed into a series of buildings and flew out into the street. Wang Ming turned and looked at Feng Huai. Don't act cool, kid. You'll die soon. The giant totem pillar was swung up and was about to blow him away with it. An eye suddenly appeared on his chest. The eye was like a simple flat painting, with circles of eyeballs, like a target in a shooting range. Wang Ming's face changed drastically. Field, Hawkeye. The next moment, a ray of light flashed across and instantly pierced through his chest. The damage this time was extremely horrific, almost hollowing out his chest. The holy wind of healing swept over him again, and without any hesitation, he quickly fled outwards. Almost at the moment Wang Ming escaped, 3 arrows chased after him like ghosts. It can even turn and track in blind spots. At this time, a gap was completely broken in the 3-story building, and outside was a dark street with heavy rain. Feng Huai looked at the direction Wang Ming escaped with some fear. A guard of the 3 heroes is so powerful. Then he quickly looked towards the distance on the street and saw a middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat walking slowly towards him in the rain. In this dark rain, he was dry all over, without a single trace of being wet by rain. He glanced around and frowned, then asked Feng Huai, "What's going on?" Feng Huai bowed slightly and said, "Meet Mr. Zhao Qi, thank you for your help." He smiled bitterly. "I thought he was a petty thief, but I didn't expect him to be an expert." "Thief?" Master Zhao sneered. "The ground is full of holy light elements." But he didn't ask any further questions, as if he was particularly unconcerned about the young man's affairs. He slapped his lips and yawned. "Let's go. Don't disturb others in the middle of the night." Chapter 77 Crazy Li Hongyu. The 7th master of the Zhao family is actually here. Feng Huai took a deep breath. Wang Ming was actually right. What he did was too unreasonable. He patted his forehead, still a little confused by a Yan's matter. He was quite willing to accept Wang Ming's criticism and watch Zhao Qi's back as he left. Quickly recall what his father said. The Zhao family may not have many members, but they have a lot of favors. The old man in his family is a spiritual refining alchemist, which is an unknown occupation. It can be said that he has favors everywhere. Those who are willing to follow him will be given the surname Zhao. This latest giant adopts the management philosophy of not using weapons, because the main family is basically auxiliary and life professions. In this world, they can do it without fighting, which only means that in terms of intelligence, the remaining 4 giants combined may not know as much as they do. Feng Huai let out a long sigh. If the Zhao family's intelligence is so strong, it is possible that they know Yan's situation. Considering the recent search for unknown emblems, this matter can probably be seen at a glance. He pinched his eyebrows. Then he turned his head to look at the bricks in the corner and saw a thin girl lying unconscious among the bricks. He took 2 steps forward and took a breath. Still alive. I looked at the distance and realized that this little girl had crawled so far during the fight. He lifted her up from the bricks and stones by the collar. This girl's profile basically shows that she has never been out of a store. The rest is just a blank sheet of paper. And he's not even a professional. Just when he was about to throw her back to the ground, he suddenly recalled Wang Ming's determined face. If he didn't take it, then who took it? He slowly walked into the car carrying Lin. Under the dead city, the rocks around the cliff are rugged and covered with mysterious patterns and strange symbols. A tunnel is inlaid with a red luminous curtain hanging vertically, completely blocking the scene inside the cave. The rails extended straight toward the cliff and into the glowing curtain. And right in the middle of the railway track, Li Hongyu sat cross-legged quietly. Occasionally, drops of water fall from the cliff, making a crisp sound, which seems particularly abrupt in this silent environment. The Hongsha Cultural and Tourism train stopped. This place is very close to the exit and is covered with various stalactites. It looks like a cave and emits colorful light. If you don't consider it within the dimension, this is an excellent scenic spot. The train stopped and the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill. After wiping their mouths, Zhao Lubai stood up first and signaled the staff to open the door. "Where are you going?" Jilinger's voice sounded at the right time. When he reached the car door, Zhao Lubai turned around and smiled. "Collecting folk songs." He pointed out the window and said, "Look at these stalactites. They look like the externalization of the soul of a psychologically twisted person. The paintings created are definitely ironic." Several people got out of the car without looking back. Jilinger didn't react for a moment, but looked at Jin Quan with some confusion. He had seen the other four on the train, but this man seemed to be the first time he had seen him. And looking at his clothes, the poor quality materials and stitching make him look nothing like someone from the upper city. But the next moment, the car door slammed shut, completely blocking her view. "Why not just drive out?" Xia Inza muttered along the track. Zhao Lubai shook his head. "If this woman dies too, and only a few of us are left alive, things will be even more serious. If she saw us killing Li Hongyu, things would be difficult. It's better to stay away from the tangled balls." As we walked along the railway, the stalactites gradually closed up and a blocked tunnel appeared before our eyes. A few people did not stop. After walking along the tunnel for a while, a huge red curtain appeared. This curtain looked like water waves made of light, flowing continuously and looking particularly enchanting. "A fourth-level magic swordsman with 100 star patterns, are you sure?" Also looking at the light curtain not far ahead, Zhao Lubai asked Jin Quan. Jin Quan frowned a little. "What exactly do you mean by the 100 star patterns enhancing your strength?" "It's hard to put this into words. It's a feeling. The human body is weak, but its potential is unlimited. When a certain attribute of the body reaches 100 stars, there will be an extra potential. Intelligence is not limited to spell power, and spirit is not for unlocking more skills. The higher your intelligence, the more you will understand the meaning of the elements. The higher your spirit, the deeper your perception of the world. In short, using this potential will make your skills more precise and your efficiency faster." Jin Quan touched his chin in thought. Suddenly, he stretched out his right fist. The next moment, 4 star patterns of different colors appeared on Jin Quan's arm, just like the Hong family's iron wire fist. "I feel like there isn't much difference." Looking at the 4 star rings on Jin Quan's arm, Zhao Liubai's pupil shrank slightly. Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu, who had been hiding behind like invisible people, gasped violently. Everyone stopped walking at once. 400, not 500 stars. Looking at the green star rings of the 2 elephant heads. 3 levels down, a 200 star physique. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I thought I was a worldly wise person, but I never expected that I was still just a frog in a well." Then he took the lead and stepped out of the light curtain. The light suddenly brightened, and the sound of dripping water instantly surrounded my ears. Li Hongyu, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, and then he looked at everyone in confusion. "The dimension is opened, and it will take a month to come out. How did you guys get out early?" He waited here in advance because he was afraid that his family would come looking for him, so he could wait in pit number 1 under the pretext that the emblem was lost. I glanced at the mechanical watch in my hand, and the date was only 5 days old. "Why is Mr. Li here?" Zhao Lubai asked with the same puzzled expression. When Li Hongyu saw Zhao Lubai, his expression suddenly froze. "It's you. No wonder you are so brave." He stood up from the center of the track, slightly expanded his chest, and his whole body made a dense sound of bones crackling. A purple light flashed in his hand, and a silver-white sword appeared in his hand. "Unlock your storage equipment." Zhao Lubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Once the storage equipment was released, the emblem would disappear, and the things inside would scatter out like popcorn. Any private items inside will be spilled on the ground, which is a great insult to any professional. "Has Third Master Li lived for a long time?" Li Hongyu smiled indifferently. It's not that I've lived too long, it's that I don't have time to live anymore. So either I have to find something or someone to bury with me. As the only son of a consortium, you are a perfect candidate to be buried with me. In order to seal the sword tomb this time, many people in the family died. Li Hongyu couldn't give an explanation when he returned. According to the Li family rules, he would definitely die. Zhao Lubai looked at the rogue expression on his face and knew there was no room for conversation. He took a step back and gestured to Jin Quan. Jin Quan touched his nose and tilted his head to look at Li Hongyu. Brother, do we have to kill them all? Li Hongyu looked at Zhao Lubai, who was retreating to the back row, and finally looked at Jin Quan up and down with some doubt. Slave? Jin Quan did not answer, but just repeated the previous question. Do they all have to be killed? Li Hongyu sneered, wiped his neck towards Jin Quan, and said fiercely, not only will I kill you, but I will also kill all the beasts in the entire Dead City prison. I will grind them into minced meat. The veins on his neck were exposed, his eyes were wide open, and the whites of his eyes were covered with scarlet blood. Seeing this expression, Jin Quan frowned slightly. The maniacal agitation has turned him into a mad beast. These people often exist in black areas, fanatical drug dealers in tropical jungles. They will play Russian roulette with their own heads, turn into human bombs, and massacre villages to vent violence. They have accepted death and have no scruples. Jin Quan smiled and shook his head. A bright orange light emanated from his hands, and lava judgment appeared in his hands. Staring at Li Hongyu's face, he said, then I will defend myself. Chapter 78. Plain Cutting. Li Hongyu, who had been disdainful at first, was slightly stunned when he saw the orange light in Jin Quan's hand. Next level 3 orange weapon? Zhao Lubai was also surprised. As expected, to create so many hundred star patterns, the purple emblem cannot be achieved no matter what. Li Hongyu's sword energy flashed across, and a scarlet formation instantly appeared on the ground. A huge rat shadow crawled out from the formation. In an instant, the power in his body surged. I want to see how lucky a slave is to be able to get an orange weapon at the lower 3 levels. He suddenly stepped on the ground, and the phantom of the rat on the formation instantly turned into a stream of light and drilled into his legs. With a whoosh, the whole person moved at an incredibly fast speed, crossing a long distance in an instant. Just when Jin Quan thought that he was going to engage in close combat, he saw him leap into the air, with 200 star patterns appearing from his wrists. The long sword suddenly stabbed into the ground, and in an instant 3 sword circles suddenly appeared under Jin Quan's feet. Dark Swamp, Burning, Evil Ghost. 3 sword formations fell to the ground almost at the same time. Zhao Lubai frowned slightly. What a fast speed of setting up the formation. Li Hongyu's use of star patterns has become very mature, and he can use skills of the same type instantly. In an instant, Jin Quan felt his feet sink, and countless zombie-like hands stretched out from the swamp and grabbed his legs tightly. A large amount of red mist was emitted around, which suddenly ignited and flames swept across. Then, his eyes narrowed and a pattern of an evil ghost suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Level 1 talent, Devil's Bite. The attack can be accompanied by the evil spirit's bite, which will continuously weaken the target's defense. Once the defense is broken, it will cause the target's flesh and blood to be torn apart. The evil spirit will increase its own strength by devouring the flesh and blood. Li Hongyu held the sword with both hands. Countless black evil spirits gathered and climbed on the blade of his sword, and finally turned into a nearly 5-meter-long sword. A slave will be a slave. Ghost Slash. The big knife fell down with a bang, landing on Jin Chuan's head with the roars of countless evil spirits. Bang! The sound was like ice crystals shattering, and the evil spirits retreated instantly. Jin Quan was still standing there with lava judgment in his hand, unharmed. Li Hongyu looked at Jin Quan's feet in disbelief. When he stabbed him with the knife just now, he saw a flash of orange light on Jin Quan's feet. There's another orange outfit? Jin Quan looked at the ground. The slowing effect of the dark swamp formation triggered the frost shield of the swift cold boots, which directly blocked attacks with a power no more than twice its own. Just now, Li Hongyu's sword, which was a powerful ghost slash, directly killed everyone. The formation was still burning, and the lava set with high fire resistance did not make Jin Quan feel any discomfort. Standing in the fire array, he looked up and asked Li Hongyu, Level 4, that's it? After saying that, he kicked his legs suddenly, the ground exploded, and Jin Quan leaped up like an eagle, with golden light wrapped around his body and a big sword held high in both hands. Dominant body. Li Hongyu's face changed drastically. This is the attribute of the epic skill. He touched his chest. Earth element. In an instant, the shadow of the rat on his body jumped onto his back, and then its body seemed to fall and went straight into the ground. The troll slashed the ground and fell like a meteor. Boom! The terrifying force directly tore the rails apart, splitting the earth and scattering countless pieces of gravel. But Jin Quan frowned. He held the huge sword and looked around, but did not see any sign of Li Hongyu. Escape underground? The scattered impact made the clothes of Zhao Lubai and others in the distance rustle violently. Zhao Liubai's brows suddenly furrowed, and all the clutter in the world within his field of vision disappeared instantly, as if he had entered a blue water world, with ripples like water droplets rapidly rising in the distance. He quickly looked in one direction, and the staff in his hand appeared and he waved it, and a black dispelling light rose into the air from the ground. Here, his dispel can not only dispel the negative effects of teammates, but also dispel the beneficial effects of the opponent. The next moment, the rat on Li Hongyu's body disappeared instantly, and he rushed out from the ground. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank. A stream of purple light locked onto him and instantly appeared in front of him. He slapped his chest suddenly, and instantly his whole body was emitting golden light, as if his entire body was covered with gold foil. The Jin Quan sword slashed down with a loud clang sound. The powerful sword energy of the blade of destruction pierced through the golden body and plowed a gully behind it. Huh! Jin Quan was very surprised. Li Hongyu's whole body was covered in golden light, which completely blocked his attack and did not cause any damage at all. Instead, the powerful recoil made his palms feel numb. Interesting. Then, gray nuclear energy particles instantly wrapped around the sword, and the fire sword turned gray. Upward. Simple and unpretentious. A head as golden as gold fell from his shoulders in an instant. The moment he fell and regained his physical form, Li Hongyu's eyes seemed to be about to burst open, and an expression of disbelief filled his entire face. Jin Quan stabbed him with his sword, and the sword entered his flesh. That was a soul-sealing talisman. The talisman master seals other people's skills inside the talisman. It's a bit difficult to make, but it's considered a life-saving item. Zhao Lubai walked forward, glanced at Li Hongyu who died with his eyes open, and then glanced at the sword in Jin Quan's hand. I couldn't help but feel a little shocked. It even cut the immortal golden body directly. What kind of monster ability is this? His wrist flashed, and he took away Li Hongyu's body, then turned around and gave orders. Deal with it. Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu quickly stepped forward, took out bags of powder, and sprinkled them evenly over the entire venue. Then a fire was set, and the powder suddenly burned, turning into a large amount of green smoke, covering the entire battle site. Forget about the destruction caused by the battle, just clear all the elements. Let's go. He called Jin Quan. But Jin Quan put his hands in his pockets and looked back at the dimensional entrance that was flashing red light. The dimensional crystal was gently twisted back and forth in his pocket. Now, with just a thought, he could expel all outsiders from the entire dimension and then store the dimension into the dimensional crystal. But after taking a look at Zhao Lubai, he thought of the woman named Ji inside. Suddenly asked, how long will this meta be closed? Zhao Lubai also looked back at the entrance to the dimension. Pit number 1 belongs to the secret realm of time. It does not require material sacrifices and is opened once every 20 years. Generally speaking, you can only enter but not leave in the first month after opening, but you can enter and leave in the next 2 months. It's just that now it's completely opened up, you can come in and out at any time, and it will be closed for 3 months. At this point, he smiled at Jin Quan with emotion. Although Zhu Jinxiong is dead, you have opened up the land for the Spider Queen. 20 years later, the Spider Queen will be in its most initial state, which means the lords will return to their nests. The 4 domain lords and the Spider Queen will only be in one nest. As long as you don't attack it in the nest, it won't come out. The ghost sand around the mother nest is a huge fortune. The Eagle Legion can be said to have found a blessing in disguise. Jin Quan's question seemed to remind him of something, and he glanced at his watch. There are still 10 days before the miners enter the site. As long as they enter, the news that this meta has been opened up will spread quickly. Chapter 79. Out of the pit and into the city. He squatted down, his bracelet flashed purple light, and he took out a special machine. The machine looked like an old-fashioned radio, a square metal box with 2 long exposed antennas and a telephone receiver hanging next to it. He pressed a switch. Suddenly, a blue light came from the wires, and there was a series of beeping sounds, as if someone was making a phone call. Hello? A solemn voice came from the receiver. Uncle 7, Is it me? The voice on the other end was silent, and then he said calmly, not even a hint of it. Zhao Lubai smiled awkwardly. Being single means less trouble and more joy. The voice inside was surprised again. Xiaobai? Didn't you enter pit 1? Can you talk within the dimension? Uncle Chi. I'm out, at the entrance to the dimension. I need to get out now without suspicion. The voice in the receiver was obviously higher. You killed the queen spider? Zhao Lubai didn't say much. Let's talk about it when we get out. Then he pressed the switch and hung up the call. He found a stone to sit on and said to Jin Quan, it's safer to let someone outside pick it up. The people outside made arrangements very quickly, and Jin Quan hadn't even sat down for a while. Then there was a loud roar of the engine and a bumpy crash. 2 car lights turned the corner, illuminating the entire space in an instant. Jin Quan squinted his eyes and looked. It was a large truck. The army green paint was particularly mottled and covered with corrosion and rust. It drove in on the gravel road, shaking and bumping. As the air brake sounded, a middle-aged man with dark skin and wearing a helmet jumped out of the car. Who is Master Zhao? Zhao Lubai stood up and saw the driver nodding to him respectfully, then quickly climbed onto the back of the truck and untied the tarpaulin. The tarpaulin was lifted to reveal a large amount of blue ore. But the ore only filled the back half of the truck bed. The front third is separated by 2 large counterweight metal plates to form an empty space. The driver said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Master Zhao. Zhao Lubai was not pretentious. He pulled the car body and flipped in. Jin Quan also stepped on the car body and jumped in. The inside must have been cleaned up quickly, as there were still scratches on the wall of the truck bed from the broom. There were even 2 sofas with peeling leather and shiny, greasy surfaces. After everyone got on the bus, the driver quickly covered the tarpaulin. The driver knocked on the car and said, Master Zhao, there will be an inspection later. I hope you can keep quiet. Zhao Lubai was lying on the sofa. He reached out and knocked on the car body to indicate that he understood. The engine roared again, and the car began to shake. Jin Quan looked under the sofa and found that the sofa legs and the truck bed had been welded at several points. Although it was shaking, there was no need to worry about being thrown out. You are really capable. You can get someone here just by making a phone call. Zhao Lubai smiled. Pit number 1 is the dimension. There are several other pits around it that are the lairs of the lords who once guarded the dimension. They produce various ores. He pointed to the partition behind him and said, this ore is called blue wood essence. Although it is an ore, it has medicinal properties and can be processed into potion materials. This car should lead directly to my family's property. It's a project in cooperation with the Flying Eagle Legion. Jin Quan squatted down and picked up a small piece of ore that had not been swept clean, but found no direct effect. When we get to the factory, you can sell me your materials and items. I will give you a good price. When the car became less bumpy, several people suddenly fell silent. Soon someone was heard shouting, why did it take so long? The convoy has already left? Captain Zhang, we changed the pit today to haul the cargo, but we couldn't get out by following the previous route, and we got stuck again after changing the route. Here, Da Hongxi, I just smoked one. Then I heard the sound of someone lifting the tarpaulin. Please be gentle. It's rainy season and tarpaulins are very expensive. As the sound of a lighter lighting a cigarette rang out, Captain Zhang's voice was heard again. Let's go. Is the tarp closed? Roll. Okay. The car body made noises again, and a moment later, the sound of dense raindrops could be heard from under the tarpaulin above. Obviously, you can see the sky. After we came out, the road surface was obviously much better. The tarpaulin was rustling in the wind, and the car was driving very fast. About half an hour later, the sound of raindrops overhead suddenly stopped, and there were 2 knocks on the carriage. We're here, Master Zhao. In an instant, the cloak was suddenly lifted up, and light suddenly poured in. This is a huge workshop warehouse, supported by a sturdy I-beam frame. The walls of the warehouse are made of solid gray metal plates. When the car came in, the huge rolling door was already closed. Jin Quan looked around and saw many processing machines, but there was no worker at the moment. Zhao Lubai let out a long sigh and patted his clothes. Let's go to the second floor. The so-called second floor is just a 2-story board house built with steel structure in a corner of this huge warehouse. It should be the office and reception of this factory. As Jin Quan took the first step onto the steel staircase, his eyebrows began to twitch wildly. It felt like being targeted by a deadly sniper. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the prefabricated house on the second floor, and saw a middle-aged man leaning on the railing and looking at him. Jin Quan didn't even pay much attention to his appearance. His entire vision was drawn to his eyes. The blackness gleams like a gem and stands out like a falcon's sharp edge. When the man saw Jin Quan's appearance, he first thought about it, then became a little confused. Seventh uncle. The middle-aged man nodded. Is it okay? He looked Zhao Lubai up and down, then led them into a wooden house. With a dripping sound, a gust of warm air rushed out from the air conditioner. He sat down first and handed Jin Quan a cigar. Jin Quan was stunned and subconsciously reached out to take it. The feeling this man gave him just now was extremely deadly, as if he could pierce his head at any time and anywhere. How is your grandmother? Have you visited her? As soon as these words were spoken, Jin Quan, who had originally wanted to see if this cigar was drugged tobacco, suddenly looked up. Even Zhao Lubai, who was pouring water from the water dispenser, turned his head in surprise. Uncle Qi, do you know him? Then the seventh master shook his head. I don't know him, but I know his father. Jin Quan was a little confused. To be honest, he didn't even know his own father. Zhao Lubai held 2 glasses of water, handed one to Jin Quan and the other to Xiaoyinza. Then he looked at Jin Quan carefully. There was absolutely no information in my mind. Mr. Zhaoqi smiled, picked up the blowtorch lighter and lit the cigar in his hand, then leaned back on the sofa and smiled. The pie is so small. If there is disorder in one place, the production capacity of goods will be lost, and it will be easier for goods from peaceful places to enter. So everyone hopes that there will be disorder in the other place, so that everyone can get rich. The people of the Apocalypse Empire suddenly showed their fangs and wanted to change the dynasty. Zhao Lubai pushed the ashtray in front of him. When there's chaos, there's business to be done. I adhere to the principle of helping the weaker ones and try to make them evenly matched, hoping that the chaos will last longer. So I contacted his father. Chapter 80. Another deal. So I contacted his father. It's just that the 5th family has been in decline for too long, and those new forces have also emerged too quickly. They were almost crushed and swept away in an instant. With the genius Luo Ming being nailed to death in the wasteland, the Luo family has completely lost the hope of rising again. The Apocalypse Empire has completely changed dynasties. He took a puff of his cigar, and a thick cloud of smoke spread out, swirling in the air with a mellow aroma. Then there was the Great Purge. The Eagle Empire wants to leave some seeds and support a government in exile to create some trouble for the current Apocalypse Empire. Our Zhao family sent a bunch of women to the holy city of elements. The Fong family of Shengwei Group has picked up a bunch of boys and wants to bring them to the Flying Eagle Empire. At this point, he flicked his cigar and chuckled. We are sending the women off, have a safe trip. But the Fong family who sent the boys suffered endless hunting. Even though all the boys we brought were ordinary people who had not yet changed their professions, they still fought to the death. Not only did all the boys die, but even a blood sacrificer from the Fong family died. Not long ago, the Fong family was cursing and saying that this was their most unsuccessful investment. At this point, Master Zhao Qi looked at Jin Quan. I thought there was no one left of the 5th family. He tapped his forehead with the hand holding the cigar, as if recalling something, then looked up. So you are the eldest son of Diwu Xinshu, Diwu Jin Quan, right? Jin Quan was so absorbed in what he was saying that he had no idea what was happening to him. Only when Mr. Zhao Qi asked him about it did he nod. I am indeed Jin Quan. But Mr. Zhao Qi was a little confused again. From all the information I investigated, the 5th Jin Quan professional emblem rejects him and he is a useless person. The biggest reason the Fong family was able to bring you back may be that you were the one taken away in the end, and the people chasing you were too lazy to cause more casualties. But you are a professional now. Jin Quan smiled. I wonder if you have ever heard of this saying, those who survive a great disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. I think I got lucky. Mr. Zhao Qi was stunned at first, because few people would play dumb in front of him, but he just laughed and said with great appreciation, okay, it would be best if we could go back and restore our country. A few days ago, the Apocalypse Empire was officially renamed the Tianwei Empire. You are the only male in the entire 5th family. Jin Quan didn't answer him, but just picked up the cup of water on the coffee table and took a sip. From a businessman's perspective, everything is business. Mr. Zhao Qi then looked at Zhao Lubai, who was sitting down, and said, what happens? Zhao Lubai loosened his collar. All of us who went and died except Ji Linger and me. He glanced at Jin Quan. The queen insect should have been pioneered by him, and Ji ran. As soon as the 2 results came out, Mr. Zhao Qi, who was originally leaning on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight. Ji ran? He was shocked to hear Ji Ran's name. Zhao Lubai nodded. I went in and found Jin Quan and Ji Ran. He just left without any intersection. Xia Yinze glanced at Jin Quan, a little confused. Wasn't it me who helped the boss fight the monster? Why did he call Ji Ran? Jin Quan glanced at him, cleared his throat and said, "He left after we killed the queen." "Where did you go?" Mr. Zhao Qi asked with a frown. Jin Quan shook his head. "I don't know either. I'm just helping him." He suddenly realized that Ji Ran was very important in the eyes of these people. The middle-aged man in front of him was very strong and was a businessman. It would undoubtedly be best if you could remove yourself from being the biggest beneficiary of pit number 1. "Is your successful job transfer related to him?" Mr. Zhao Qi asked. "Yes." Jin Quan nodded firmly. "Professional emblems depend on talent, while unknown emblems depend on luck." Mr. Zhao Qi took a puff of his cigar. "It seems that your words have been proven true. My luck has come." He drummed his index finger on the armrest of the sofa. The three heroes represented the continuation of the empire, but they fell almost at the same time. It would be hard to believe if there was no big hand behind it. It's better not to make this public. If he wants to come back, he will come back naturally. He glanced at Xia Yinze next to him. His cold gaze seemed to penetrate into the soul. Xia Yinze trembled all over, and the water in the cup suddenly became unstable and spilled all over the coffee table. He wiped it in a panic. "Senior, I didn't hear anything." Mr. Zhao Qi leaned over, pulled out 2 napkins and threw them to him, then looked at Zhao Lubai. "Zhu Jianxiong is dead too?" Zhao Lubai took off his clothes, hung them on the hanger, and leaned against the table and said, "I don't know what's wrong with him, but Zhu Jianxiong suddenly said that he wants to take everyone to explore the wilderness of the Queen's Spider. Don't even mention the Queen's face. The ice spider alone took everyone away." Having said this, he took a sip of hot water and continued. "In fact, considering how favored Zhu Jianxiong is, even if he can't defeat him, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape from the hatred. It's just that Ji Linger tricked me." Putting down the cup, he looked at Mr. Zhao Qi and said, "Now, what should we say about Ji Linger's murder of Zhu Jianxiong? If this gets out to the public, my Eagle Empire will probably be in chaos. Hudong and Hashi, just like the Apocalypse Empire, they probably also hope that we will cause chaos." Mr. Zhao Qi frowned, took several puffs of his cigar, and remained silent. Then he took out a cigar cutter from his arms, cut off the cigarette but with a snap, and put the cigar back into his arms. He spread out his palms, and an illusory cube emerged. Looking at this cube, Jin Quan's eyelids twitched slightly. Legion Order. However, this Legion Order is not a hexahedron, but a 3-dimensional Rubik's Cube, with characters' portraits vaguely engraved on each of the 54 small faces. Master Zhao Qi closed his eyes slightly, and after a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Don't worry about it. The boss wants you to learn all 6 skills as soon as possible." Zhao Lubai smiled bitterly. He wanted to cross levels and kill the Lord with an efficiency exceeding 50, and then the priest skills would be dropped. "I've been suppressing my level for so long. This trip to another dimension was in vain. The only single Lord was killed by the 2 of them." Then I thought of something. "Uncle Qi, you took 200,000 spirit crystals from the army, and I will return them to you soon." Mr. Zhao Qi glanced at Zhao Lubai, and the next moment 2 large wooden boxes appeared in this small wooden house, making the space seem even more crowded. He stood up on his knees. "Please arrange for them to rest." After saying that, he walked out. Zhao Lubai nodded and asked, "Brother Jin Quan, is there anything urgent?" Jin Quan looked up and listened to the sound of rain outside the iron roof and said, "Can you please take me to the Champs-Élysées guard station? No matter who Wang Ming is, whether it is coercion or a deal, with the help of Zhao Liubai's power, he should be able to take Lin Yin away without any risk. Then follow the miners to sneak into the dimension exit, store the dimension into the dimension crystal, and leave the city completely." Mr. Zhao Qi, who was about to open the door and leave, suddenly stopped and looked back at Jin Quan. "The Champs-Élysées guard station is gone." "Gone?" A look of surprise flashed across Jin Quan's face. Yesterday, the kid from the Fong family said he was catching a thief. He was brought to the guard post and started fighting with a military governor. He suddenly laughed and said, "I was almost beaten to death." When he heard the commander Jin Quan, he immediately thought of Wang Ming and asked quickly, "Then have you seen a thin girl, an ordinary person?" Jin Quan stood up and pointed at his waist with his hand to indicate the height. Mr. Zhao Qi recalled that he did see a slave girl under his eagle eyes. Nodded. It seems that he was taken away by Feng Huai. After saying that, he unlocked the door and went straight down the stairs. "Why, is this girl related to you?" Zhao Lubai stood up and closed the door. Jin Quan frowned. "Saved my life. Do you want me to bring her back?" Can I? Jin Quan asked, tilting his head. Zhao Lubai took out his cell phone. It's just a phone call. Jin Quan was slightly startled, and then he saw Zhao Lubai with a warm smile on his face. He kicked a box on the ground and said, I want to exchange it with the sand heart flower, but I have already given you 100,000 spirit crystals. Looking at the box on the ground, according to the businessman's logic, it seems unlikely to return it now. What else do you want? To achieve a career breakthrough, you need to learn all 6 skills and reach level 39. The level is easy, but the skills are a bit too difficult for me. Help me.